In a small rental apartment in Jiangcheng, Yin Country, Yuan Shao was jolted awake by the sudden ringing of his phone. On the other end of the line, Wang Ming's anxious voice asked if he was truly planning to skip the college entrance exams. Yuan Shao froze for a moment, baffled because in his memory, he had graduated years ago, and his company was even on the verge of going public. Before he could process the situation, an overwhelming surge of foreign yet vivid memories flooded his mind. He realized he had transmigrated into a parallel world teeming with magical creatures. In this world, mysterious realms dotted the landscape, and humans coexisted peacefully with creatures called spirits. It wasn't unusual to see an elderly woman strolling down the street with an EV by her side, or flocks of pidgey and wingulls soaring through the skies. Trainers and breeders were among the most revered professions, and nations took immense pride in their elite four and champion-level trainers. As for Yuan Shao, he had arrived at a crucial juncture in this world in the eve of the Spirit College entrance exams. However, this version of him faced a daunting challenge. His impoverished background meant he didn't even own a single starter spirit. For an exam that required live combat with spirits, this was an insurmountable obstacle. Just as despair began to creep in, an unexpected twist occurred. Something resembling a familiar game controller suddenly appeared in his pocket. It was the very tool he had used to modify games back in his original world. Before he could react, the controller vanished, replaced by a synthesized electronic voice. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding to the God-tier modifier system. The system's welcome package left Yuan Shao astonished. The first gift was a god-level skill called Eye of Omniscience, which allowed him to see every detail about any spirit and enhanced his vision tenfold. The second gift was even more astonishing: a shiny, perfect IV Caterpie spirit egg. What's more, it inherited his pre-transmigration modifications, allowing it to evolve into Rayquaza at level 20. In a world where even the three legendary birds were considered top-tier deities, the prospect of owning a Rayquaza was beyond comprehension. Yuan Shao fully understood the implications. But the surprises didn't stop there. The third gift was a Delta Meteorite, a mysterious item that not only boosted all of Rayquaza's stats by 50, but also granted it the ability to Mega Evolve. Staring at the spirit egg and meteorite in his hands, Yuan Shao rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, with an opening like this, if I don't become the world's strongest champion, I'd be letting myself down. The system's voice continued to echo as Yuan Zhao's attention was drawn to a sudden glowing screen. The beginner rewards had been distributed, and the system began explaining its core functionality. When your actions shock others, you will earn shock points. By spending these points, you can alter reality, the system explained. Immediately, a detailed interface appeared before Yuan Shao. Basic modification, costs 100 points. Grants a random item, money, clue, or special reward. Intermediate modification, costs 500 points. Allows changes to a Pokemon's individual stats, talents up to champion level, abilities, and learned moves. Advanced modification, locked. Requires an additional 2,000 points to unlock. God level modification, locked. Requires an additional 10,000 points to unlock. Yuan Zhao's eyes widened, and his heartbeat quickened. The basic modification seemed like a gacha system, with the potential to score something as rare as a Master Ball. The intermediate modification, however, was even more astonishing. It could directly alter a Pokemon's core attributes, traits that would normally be determined at birth. His mind raced as he imagined the possibilities of higher-level modifications. Could they allow him to instantly boost levels, or even create legendary Pokemon? Unlimited money? Infinite Master Balls? Could these typical features of modding tools also become reality? Snapping out of his thoughts, Yuan Shao realized earning shock points wouldn't be too difficult. The Rayquaza in his possession, which could only evolve into a Caterpie, was sure to leave many people utterly dumbfounded. The system continued its introduction, revealing that the mission panel had been unlocked. A new screen appeared, divided into two sections, daily missions and mainline missions. The daily mission, Strive for Progress, required him to use the modification function once, and would reward him with a basic modification opportunity. However, Yuan Shao couldn't complete it yet, as he had no modification points to spend. He shifted his focus to the mainline mission. First encounter. Obtain your first Pokemon within 10 hours. Description. Tomorrow is the entrance exam, and waiting for the egg to hatch is not an option. Reward. A random SS level skill and one intermediate modification opportunity. Note. Failure to complete this task will prevent access to subsequent missions. The gravity of the situation hit Yuan Shao. He glanced at his phone. It was already 5 p.m. Pokemon eggs required 24 hours to hatch, but the entrance exam would conclude before noon tomorrow. Whether for the sake of the exam or the mission rewards, he needed to obtain a Pokemon quickly. Carefully, Yuan Shao placed the Delta Meteorite Essential for Mega Evolving Rayquaza into his pocket. He then inspected the high-quality incubation pod provided by the system, ensuring the egg's safety before locking it securely in a cabinet. Yun Xiao began brainstorming ways to acquire a Pokemon. In this world, obtaining one was no simple task. Pokemon possessed incredible destructive power. Just one champion-level Pokemon could level a city center in half an hour. As a result, the Pokemon League had established strict regulations. Only licensed professional trainers could freely capture Pokemon, and even they faced quantity restrictions. Ordinary citizens were required to purchase Pokemon through official channels and were prohibited from owning overly powerful ones. The only exception applied to students. Every student attending a Pokemon high school was allowed to prepare one starter Pokemon of their own. Yun Xiao realized this might be his only chance to get a Pokemon. However, time was not on his side, had to act fast. Students from well-off families can afford rare and high-stat Pokemon, which is an undeniable fact. However, the official league, understanding that not every family has such resources, has thoughtfully provided students with the opportunity to receive starter Pokemon at a price far below market value. Yun Xiao stood at the entrance of the school's breeding center, feeling conflicted. He vividly remembered that all his savings combined amounted to just 2,000 yuan. That amount wasn't even close to the minimum 5,000 yuan needed for the lowest tier, let alone enough for a better Pokemon. He sighed, realizing he would likely have to settle for the leftover Spokemon with the poorest stats and individual values, kept around just to make up the numbers. As Yun Xiao brooded over this, a sudden thought struck him. Still had his modifier system. Wait, what am I even worried about? He thought to himself. Low stats? Poor individual values? I can just modify them. The idea instantly reignited his spirit. With his mindset adjusted, Yun Xiao headed straight for the school's breeding center. It was the eve of the college entrance exams, and the school had given students a break to relax and prepare at home. As the only student who couldn't afford to rent a place and had to stay in the dorms, Yun Xiao found the campus eerily empty as he made his way to the breeding center. Good afternoon, Uncle Zhang. Yun Xiao greeted the elderly man at the entrance. This man, Zhang Xiong, was in charge of managing the breeding center and distributing the Pokemon. Even during the holidays, he stayed behind to take care of them. The two had become familiar with each other over time. Zhang Xiong looked up, surprised to see Yun Xiao. Xiao Yun? What brings you here? I'd like to claim a Pokemon, Yun Xiao said bluntly. Zhang Xiong was taken aback. Didn't you always refuse before? Why the sudden change? I've changed my mind, Uncle Zhang. Come on, show me what's available. Yun Xiao interrupted with a grin, skillfully steering the conversation away. Seeing this, Zhang Xiong didn't press further. He nodded and said, all right, but I need to remind you, since you didn't pay, you'll only be able to choose from the ones others left behind. Follow me. Zhang Xiong led Yun Xiao into the nurturing park, where a scene resembling a natural environment unfolded before their eyes. Various Pokemon roamed freely, appearing at ease as if they were in the wild. Yun Xiao's gaze was drawn to a Pokemon resting under a tree. In an instant, a stream of data appeared before his eyes. Scyther, Elite 4-level potential, power rating LV10, entry level. Type, bug flying. Ability, swarm bug type moves become more powerful when HP is below 1/3. Known moves, swords dance inherited, quick attack, pursuit. Individual values IVs, attack 20, special attack 25, speed 19, HP 0, defense 0, special defense 3. Yun Xiao quickly recalled the rules of this world. Pokemon potential is categorized into 7 tiers: entry, official, professional, elite, gym leader, elite 4, and champion. While potential does not fully determine a Pokemon's capability, higher potential makes breaking through level barriers significantly easier. This Scyther's potential was quite remarkable for this world, but its individual values left much to be desired, with several stats near zero. Zhang Xiong misinterpreted Yun Xiao's focused gaze and sighed. Ah, Xiao, the Pokemon here come with a service fee of at least 30,000. They're beyond your reach. Let's move on. Yun Xiao silently nodded and followed Zhang Xiong through several areas, eventually stopping in front of a smaller section. This is the free selection zone. See if there's anything you like, Zhang Xiong said. Yun Xiao carefully observed the Pokemon in this zone. Most were common species with low base stats and mediocre potential. Pokemon like Pidgey, Rattata, and Spearow were scattered throughout, all with potential no higher than entry level and generally low individual values. Yun Xiao fell into deep thought. Although he had a modifier system, he regarded every Pokemon as an important partner and was determined to train them earnestly. Whether base stats could be altered remained uncertain, but among this group, Pidgey's final evolution, Pidgeot, had the highest base stat total of 479. Just as Yun Xiao was about to settle on choosing a Pidgey, an unusual figure caught his attention. In the center of the area, under a tree, lay a Pokemon with white fur. Lazily sprawled out it was a Slakoth. Yun Xiao immediately pulled up its data. Slakoth, champion level potential, power rating LV9, entry level. Type, normal. Ability, truant. The Pokemon loafs around every other turn. Known move, scratch. Individual values IVs, attack 31, special attack 20, speed 18, HP 31, Defense 29, Special Defense 25. Yuan Shao was stunned. Such exceptional potential and individual values. Yet this Pokemon was in the free selection zone? A Pokemon like this would be considered priceless among trainers. Zhang Xiong noticed Yuan Shao's reaction and the Slakoth, a Pokemon that ultimately evolves into the powerful Slaking, boasts astonishing base stats comparable to those of legendary Pokemon. While legendaries undeniably dominate competitive battles, the base stats of Slaking far surpass those of most starter Pokemon. However, almost no trainers are willing to invest in raising one. The reason lies in its innate ability truant. Whether in battle or everyday situations, both Slakoth and Slaking exhibit extreme laziness, often to the point of falling asleep mid-battle. This trait makes them notoriously difficult to train, to the extent that Yuan Shao had never heard of any top-tier trainer successfully raising one. Because of this, the Slakoth in front of him, despite its decent potential, had been completely overlooked. Yet, at this moment, a bold idea flashed through Yuan Shao's mind. Just because others couldn't train it didn't mean he couldn't. After all, he possessed the intermediate ability to modify Pokemon traits, which meant he could directly alter its ability. If I can remove the truant ability and enhance its potential and individual stats, this could become an extraordinary Pokemon. Yuan Shao thought to himself. Without hesitation, he pointed at the Slakoth. Uncle Zhao, will take this one. Zhao Xiong was taken aback and quickly pulled Yuan Shao aside. Are you out of your mind? That's a Slakoth. Even the champion of the Dragon Nation wouldn't dare claim they could train one of these properly. Uncle Zhao, I've made up my mind. Yuan Shao replied firmly, shaking his head. Zhao Xiong frowned deeply, his tone softening as he tried to reason with him. Yuan Shao, I know you're looking for a good Pokemon. How about this? I'll lend you the 5,000 coins, and you can choose a Hoppip or an Oddish instead. They're much easier to raise and still have great potential. Yuan Shao felt a warmth in his heart, knowing Zhao Xiong had his best interests at heart. However, he politely declined the offer. You stubborn kid. Zhao Xiong sighed, a mix of frustration and resignation in his voice. Nonetheless, he handed Yuan Shao a redanned white Pokeball. All right, fine. You won't need to negotiate for this one, just go ahead and catch it. Taking the Pokeball, Yuan Shao skillfully tossed it toward the Slakoth. The ball didn't even wiggle before the capture was complete. It was unclear whether the Slakoth had no desire to resist or was simply too lazy to bother. At that moment, a system notification rang in Yuan Shao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest first steps. You have received a Pokemon. Would you like to claim your reward now? With people around, Yuan Shao naturally couldn't claim his reward right away. Now that lazy Wong had been subdued, Zhao Xiong processed the registration paperwork, officially making this laid-back creature Yuan Shao's partner. Pokemon obtained through this method required lifelong responsibility from their trainers. They could not be abandoned or sold at will, or the trainer could face imprisonment. Zhao Xiong watched Yuan Shao's retreating figure with a furrowed brow, muttering anxiously to himself, sigh. I thought this kid had finally figured things out and was ready to give this path a real shot. But the first Pokemon he picks is one like this. Practically no future prospects, unless a miracle happens. He let out a heavy sigh. Let's hope some kind of miracle does occur. Yuan Shao sprinted back to his dorm, slamming the door shut and locking it securely. He eagerly opened his locked cabinet to check if the egg was still intact. Come out, Lazy Wong, he said, tossing the Pokeball. In a flash of white light, Lazy Wong appeared before him. Lazy Wong slowly lifted its head, seemingly sizing up its new trainer. Yuan Shao's emotions were mixed. This was his first time truly capturing a Pokemon, an experience vastly different from playing a game. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously reached out to pat Lazy Wong's head. To his surprise, Lazy Wong didn't resist. Instead, it closed its eyes in comfort, leaning into his touch with an air of affection. Yuan Shao, from now on, I'll be your trainer. Let's work together, Yuan Shao said with a smile. Lazy Wong gave a slow, blank nod before its gaze wandered off, as if it had started daydreaming. Yuan Shao sighed inwardly, thinking, it's probably not ignoring me, it's just too lazy to react much more. Well, this is a problem I can fix soon enough. His expression sharpened as he silently commanded in his mind, System, claim mission reward. The system promptly responded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the SS level skill. Aura Power. Aura Power SS level. A mysterious and powerful force, considered the strongest level of aura humans can theoretically achieve, can be further enhanced through the system. Yuan Shao's lips curled into a smile as he read the message. Aura Power. This unique ability was famously associated with Pokemon like Lucario, a Pokemon with strength rivaling that of pseudo-legendaries. It was precisely this power that made Lucario such a formidable presence. Aura Power could sense the environment, communicate with Pokemon, and even enhance their abilities in battle. It was like an upgraded version of psychic powers. The only drawback might be that it didn't allow the user to directly attack or defend themselves. Even the most skilled aura users had never used it as an offensive ability. However, Yun Xiao noticed the note at the end of the message and immediately understood. This power could be further enhanced through the system, surpassing human limits. As excitement surged within him, a bright blue orb of light appeared out of nowhere and fused into his body. In an instant, Yun Xiao felt a strange energy coursing through him. He closed his eyes, and an invisible wave of aura radiated outward from him, covering the entire area around him. Scenes and images unfolded in his mind like three-dimensional models. When he opened his eyes again, he was astonished to realize his perception now extended across the entire building. And this is just me being inexperienced. A few more tries, and it'll be a walking, talking human radar. Yun Xiao murmured to himself in awe. Everything around him felt within his grasp, and this was merely the tip of the iceberg for aura power. He turned to look at Lazy Wang and activated the ability again. A peculiar sensation washed over him, and he realized he could now communicate directly with Lazy Wang through their minds. Hello, Lazy Wang? Yun Xiao tentatively called out in his thoughts. You can actually talk to me directly. Wow? Lazy Wang responded, its expression surprised, though its mental voice was drawn out and sluggish like an elderly person crossing the street, making Yun Xiao chuckle helplessly. Clearly, its lazy nature was at play again. However, Yun Xiao wasn't worried. This was a problem he could solve right away. Without hesitation, he commanded, System, use the intermediate modification. Change Lazy Wang's ability. He decisively used up the modification chance included in his mission rewards. The system responded immediately. Ding. Modification opportunity consumed. Proceeding with requested changes. Yun Xiao stared at the three choices before him, his mind racing. He had initially thought that activating the modifier would allow him to directly change Slakith's traits, but he hadn't anticipated so many restrictions. Gaining the strongman trait outright was clearly no easy task. Not only did Slakith need to reach level 20, but it also had to win battles against higher-level opponents. Given Slakith's current traits, even fighting opponents of the same level was already a significant challenge, let alone surpassing them. What made things even trickier was the requirement to defeat an opponent that already possessed the strongman trait. Yun Xiao racked his brain and could only think of two potential Pokemon, Diggersby and Azumarill. However, both were incredibly rare in the region and secret zones he currently occupied. As for Mega Mawile, it was completely out of the question in a world where Mega Evolution hadn't even been discovered yet. Yun Xiao found himself at a crossroads. Should he choose the first option and take a gamble on randomly altering Slakith's traits, or should he persist in his pursuit of the strongman trait? Just as he was caught in indecision, the information before him suddenly flickered, bringing unexpected good news. Detected. This is the host's first modification attempt. As a result, modification difficulty has been significantly reduced. Requirements have been updated. Immediately, the conditions for the third option underwent a dramatic change. Option 3. Slakith loses its lazy trait and gains the strongman trait. New requirement. Slakith must reach level 10. Yun Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. Was there even a choice to make? Without hesitation, he exclaimed, System, I choose option 3. With the system's notification sound echoing in his ears, Yun Xiao's screen quickly cleared out, leaving only the final line of text. He stared at it intently, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. The modification details were displayed clearly. Grant Slaking the strongman trait. Modification requirement. Slaking must reach level 10. Current progress, LV 910. This is it. Yun Xiao murmured to himself, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes. With the strongman trait, Slaking's power would be transformed beyond recognition. The crucial question now was how to get Slaking to level up and meet the modification requirement. As Yun Xiao was lost in thought, the system chimed again. Ding. Daily task, strive for progress completed. Congratulations, host. You have earned one basic modification opportunity. Immediately after, another notification popped up. Ding. Main quest updated. Newbie task 2. Stand out from the crowd. Difficulty. C. Task description. As a transmigrator, if you can't even achieve outstanding results, this system will feel ashamed on your behalf. Task requirement. Achieve the best possible results in the upcoming Pokemon entrance exam. The better the results, the greater the rewards. Yun Xiao quickly skimmed through the task details, his mind already working on a plan. He had just used a modification opportunity, but completing the daily task earned him another. Now, the main quest required him to excel in tomorrow's entrance exam, with the promise of increasingly generous rewards for better performance. Judging by how this system operates, the reward for this task is bound to be incredible. Yun Xiao thought to himself, I have to aim for the highest tier of rewards. With his determination set, Yun Xiao began strategizing for the Pokemon entrance exam. The exam consisted of 2 parts, a theoretical test and a practical battle test. Theoretical knowledge posed no challenge for him. He could probably ace it without breaking a sweat. After all, when it came to Pokemon theories, the combined knowledge of everyone in this world couldn't hold a candle to his. However, the real challenge lay in the practical battle test. Yuan Shao would have to command his Pokemon in battle, and their performance would determine his score. To secure a top result, he needed to modify Slaking's trait today. And so, the problem circled back to the beginning. How could he get Slaking to level up? Yuan Shao mulled over the usual methods for leveling up Pokemon. Training was too slow, and with Slaking's current lazy disposition, getting him to train was harder than climbing a mountain. Battles were a more efficient option, but Yuan Shao couldn't immediately find a suitable opponent. Even if he did, there was no guarantee Slaking would win. There was also the option of using energy-rich items like rare candies or energy cubes, but even the most basic rare candy cost thousands, and a single jar of energy cubes was priced in the hundreds. With Yuan Zhao's current financial situation, those were out of the question. Just as Yuan Shao was feeling stuck, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, didn't I just earn a basic modification opportunity? According to the system's description, a basic modification could yield a random reward. If he drew money, rare candies, or energy cubes, he could use them to level up Slaking. If he got something like an experience boost or a special item, it would be even better. With this realization, Yuan Shao immediately opened the modification menu and selected the basic modification option. The host has consumed one basic modification opportunity. Beginning reward selection. As the system announced this, a spinning wheel appeared before Yuan Shao, whirring at high speed. He could barely make out 4 sections on the wheel: a large item section, 2 equally sized sections for money and hints, and a tiny sliver marked with the mysterious reward category. The wheel spun rapidly, gradually slowing down. The pointer passed the item section, then the money section, and finally came to rest on the hint section. Yuan Shao sighed, already brainstorming other ways to level up Slaking. But before he could fully process his next steps, the wheel gave a barely noticeable twitch. That tiny movement nudged the pointer out of the hint section and into the next section. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your luck is off the charts. You have received a mystery reward. Yuan Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen. Is this for real? Yuan Shao was stunned, the system's notification still echoing in his ears. He never imagined that he would hit the 5-chance special reward on his very first try. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special reward: Simulated Secret Realm, Evergreen Forest Simulated Secret Realm. Frowning, Yuan Shao began to recall the many rumors about secret realms. Thousands of years ago, these mysterious spaces had suddenly appeared all over the world, giving rise to the existence of unique creatures known as spirits. Each secret realm was a treasure trove of resources, containing everything from rare minerals to extraordinary spirits. For ordinary people, bringing even one item out of a secret realm could lead to instant wealth. However, venturing into these secret realms was anything but easy. Within them lurked spirits hostile to humans, some even driven to madness, posing extreme danger. According to the Spirit Alliance's statistics, hundreds of thousands of trainers lost their lives in secret realms every year. Despite this, countless individuals still risked everything, dreaming of fortune and glory. Consequently, the Alliance strictly regulated access to secret realms, granting entry only to certified professional trainers who had passed formal assessments. As Yuan Shao puzzled over the meaning of this so-called simulated secret realm, the system promptly provided an explanation. To answer the host, the simulated secret realm is a virtual space generated by the system based on real-world secret realms. This revelation sent a shock through Yuan Shao. Did this mean he could have exclusive access to an entire secret realm's resources? But on second thought, with his current strength, he wouldn't dare to recklessly enter even the lowest level secret realm. Just as he hesitated, the system continued. All terrain, spirits, and resources within the simulated secret realm will synchronize with those in the real-world secret realm. The host cannot bring anything out of the simulated realm, but can gain battle experience points. Furthermore, if the host encounters danger within the simulated realm, you will be immediately teleported back to reality. Realization dawned on Yuan Shao, his eyes lighting up with excitement. This simulated secret realm would not only allow his spirits to safely gain battle experience, but also help him map out the distribution of valuable resources ahead of time. When he eventually entered a real secret realm, he could head straight for his targets. This was nothing short of a godsend. While others risked their lives exploring secret realms, he could do it as effortlessly as playing a game. He could even grind levels in the simulated realm before making his real debut. Eagerly, Yuan Shao opened the newly appeared interface. Simulated Secret Realm unlocked. Realm: Evergreen Forest 1 star. Description: a dense forest inhabited by grass-type and bug-type spirits. Simple terrain, small area. Rare resources: mysterious berries, grass-type treasures, high potential grass and bug spirits. Recommended level: 520. Note: spirits within the recommended level range will gain double experience points in battle. Realm unlock progress: 0. Reaching certain progress thresholds will grant additional rewards. Double experience points. Extra rewards. Yun Xiao, already thrilled by this new feature, was now even more delighted by these unexpected benefits. No wonder this secret realm had only a 5 chance of being drawn. Thinking about how his Slacketh finally had a place to level up, Yun Xiao wasted no time in giving the command. System, enter the simulated secret realm Evergreen Forest. Before his words had fully left his mouth, Yun Xiao and his Slacketh vanished from his dormitory in an instant. The host has arrived in the simulated secret realm Evergreen Forest. The exploration map has been updated. As the system's voice rang out, Yun Xiao opened his eyes to find himself standing on a patch of lush green grass. Surrounding him was a dense forest, the air filled with the fresh scent of nature. This is such a perfect recreation, so realistic, he murmured in amazement. His gaze fell on a glowing screen in front of him, where a detailed map was displayed. Taking a deep breath, Yun Xiao prepared to embark on his exploration of the simulated secret realm. The map was almost entirely shrouded in gray, suggesting that Yun Xiao would need to continuously explore the secret realm to unlock new paths. He glanced at it briefly before shifting his focus. The priority now was to find a suitable opponent for Slacketh, leveraging the double experience point bonus to level it up to 10. Closing his eyes, Yun Xiao activated his aura power. Instantly, he sensed the presence of a Pokemon hidden in the bushes to his left. Focusing his energy, the image of the creature became clear in his Minda green, caterpillar-like body with 2 shaped red antennae on its head. It was none other than the common Caterpie. Perfect, Yun Xiao thought with a smile. Caterpie had low base stats and was weak in the real world. While it could evolve quickly into Butterfree, few skilled trainers ever considered it a viable main Pokemon. It was the ideal opponent for Slacketh. Slacketh, go. Use Scratch on that spot, Yun Xiao commanded, pointing toward the bush where Caterpie was hiding. However, the anticipated dynamic battle scene did not unfold. Slacketh sluggishly dragged its heavy body forward, clumsily raising its claw as it inched toward the bush. Then, it stumbled over a rock, losing its balance and tumbling straight into the bush. Yun Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Now he truly understood why no one chose Slacketh as their starter Pokemon. No matter how good its potential was, its ability made it an absolute mess on the battlefield. Mei. Startled, the Caterpie emerged from the bush. A string of data instantly appeared before Yun Xiao's eyes. Pokemon, Caterpie. Potential, beginner level. Type, bug. Strength rating, LV4, practically useless. Ability, Shield Dust prevents additional effects from attacks. Moves, String Shot, Tackle. Individual values, Attack 3, Special Attack 7, Speed 10, HP 9, Defense 0, Special Defense 8. Looking at such pitiful stats, Yun Xiao thought to himself, if Slacketh can't win this, then there's really no hope. Slacketh, come on, the opponent is weak. This is your first battle, you can do it, Yun Xiao encouraged. Several minutes later, Yun Xiao sighed as he watched the Caterpie collapse, unable to move, with stars spinning in its eyes. The battle had been almost too painful to witness, resembling 2 kindergartners pushing each other around. Fortunately, Caterpie was nearly devoid of offensive power. After multiple uses of Scratch, Slacketh finally drained its opponent's stamina. However, even this short battle left Slacketh sprawled out on the ground, panting heavily. An outsider might mistake it for having survived a grueling, life-or-death struggle. Communicating through aura, Yun Xiao learned that Slacketh didn't want to be like this either. It simply couldn't muster strength during battles. This was clearly the effect of its truant ability. Don't worry, I'll help you fix this soon, Yun Xiao reassured. Slacketh blinked in surprise, unable to comprehend how its ability could possibly be changed. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations! Your Pokemon Slacketh has won the battle. Experience points gained. 20 by 240. Congratulations! Your Pokemon Slacketh has leveled up to level 10. Yun Xiao let out a breath of relief. Thankfully, Slacketh was just 1 experience point shy of leveling up. Otherwise, he would have had to find another opponent, a thought that already felt exhausting. Modification conditions met. Would you like to proceed immediately? Modify. Yun Xiao responded without hesitation. A radiant light enveloped Slacketh's entire body and quickly faded. Checking the data, Yun Xiao noted that its ability had been updated. Ability, Guts physical attack power doubles, making the body stronger and sturdier. Slacketh, how do you feel? Yun Xiao asked. Slacketh closed its eyes, taking a moment to sense the changes. Suddenly, it let out an excited cry. Machi? That feeling of being unable to exert strength or move quickly had vanished. Not only that, but it also felt significantly stronger. Standing up, Slacketh tested its movements, bunching, running, all of which were now smooth and effortless. It showed no signs of fatigue. Machi! Overjoyed, it jumped onto Yun Xiao's shoulder, nuzzling him affectionately to express its happiness. Watching Slacketh's newfound agility, Yun Shao couldn't help but pat its head with a smile. Now this looks much more normal. He paused before continuing, but remember, tomorrow is the practical assessment. While we still have time, let's find a few more opponents to level up. Let's go. Machi. Slacketh responded enthusiastically. With that, the trainer and his Pokemon ventured deeper into the forest, ready for the challenges ahead. Slaking, use Scratch. Yun Shao decisively commanded, pointing at the Spearow blocking their way. Despite Slaking's seemingly sluggish demeanor, it exploded with incredible speed, charging straight at the Spearow. Its claws gleamed as they struck down with force. Chirp, the Spearow hadn't even had time to react before being taken out in a single blow, losing its ability to fight. A system notification flashed. Slaking is victorious. Experience points doubled to 160. Level increased to 13. Yun Shao nodded in satisfaction. As expected, Slaking's combat prowess had skyrocketed since gaining the huge power ability. That level 10 Spearow had been taken down with just a basic move. After dozens of battles, Slaking had reached level 13. Although it hadn't learned any new moves, its strength had increased more than tenfold since the beginning. Yun Shao thought to himself, tomorrow's battle assessment shouldn't be a problem. That's enough for today. You did great, Yun Shao said to Slaking. Machi. Slaking waved its claws wearily. While its huge power ability thrilled it, the continuous battles had clearly worn it out. Yun Shao returned Slaking to its Pokeball and checked the map of the secret realm. A small area around the starting point had been revealed, with wild Pokemon distributions marked. The exploration progress was now at 9, meaning he had covered about 1/10 of the evergreen forest. Yun Shao mused, next time, I can venture deeper Pokemon there should be at higher levels, and leveling up will be faster. He silently recited, exit simulated secret realm, and in an instant, he was back in his dorm room in the real world. By evening, Yun Shao was leaning against his bed, munching on a piece of bread to stave off hunger. Suddenly, he realized that as a trainer, he needed to prepare specialized food for his Pokemon. Energy cubes were far too expensive for him, but he could afford some basic Pokemon food. He quickly ordered a 3-day supply of Pokemon food online. Half an hour later, a well-trained Pidgeot delivered the package. Yun Shao retrieved the food and called out Slaking. You're hungry, aren't you? Come and eat. Machi. Slaking happily dug in, while Yun Shao frowned in thought. The food was enough for one Pokemon for 3 days, but it had cost him 500 yuan. And with a Caterpie about to hatch tomorrow, his remaining 2,000 yuan clearly wouldn't last long. Yun Shao considered using basic modifications to gain more funds, but he'd already used up his modification attempts, and his shock points were still at 0. Even if he had points, there was no guarantee he'd get money. He fell into deep thought before finally deciding, I'll deal with it after tomorrow's college entrance exam. The night passed quickly. The next morning, at a high school in the center of Yunlan City, the exam was about to begin. One of the official venues for the ELF entrance exam was bustling with activity. Under the teaching building, hundreds of students had gathered, their faces a mix of tension and anticipation. In the crowd, a slightly chubby young man squeezed his way through and patted Yun Shao on the shoulder. It was Wang Ming, Yun Zhao's close friend, his face bursting with excitement. Yun bro, you've finally come to your senses? You scared me. I thought you were really going to give up, but here you are. Wang Ming exclaimed, his voice filled with relief. Yun Shao gave a faint smile. I just suddenly felt like becoming a trainer. Now that's the spirit. Wang Ming said enthusiastically, shaking the Pokeball in his hand. I assume you've already picked your elf? You know about my Snorlax. So, what did you get? Yun Shao glanced at Wang Ming and replied calmly, I went to the nursery yesterday and adopted a Slacketh. Wang Ming's smile froze abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief. Dude, are you serious? Before Yun Shao could respond, a mocking voice cut through the air. Ha, I thought some people weren't going to show up at all, but here they are. And they picked a Slacketh. I guess that suits you pretty well. The speaker was a lanky young man with bangs and a black jacket. Zhao Fulong. Yun Shao frowned slightly, recalling Zhao Fulong's usual arrogant demeanor, a trait he was all too familiar with. As soon as Zhao Fulong finished speaking, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Yun Shao's here? I thought he'd given up. He picked a Slacketh? Wow, that's bold. Choosing something like that. Is he afraid of doing too well on the exam? Zhao Fulong smirked and pulled out a Pokeball, releasing his elf. In a flash of white light, a green, seed-bearing Bulbasaur emerged, drawing gasps of admiration from the surrounding students. See this? This is the elf my dad got for Maya Bulbasaur, Zhao Fulong declared with pride. The crowd erupted in exclamations. A Bulbasaur? No way. Isn't this one of the rare starters? I heard they cost at least 400,000 or 500,000. Man, life in a wealthy family really is different. But Yun Shao's attention was fixed on the Bulbasaur's stats. He murmured softly to himself, level 9, gym leader potential. But the individual stats are low. None of them even break 20. It probably wouldn't stand a chance against Slacketh. Zhao Fulong's expression darkened as he caught Yun Xiao's last remark. Hey, Yun Xiao, what's that supposed to mean? Yun Xiao shrugged nonchalantly and replied in an even tone, oh, you heard that? Nothing much, just stating the truth. Based on the stats, this Bulbasaur would get wrecked by Slacketh. Hearing this, Zhao Fulong's anger turned into a mocking laugh. Alright then, during the practical exam later, do you dare team up with me? It'll show you the difference between us. To everyone's surprise, Yun Xiao gave Zhao Fulong a peculiar look and responded with ease. Huh? You want to team up with me? Sure, I don't mind. I was just wondering who'd make a good opponent for a team battle. Regular opponents can't really showcase Slacketh's power. Though Yun Xiao was kind-hearted, he had no qualms about teaching someone a lesson when they tried to walk all over him. Zhao Fulong never expected Yun Xiao to react this way, and he instantly panicked. Just as he was about to say something, a deep male voice suddenly interrupted, halting the brewing argument. What's all this noise? Quiet down. This is an exam hall. The students immediately fell silent, as if struck by a sudden chill. The speaker was a middle-aged man clutching a stack of books, the homeroom teacher of Yun Xiao's class, who also happened to be the grade director. Known for his strictness toward all students, even Zhao Fulong was no exception. The moment he appeared, no one dared to utter another word. The teacher's sharp gaze swept across the students, pausing momentarily when it landed on Yun Xiao. It was clear he hadn't expected Yun Xiao to be here. Clearing his throat, he began his pre-exam pep talk. Students, today marks the last day of your senior year. I'd like to share a few words with you. As the teacher spoke, Wang Ming discreetly nudged Yun Xiao with his elbow, whispering with a worried expression, Hey, you're not seriously planning to fight that jerk, are you? Sure, he's annoying, but his Bulbasaur is one of the starter Pokemon. It's way stronger than my Snorlax. If you really can't stand him, let me handle it. Yun Xiao remained calm and replied in a low voice, Don't worry, fatty. I only do things I'm confident about. Confident? Using a Slacketh to fight a starter Pokemon, how's that confidence? Wang Ming opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately sighed in defeat. Fine, Yun bro, just don't push yourself too hard. Meanwhile, the teacher was wrapping up his speech. The next 2 exams will have a direct impact on your future, so give it your all. But honestly, I'm sure you already understand that without me saying it. The written exam starts in 15 minutes. Grab your admission cards and head to your respective rooms. With a wave of the teacher's hand, the students quickly dispersed, heading toward their designated exam halls. Wang Ming hurriedly said to Yun Xiao, Yun bro, I'm in exam room C. I'll head there now. Good luck. Yun Xiao nodded in response. You too, give it your best. As Yun Xiao made his way to the nearby exam room A, he felt a hostile gaze on him. Turning around, he saw Zhao Fulong glaring at him with venomous eyes. You just wait. In the practical test, whoever backs out is a coward. Zhao Fulong snarled through gritted teeth. Yun Xiao merely shrugged, uninterested, and continued toward the exam hall, leaving Zhao Fulong behind. Exam room A was a spacious multimedia classroom, accommodating over 100 students. The atmosphere was heavy, and the room was silent as everyone sat nervously in their seats. Yun Xiao, however, stood out as he curiously observed a yellow Pokemon stationed at the front of the room. Pokemon, Alakazam. Type, Psychic. Potential, Elite 4 level. Power level, LV 55. Meteor Elite 4. Yun Xiao couldn't help but marvel. This Alakazam was specifically assigned to monitor the exam, ensuring that no cheating, whether through psychic abilities or other methods, went unnoticed. Unless someone managed to summon a champion-level psychic Pokemon, there was no way to outwit it. But then again, if someone had access to such a powerful Pokemon, why would they even bother taking this exam? With time to spare, Yun Xiao focused on sensing the aura emanating from Alakazam. Even from a distance, he could feel its overwhelming presence. Elite 4-level Pokemon were already considered top-tier among trainers. Yun Xiao couldn't help but wonder how long it would take for him to reach that level. Lost in thought, Yun Xiao was brought back to reality by the sound of the intercom. The broadcast announced the start of the exam. The exam duration is 120 minutes. Please answer the questions carefully. As the test papers were distributed, Yun Xiao quickly scanned through them and exhaled in relief. The questions posed no challenge to him. Whether it was about ability effects, move mechanics, base stats, or optimal training strategies, they were all straightforward topics for him. However, when he turned to the back of the paper, one question caught his attention. This one's interesting, Yun Xiao mused to himself. Half an hour later, the exam hall was still shrouded in a tense atmosphere. The only sound was the scratching of pens as students focused intensely on their answers. With the limited 2-hour time frame, everyone was racing against the clock. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Teacher, I'd like to submit my paper early. Before anyone could react, The student placed their paper down and swiftly exited the exam hall. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds, leaving everyone else in stunned disbelief. The quiet atmosphere of the exam hall was abruptly disrupted by a sudden commotion. A candidate stood up and handed in their paper just 30 minutes after the exam had begun. This bold move immediately caught the attention of the other test takers. Although the rules strictly prohibited any whispering or communication, astonished glances and hushed murmurs began to ripple through the room. The proctor frowned, striding quickly to the desk of the early finisher. While submitting the exam early wasn't against the rules, such behavior was highly unusual in the notoriously difficult elite trainers' high-stakes theory exam. Even in previous years, top scorers had always used every last minute to complete their answers. Puzzled, the proctor glanced down at the exam paper and froze. The test was filled out meticulously, with not a single blank space left. What was even more shocking was that, at a glance, every answer appeared to be correct. Taking a deep breath, the proctor picked up the paper and walked briskly to the front of the room, stopping beside Alakazam, who was overseeing the exam. With a questioning look, the proctor silently conveyed their suspicion that the student might have cheated. Alakazam, however, shook its head and transmitted its thoughts telepathically. The candidate had indeed exhibited a unique energy signature, but had completed the test entirely on their own, without using any abnormal abilities. The proctor's confusion only deepened. Completing such an extraordinarily challenging exam in just 30 minutes, and doing so flawlessly, was beyond the realm of genius. Still mystified, the proctor turned to the final page of the test, where an optional bonus question worth 10 points awaited. Every year, this question delved into advanced topics of professional trainer strategy, such as team composition or tactical synergy. Historically, only a handful of candidates ever managed to score on this section, and this year's question was said to be the most difficult yet. This year's bonus question focused on building a Rain team. Even among Elite Four members and champion-level trainers, Rain teams were a relatively new concept. The exam committee itself had debated whether the question was too advanced, assuming that virtually no student would earn points on it. Yet, on this test paper, the answer section for the bonus question was crammed with detailed writing, the text even spilling over onto the margins. The construction of a Rain team revolves around the rain weather condition, assembling Pokémon whose abilities and moves synergize with it. First, analyze the effects of rain. Water-type moves gain increased power, Thunder and Hurricane gain perfect accuracy, Pokémon with the Swift Swim ability experience a significant speed boost, and those with Dry Skin recover HP each turn. The team should be built around Pelipper as the rain setter, with Kingdra as the primary attacker using its Swift Swim ability, complemented by Ferrothorn for defensive synergy. The proctor stood frozen, stunned. The content not only surpassed the scope of current theoretical understanding, but was also entirely logical and well-founded. They couldn't help but mutter to themselves, who is this kid? Could they be the secret offspring of a champion? Meanwhile, outside the exam hall, Yun Xiao sat casually by the flower bed, handing a can of Pokémon food to his Slaking. Take it slow. You're eating like you haven't had a meal in days, he teased with a grin. Slaking hungrily devoured the food, mumbling through a mouthful, slack? Yun Xiao leaned back and muttered to himself, ugh, there's still an hour left. This waiting is so boring. To him, the exam questions, while tougher than in previous years, were as easy as elementary school math problems. Only the bonus question had been somewhat intriguing. A spark of excitement lit up his eyes as he thought aloud. This world's understanding of team strategies is still in its infancy. Concepts like defensive synergy and weather-based teams are just beginning to emerge among high-level trainers. Don't even get me started on advanced tactics like substitute toxic stalling. Yun Xiao felt a surge of excitement in his heart. These innovative tactics, never seen before, would surely catch his opponents off guard. And once those advanced strategies were revealed, they would undoubtedly earn him a flood of shock points. However, for now, he was just getting started, and all of that was a matter for the future. Suddenly, Yun Xiao remembered that today was the second day, and his daily missions should have refreshed. He immediately opened the system panel to check. Daily mission. The Joy of Victory Sea Level. Requirement. When a battle simulated secret realm battles do not count. Description. If someone annoys you, just beat them up. Reward. 1 basic modification chance, 5,000 spirit coins. 5,000 spirit coins, not bad. Yun Xiao said to himself, his mood lifting as he saw the reward. He was in desperate need of money. However, the mission description felt oddly suggestive, as though it was nudging him in some direction. As he pondered this, a sudden notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 1 shock point from the exam proctor. Yun Xiao froze for a moment before realizing this must have been the proctor's reaction to his exam paper. But just 1 point? That felt a bit stingy. The 2-hour exam flew by. As the theoretical exam ended, students poured out of the academic building and gathered in the open area below. Most wore expressions of frustration, some grumbled openly, and a few were even on the verge of tears. Clearly, The difficulty of the exam had far exceeded their expectations. Wang Ming, looking utterly dejected, walked up to Yun Xiao and sighed. Hey, Yun, this test was way too hard, wasn't it? Especially that last question about the rain team, I've never even heard of it. Then, noticing Yun Xiao's calm demeanor, Wang Ming asked suspiciously, wait a second, you're not worried at all? Did you do well on the test or something? Yun Xiao glanced at him and said, think about it. The test was hard for everyone, so it won't make a huge difference in the rankings. Wang Ming considered this and nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. Just as he was about to say something else, a stern voice suddenly interrupted them. Yun Xiao, did you hand in your paper early? It was their homeroom teacher, who had appeared out of nowhere. Yes, Yun Xiao replied with a nod. The teacher frowned deeply, his tone sharp. Why would you do that? Haven't I told you before? Even if you don't know the answers, you should at least fill something in. Never leave anything blank, and definitely don't submit your paper early. This is about your attitude. His reprimand was loud enough to draw the attention of nearby students, who quickly gathered around. Once they understood what was happening, a wave of murmurs broke out. Wow, someone actually handed in their paper early during an exam this tough? Maybe they just gave up. Honestly, I stopped knowing what to write after the first half hour myself. Still, Yun Xiao's got guts. Turning in his paper early in this kind of exam? He's not afraid of Mr. Li the Lion at all. Faced with the teacher's stern questioning, Yun Xiao thought for a moment and decided to answer truthfully. Teacher, I finished the paper in 25 minutes and spent another 5 minutes checking my answers. He spoke earnestly, but to the others listening, his words carried a very different implication. Mr. Li, also known as Li the Lion, was so upset that he was practically shaking. Disappointment was evident in his voice. You. Fine. I see. You've grown bold, haven't you? I thought you'd finally realized how important the college entrance exam is. But no, you're still treating your future like a joke. Unbelievable. At that moment, Zhao Fulong's mocking voice rang out. Ha ha ha, not hard? Finished in half an hour? What are you trying to say? That the rest of us are all idiots? He walked up to Yun Xiao, panting slightly, and sneered. First, you pick a trash Pokemon like Lazy Worm, and now you're saying ridiculous things like this. Yun Xiao, did something happen to you recently? Have you lost your mind? Yun Xiao noticed a flicker of emotion in his own eyes when Zhao Fulong uttered the words, trash Pokemon. Turning to Zhao Fulong, he shrugged and said, just remember what you said. I didn't insult everyone you did. Me? Insult everyone? Zhao Fulong looked bewildered, pointing at himself. Oh, so you're saying you're telling the truth, and we're all just idiots? Mr. Li couldn't hold back anymore and was about to scold Yun Xiao further, but a sudden exclamation from a girl nearby cut him off. Look, the results are out. Behind the crowd, a massive electronic screen displayed the scores and rankings of all the test takers in this exam hall. Theoretical exams, with their mostly objective answers, were graded quickly thanks to machines and psychic Pokemon working together. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to the results. They were eager to see who had claimed the top spot. Before long, someone cried out in surprise. Hey, isn't that Wang Qingshan, the dark horse from Yunlan City? 130 points? Damn, even with such a tough test, he scored that high? What a monster. Wait, he's only in second place? How is he not first with a score like that? Suddenly, another voice shouted in disbelief. Wait a minute. No way. Am I seeing this right? Look at who's in first place. The crowd collectively turned their gaze to the top of the leaderboard. In an instant, an eerie silence fell over them. Every single person stared at the screen with wide eyes, as if they had just seen a ghost. First place, Yun Xiao. Exam hall ranking, 1. Citywide ranking, 1. Score, 150,150. At that moment, the entire examination hall fell into a deathly silence. Yun Xiao's perfect score was like a bombshell, exploding in the minds of everyone present. All eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the glaring 150 points displayed on the electronic screen. Yun Xiao's earlier claim was now proven true. He had indeed completed this unprecedentedly challenging exam in just half an hour, as he had said. The homeroom teacher, Li Guanlan, stood rooted to the spot, his expression shifting from shock to regret, then to utter confusion. He had just harshly criticized Yun Xiao, accusing him of being irresponsible and treating the college entrance exam as a joke. Yet now, this score not only ranked first in the city but might even set a historic record in the realm of the spirit exams. Zhao Fulong's once smug smile had frozen on his face, replaced by a mix of pale and flushed emotions. He swallowed hard, his brain seemingly short-circuited, unable to process the reality before him. Suddenly, as though clutching at straws, he pointed at Yun Xiao and shouted loudly, "He cheated! You must have cheated! There's no way you could achieve a perfect score. This is impossible!" Yun Xiao was about to respond, but Wang Ming stepped forward first, standing between Zhao Fulong and Yun Xiao. With a mocking grin, he said, Zhao, did Jinbro's score scare you, stupid? Every exam hall has top-tier spirit monitors who could possibly cheat under their watch. Unless, of course, you think Yuan Shao secretly has some champion-level spirit with superhuman cheating abilities? Zhao Fulong snapped back to his senses, realizing his blunder. All eyes in the room were now on him, making him wish he could disappear into the ground. Gritting his teeth, he redirected his rage at Yuan Shao. Yun, don't get too cocky. The theory exam is just one part. Don't forget, you still have to face me in the practical combat assessment. Do you dare? Before Zhao Fulong could finish his sentence, Yuan Shao calmly nodded and replied, Sure, didn't we already agree on that? Holding up 3 fingers, he confidently added, My sloth spirit can beat you in just 3 moves. With that, he called out to Wang Ming, Fatty, let's go. The two walked away, their figures gradually fading from sight, leaving Zhao Fulong standing there, his expression shifting unpredictably. After a long pause, he ground out through clenched teeth, Yuan Shao, if I don't teach you a lesson later, I don't deserve the name Zhao. Then, in a fit of anger, he stormed off as well. The remaining students exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to process everything that had just unfolded. Yuan Zhao's astonishing performance, Zhao Fulong's outburst, and the looming practical combat test all left them brimming with anticipation and curiosity. This storm seemed to be just the prelude to an even greater upheaval. Yuan Shao not only achieved a perfect score in the college entrance exam, but also made history by ranking first in the entire city. His astonishing performance caused quite a stir, especially when he boldly declared that he could defeat Zhao Fulong in just 3 moves. Reactions to his claim were mixed. Such audacious statements would usually be met with ridicule. However, what had just unfolded made everyone reconsider this seemingly impossible proclamation. Could Yuan Shao really pull it off with just a slacketh? This question lingered in everyone's minds. Meanwhile, Wang Ming was panting as he tried to catch up with Yuan Shao. Yuan Go, slow down, he called out, prompting Yuan Shao to ease his pace. Finally catching up, Wang Ming exclaimed excitedly, Yuan Go, honestly, I almost suspected you cheated. You've been hiding your skills so well, full marks? Seriously? That's insane. Yuan Shao quipped, if even you suspected me, what were you saying earlier when Zhao Fulong questioned my score? Of course, I was on your side. Wang Ming said indignantly. That guy is so arrogant. Love to give his smug face a couple of punches. Then, his expression shifted to concern. Yuan Go, you're not seriously going to team up for a battle against him, are you? His Bulbasaur was handpicked by his dad, and you're slacketh? Don't worry, I've got this. You don't need to stress about it, Yuan Shao said casually, waving his hand with a calm expression. Deep down, he was confident. With his slacketh's current level, individual values, and its truant ability offset by its power, if he couldn't win, he might as well change his last name. Switching the topic, Yuan Shao asked, what about you? How did you do on the exam? Me? Well, the theory portion, you know how it is. Wang Ming gave a sheepish smile, but quickly clenched his fist in determination. But for the practical combat test later, my Snorlax isn't going to let anyone off easy. Sounds good. Go for it, I'm rooting for you, Yuan Shao said, patting Wang Ming on the shoulder. However, his gaze shifted to the system notification that appeared before him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 100 shock points from the reactions of 2,000 students and teachers in the exam hall. The shock points clearly stemmed from his perfect score. Yuan Shao frowned slightly and asked in his mind, System, why did one proctor earlier give me 1 point, but now 2,000 people only add up to 100 points? The system promptly replied, Host, the shock points you receive depend on the strength and social status of the individuals you shock. Since the people you just impressed are ordinary students and teachers, the points are relatively low. Yuan Shao nodded in understanding. The proctors in the exam hall were at least professional-level trainers, so each one contributed a full point. But he wasn't in a hurry, was confident that within a day, his perfect score would make headlines nationwide. When that happened, the shock points would surely skyrocket. Shortly after, the practical combat exam began in the stadium. This was the second crucial component of the Pokemon College entrance exam. 2 students would team up for a battle in front of the proctors, who would evaluate the Pokemon's performance and the students' command skills to assign scores. Typically, students with similar skill levels would pair up to ensure fair competition and better results for both sides. One by one, pairs of students stepped onto the battlefield in the center of the stadium, engaging in battles under the watchful eyes of hundreds of examinees and proctors. On a raised platform at the front of the battlefield, for recruitment officers from different universities observed the proceedings closely. On the left sat a young woman with fiery red hair, while on the right was a man in a suit. Both were intently analyzing the students' performances, seemingly searching for promising candidates. In contrast, the 2 individuals seated in the middle appeared rather disinterested. One was dressed in casual athletic wear, while the other sported slicked back hair and sunglasses, looking more like a vacationer than a professional. The man with the slicked back hair nudged the athletic wear guy with his elbow and muttered, "The quality of new students just keeps going downhill. There used to be at least a few decent prospects. Now, it's just disappointing." The athletic wear man nodded in agreement, speaking in a lazy tone. "Yeah, if they hadn't insisted I come here, I wouldn't have wasted half a day sitting around. So boring. How about we grab hot pot after this? My treat. Sounds good to me." Despite their casual chatter during the Pokemon College entrance exam, the two other recruitment officers showed no signs of dissatisfaction. Instead, they seemed to regard the duo with respect and admiration. The reason was simple. These two men were the admissions directors from the nation's top Pokemon universities, Modu University and Jinxing University, and were themselves gym leader-level trainers. To them, the candidates from Yunlan City were hardly worth their attention. After all, Modu and Jinxing were home to the highest concentration of trainers and the strongest overall talent pool in the country. Only the best of the best could hope to gain admission to these prestigious institutions. As they chatted, another battle concluded on the field. A Natu lay defeated on the ground, while the opposing Poliwag, though victorious, was panting heavily. Neither Pokemon displayed much strength, and the students' commands were amateurish at best. "Give them a tire. D would be too harsh, let's at least encourage them a little," the slicked-back man said, holding up a card marked with a C and showing it to the two students. "Yeah, that works," the athletic wear man shrugged, raising a similar card. The other two proctors quickly followed suit, assigning the same grade. While a tire wasn't a great score, it wasn't terrible either. The two students heaved sighs of relief as they left the battlefield. "Ugh, these lackluster battles 10 in a row now. Can't we get something interesting?" The man with the slicked back hair shook his head and glanced at the roster on the table. "Let me see. Next up is Zhao Fulong. His Pokemon is a Bulbasaur. Not bad, I'm finally a little intrigued. And his opponent is Yun Xiao. His Pokemon is..." He trailed off mid-sentence, staring at the roster for a long moment before finally managing to say, "A Slacketh?" As seasoned trainers, the slicked back-haired man and the tracksuit-wearing guy were well aware of the existence of the unique Pokemon, Slacketh. Upon hearing its name, the two exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. They silently thought to themselves that a trainer choosing Slacketh as their starter Pokemon might face a challenging road ahead. Nevertheless, the battle was set to proceed. The man with the slicked back hair signaled the staff to bring the competitors to the field. Shortly after, Yun Xiao and Zhao Fulong stood at opposite ends of the battlefield. Zhao Fulong flashed a confident smile and said to Yun Xiao, "Yun, I must say, you've got guts to challenge me. I admire your courage." Yun Xiao was suddenly greeted by two system notifications. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You've gained 100 shock points from the 2,000 examinees present." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You've gained 50 shock points from the 4 proctors." As the 150 shock points were credited, his daily mission was also completed. The system promptly issued a third notification. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission Victory's Joy Crank. Rewards: 1 primary modification opportunity, 5,000 spirit coins. Rewards have been deposited into the system space and can be withdrawn at any time." Yun Xiao had anticipated this outcome long before the battle began. While the Bulbasaur's stats were commendable, there was no chance it could stand against his Slaking, which had undergone intensive training in the secret realm and been granted the huge power ability. Defeat was inevitable. However, for the onlookers, the scene was nothing short of astonishing. A Slaking, relying solely on brute force and without even using any moves, had instantly knocked out a Bulbasaur. Everyone present shared the same thought. Is this really a Slaking? It's more like a Snorlax on steroids. The most shocked of all was Zhao Fulong. His Bulbasaur had been carefully selected by his family as his starter Pokemon, nurtured with immense resources, and far exceeded the strength of other Pokemon at the same level. Until now, it had never lost a single battle. Yet today, it had been publicly overpowered by a Slaking. Zhao Fulong stood frozen in place, his mind blank, even forgetting to retrieve his fainted Bulbasaur. In the stands, the proctors on either side were still recovering from their astonishment. Meanwhile, the man with the slicked back hair and the one in the tracksuit had their eyes locked on the seemingly lazy Slaking in the arena. As gym leader level trainers, they immediately recognized something extraordinary about this Pokemon. It had not only overcome its truant ability during battle, but also displayed terrifying strength capable of effortlessly hurling a Bulbasaur. What they didn't know was that Yun Xiao had secretly modified the Slaking's ability to huge power, which explained its incredible strength. The two gym leader level trainers exchanged bewildered glances, unable to make sense of what they had witnessed. After a brief pause, the man with the slicked back hair raised his scorecard first, S rank. This was the highest rating in the practical assessment, typically reserved for displays of exceptional skill and command. However, the sheer power demonstrated by the Slaking alone was enough to merit the rating. The man in the tracksuit followed suit, also awarding an S rank. The other two proctors nodded in agreement and gave the same evaluation. Just then, a staff member hurried onto the stage and whispered something into the ears of the four proctors. Their expressions changed immediately, and they all turned their gazes toward Yun Xiao. Student, have you considered applying to Jing University or Imo University? The man with the slicked back hair and the one in the tracksuit asked in unison, then froze as they realized they had spoken at the same time. The atmosphere in the examination hall suddenly grew tense. A man with slicked back hair shot to his feet, his eyes blazing with anger as he pointed at the man in a tracksuit and roared, "Damn it, old Zhao! The first student in history to get a perfect score in the theory exam. This kind of talent has to belong to our Beijing University. Don't you dare try to take him." The man in the tracksuit was not one to back down. He immediately fired back. "What gives you the right? Didn't he also achieve its grade in the practical assessment? How does that make him your university's property?" He slammed the table as he stood up. "I, Wang Daxing, am done playing nice with you today. Fine, let's settle this now. This student is coming to Magic University," the man with slicked back hair retorted, refusing to back off. The two admissions officers, seated at the invigilator's table, were locked in a heated argument, their faces red with fury. The students in the hall looked on in stunned silence, gasping in disbelief. After all, Magic University and Beijing University were the dream schools of countless aspiring trainers. Many people spent years retaking exams just for a slim chance of getting into one of these elite institutions, yet every year, countless applicants failed to make the cut. The admission standards were so high, they seemed almost unattainable. And now, here they were, witnessing admissions officers from Magic University and Beijing University publicly clashing over a single student. The scene was just as shocking if not more so than the earlier moment when Slaking had instantly defeated Venusaur. No, on second thought, perhaps that earlier moment was even more jaw-dropping. The hall was soon filled with murmurs of envy, astonishment, and admiration. So the one who got a perfect score in theory is Yun Xiao. Oh my god. He's really hit the jackpot. I don't even know whether to be jealous, envious, or just plain shocked anymore. I'm completely numb. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Yun Xiao felt a headache coming on. He hadn't anticipated things escalating to this level. While it was undeniably a good thing that both Magic University and Beijing University were vying for him after all, they were the top Pokemon universities in the country, offering resources and opportunities beyond the reach of most people. It left him in a difficult position. He now had to make a choice. Based on his memories, Beijing University focused on developing trainers' battle strategies, Pokemon care techniques, and imparting extensive Pokemon knowledge. Magic University, on the other hand, emphasized real-world combat and frequently organized expeditions into mysterious realms. As a transmigrator, Yun Xiao already possessed a deep understanding of Pokemon, which seemed to make Magic University a better fit. Yet, this was the real world, and practical Pokemon care was just as crucial. As Yun Xiao hesitated, a man in a suit timidly chimed in, Yun Xiao, our Cloud City University." Before he could finish, the fierce glares from the slicked-back man and the tracksuit man forced him to retreat, silencing him in defeat. At that moment, a red-haired teacher, unable to bear the scene any longer, sighed and said, "Gentlemen, come on, you're arguing back and forth, but in the end, isn't it up to the student to decide? The choice is his." The words hit home, and the two quarreling admissions officers suddenly snapped out of it. They immediately turned their attention to Yun Xiao. The slickback man quickly spoke up, "Yun Xiao, our Beijing University is the #1 school in the nation in terms of overall strength. We offer top-notch facilities, excellent benefits, and unparalleled teaching resources. You won't regret choosing us." The man in the tracksuit wasted no time countering, "Huh? #1 overall strength? Ask anyone how many champion trainers have come out of Magic University. Everything they have, we have too. But that's not all. If you join us, we'll provide an annual stipend of 1 million yuan, and everything in our resource library will be available to you at a 20% discount." Yun Xiao thought to himself, that's a pretty tempting offer. The slicked-back man, sensing Yun Xiao's interest, quickly upped the ante. "Yun Xiao, if you come to Beijing University, not only will we match his offer, but we'll also let you choose a pseudo-legendary Pokemon egg from our breeding center for free." The moment those words left his mouth, the entire hall fell silent, as if struck by lightning. A pseudo-legendary Pokemon egg. On the market, one of those could easily cost millions, and that's if you could even find one, given their extreme rarity. Sometimes, no amount of money could buy one. Yet now, such a coveted treasure was being offered to Yun Xiao on a silver platter. The man in the tracksuit was momentarily stunned but quickly gritted his teeth and countered, "We can give you a pseudo-legendary Pokemon egg too, and we guarantee it will have Elite Four potential. Plus, we'll cover all the resources needed for the first 2 years of its development." The hall erupted once again. A pseudo-legendary egg with Elite Four potential. And the cost of raising a pseudo-legendary was astronomical, with monthly expenses easily reaching hundreds of thousands of yuan, far beyond what an average person could afford. Yet here was Magic University, willing to shoulder that burden for Yuan Shao. The other students felt the world spinning around them. Such offers were beyond anything they could even dream of. This level of treatment was simply unattainable for anyone else. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Even the man with the slicked-back hair hadn't expected such generous terms, and his expression immediately darkened. "Old Zhao, you really are ruthless," he muttered under his breath, then turned to Yuan Shao with a strained smile. "Well, when it comes to the quality of spirit eggs, our capital university indeed can't compare. The offers I made earlier were already the best I could authorize, but for you, I can go further. I promise to cover 6 months of advanced resources for nurturing quasi-legendary Pokemon, and even get the principal to make an exception granting you a temporary professional trainer's license on your first day of enrollment." As soon as he finished, the room erupted in gasps of astonishment. A temporary professional trainer's license meant enjoying the same privileges and benefits as an official trainer, allowing unrestricted passage anywhere. Normally, such a license was only awarded to senior students with outstanding performance, yet Yuan Shao might obtain one upon enrollment. The other examinees couldn't help but envy him. After both admissions officers had presented their offers, their eyes simultaneously turned to Yuan Shao, awaiting his decision. Although neither wanted to lose such a talented candidate, the final choice rested with Yuan Shao himself. Yuan Shao fell into deep thought, weighing the offers from the two universities. The quasi-legendary Spirit Egg and substantial nurturing subsidies from Magic City University were undeniably tempting. However, the resource discounts and the potential license from Capital University were also hard to ignore. Just as he hesitated, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has triggered a side quest. Make a decision. Crank quest description. Joining a Pokemon University will aid the host in becoming a powerful trainer. Different choices will yield different quest rewards. Choose Capital University to receive 1 random SS grade clue and 1 random SS grade skill. Choose Magic City University to receive a permanent double XP card. Please make your choice. Scanning the information quickly, Yuan Zhao's mind was made up. While he had been on the fence, the reward for choosing Magic City University tipped the scales. A permanent double XP card. From both a long-term and immediate perspective, this was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss, even when compared to the 2 SS grade rewards. He raised his head and, with a firm tone, declared, "I've made my decision. Magic City University's teaching methods suit me better." "My apologies." The man in the tracksuit broke into a broad grin upon hearing this. "Excellent. Haha. Welcome. Welcome. I'm Zhao Qingsong, but just call me Old Zhao." The man with the slicked-back hair, though visibly disappointed, waved it off with a resigned smile. "It's all right. Choosing a university is your decision. If you ever change your mind, don't hesitate to contact me." As he spoke, he handed Yuan Shao a business card. Yuan Shao accepted the card politely and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the crowd suddenly remembered someone who had been awkwardly standing on the battlefield the entire time: Zhao Fulong. His face was pale, and he looked utterly humiliated. Not only had he been publicly defeated in a crushing manner, but now the two admissions officers were competing over Yuan Shao while completely ignoring him. Even his battle score hadn't been addressed. He was stuck in an awkward limbo, unsure of what to do. Just then, Yuan Shao spoke up. "Teacher, Zhao's battle assessment hasn't been graded yet." The man with the slicked-back hair, still in a sour mood over losing such a top-tier candidate, frowned as he recalled Zhao Fulong's cocky demeanor earlier. Although his initial Pokemon is decent, he completely lacks composure and was far too careless and overconfident. He didn't even begin to showcase Bulbasaur's potential. Drank. Zhao Fulong was left speechless. Careless and overconfident? That Slacketh took out my Bulbasaur in one hit. Whether I was careless or not, does it even matter? It was a one-hit KO. Overwhelmed by frustration, Zhao Fulong's vision went black, and he fainted on the spot. And with that, this year's Pokemon entrance exams came to a close for Yuan Shao. For some others, it effectively marked the end of their journey as well. Yuan Shao stood on the battlefield, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Although his slaking had performed admirably, the final outcome was less than satisfactory. Nevertheless, he exchanged contact information with Zhao Qingsong from Modu University and patiently waited for Wang Ming to finish his match. Wang Ming's duel with a female classmate wasn't particularly dazzling, but it was solid and respectable. Both received a great evaluation, and their joy was evident. As soon as Wang Ming stepped off the field, he dashed toward Yuan Shao, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Yunj, you were amazing!" Wang Ming exclaimed enthusiastically. "Did you see Zhao Fulong's face? He looked so angry he was about to pass out. What's the deal with your slaking? Is it secretly a Ditto in disguise? Even Jing University and Modu University are fighting over you. I suddenly feel like my good buddy has become a stranger." Yun Xiao lightly patted Wang Ming on the shoulder and said warmly, "Don't talk nonsense. No matter what, our brotherhood won't change. You did well too so. Which university are you planning to go to?" After a moment of thought, Wang Ming replied, "I'm still discussing it with my family, but I'll probably go to Zhejiang University. It's not as prestigious as Jing University or Modu University, but it's still a top-tier school in the country. Not bad. Zhejiang University isn't far from Modu University. Drop by and visit when you have time," Yun Xiao said with a smile. Wang Ming smiled back but quickly pressed on, "Yunj, don't change the subject. What's the deal with your slaking? How did you train it? Did you use steroids or something?" Feigning mystery, Yun Xiao waved his hand. "Can't say, can't say." After bidding farewell to Wang Ming, Yun Xiao returned to his dorm room. Sitting on his bed, he opened the system panel, and a series of notifications immediately popped up. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Make your choice now. Clevel host has been rewarded. Permanent double XP card. From now on, your Pokemon will earn double experience in battles. A slight smile appeared on Yun Xiao's lips. This meant his rate of growth would double. Coupled with the simulated Secret Realm's inherent double XP, that made it 4 times the experience. This was precisely why he had decisively chosen Modu University. But this wasn't the only task he had completed. He continued to check the panel. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the novice task. Standout. Task completion rating. SS grade. You successfully attracted the attention of 2 top universities in the country. Task rewards. SS grade character skill Pokemon affinity. Special simulated secret realm Molten Canyon 3-star. Yun Xiao carefully reviewed the skill description. SS grade character skill, Pokemon affinity. All Pokemon will easily develop a fondness for you, including legendary Pokemon. Increases the probability of encountering rare Pokemon. Although this passive skill differed from the Aura ability, its effects were undoubtedly powerful. As a trainer, this affinity would save him a lot of trouble and significantly boost his chances of encountering rare Pokemon. Next, he examined the details of the simulated secret realm. Simulated secret realm, Molten Canyon 3-star. Note, this is a special secret realm containing numerous undiscovered treasures and rare items. Host is advised to take it seriously. Suitable Pokemon level, LV30 LV40. Pokemon within this level range will earn double experience points when battling in the secret realm. Yun Xiao was a bit surprised. This secret realm seemed to be located near Modu. The treasures within the realm contained potent elemental energy that could greatly enhance a Pokemon's strength. High-level treasures could even directly improve a Pokemon's potential. While Yun Xiao's system allowed him to modify potential at will, doing so consumed resources and required specific conditions. If he could obtain high-grade treasures from the secret realm, he could boost his strength directly, and the treasures themselves held significant market value. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. However, he ultimately suppressed the urge to enter the secret realm immediately. A 3-star secret realm was dangerous even for professional trainers. With his current strength, he would likely be forced out by the system as soon as he entered. He closed the notifications and decided to focus on improving his strength first. At that moment, a new task appeared on the system panel. Ding. All novice tasks completed. Main storyline tasks have officially begun. Main task, break through to professional level. Task grade, A requirement. Within half a month, have at least 2 Pokemon reach the professional level. Current progress, 0-2. Task rewards, 1 intermediate modification chance, 1 S grade clue. Task description. Why are you staring at me? Do you think you have all the time in the world? Go train already. Yun Xiao was left speechless by the system's task description. He realized that while the system generously offered rewards, its tone when issuing tasks always carried a hint of sarcasm. Shaking his head, he consoled himself with the thought that the generous rewards made up for this minor annoyance. The main task required him to help 2 Pokemon reach the professional level within 2 weeks. It was no easy feat, but with a 4-fold experience boost, Yun Xiao was confident he could accomplish it on time. He unlocked a cabinet and carefully took out a jar containing a Pokemon egg. After an entire day of waiting, the egg was only a few hours away from hatching. Staring at it with anticipation, he gently placed the egg on his bedside table. Finally, with a moment to breathe, Yun Xiao began analyzing his situation. Since he was already here, he decided to adapt and make the best of it. He resolved to become the strongest Pokemon trainer in the world and even dreamed of one day capturing the legendary mythical creatures. Of course, the Rayquaza he got at the start didn't count, that had come far too easily. Yun Xiao pondered the power structure of this world. Unlike the original game, every nation here had at least 4 champions, and there were dozens of Elite Four members. To be recognized as an Elite Four member, one had to defeat all the current members in the annual challenge tournament. The same applied to champions, with even stricter requirements. For now, Yun Xiao's first step was to become a champion in Longhua. To achieve this, he needed to build a champion-level team and train multiple Pokemon to handle various strategies. However, at the moment, he had almost nothing, just a Slakoth and the soon-to-hatch Caterpie egg. Even counting the pseudo-legendary Pokemon egg he would receive upon entering school in a month, had only have 3 Pokemon. Training Pokemon required significant financial resources, which made Yuan Shao frown with worry. He had only a little over 6,000 Pokecoins left, and with the Caterpie about to hatch, he couldn't possibly feed it the lowest grade food. Moreover, with his high school closing soon after graduation, he could only stay in the dorms for 5 more days. The new school term was still over a month away, and he needed to find a place to live before then. With such limited funds, feeding 2 Pokemon and renting a place seemed nearly impossible. Frowning deeply, Yuan Shao suddenly remembered the beginner-level modification chance he had earned earlier after defeating Zhao Fulong. Without hesitation, he spoke to the system. Use 1 beginner-level modification chance. Initiate the draw. The familiar wheel appeared and began spinning. This time, Yuan Shao wasn't as lucky. The pointer stopped at the items section. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a brank item, Moo Moo Milk X5. 5 bottles of milk suddenly appeared on the table, offering Yuan Shao a small sense of relief. While he hadn't drawn any money, the high-quality milk from Miltank could at least alleviate some of his financial burden. These 5 bottles would fetch at least 2,000 Pokecoins on the market, making them quite valuable. Glancing at the remaining 250 shock points he had, Yuan Shao gritted his teeth and used another 200 for 2 more modification draws. However, as if cursed, he ended up with items both times. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a brank item, Ultra Ball X5. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a brank item, Mimic Herb X1. Yuan Shao stood there holding 5 Ultra Balls in one hand and a green herb in the other, his expression one of helplessness. Was the probability really fair? Since the draws didn't solve his financial issues, Yuan Shao reluctantly stored the items in his backpack and returned to brainstorming ways to make money. Unfortunately, no brilliant ideas came to mind, and he could only pin his hopes on tomorrow's daily tasks. By now, it was past noon. Yuan Shao grabbed a bag of bread to fill his stomach and let out his Slakoth, handing it a box of Pokemon food. Slakoth, you did well today. Keep up the good work. Machi, Slakoth responded lazily, though its movements had noticeably sped up. It began devouring its food enthusiastically. As Yuan Shao chewed on his bread, his eyes drifted to the Pokemon egg. Suddenly, the egg gave a barely perceptible wobble. Moments later, a crack appeared on its shell. Yuan Shao immediately forgot about the bread in his hand, his eyes widening as he stared at the egg. Is it hatching early? Yuan Shao froze for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening. The 24-hour incubation time given by the system was only an estimate now. It seemed this Pokemon egg might hatch earlier than expected. As he pondered this, a larger crack suddenly appeared on the egg inside the jar, accompanied by a crisp crack sound. Yuan Shao quickly but carefully removed the egg from the jar and gently placed it on the bed. He stared intently at the egg, filled with excitement at the prospect of witnessing the hatching of new life for the very first time. As the seconds ticked by, the egg began to shake more vigorously, and the cracks on its shell multiplied. Finally, the top half of the egg separated from the bottom, and a tiny figure emerged, poking its head out from the shell. A Caterpie. A small Caterpie appeared before Yuan Shao. However, this Caterpie was anything but ordinary. It wasn't the usual deep green color, nor was it the shiny white variant. Instead, its body was a fiery light red, as if ablaze. Its antennae were a vivid crimson, creating a striking gradient effect that gave it a bold and unique appearance. Not only that, but this Caterpie was noticeably larger than a typical one, almost an entire size bigger. A stream of data immediately popped into Yuan Shao's mind. Pokemon, Caterpie Shiny Variant. Special trait. Bug Instinct when HP is below 1/3. Bug-type moves gain significant power. Power level. LV1 Newborn. Potential. Legendary tier. Individual values. Attack 31, Special Attack 31, Defense 31, Special Defense 31, HP 31, Speed 31. Perfect stats. Moves. Tackle. String Shot. Special notes. 1. Upon reaching level 20, this Pokemon will evolve into Rayquaza. 2. Its base stats have been modified. Current total base stat, 540/90 in each stat. Yuan Shao was elated to discover that the system had preserved all his custom modifications for this Caterpie. Legendary tier potential, maxed out individual values, and even adjusted base stats. This was undoubtedly the strongest Caterpie in the world. While Yuan Shao was still processing all this, the little Caterpie opened its eyes and looked at him. Caterpie! It chirped in a soft, innocent voice before wriggling out of the eggshell and leaping straight into Yuan Shao's arms. Whether it instinctively saw Yuan Shao as its parent or was drawn to his natural affinity with Pokemon, the Caterpie displayed an unusual level of affection toward him. Holding the cater pie gently, Yun Xiao couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. He spoke softly, "Welcome to the world, cater pie. I'm Yun Xiao, and from now on, I'll be your trainer. Let's take care of each other." Cater. The cater pie raised its head and let out a cheerful cry, as if it understood Yun Xiao's words. Yun Xiao placed the cater pie on the table and poured a bowl of moo milk for it. "Here, have some of this." The cater pie curiously took a sip, and its eyes lit up with delight. Without hesitation, it buried its head in the bowl and began drinking enthusiastically. Watching the milk rapidly disappear, Yun Xiao chuckled. "Slow down. No one's going to take it from you. Don't choke." Meanwhile, Slacketh, who had just finished its meal, noticed the new arrival. Yun Xiao introduced them briefly. "Slacketh, meet our new teammate, Cater Pie." The Slacketh nodded, giving the cater pie a curious once-over before offering a friendly greeting. The room was soon filled with a warm and harmonious atmosphere as the three bonded. After finishing the milk, the cater pie didn't fall asleep like most newborn Pokemon would. Instead, it seemed unusually energetic and quickly began playing with Slacketh. Watching the two Pokemon frolic around the room, Yun Xiao fell into thought. This cater pie was clearly different. It was full of vitality, even right after hatching. But then again, it wasn't surprising. After all, this cater pie was destined to evolve into Rayquaza. How could it be compared to an ordinary cater pie? Suddenly, a question crossed Yun Xiao's mind. With such impressive stats, how strong was this cater pie in actual combat? Intrigued, he opened the system interface and took both Pokemon into the virtual Evergreen Forest. Before long, Yun Xiao found a suitable opponent for Caterpia Wild Caterpie at level 3. He encouraged his Pokemon, "Caterpie, let's see how strong you are. Try using Tackle on that one over there." Although he wasn't entirely confident, given that his cater pie had hatched less than an hour ago, Yun Xiao couldn't help but feel hopeful. To his surprise, Cater Pie raised its head and nodded firmly. Cater Pie. With a determined cry, the little Pokemon lowered its head and charged at the wild Cater Pie. What happened next left Yun Xiao utterly stunned. The wild Cater Pie didn't even have time to react before it was sent flying, soaring in a graceful arc before vanishing into the distance. "That's strong." Yun Xiao was momentarily speechless. The system's notification chimed in. "Ding. Congratulations, trainer. Your Pokemon has won the battle, earning 15 to 30 experience points. Congratulations. Your Pokemon, Cater Pie, has leveled up to LV2. Impressive." Yun Xiao exclaimed, his excitement growing. He made a quick decision. At this rate, it won't take long for Cater Pie to evolve. Let's find your next opponent, Cater Pie. With that, Yun Xiao led his Cater Pie to continue its training, eager to see how far this extraordinary Pokemon could go. Time flies, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. In the simulated realm, Yun Xiao was commanding his two Pokemon in an intense battle. "Cater Pie, use String Shot. Immobilize it." Yun Xiao shouted. "Slacketh, jump up and use Scratch." A thin, precise thread shot out from Cater Pie's mouth, wrapping tightly around Beedrill's wings. The Beedrill wobbled midair, losing its balance. At the same time, Slacketh's gray figure launched like an arrow, delivering a sharp scratch attack that struck Beedrill, sending it crashing to the ground. A system notification promptly popped up. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Pokemon have won the battle. Slacketh has gained 529 experience points and is now level 23. Cater Pie has gained 800 experience points and is now level 17. Well done, you two." Yun Xiao praised with a smile, his eyes gleaming with pride. Over the past week, Yun Xiao had devoted almost all his time to training Cater Pie and Slacketh in the simulated realm. Thanks to a fourfold experience boost, their levels had skyrocketed. Slacketh had reached level 23, officially stepping into a new stage, while the newly hatched Cater Pie had already climbed to level 17, a remarkable improvement. Looking at the defeated Beedrill lying on the ground, Yun Xiao let out a deep breath. This level 26 Beedrill was the strongest Pokemon in this part of the simulated realm, and it had given them a lot of trouble before. Now, after days of rigorous training, his two Pokemon had finally managed to take it down with seamless teamwork. With the fall of Beedrill, Yun Xiao's exploration progress of the Evergreen Forest realm reached 100. The system notified him of an additional reward, and a flicker of excitement lit up in his heart. "Please, let it be money." Yun Xiao silently prayed. 5 days had passed, and had already had to purchase an extra batch of food for Slacketh, while Cater Pie's moo milk had run out. On top of that, his school dormitory was soon going to be unavailable, leaving his financial situation in dire straits. As he waited expectantly, the system notification appeared. "Congratulations, host. You've received a reward item, Beautiful Scale Grade A. A scale adorned with intricate patterns. When used on a Pokemon, it significantly increases its beauty." This thing? Yun Xiao froze for a moment before falling into thought. The primary use of this item was to enhance the beauty stat of Fiba, enabling it to evolve into Milotic. In this world, the evolution method of Phoeba was still a mystery, and the concept of beauty as a stat had not yet been introduced. As a result, Milotic was an exceptionally rare Pokemon, even rarer than the starter Pokemon. In theory, Yuanxiao could use this beautiful scale to raise a Phoeba and evolve it into a Milotic, which would undoubtedly cause a sensation if he made the process public, earning him widespread recognition. However, the harsh reality was, yeah, right. Yuanxiao held the scale, momentarily at a loss for words. From a long-term perspective, this scale could indeed bring him immense benefits. But for now, he could barely afford to feed his two current Pokemon. To make matters worse, since no one in this world understood the concept of beauty stats, selling the scale wasn't even an option. What am I supposed to do with this? Yuanxiao muttered, tucking the scale away, his brow furrowed in frustration. For a trainer, the quickest way to earn money was by finding rare Pokemon, treasures, or resources in the realms. But such valuable finds were not easy to come by. Yuanxiao had fully cleared the simulated realm without discovering anything particularly valuable. It was likely others had already taken the good stuff. Worse still, he wasn't even a certified trainer yet, which meant he didn't have the qualifications to enter real-world realms. Yuanxiao sighed and was about to exit the simulated realm when something caught his eye. A small, dark gray crystal lay beside the defeated Beedrill, emitting a faint blue glow. His eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the object. A system notification chimed in. Ding! Host has discovered a rare item. Bug-type treasure, resonant bug crystal low grade. Yuanxiao's heart began to race. He had stumbled upon a treasure. Even the lowest grade elemental treasure could sell for around 300,000. This single crystal was enough to solve all his immediate financial problems. But he quickly calmed himself. Wait, this is a simulated realm. I can't take anything from here with me. Yuanxiao quickly analyzed the situation. The presence of this item likely meant that a Beedrill in the real-world Evergreen Forest realm was carrying this treasure. If he could enter the real-world realm and defeat that Beedrill, he could claim the crystal for himself. However, the problem circled back to the same issue. He wasn't a professional trainer and didn't have the qualifications to enter real-world realms. What should I do? Yuanxiao muttered, his frustration growing as he fell deep into thought. Yuanxiao stood at the entrance of the Evergreen Forest secret realm, his brows furrowed in thought. As a one-star secret realm, this place saw a steady stream of trainers coming and going every day. If someone discovered and defeated that Beedrill before him, the bug-type treasure would slip through his fingers. Time was of the essence. However, obtaining the necessary pass to enter the secret realm had become his biggest obstacle. Although Jing University had previously promised to issue him a temporary professional license if he joined them, he had already chosen Mo University. Changing his mind and joining Jing University now would mean waiting until the semester started to get the license. By then, the treasure would likely already be claimed. After a moment of deliberation, Yuanxiao pulled out his phone and dialed the number of Mo University's admissions director, Zhao Qingsong. Xiao Yun. Haha, what can I do for you? Zhao Qingsong's enthusiastic voice came through the line. As the admissions director, securing a top-tier student like Yuanxiao had earned him no small amount of recognition and rewards. Brother Zhao, I need to ask, do you have a way to get me into the secret realm right now? Yuanxiao cut straight to the point. Interested in the secret realm, are you? Don't worry, the military training after the semester starts will be held in one, and there'll be plenty of training missions later on, Zhao Qingsong responded, clearly misunderstanding Yuanxiao's urgency. Brother Zhao, I mean now. The sooner, the better, Yuanxiao emphasized. There was a brief silence on the other end before Zhao Qingsong's tone became slightly awkward. Well, Xiao Yun, you know that secret realms are strictly controlled by the Alliance. But Jing University said they could issue me a temporary license if I joined them. Yuanxiao interjected, his words immediately putting Zhao Qingsong on high alert. Wait right there. He'll talk to the principal and figure something out. Worried that this top student might defect to Jing University, Zhao Qingsong hurriedly ended the call and rushed to contact the principal. Yuanxiao leaned against a tree, waiting for news. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingsong was already scrambling to report the situation to the principal. You're saying the new top student wants to enter a secret realm? Does he even realize how dangerous that is? The principal's deep voice carried a note of concern. I'm not entirely sure what he's thinking, but if we don't meet his request, there's a real chance he'll go to Jing University instead, Zhao Qingsong said, wiping the sweat off his brow. The principal pondered for a moment. A talent like this must stay at Mo University. They'll authorize a low-level secret realm pass. That's the best I can do. Even with the principal's assurance, Zhao Qingsong remained uneasy. But what if something happens to him? Relax. The pass will only allow access to a 2-star secret realm at most. Besides, this is a student who scored full marks on the theoretical exam. He knows what he's doing, the principal reassured him. Just send him the digital version once it's ready. After ending the call, the principal picked up another communication device and contacted someone with a unique status. Kingu, I need a favor, he said. Go ahead, came a cool, composed female voice. We've just enrolled a genius student, perfect scores in theory and in strength and practicals. He'll soon be using a pass I've authorized to enter a secret realm. I'd like you to watch over him discreetly. No problem. I owe Mo University a debt, the voice replied. Thank you. This is a special case, please ensure his safety. I'll provide the exact location of the secret realm as soon as it's confirmed. Once the conversation ended, the principal stood by the window of his office, gazing into the distant sky. He murmured softly to himself, what an intriguing new student. 10 minutes later, Zhao Qingsong's voice came through the phone. Xiaoyun, I've sent you the electronic qualification certificate. Just show it to the checkpoint staff, and you'll be able to enter the secret realm. However, you can only access up to a 2-star secret realm, nothing higher. Also, make sure to stay safe. As soon as he finished speaking, the call ended. Yun Xiao looked at the electronic qualification certificate he had just received on his phone screen and let out a deep breath. This meant he could set off immediately to pursue the secret treasure he had dreamed of. As for safety, Yun Xiao wasn't worried in the slightest. His Lazy Wong and Caterpie were already strong enough to handle the wild Pokemon in the area. More importantly, thanks to the secret realm simulation feature, he had a thorough understanding of the terrain, routes, and Pokemon distribution in the Evergreen Forest. Additionally, Yun Xiao had mastered 2 skills, Aura Power and Pokemon Affinity. After 5 days of intense training, he could now sense everything within a 50-meter radius and unleash an aura attack comparable to that of an elite-level Pokemon. Pokemon Affinity, on the other hand, allowed him to avoid many unnecessary battles. These layers of preparation gave Yun Xiao complete confidence in his safety. He stood up and addressed the 2 Pokemon beside him. Caterpie, Lazy Wong, we've got work to do. Before his words fully landed, the figures of 1 person and 2 Pokemon vanished into the simulated secret realm. A secret realm is a unique space that defies conventional physical laws. They don't exist as actual locations in the real world, but rather as separate dimensions accessible only through an entry point. Similarly, exiting a secret realm requires returning through the same entry point, which significantly increases the risks of exploration. Over hundreds of years, the Pokemon League has established bases at most secret realm entrances. Explorers can rest, exchange information, or sell items obtained from the secret realms at these bases. In Yunlan City, the most renowned secret realm is the Evergreen Forest. As a 1-star secret realm, it has a relatively low difficulty level, a small area, and minimal risk. Because of this, countless trainers have ventured into it, leaving behind few valuable resources. Despite this, many professional trainers still choose to enter the Evergreen Forest to familiarize themselves with secret realm exploration and gain experience. After all, in this line of work, a single misstep could cost your life. The more experience you have, the better your chances of survival. At the moment, the Evergreen Forest secret realm base was bustling with activity. Trainers of all kinds gathered, enthusiastically discussing the latest intel. Oldly, how's it going lately? I heard you found a fire fluff fruit tree recently and made a fortune. Just luck, pure luck. Haha, old Xian, you've got some nerve. Didn't you just catch a shelter with gym leader Potential a few days ago? In a corner, a group of burly men sat together, laughing and sharing their recent gains. Suddenly, one of them widened his eyes and pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Look, is that a kid over there?" The group followed his gaze and saw a black-haired young man, who looked barely of age, waiting in line at the counter. He doesn't look like he snuck in. A man wearing black-rimmed glasses explained. Some universities allow students to apply for temporary secret realm entry permits. Wealthy families can also arrange this, but another chimed in. Usually, these kids are accompanied by someone experienced, just here to get a feel for secret realms. This guy, coming alone, isn't that a bit too risky? The group began to chatter. Way too reckless. Even a secret realm as low risk as the Evergreen Forest isn't a place for someone like him to wander alone. I agree. The kid doesn't seem to realize how dangerous this could be. Let's hope he stays safe. The counter was at least 20 meters away from the group, so under normal circumstances, Yun Xiao wouldn't have heard their conversation. However, he was bored while waiting in line and had activated his aura power for practice, inadvertently picking up their discussion. Yun Xiao muttered to himself thoughtfully. So it has this kind of unexpected use. Should I keep my aura power active all the time? At my current level, the energy consumption isn't much, and it could constantly improve my proficiency. If I'm lucky, I might even pick up some useful information. As for the content of their conversation, Yun Xiao wasn't bothered. He understood that for an average person his age, doing what he was doing might indeed seem overconfident. But he was different, had advantages and preparations that others couldn't even imagine. Yun Xiao was brimming with confidence, a stark contrast to the others around him. The line moved quickly, and soon it was his turn to complete the registration process. Behind the counter stood a beautiful female attendant, who noticeably froze for a moment when her eyes landed on Yun Xiao. This is my temporary access pass. Yun Xiao said as he adeptly unlocked his phone, pulled up the document, and handed it over to her. The young lady snapped out of her daze, took the phone, and carefully verified the credentials. She then proceeded to process his entry into the secret realm. Handing back his phone along with the document, she politely explained, "Your registration is complete. Before you enter the secret realm, you must sign this liability waiver. Please note that neither the Alliance nor the insurance company will be held responsible for any incidents that may occur inside the secret realm." Yun Xiao quickly skimmed through the contract, confirmed everything was in order, and signed his name. All set. Head to the left and go straight to the inn. That's where the entrance to the secret realm is. Best of luck, the attendant said warmly as she handed him a card and gave a slight bow. Yun Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, took the card, and left the registration hall. What he didn't know was that just minutes after his departure, the hall descended into a flurry of commotion. The cause? The sudden appearance of someone who had no business being there. A tall woman clad in a sleek black qipao, her figure elegant, her face obscured by a silver-white mask. Her striking attire instantly gave her identity away. The youngest champion of Huagua, a prodigy who had taken the world by storm, a legendary figure known in every household. Gu Qingyun. Champion Gu. Why is she here? Oh my god, it's really her. I can die happy now. Champion Gu, I'm your biggest fan. Wait. No, you're my idol. Amid the crowd's excited exclamations, the woman walked gracefully to the registration counter. Please help me with the registration, she said in a calm, cool voice. Only then did the female attendant behind the counter snap back to reality. Yes, of course. Right away, the attendant stammered, hesitating for a moment before lowering her voice and nervously asking, I'm also a huge fan of yours. Would it be alright if I asked for your autograph? Phew, looks like I made it. Yun Xiao took a deep breath of fresh air, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He had successfully passed through the entrance of the secret realm and entered the evergreen forest. This secret realm spanned an area of about 50 square kilometers, relatively small, but that didn't pose a problem for Yun Xiao. His objective was to locate the Beedrill carrying the secret treasure. For an average person, navigating such complex terrain while fending off attacks from wild Pokemon would be a daunting task. However, Yun Xiao had a unique advantage. He summoned the system interface and opened a simulated map of the secret realm. On the map, the distribution of Pokemon and the pathways throughout the evergreen forest were clearly marked. After quickly confirming his direction, Yun Xiao set off without hesitation. With this detailed route guide, he had no fear of getting lost. Moreover, the map's markers allowed him to skillfully avoid the habitats of wild Pokemon. Most importantly, Yun Xiao's aura abilities enabled him to sense movements within a radius of 60 meters. Any potential threats were easily detected. Although he could handle wild Pokemon if necessary, his priority was to find the Beedrill as quickly as possible before someone else did. After hours of swift travel, Yun Xiao finally spotted his target at the far edge of the secret realm. Without any pleasantries, the system-created Beedrill immediately displayed aggressive behavior upon seeing Yun Xiao. It charged at him, brandishing its twin stingers. Yun Xiao remained calm, swiftly retreating while tossing out two Pokeballs. With a flash of white light, a Caterpie and a Slacketh appeared in front of him, blocking the Beedrill's path. Alright, old friends, it's up to you. Mao Mao. Emochi. Yun Xiao called out. The two Pokemon instantly prepared for battle. Seeing these seemingly weak opponents, the Beedrill's attacks became even more ferocious. However, to its surprise, the Caterpie and Slacketh appeared to anticipate its every move, effortlessly dodging its strikes. A thick strand of silk shot from the Caterpie's mouth, accurately binding one of the Beedrill's wings. Yun Xiao stood to the side, looking somewhat bored. He had already gone through this scenario over a dozen times in the simulated secret realm and knew every move the Beedrill would make. He was confident that the battle would be over in under 5 minutes. Sure enough, within just 3 minutes, the once mighty Beedrill was lying on the ground, defeated. It was battered and bruised, tangled in silk, and utterly incapacitated. A system notification popped up, announcing the victory of Slacketh and Caterpie, along with their corresponding experience gains. Yun Xiao smiled and praised his two Pokemon before beginning his search around the Beedrill. It didn't take long for him to find the chirping crystal that had fallen from the Beedrill, which he quickly pocketed. Let's head back. With his goal achieved, Yun Xiao left the battlefield with Slacketh and Caterpie in tow. Not long after Yun Xiao's departure, a mysterious figure emerged from the nearby bushes. It was a woman dressed in a black cheongsam and wearing a white mask, exuding an aura of unapproachability. She silently watched in the direction Yun Xiao had gone, her thoughts a mystery. Floating gracefully beside the woman was a Gardevoir. The woman sighed softly, her voice filled with wonder. Is this the kind of reward one gets on their first visit to a secret realm? Before she could finish her thought, Gardevoir's body suddenly began to glow with a blue light. The woman paused, slightly taken aback. What? You sensed a power in that child? If you hadn't suppressed your energy, he almost discovered us? Interesting. She smiled faintly and continued. He managed to defeat the strongest Pokemon in this realm, so I doubt there's any danger now. Let's go. As soon as her words fell, the woman and Gardevoir vanished into thin air. Back at the secret realm base, Yun Xiao stood at the counter and gently tapped on the glass. Hello. I'd like to sell some items I found in the secret realm. The female staff member behind the counter looked up and froze in surprise. You're the one from earlier. She stared at Yun Xiao in disbelief, her thoughts racing. This young man, barely out of his teens, had managed to explore the secret realm alone and return safely within just 5 hours, bringing back treasures, no less. Suppressing her shock, the staff member maintained a professional demeanor and explained, if you've truly acquired something valuable from the secret realm, selling it to our alliance might not fetch the highest price, but we guarantee a quick, fair, and convenient transaction. However, I must remind you that not everything is valuable enough to sell. Before she could finish, Yun Xiao placed a crystal on the counter in front of her. Take a look at this treasure. How much do you think it's worth? The staff member was stunned, her eyes widening as she stared at the crystal. Trembling, she reached out to examine it carefully. After a moment, she stammered, Thighs. This treasure. I need to send it to the back office for verification. Please wait a moment. Yun Xiao nodded calmly. All right, no problem. I'll wait. Not long after, Yun Xiao glanced at his phone screen, which now displayed a balance of 245,300 yuan. Letting out a sigh of relief, he leaned back on the soft bed in his luxurious hotel room. The secret realm base had purchased the crystal, identified as a chirping insect crystal, for 250,000 yuan. Though slightly below his expectations, Yun Xiao accepted the offer for its convenience and immediacy. Now, he lay in a spacious and well-appointed hotel room. The remaining balance reflected the payment for a 10-night stay. Initially, Yun Xiao had considered renting an apartment, but the local housing market required a minimum 3-month lease. Since he would be heading to Modu in a month, he opted for the hotel instead. No wonder it's 500 poke coins per night. At least the room is worth it, Yun Xiao muttered, glancing around appreciatively. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he released his 2 Pokemon. Machi, Machi, Mao Mao. They chirped excitedly and began exploring the room with curiosity. Yun Xiao sat down, gathering his thoughts to analyze his current situation. The sale of the treasure had significantly eased his financial burden. He had briefly considered using the crystal to enhance his Caterpie, but ultimately decided against it. Caterpie was only 2 levels away from evolving into the Dragon-type Rayquaza, and the crystal's Bug-type energy wouldn't have been suitable. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his gaze shifted to his Slakoth. Wait a second. Slakoth is supposed to evolve into Vigoroth at level 18, but it's already level 24 and hasn't evolved yet. Why? After careful consideration, Yun Xiao narrowed it down to 2 possibilities. First, altering Slakoth's ability from Truant to Guts might have caused it to skip the Vigoroth stage and evolve directly into Slaking later. The second possibility was more concerning. Slakoth might have hit an evolutionary bottleneck due to its rapid leveling and would require a rare treasure to evolve. Faced with his current financial situation, Yun Xiao found himself in a dilemma. Just as he furrowed his brow in thought, a familiar system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Daily task refreshed. Daily task. Overcome 5 obstacles and defeat 6 opponents. S-level task requirement. Defeat 10 trainers consecutively within 30 minutes. Task rewards. S-level normal type treasure clue X1. 2-star simulated secret realm Azure Lake. Yun Xiao carefully examined the details of the Shrank daily mission, his brow furrowing slightly. The generous rewards left him momentarily speechless, making him wonder if this was a deliberate move by the system. Regardless, the mission was undoubtedly a solution to his immediate problems. At least the 250,000 he had just earned wouldn't vanish into thin air right away. However, the difficulty of completing the task was no small matter. His eyes fell on the mission panel, where a 30-minute countdown timer ticked away. Realizing that defeating 10 trainers in such a short time left him with only one option, he made a decisive move. We need to head out. Let's go. Yun Xiao swiftly returned Lazy Wong and Caterpie to their Pokeballs and left the hotel without hesitation. 5 minutes later, Yun Xiao found himself standing in front of a bustling plaza. Though it was the smallest of Yunlan City's 3 battle plazas, it was perfect for his current needs. The plaza was filled with standard battlefields, surrounded by trainers with their Pokemon. Built by the League as a public facility, the plaza attracted numerous trainers daily for sparring and battles, helping them improve their Pokemon's combat experience and their own commanding skills. Yun Xiao quickly observed that the trainers here ranged from beginner to intermediate levels. There were no professional-level trainers in sight. In other words, his Lazy Wong should be able to handle them. With time running out, Yun Xiao walked straight to one of the battlefields and waved to a trainer occupying the space. Hey, up for a match? He asked, releasing Lazy Wong. The trainer, a young man in his early 20s, stood with a Poliwhirl by his side. Upon seeing Yun Xiao's lazy Wenga Pokemon with an unmotivated demeanor and vacant expression, his face twisted in disbelief. Someone actually caught a Pokemon like that? He hesitated, thinking that battling such a seemingly weak Pokemon, one that might even lose to a Caterpie, would be utterly meaningless. However, Yun Xiao calmly raised 5 fingers and said in an even tone, "They'll wager 2,000 Pokecoins per match. Deal?" The young man's eyes lit up instantly, and he nodded without hesitation. Deal. According to the rules of the battlefields, trainers could place small bets before a match. Both trainers took out their cards and operated the machine beside the battlefield, entering the amount of 2,000. For the young man, this was no small sum, but he wasn't worried about losing. After all, his opponent was using a lazy Wong. If he couldn't win against that, he might as well quit training Pokemon and start farming orange berries. Once both trainers were in position, the electronic referee's voice rang out across the field. Both sides are ready. The battle is about to begin. The additional wager for this match is 2,000 Pokecoins. Random selection determines. Red side attacks first. Battle start. The young man casually waved his hand. Poliwhirl. Use Bubble Beam. Whirl. Poliwhirl extended its fists, unleashing a flurry of oval-shaped bubbles from its mouth. The bubbles, infused with powerful water-type energy, shot rapidly toward Lazy Wing, far more dangerous than ordinary bubbles. As the young man expected, Lazy Wing didn't make any attempt to dodge. It simply stood there, looking dazed. But just then, Yun Xiao's calm voice broke through the tension. Lazy Wong, headbutt. As soon as the words were spoken, the Slaking's eyes sharpened, and a glint of light flashed in its pupils. Suddenly, it sprang into action, its head glowing with a brilliant white light, and shot forward like a cannonball towards the floating bubbles. Every bubble that came into contact with the Slaking's head burst instantly, vanishing as though they had never existed. The Slaking charged with unstoppable force, slamming into the chest of the Floatzel with incredible speed. The impact echoed across the entire arena, and the Floatzel was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily outside the battlefield. As the dust settled, it became clear that the Floatzel's eyes had turned into spirals, signaling that it had lost its ability to fight. All of this happened in the span of 5 seconds, so fast that no one could react. The young trainer on the platform stood dumbfounded, his mind blank. He stared in disbelief at what had just transpired. His pride and joy, the Floatzel, had been defeated in an instant by a Slaking? This completely shattered his understanding of the world. He couldn't help but wonder, was this really a Slaking? Or was it a Snorlax in disguise? However, just as the battle concluded, Yun Xiao had already retrieved the Slaking into its Pokeball and quietly left the battlefield. He thought to himself, time is tight, and the task ahead is daunting. There are still 9 opponents waiting. 20 minutes later, as the 10th trainer stood in a daze after their defeat, Yun Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. The allure of 2,000 Pokecoins made finding challengers effortless. Although other trainers eagerly accepted the challenge upon seeing the Slaking, Yun Xiao showed no mercy as he commanded the Slaking to swiftly defeat them. After all, those were the rules of the wager. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Aside from the extra 20,000 Pokecoins in his account, Yun Xiao's vision was filled with a series of system notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the daily quest, Conquer 5 and Overcome 6. You have received the quest rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have unlocked the 2-star secret realm Azure Lake. With the notifications, a blue lake icon appeared in the simulation's secret realm interface. The system immediately displayed detailed information about the realm. Azure Lake 2-star. Description: a special secret realm centered around a vast lake, home to a large number of water-type Pokemon. The terrain is flat, and it is considered a small-scale secret realm. Rare resources: rare water-type Pokemon, high potential water types, water stones, water-type treasures, materials for damp incense, rare aquatic plants. Recommended level: 1530. Note: Pokemon within the recommended level range will receive double experience points during battles in the simulated secret realm. Secret realm progress: 0. Reaching certain progress thresholds grants additional rewards. Yun Xiao quickly searched for more information about this secret realm, raising an eyebrow in interest. Coincidentally, it was located near the university he would soon be attending in Magic City. After exploring the resources in this realm through the simulation, he could enter it in person once school began to turn the gains into tangible rewards. Moreover, the 1530 level range for double experience was perfect for leveling up both Slaking and Caterpie. He couldn't help but wonder what rare water-type Pokemon might appear in this 2-star realm. Surely it wouldn't include any of the starter Pokemon, right? Shaking his head, Yun Xiao quickly shifted his focus to another, more significant reward. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a Clue S rank normal type treasure. As the system notification sounded, an image appeared in Yun Xiao's mind. It was a towering, triangular, pyramid-like structure that he immediately recognized as the famous Ling Yun department store in Yunlan City. Yun Zhao's expression grew complicated. He thought to himself, is this hint telling me to go there to buy the treasure? Wouldn't that be completely pointless? However, upon closer inspection of the image, he noticed something peculiar. Outside the department store's entrance, there were over a dozen massive shelves filled with jet black stones. A prominent red banner nearby read, celebrating Ling Yun department store's 10th anniversary. Spend 50,000 poke coins in store, and for an additional 30,000 poke coins, get a chance to gamble on stones. Discover rare treasures, minerals, and exclusive items waiting to be unveiled. The banner flashed repeatedly in the system's image, as if emphasizing its importance. Realization dawned on Yun Xiao, and he immediately stepped out of the arena, hailing a taxi. Driver, to Ling Yun department store. Please drive fast, I'll pay you double the fare. The middle-aged driver grinned upon hearing this. You got it. 20 minutes later, Yun Xiao hurriedly dashed out of the department store, his arms full of bottles and jars. He had just swept up a collection of high-grade energy cubes worth 50,000 yuan at lightning speed, afraid he might miss out on the raw stone he had been eyeing. Standing in front of the raw stone display, Yun Zhao's sharp gaze scanned rows of black stones. Quietly, he unleashed his aura power, sending out silent blue ripples that enveloped each stone. Within his unique vision, the secrets hidden inside the stones began to reveal themselves. The first stone was completely empty, but the second contained a faint red fire crystal oregon. A system notification popped up. Grade B ore, average quality, estimated value 70,000 poke coins. Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow, hadn't expected to find anything worthwhile in these blind box-style raw stones. He continued his search, uncovering low-quality evolution stones, various ores, and even 2 heart shards. About 30% of the raw stones contained something valuable, with prices ranging from 10,000 to 80,000. The rest were either empty or filled with worthless junk minerals. However, despite scouring every stone, Yun Xiao couldn't find the normal-type treasure he was looking for. He frowned. Had he misunderstood the system's hint, or had someone else already taken the stone? Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed an unassuming raw stone in the corner. It was slightly smaller than the others and had a dull, unattractive grayish-brown color, hardly the kind of stone anyone would expect to contain anything valuable. Yun Xiao swept it with his aura power and, as expected, found only a small, worthless fragment of miscellaneous ore inside. But then, his eyes widened in shock. Something within the stone seemed to be shielded, completely blocking his powerful aura. Yun Zhao's aura power had reached the limits of human capability, able to penetrate even special isolation materials. Yet this inconspicuous stone managed to block him entirely. In an instant, Yun Xiao made up his mind and strode toward the display. On the stage, the host was enthusiastically calling out, "Don't miss out, folks! 50,000 poke coins to pick any stone you like. High-grade ores and hidden treasures await." The audience below buzzed with chatter, most dismissing it as a scam. At that moment, Yun Xiao stepped forward with his receipt in hand and unhesitatingly transferred 30,000 yuan using his phone. "I want to pick a stone," he said. The crowd fell silent. Those who had been mocking moments ago were now stunned. The host, overjoyed, nodded eagerly. "Of course, sir. Feel free to choose. Would you like me to recommend one?" He pointed to a stone nearby, speaking with enthusiasm. "In my experience, this one's bound to have something good inside." But Yun Xiao shook his head and walked straight to the corner, stopping in front of the dull grayish-brown stone. "I'll take this one," he said firmly. A flicker of astonishment crossed the host's face. He was well aware that the raw stone in question contained nothing but worthless impurities. If this young man were to publicly reveal its contents, it might deter other potential buyers from participating. In a split second, the host composed himself and offered a gracious smile. Speaking in a warm and gentle tone, he advised, "This raw stone is of very poor quality. I suggest you take another look. Honestly, we were planning to discard it, but since it happened to be the 100th piece, we included it just to round out the numbers." However, Yun Xiao simply shook his head lightly, his expression resolute as he replied, "No need. I'll take this one. Just wrap it up for me, I'll open it at home." At Yun Xiao's last remark, the host's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. He thought to himself, letting the young man open it at home was far better than having him expose its worthless contents in front of the crowd. With a snap of his fingers, the host summoned 2 staff members, who swiftly wrapped the dull gray raw stone and handed it to Yun Xiao. Taking the package, Yun Xiao left the auction hall without a backward glance. The entire process took no more than a minute. Only after Yun Xiao disappeared through the exit did murmurs ripple through the audience. "I thought he might be a plant, but turns out he's just a naive kid. Even if he opens it at home, there's no way it'll be anything valuable. Haha. Judging by his clothes, he doesn't look like some rich heir either." Wait till he realizes it's just a pile of junk. He's going to regret this big time. Spending 80,000 for a lesson. This is what they call the first hard knock of life. Half an hour later, Yun Xiao returned to his room and carefully placed the raw stone on the table. He stared at the unassuming gray rock, its surface so dense that even his aura vision couldn't fully penetrate it, and fell into deep thought. To be honest, there was an element of risk in his decision. He couldn't be certain what was inside the stone, or whether it contained the rare normal-type relic he was seeking. If the stone turned out to be empty, or worse, if the relic had already been claimed by someone else, he would have wasted a significant amount of money. Taking a deep breath, Yun Xiao steadied himself and brought out a pokeball, summoning his Slacketh. Chamo! The Slacketh stretched lazily as it appeared, casting a curious glance at the unattractive stone on the table. Despite its lazy trait being adjusted for battle, where it became sharp-eyed and agile, the Slacketh still retained its laid-back demeanor in everyday life. According to the Pokemon itself, it had simply been lazy for so long that old habits were hard to break. There's something inside this stone. I need you to help me carefully chip it open with your claws. Yun Xiao explained succinctly, adding, do it bit by bit. Be careful not to damage what's inside. The Slacketh nodded, extending two clawed fingers that gleamed with a sharp white light. For a Pokemon of its formal level strength, breaking apart the stone posed no challenge. 5 minutes later, under Yun Xiao's precise instructions, the outer layer of the dull yellow raw stone had been completely removed. What emerged was a cluster of dim, lackluster crystals. A notification immediately appeared before Yun Xiao's eyes. Grade E mineral, rock crystal. Description: a worthless material commonly found in many places. Estimated market value, 130 Pokecoins. However, Yun Xiao's attention was not on the ordinary minerals. His gaze was fixed on a pure black, basketball-sized spherical stone that had been revealed beneath the raw outer shell. Under the sunlight streaming through the window, the surface of this black sphere reflected no light at all. It seemed to absorb every ray that fell upon it. This black stone was the very thing that had blocked Yun Xiao's aura vision, preventing him from seeing into the raw stone's deeper layers. As the black mineral came into full view, another notification popped up. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have discovered an S-grade rare mineral, black diamond rock. Description: an extremely rare mineral formed deep underground over thousands of years of tectonic activity. It possesses exceptional isolating properties and is an invaluable material. Estimated market value, 5 million Pokecoins. Note: not recommended for sale. Extremely limited in quantity, and the current mineral market has no record of black diamond rock. Its actual value may not be convertible to cash. Yun Xiao stared at the notification, completely stunned. To be fair, he had suspected there was something unusual about the stone when he realized it could block his aura vision. But never in his wildest dreams did he imagine it would contain a mineral worth 5 million Pokecoins. 5 million, that was enough to buy 20 lower-grade normal-type relics. He took a moment to regulate his breathing and quickly regained his composure. While the mineral was undoubtedly valuable, it was clear that he wouldn't be able to sell it anytime soon. The system had already noted that black diamond rock was unprecedented in the current market. Even if he tried to sell it, finding a buyer willing to pay its full value would be nearly impossible. Yun Xiao stared intently at the black diamond-like sphere in his hand, his mind racing. To his surprise, there was no information about this type of mineral online, which left him both disappointed and faintly excited. His gaze swept over the mysterious sphere once again, and suddenly, inspiration struck. If that valuable ordinary attribute artifact wasn't on the outside, then it was highly likely hidden inside this black diamond rock. He nodded toward Lazy Wong, signaling him. Cut a hole in this black rock. Try to keep it as intact as possible. Lazy Wong extended his sharp claws and began carefully cutting into the sphere. To their astonishment, the seemingly tough black diamond rock turned out to be even easier to cut than the outer layer of raw stone. Under Yun Xiao's focused and held breath, Lazy Wong quickly carved a small opening at the top of the sphere. In an instant, a dazzling white light burst forth from the crevice. Yun Xiao hurriedly leaned in to inspect it and discovered that the black diamond rock was hollow inside. Resting quietly within was a triangular, pure white crystal, about half the size of a palm, radiating the brilliant white light. A system notification promptly appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have discovered a rare item, ordinary attribute artifact, pure crystalline medium grade. Yun Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. A medium grade artifact. This was a rare treasure worth millions, typically only found in 4- or 5-star secret realms, which usually required at least gym leader level qualifications to access. He carefully retrieved the artifact, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This time, he hadn't just gambled correctly, had hit the jackpot. Just then, Lazy Wong suddenly approached Yun Xiao, staring intently at the glowing crystal. Yun Xiao immediately understood and placed the artifact on Lazy Wong's head without hesitation. Instantly, The crystal erupted with a blinding white light, transforming into a surge of energy that flowed into Lazy Wang's body. Lazy Wang let out a contented cry, his entire body enveloped in the white glow, as if he were soaking in a warm spring. Then, without warning, a radiant burst of seven-colored light erupted from Lazy Wang's body, the light of evolution. Yun Xiao suddenly realized the truth. Lazy Wang's previous bottleneck in strength had been due to his rapid progression. With the artifact's assistance, he finally reached the opportunity to evolve. With a resonating hum, the light dissipated, and Lazy Wang's form underwent a complete transformation. His fur turned a pristine white, his posture straightened, his limbs grew longer and stronger, and the red fur atop his head, paired with his brown eye rings, gave him an energetic and commanding presence. This was Lazy Wang's evolved form, the Vigor Ape. The system immediately displayed detailed information about the Vigor Ape. Creature: Vigor Ape. Potential: Champion level. Attribute: Normal. Strength evaluation: LV28. Entry-level professional. Ability: Strongman. Physical attack power doubled. Body becomes more robust and powerful. Skills: Scratch, Fury Swipes, Slash, Endure. Yun Xiao let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the ability he had modified for Lazy Wang had been retained after evolution. This time, he didn't just acquire a precious artifact, also succeeded in evolving his companion. It was truly a double victory. As Yun Xiao had anticipated, the evolution of Lazy Wang brought about a remarkable surge in power. The newly evolved Vigoroth not only broke through to the professional level, but directly reached mid-year professional status. Such rapid progress far exceeded the expectations of ordinary trainers. Yun Xiao quietly observed the refreshed and transformed Vigoroth before him, his mind filled with emotions. For most trainers, it might take years or even a decade to cross the threshold into the professional level. Yet, he had achieved this breakthrough with Lazy Wang in less than a month. If word of this astonishing progress were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. However, upon calmly analyzing the situation, Yun Xiao realized that this outcome was not entirely unexpected. First, Lazy Wang already possessed the rare potential of champion-level aptitude. Second, with Yun Xiao's modifications, the Guts ability had effectively doubled Lazy Wang's base strength. Lastly, the double experience bonus from the simulated secret realm, combined with the use of a mid-grade secret treasure, all contributed to this extraordinary advancement. At this moment, the newly evolved Vigoroth was enthusiastically inspecting his transformed body. For a Pokemon, each evolution is a metamorphosis that enhances their overall capabilities. Yun Xiao felt genuine happiness for Vigoroth and smiled as he said, "Congratulations, Vigoroth." Hearing this, Vigoroth immediately swung his arms and excitedly circled Yun Xiao, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. He recalled the days in the breeding house when he was shunned by everyone, both humans and Pokemon alike. Determined, he silently vowed to keep up with Yun Xiao's pace, grow stronger, and one day become a Pokemon that others could only look up to. Yun Xiao reached out and retrieved the secret treasure. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the glow within the crystal had dimmed significantly, indicating it could only be used one more time. This was actually a good sign, as it demonstrated Vigoroth's exceptional ability to absorb energy, further proving his extraordinary talent. The use of the secret treasure this time not only allowed Vigoroth to break through his bottleneck and complete his evolution, but also elevated his level by 4. More importantly, the energy from the treasure would continue to nourish Vigoroth's body over the next month, providing comprehensive enhancements. Holding the crystal, Yun Xiao couldn't help but remark, "No wonder people say secret treasures are the ultimate cheat for Pokemon. Once I have enough money, I'll make sure every Pokemon on my team gets one." He placed the crystal back into his system inventory and stretched lazily, suddenly recalling something. If he had known the secret treasure's effects were this potent, he wouldn't have sold that chirping crystal earlier. It would have been perfect for Caterpie. Then again, upon reflection, since Caterpie was about to evolve into a Dragon-type Pokemon, a Bug-type secret treasure might not be suitable. It would be better to save up for a mid-grade Dragon-type treasure for him in the future. With this thought in mind, Yun Xiao took a deep breath and pulled up the system interface. System: I want to enter the 2-star simulated secret realm Azure Lake. As soon as he spoke, Yun Xiao and the Vigoroth beside him transformed into a beam of light and vanished from the room. The Azure Lake is a small to medium-sized secret realm located in the northern region of Hua Country, near the city of Modu. After carefully reviewing the information, Yun Xiao discovered that this secret realm only appeared in recent years. Its low level of development suggests it holds a wealth of untapped resources waiting to be discovered. As Yun Xiao stepped into the simulated secret realm, his gaze was immediately drawn to the vast expanse of the Azure Lake. The crystal-clear water stretched across nearly half the area of the realm, perfectly justifying its name. Crouching down by the shore, he noticed a few golden-horned fish and Magikarp leisurely swimming about in the water. Walking a few steps along the lakeside, Yuan Shao found an open space where he released Caterpie and Vigoroth. Caterpie blinked its large eyes and looked curiously at the unfamiliar companion beside it, seemingly failing to recognize that this was its previously evolved form, Slacketh. Yuan Shao gently patted Vigoroth on the shoulder and explained with a smile, Caterpie, Slacketh has evolved into Vigoroth. Vigoroth nodded in confirmation. Caterpie gazed at its companion's strong and agile form, its eyes filled with envy. Noticing Caterpie's feelings, Yuan Shao reassured it, don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. His eyes sparkled with excitement because, according to his setup, Caterpie was about to evolve directly into Rayquaza upon reaching level 20. As a 2-star secret realm, Azure Lake was home to a variety of wild Pokemon. Yuan Shao quickly found an opponent for Caterpie, a level 23 Wooper. The Wooper charged forward with its head held high, but Caterpie, already displaying exceptional combat instincts, dodged nimbly and countered with a powerful tail strike, forcing its opponent back. Without hesitation, it unleashed a barrage of silk threads, trapping Wooper and seizing the opportunity to launch a fierce tackle. Watching Caterpie battle beyond its level without any guidance, Yuan Shao was filled with admiration. The fight ended in an unsurprising victory, and the system notification popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your Pokemon, Caterpie, has won the battle. Gained 300 x4 1200 experience points. Ding! Your Pokemon, Caterpie, has leveled up to LV20. Please note, it is about to evolve. Host must immediately exit the simulated secret realm and return to the real world to complete the evolution. Sensing urgency, Yuan Shao wasted no time exiting the simulated realm. Back in his room in the real world, Caterpie was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling golden light. Countless golden particles filled the air, flowing into Caterpie's body. The brilliance was so intense that Yuan Shao could hardly keep his eyes open. As the light intensified, a powerful whirlwind erupted, sweeping through the entire room. Books and pens were sent flying into the air. Moments later, the entire hotel building began to tremble violently, and frantic screams echoed from outside the window. Earthquake! Run! Struggling to maintain his balance, Yuan Shao kept his eyes fixed on the glowing Caterpie. Little did he know, the skies above Yun City had already turned ominously dark, with thunder booming across the heavens. Meanwhile, in a secret underground facility thousands of miles away, piercing alarms blared as red warning lights flashed chaotically. The entire structure was thrown into utter disarray. Alert! Anomalous energy fluctuation detected. The piercing sound of alarms filled the monitoring room in an instant, as glaring red lights flashed across the massive screens. Researchers scrambled in a frenzy, the clatter of keyboards echoing incessantly. Emergency level. The highest, an operator shouted, his voice laced with urgency. The energy fluctuation is intensifying, another researcher added, eyes glued to the rapidly changing data on the screen. Quick, upload the energy fluctuation coordinates to the Alliance. A supervisor commanded loudly. Do we have the exact location yet? It seems to be in a small city to the south. Someone responded hastily. Damn it, how could there be no warning at all? The supervisor cursed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Amid the chaos, a middle-aged man with close-cropped hair, clad in a white research coat, stood at the center of the room, his gaze locked on the golden glow pulsating on the screen. His expression was grave, his brow furrowed deeply as he muttered to himself, impossible. This is a divine-level energy fluctuation. How could it suddenly appear in the middle of a city? His mind raced, recalling historical records. The last time this level of energy was recorded was 5 centuries ago. In the year 831 AD, Lugia, the god of ocean currents, awakened in the southern region of Shirakura and erupted in a fit of rage, causing nearly 50,000 casualties in just one day. The memory sent a shiver down his spine. In the face of divine-level power, humanity felt painfully fragile. Now, with such an energy fluctuation reappearing in Huagua, everyone's hearts were in their throats. But then, in the next moment, the dazzling golden light on the screen began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within seconds, it was completely gone, leaving no trace behind. The monitoring room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the soft hum of machinery. The middle-aged researcher frowned in thought. These machines, built at the cost of billions, are capable of detecting any anomalous energy fluctuation across the globe. A divine-level energy like this should leave residual traces for at least a full day. And yet, now the screen is completely clean, there's nothing at all. He murmured to himself, which means that in just a matter of seconds, that divine-level energy appeared and then vanished entirely, without leaving a single trace. Meanwhile, in Yun City, the previously overcast sky had cleared, as though nothing had happened. People went about their business on the streets as usual, with only a few noticing the sudden change in weather, and even they quickly dismissed it as unimportant. In an ordinary hotel room, Yuan Shao was staring at the greenish creature in front of him, his expression complicated. He recalled the ominous feeling he had when the system had announced it was exiting the simulated secret realm for evolution. Now, it seemed that premonition had been spot on. That was way too much of a commotion for an evolution, Yuan Shao thought to himself, then exhaled in relief. But at least it's over now. A smile crept onto his face. Before him, the crimson form of the green caterpillar was gone, replaced by a small, emerald-green flying dragon. This was none other than Rayquaza, the legendary sky god of the Hoenn region. Though still in its juvenile form measuring little over a meter in length and less than 30 centimeters in diameter, Yuan Shao was more than satisfied. The faint glimmer of light on its scales and the subtle yet palpable sense of pressure emanating from it left no doubt. This was a genuine divine beast. Congratulations, green caterpillar, or should I say, Rayquaza now, Yuan Shao said, clapping his hands. Roar! A confused growl escaped the dragon's mouth. Rayquaza was still getting used to its new body and the incredible surge of power coursing through it. Despite evolving into a legendary divine beast, it was, at heart, still the same caterpillar that had hatched less than 6 days ago. Nearby, a Vigoroth that had witnessed the entire transformation was utterly dumbfounded. What just happened here? Why is your evolution so much cooler than mine? It wondered in disbelief. And why am I feeling this overwhelming sense of dread just being near you? This can't be right. The Vigoroth spiraled into a deep existential crisis. At the same time, a cascade of data appeared before Yuan Zhao's eyes. Pokemon, Rayquaza Sky God. Gender, type, dragon, flying. Ability, airlock neutralizes the effects of all weather conditions. Potential, Tier 1 Divine. Strength evaluation, Level 21, entry-level professional. Known moves, Dragon Rage, Dragon Dance, Dragon Breath, Ancient Power, Twister. After reviewing Rayquaza's stats, Yuan Shao couldn't help but marvel. A divine beast is truly in a league of its own. At only level 21, it's already reached professional level strength and learned several excellent dragon-type moves right off the bat. With Rayquaza's evolution complete, another prompt appeared before Yuan Shao. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the main quest. Break into professional level. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. 1x intermediate modification opportunity, 1x S level clue. With both Vigoroth and Rayquaza now at professional level strength, the quest had been completed almost effortlessly. Yuan Shao paused to think for a moment and decided to hold on to this opportunity for intermediate modifications. His 2 Pokemon already possessed top-tier potential and individual values, making further adjustments unnecessary. However, the S-grade clue piqued his interest. As Yuan Shao focused his thoughts, a vivid image formed in his mind. It was a storage room filled with countless tools and minerals. At the very bottom of a cabinet, a stone gleamed with a striking rainbow-colored glow. Yuan Shao immediately recognized it was one of the key items needed for Pokemon Mega Evolution, the Key Stone. Yet the image didn't reveal the precise location of the Key Stone, causing Yuan Shao to frown slightly. He muttered to himself that such a vague clue was hardly better than having no clue at all. Just as he was about to give up, a small detail on the wall caught his attention. It was a unique emblem that also radiated a noticeable glow. The upper half of the emblem was a golden yellow semicircle, while the lower half resembled a standard redandwhite pokeball. Although Yuan Shao had never seen this symbol before, he made sure to commit it to memory. As the image faded, he resolved to keep an eye out for this emblem in the future. After all, the keystone was of critical importance to any trainer. While Yuan Shao was lost in thought, a sudden system notification popped up. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 2,540 shock points from the astonishment of students, teachers, and citizens across the nation. Yuan Shao was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood. Clearly, news of his perfect score on the college entrance exam had spread nationwide, sparking widespread amazement. This explained the system's generous calculation of his shock points. 2,540 points. This figure even exceeded Yuan Shao's expectations. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he thought to himself that he could finally put his plan into action. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Shao firmly declared in his mind, "System, I want to spend 2,000 points to unlock advanced modifications." As Yuan Zhao's voice echoed, a system panel with multiple modification options popped up once again. This time, the text under Advanced Modification had changed. By using Advanced Modification, one could select from the following options. 1. Gain a random advanced ability or high-level item. 2. Obtain clues for legendary abilities, items, or spirits. 3. Enhance existing abilities. 4. Maximize a spirit's potential and individual values to the level of a supreme mythical beast, with full potential unlocked, and remove its origin shackles. Yuan Shao glanced over the options and nodded slightly. Aside from the hefty cost of 5,000 points per use, the options seemed quite appealing. However, certain terms in the fourth option caught his attention. System, what are origin shackles? Yun Xiao asked. The system promptly responded. Origin shackles are inherent limitations present in ordinary spirits, which restrict their maximum potential. Yun Xiao nodded and refrained from asking further. The problem now was that after unlocking this option, he would be left with less than 3,000 points. Using advanced modification required 5,000 points, leaving him short by over 2,000. Where could he gather this difference? Frowning in thought for a moment, Yun Xiao suddenly relaxed and smiled. He turned and walked towards the bedroom, an idea already forming in his mind. Back at the hotel, Yun Xiao sat at the desk and powered up his laptop. Although the entertainment industry in this world was far less developed compared to his previous one, information about spirits was abundant. In a society where everyone aspired to be a trainer, a video on battle strategies or spirit-raising tips could easily garner millions of views. Yun Xiao opened KDaDuck, the most popular streaming platform in Yin Country, and registered an account. He decided to use live streaming to attract an audiential approach requiring no cost yet capable of reaching the masses. He set his stream title as World's Best Spirit Battle Strategy Livestream, casually uploaded a picture of Pikachu, and hit the start button. Within 5 minutes, a few scattered viewers had entered the stream. A user named Dust commented, "World's Best? Big words, streamer. Are you for real?" Another viewer, Loves Magikarp, teased, "Haha, nice one, streamer. That title is pure clickbait genius." Clearly, the exaggerated title had drawn viewers in, many of whom were there for a good laugh. Adjusting his microphone while registering an account on the Spirit Battle Simulation platform, Yun Xiao greeted, "Good afternoon, everyone. Today, they'll show you a strategy that can dominate any opponent, guaranteed to crush them no matter who they are." The platform he was registering on was an advanced spirit battle simulation system developed by the Spirit Alliance and various nations, allowing players to simulate real-world battles. It even supported real-time voice commands. The platform was wildly popular worldwide. The comments section quickly lit up. Loves Magikarp exclaimed, "Guaranteed domination? I thought the streamer was joking, but he's serious." Dust mocked, "Dude, you can't be buying this. The streamer sounds like he's 16 or 17, and he just registered his account. If he really teaches us anything worthwhile, we'll send a rocket gift." Meanwhile, more viewers were attracted by the intriguing stream title. Pika Pika Pi asked, "Just joined? What's going on in this stream, guys?" QWE added, "Same here. What's the deal? I'm curious." Yun Xiao had entered the battle platform and began assembling his team. First, he added a Pelipper and a Comfey to his lineup, followed by a Kingdra. The chat exploded at the sight of his lineup. Black Heartbro sneered, "Streamer's just another clickbaiter. Kingdra is fine, but Pelipper is trash. I'm out, this is boring." Pika Pika Pi asked in confusion, "Streamer, what's the point of Comfey? Sure, it's a decent healer, but its base HP is way too low. Plus, it doesn't seem to synergize with the other two spirits." However, Yun Xiao's next move completely blew up the stream. He added 3 Rattatas to his team and immediately queued for a match. The most popular battle format on this combat simulation platform is a 2v2 rotation battle with teams of 6 Pokemon. Yun Xiao's decision to include 3 Rattatas in his lineup was essentially handing his opponents 3 Pokemon an advantage. If Yun Xiao had the skill to take on 6 Pokemon with just 3, it might have been a different story. However, these 3 Pokemon hardly looked capable of pulling that off. The live chat exploded instantly. Is the streamer out of his mind? Not picking strong Pokemon like Charizard, Garchomp, or Dragonite, and planning to go 3v6. If he wins, I'll send 2 rockets right away. Can I get a refund on the free gifts I sent? Amidst the doubts, Yun Xiao chuckled to himself. As he had anticipated, even the world's top trainers in this game hadn't grasped the concept of weather-based teams, a basic yet effective strategy, let alone the average viewers. With his extraordinary insight, his understanding of Pokemon battles had already reached the pinnacle. Surprising these people? Child's play. While waiting for the match to start, Yun Xiao began optimizing the items and abilities for the first 3 Pokemon in his lineup. He explained, "These 3 Pokemon don't just work together, they're inseparable. Each one is crucial. You'll understand soon enough." The live chat remained skeptical, eagerly waiting to watch the drama unfold. Meanwhile, on the same platform in another livestream, a young man wearing a crimson tracksuit and a redand white cap with a Pokeball logo waved to his viewers from behind a computer. "Good afternoon, everyone." The chat in this stream immediately went wild. "Red, finally, you're live again. These 12 hours and 5 minutes without you felt like an eternity. Is it still battle simulation today?" This live stream was buzzing with activity. Within just a few minutes, tens of thousands of viewers had joined, and the numbers were still climbing. The reason was simple. This was the live stream of Red, the champion of Shiratori Nation. Red, seemingly used to this kind of attention, nodded slightly and responded in somewhat broken Chinese, "Yes, today is still battle simulation. But if you want to see other games, I can try." "No, No, Red. Anything you stream is fine. We're here for your looks anyway. We'd even watch you sleep. Red smiled and skillfully logged into the battle simulation platform, hitting the matchmaking button. Even for him, this game was exceptionally well designed, offering a sense of authenticity when battling other players. Occasionally, the random matchmaking would lead to surprising opponents, which he thoroughly enjoyed. So, in his spare time, Red often streamed this game for a while. Ding! The matchmaking notification popped up. His opponent was a player with a Pikachu avatar, and the ID Kataduck 134479. Red raised an eyebrow slightly. This seemed like a fellow streamer on the same platform. But when he saw the opponent's lineup, his brow furrowed in confusion. A Kingdra, a Comfey, and a Pelipper. These were Pokemon rarely seen in simulation battles, and even less common in real life. But what was truly baffling was the remaining 3 Pokemon 3 Rattatas. Red couldn't hide his surprise, and his livestream chat erupted. 3 Rattatas? What's this guy thinking? Is he looking down on us? Probably some small-time streamer trying to show off with obscure Pokemon. Haha, but he didn't expect to run into Red. Teach him a lesson, Red. Reading the chat, Red seemed to catch on. Perhaps this person was trying to showcase their strategic prowess by deliberately including 3 Rattatas, hoping to crush their opponent and attract viewers. Intrigued, Red found himself looking forward to the match. If this person truly had such skill, the battle might turn out to be quite interesting. Red clicked Accept Match and entered the team selection screen. The team composition chosen by Chi Hong reflects his habits in the real world. He selected 6 Pokemon: Pikachu, Charizard, Gengar, Lapras, Snorlax, and Chansey. 4 of these are popular picks in competitive battles, and combined with Chi Hong's exceptional skills as a champion-level trainer, he has maintained an impressive 100 win rate across 4,000 matches. After a brief moment of consideration, Chi Hong decided to lead with Pikachu and Chansey. It was a smart choice. 2 of his opponent's Pokemon were weak against electric-type attacks, and Chansey could ensure Pikachu's condition remained optimal while boosting its damage output. Once Chi Hong's selection was locked in, the game transitioned to the battle arena. On the left stood Chi Hong's Chansey and Pikachu, while on the right, his opponent sent out Florges and Pelipper. Upon seeing his opponent's choices, a hint of disappointment flashed in Chi Hong's eyes. He muttered to the viewers in his livestream, based on his picks, it's clear his understanding of battle strategy isn't at the level required for a 3v6 match. In my team, Pikachu poses the biggest threat. If he had led with Kingdra to counter Pikachu, he might have had a chance. But sending out Pelipper, which has a quadruple electric weakness, even with Florges supporting it, won't hold up. Even so, Chi Hong added, still, perhaps his tactical execution might surprise us. Despite his words, Chi Hong had already lost interest in the match. To him, simulated battle shared similarities with real Onisa trainer unable to devise effective strategies would also struggle to demonstrate strong leadership in battle. Finally, Chi Hong gave his commands in a calm voice. Chansey, use Helping Hand. Pikachu, use Thunder. He shook his head slightly, as though the outcome of the battle had already played out in his mind. On the screen, Chansey's body was suddenly enveloped by a soft, warm glow. The light swirled briefly before flowing into Pikachu. It was the Helping Hand move, significantly boosting Pikachu's next attack. Empowered, Pikachu's cheeks crackled with electricity, ready to strike. At the same time, 2 massive lightning bolts began forming in the sky, each targeting Pelipper and Florges. The opposing team quickly reacted. Florges was surrounded by a shimmering white light, forming a protective barrier, while Pelipper flapped its wings, darkening the skies as heavy rain poured down in torrents. Akai frowned slightly, puzzled. Rainy weather certainly enhanced water-type moves, but it also amplified the power of electric-type attacks, which could spell disaster for both Pelipper and Kingdra. What could their opponent be planning? In the blink of an eye, the 2 lightning bolts struck. With the combined power of Helping Hand and the rain boost, the thunder attack strength was immense. Florges, protected by its shield, emerged unscathed. Pelipper, however, took a direct hit, its health plummeting to a dangerously low level. Akai's livestream chat exploded with comments, as viewers expressed their disbelief at the seemingly reckless strategy of the opposing team. Just as many thought the match was as good as over, an unexpected twist occurred. Pelipper suddenly disappeared in a flash of red light, replaced instantly by Kingdra. What shocked everyone even more was that the switch happened with no delay, defying the game's usual mechanics. The audience erupted into speculation, wondering if this was a glitch or if someone was exploiting a cheat. Immediately after, Florges emitted a brilliant green glow and launched a draining kiss, but instead of targeting the opponent, it struck their own Kingdra. This baffling move left everyone stunned. Even Akai couldn't help but betray a serious expression. In the next moment, Kingdra radiated an intense crimson light, its entire presence surging with newfound power. Following this, an enormous tidal wave surged forth, crashing directly toward Chansey and Pikachu. Akai reacted instantly, shouting, Chansey, Use light screen. Shield Pikachu. Chansey quickly raised a shimmering barrier in front of Pikachu. But to everyone's astonishment, the defense shattered like paper under the sheer force of the tidal wave. Then, a calm voice rang out from the livestream, belonging to Yun Xiao. Pure offensive Kingdra, with a 1.5x boost to water-type moves in rain. A 1.5x stab same-type attack bonus multiplier. Weakness policy doubling its special attack and attack stats, and Swift Swim doubling its speed in rain. I wonder, how will you respond? The Kingdra's murky tidal assault swept through like a tsunami, instantly shattering the light screen and engulfing both Pikachu and Chansey. Their HP bars dropped to 0 in an instant, and the screen froze on the image of them being overwhelmed by the massive wave. The chat in Chi Hong's livestream exploded with activity. The viewers were in disbelief, their reactions filled with shock and astonishment. Though the simulated Chansey wasn't as strong as the one in Chi Hong's real team, it was still considered a top-tier defensive Pokemon. Regular viewers of Chi Hong streams had even nicknamed it the Pink Demon due to its high defenses and HP, as well as its mastery of survival moves like Light Screen, Reflect, and Soft-Boiled. Under Chi Hong's command, it often became an unkillable tank, a nightmare for opponents. But today, this so-called Pink Demon was one-shot even with Light Screen active. The audience struggled to accept this outcome, and the chat was flooded with voices of doubt. Not even Light Screen could stop that? Is this guy cheating, or what? Plus, he's swapping Pokemon with 0 delay. Exactly. Someone report this guy. I'm heading to his stream to confront him. Chi Hong ignored the barrage of comments, his eyes fixed intently on the screen, where the Kingdra, glowing with a faint red aura, stood triumphantly. He seemed deep in thought. The rest of the battle was a foregone conclusion. Chi Hong's remaining 4 Pokemon took turns stepping in, only to fall victim to Kingdra's 1-hit KOs. Throughout the entire match, the Florges supporting Kingdra didn't even need to make another move. Kingdra alone decimated Chi Hong's entire team. When Chi Hong's last Pokemon, Gengar, fainted, the screen displayed the red defeat message for the first time. Meanwhile, Chi Hong's chat remained flooded with accusations of cheating and exploiting glitches, with many viewers leaving to raid the opposing player's livestream. At that moment, Chi Hong, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke up. There wasn't a trace of frustration on his face. Instead, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Everyone, I lost fair and square. The person on the other side is incredibly skilled and has a brilliant strategy. His expression was that of someone encountering a worthy rival, a kindred spirit. Chi Hong continued, the reason Kingdra could swap in so quickly is likely because Pelipper was holding an eject button. And as for Kingdra, it's probably carrying a weakness policy. As he spoke, he opened the Psyduck website and entered the ID for his opponent's livestream. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao's livestream was experiencing a meteoric rise in popularity. What had started with just a few dozen viewers had surged to thousands. Most of these new arrivals were from Chi Hong's stream, initially storming in with the intent to accuse Yun Xiao of cheating. However, upon seeing the atmosphere in the stream, they were stunned. The chat was filled with words of admiration, accompanied by a constant flow of virtual gifts. Wow, you're a genius. I thought this was clickbait, but it turns out you're the real deal. How did you even come up with this strategy? Why aren't you competing in the World Championships? You're wasting your talent being a small-time streamer. Young God, I take back everything I said earlier. I was too harsh. I'm bowing down now. Here, take 2 airplanes. A system notification popped up. User Dust has sent 2 airplane gifts. Seeing this, the furious Chi Hong fans who had barged in were left dumbfounded. One of them immediately questioned, strategy? Isn't this guy just exploiting glitches and cheating? Hey, I came from the other stream too. What's this about strategy? Are you seriously telling me Kingdra one-shot a light screen Chansey without cheating? Explain how this isn't a hack. The earliest viewers of Yun Xiao's stream quickly chimed in. Honestly, we thought it was ridiculous at first too. But after the streamer explained it, everything made sense. Yeah, Yun God, give the newcomers a lesson. Yun Xiao glanced at the influx of new viewers, slightly taken aback. Did his last opponent turn out to be a streamer as well? It seemed his own popularity was about to skyrocket. Clearing his throat, he began to explain once more. This strategic team composition is what I call the rainy day vanguard. Yun Xiao spoke with a calm and steady tone, unraveling the core of this unique battle strategy. His words, like a key, unlocked the door for the audience to a new world of Pokemon battles. The key lies in Florge's symbiosis ability, Yun Xiao explained, gesturing in the air as if sketching out the strategy. It allows Florges to quickly use Draining Kiss on Kingdra, activating Kingdra's weakness policy. Combined with Pelipper's Rain Dance, Kingdra's sweeping potential is maximized. In the live stream chat, new viewers exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Symbiosis? Weakness policy? These unfamiliar terms left them scratching their heads. Noticing the bewilderment in his audience, Yun Xiao smiled and continued with a more detailed explanation. I understand some of you might have questions, so let me break it down for you. He patiently described the effects of the weakness policy. When the holder is hit by a super effective move, its attack and special attack stats are boosted by 2 stages. He also explained Florge's unique ability, which allows healing moves to have priority, ensuring they go first in most situations. Yun Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he elaborated on the intricacies of the strategy. The idea is straightforward. In the first turn, you lead with Pelipper and Florges. Florges uses Protect to shield itself, while Pelipper sets up Rain Dance. Once Kingdra enters the field, Florges can quickly use Draining Kiss thanks to its ability, triggering Kingdra's weakness policy. His pace quickens slightly, his tone brimming with passion. Under Rain, Water-type moves already get a power boost. Add in the 2-stage attack and special attack increase from weakness policy, and even a Snorlax wouldn't stand a chance against this onslaught. Yun Xiao continued to dissect the intricacies of this brilliant strategy. Don't forget, the Rain also synergizes with Kingdra's swift swim ability, doubling its speed. Florges can heal Kingdra with Floral Healing, boost its damage with Helping Hand, or disrupt opponents with moves like Sweet Kiss and Leech Seed. Once this setup is complete, the opponent is left with virtually no options. At this point, Yun Xiao shrugged, a hint of admiration flashing across his face. Honestly, when I first saw this strategy, I couldn't help but think, genius. It's a perfect combination of items, abilities, and weather mechanics that creates such a powerful tactic. The new viewers in the chat were left in awe, their minds blown by the explanation. They finally understood why Blissey had been one-shot, why Florges attacked its own ally, and why the Pokémon moved so quickly. It was all part of a meticulously crafted strategy. However, there were still skeptics among the audience. Someone questioned, "Streamer, can you explain why you didn't experience any delay when swapping Pokémon? Isn't that exploiting a bug?" Yun Xiao chuckled slightly, his lips curving into a faint smile. "Ah, I forgot to mention this part. In this setup, Pelipper's only role is to set up Rain Dance. It holds an eject button, which forces it to switch out automatically when hit, enabling a seamless and instant Pokémon swap to bring in Kingdra. This explanation was like the final piece of a puzzle, completing the picture of the strategy. Viewers from the rival streamer Chi Hong's channel fell silent, finally realizing that Yun Xiao had achieved victory not through bugs or cheats, but through a flawlessly executed strategy. After a few moments of silence, the chat erupted. "Respect, seriously, I have to hand it to you. Beating Chi Bao like this? I'm impressed. Now I kinda want to take down the banner in Chi Bao's channel and subscribe here instead. What should I do?" As these comments rolled in, a wave of virtual gifts flooded the screen. Yun Xiao watched as the viewer count in his stream surged to nearly 10,000, accompanied by an outpouring of gifts. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Just as he had anticipated, the vast array of battle strategies stored in his mind was proving to be an overwhelming advantage in this world. However, the most significant reward from the stream was the continuous system notifications that had been popping up since the beginning. Yun Zhao's gaze shifted to the floating messages in front of him. Ding. You've collected shock value from 25 viewers, converted to 1 point. Ding. You've collected shock value from 120 viewers, converted to 2 points. Ding. You've collected shock value from 120,000 viewers from the opponent's stream, converted to 1,700 points. Yun Xiao froze in disbelief. 120,000 viewers? That meant his opponent was likely a major streamer. And just like that, he had earned 1,700 points. As Yun Xiao basked in his excitement, another notification appeared. Ding. You've collected shock value from an important character, Chi Hong, earning a bonus of 300 points. Yun Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Chi Hong? No way. He began to replay the battle in his mind. His opponent's username was Duer, which, when reversed, spelled Red Chi Hong. Moreover, the opponent's 6 Pokémon had seemed oddly familiar, though he hadn't thought much of it at the time. Now, seeing the system notification, Yun Xiao suddenly pieced it together. Wait, he thought to himself, stunned. Did I just face off against Red on my first match? Chi Hong, known as Red in the Pokémon franchise, was a legendary figure. The trainer who, in the anime, tamed Mewtwo with a Mega Charizard. The champion of the Indigo League, a legendary trainer, the true protagonist, and a nemesis of Team Rocket. He had countless titles, and Ash Ketchum himself was based on this character. Yun Xiao could hardly believe that such a figure truly existed in this world. What shocked him even more was that in his very first live-streamed battle, he had defeated Chi Hong's entire team with just 3 Pokémon. Yun Xiao couldn't help but rub his nose, thinking to himself, it's just a simulation game. Chi Hong probably doesn't take it seriously, right? But before he could dwell on it further, a blazing notification lit up his stream, its fiery glow impossible to ignore. King's arrival. The #1 streamer on the popularity leaderboard, Chi Hong, has entered the stream. As Chi Hong entered the live stream, the comment section exploded like a dam bursting its banks. The audience's excitement ignited instantly, flooding the screen with playful remarks and enthusiastic welcomes. Chi Bao, you're here. Let's welcome the victim into the stream. Huh? Chi bro, this streamer's strategy is seriously twisted. You totally didn't lose unfairly. The earliest viewers of Yun Zhao's livestream suddenly had an epiphany, their eyes lighting up. Chi Hong was a world-renowned champion, and they finally understood why the stream had attracted such a massive audience. No wonder so many people joined all at one seat was Chi Hong on the other side. Oh my gosh. Streamer, this is your moment to shine. When you become famous, don't forget I was the first to send you a plain gift. Amid the sea of comments, a striking red message suddenly hovered near the chat box. It was a top-tier super chat worth 10,000 spirit coins, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Chi Hong, your strategic setup is incredibly clever. I have to admit, I was genuinely surprised. Right after that, another super chat of equal value popped up. Chi Hong, but I have a question. If, at the start of the battle, I had my Dragonite use Dragon Dance to boost itself, and my Jengar use Mean Look to trap Pelipper, wouldn't that counter your strategy? The audience erupted again, buzzing with excitement. Chi Bao proving why he's Chi Bao already thinking of a counter strategy so quickly. That does seem like it would work. If you block the switch between Pelipper and Kingdra, the whole setup falls apart. Am I the only one noticing how rich Chi Bro is? He could have said all this in one message, but split it into two super chats. Chi Bro, can you sponsor me too? Hearing Chi Hong's question, Yun Xiao chuckled softly. His steady voice came through the stream. Chi Bro, your idea is great, but the priority of the eject buttons effect is higher than Mean Look. Even if Jengar traps Pelipper, the switch effect will still trigger. As for Dragonite using Dragon Dance, that's a solid move, but my Comfey is equipped with Encore. In the first turn, I'll observe your Pokemon's actions before giving commands. If you attack, Comfey will use Protect. If you boost, Comfey will lock you into using Dragon Dance repeatedly. Chi Hong fell silent, thousands of miles away. Yun Zhao's explanation was spot on. Mean Look couldn't prevent Kingdra from switching in, and if Dragonite used Dragon Dance, Encore would force it to use the move 3 times in a row, turning it into a sitting duck. After pondering for a moment, Chi Hong shook his head. As a champion trainer, he knew how foolish it was to use setup moves right in front of an opponent. The brilliance of Yun Zhao's strategy lay in the fact that once Kingdra entered the field, it would immediately benefit from multiple boosts, striking swiftly with double speed. Meanwhile, Pelipper and Comfey were bulky support Pokemon. Comfey even had Protect to maintain its presence, making it nearly impossible to take down quickly. As for Pelipper, it was just a utility bird. Its job was done as long as it set up Rain Dance. After some thought, Chi Hong sent 2 more super chats. Chi Hong, then, I suppose there's another way. Chi Hong, instead of targeting your Pelipper, I could have both Pokemon focus on Comfey. Even with Protect, it can't block 2 attacks at once. Seeing Chi Hong's continued engagement, Yun Xiao was happy to respond. After all, every message meant another 10,000 spirit coins for him. Chi bro, that's another solid idea, but you're overlooking something else, Yun Xiao said calmly. Even if you manage to take down Comfey, in rainy conditions, Hurricane's accuracy becomes perfect and its power is boosted. In the second turn, you'd be facing Pelipper's guaranteed Hurricane and a swift swim-boosted Kingdra. He didn't elaborate further, just smiled lightly. Actually, countering this strategy is quite simple. All you need to do is disrupt the weather. If you can take control of the weather, you can dismantle the entire setup. After all, this team is built entirely around rainy conditions. As his words trailed off, Chi Hong's super chat appeared again. Chi Hong, I see now. This is one variation of a rain team? No, it's just a prototype, Yun Xiao replied. Don't forget, a team can have 6 Pokemon. Chi Hong, much appreciated. With that final super chat, a burst of fireworks lit up Yun Zhao's live stream. Chi Hong has gifted the streamer a radiant carnival. Chi Hong has gifted the streamer a radiant carnival. The same notification appeared 5 times in a row, sending the audience into a frenzy. Chi Hong's generosity and Yun Zhao's expertise brought the live stream to a perfect conclusion. Do you realize a single radiant carnival costs 200,000 spirit coins? And Chi Gu just gifted 1 million in one go 5 radiant carnivals. The chat exploded instantly. Big boss energy right there. 1 million is pocket change for Chi Gu. I'm not jealous, really. A Sharpied viewer quickly corrected. Actually, with the super comments included, it's 1.06 million. Faced with this sudden, massive donation, Yun Xiao froze for a moment but quickly regained composure. Smiling, he said, "Thank you for the gift, Chiga. Chiga, send me a friend request in private." However, what he said next sent the entire chat into chaos. And to everyone watching, I have something to take care of, so I'm logging off now. Catch you later. Bye-bye. As soon as he finished, the stream went black, leaving only a flood of frantic comments. Oh? He played one game and logged off? Did the streamer just take the money and run? Too rich to care about streaming anymore? No one could make sense of Yun Xiao's actions. With Chi million spirit coin gift, his stream would be featured on the platform's homepage, attracting massive traffic. This was the perfect opportunity to gain followers and make more money, yet he chose to log off at such a critical moment. Meanwhile, somewhere in Yun City, Yun Xiao stood up from his desk, stretched, and loosened up his muscles. A series of system notifications popped up in front of him. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've collected shock value from 100,000 viewers, converting it into 100 points. As expected, abruptly ending the stream had generated shock value. However, Yun Xiao frowned, noticing something odd. System, why is it still 100 points when the audience size is the same as before? The system quickly explained. Host, the amount of shock value isn't solely determined by the number of viewers. If the same person is repeatedly shocked, the shock value obtained decreases significantly. Additionally, abruptly ending the stream isn't as surprising to viewers as defeating Qi Gu and explaining tactics. Hence, the points are lower. Yun Xiao nodded thoughtfully. I see, so I need to keep surprising different people? Exactly. The system continued. Also, Qi Gu alone contributed 400 points. Does this mean the stronger someone is, the more shock value they can generate? Absolutely correct. Yun Xiao was about to ask another question when the system interjected. By the way, starting 1 minute ago, this system no longer answers questions for free. A total of 3 questions have been charged at a discounted rate of 30 points, which has already been deducted from your account. Yun Xiao froze, his face filled with disbelief. I literally figured it out on my own, and you're still charging me? Correct, host. By the way, this explanation costs an additional 10 points. With a defeated sigh, Yun Xiao decided not to argue with the extortionist system anymore. That said, the stream had been quite fruitful. In just a short time, he had amassed over 2,000 shock points. On top of that, Chige's generous donation meant he would receive around 600,000 spirit coins after the platform's cut. While this might be small change to a champion, it was more than enough to let an average family live comfortably in Yun City's downtown for over a decade. After tallying up his gains, Yun Xiao opened the stream's backend and noticed a notification of friend request from Chigo. He accepted it and sent a Pikachu smile emoji as a greeting. Thanks for the donation, Chigo. You're too generous. Moments later, Chigu replied with a side-up tilted head emoji, followed by a message. You've earned my respect. Consider this money as payment for enlightening me. I've learned a lot of new things from you. You're too kind, Chigu. Yun Xiao responded with a shy Pikachu emoji. After all, this victory was in a simulated game. In the real world, Chigu was a top-tier champion trainer. By comparison, Yun Xiao had only been in this world for a week and relied on his cheat system to reach professional level. So, he still held a great deal of respect for Chigu. Then, Chigu sent another message. If possible, I'd like to spar with you again in the future. Without hesitation, Yun Xiao replied, Of course. Chigu, you're my top supporter. We can play as many matches as you'd like. After a few seconds of silence, Chigu finally replied, I meant real-life battles. Yun Xiao froze, feeling a bit awkward, and decided to be honest. Chigu, sorry, but that's not possible. I only got my first starter Pokemon a week ago. Thousands of miles away, Chigu stared at the message on his screen, completely stunned. You just got your Pokemon a week ago? Chi Hong stared intently at the screen, Yun Xiao's words echoing in his mind. This Rain Team strategy had only recently started circulating among champion-level trainers, and was still in the exploratory stages. Yet, the person before him had already built a fully optimized tactical team. This was definitely not something a rookie who had just received their starter Pokemon could come up with. Chi Hong's fingers tapped lightly on the desk as his thoughts raced. He concluded in his mind that the person on the other side of the screen had to be at least an elite 4-level trainer. Yun Xiao was likely just a pseudonym for live streaming. Taking a deep breath, Chi Hong typed another message on the keyboard. I sincerely hope we can have a battle someday, but if that's not your intention, I can only express my regret. The reply came almost instantly. Definitely, when the opportunity arises. Definitely. What Yun Xiao didn't know was that, in Chi Hong's eyes, he had already been elevated to the rank of at least an elite 4-level trainer. After sending the message, Yun Xiao stretched and stood up from his chair. A slight smile unknowingly forming on his lips. Starting a live stream had indeed been the right choice. In less than an hour of streaming, he had gained a significant amount of shock points and a decent sum of Pokemon currency. The reason Yun Xiao ended the stream so abruptly was simple. He had accumulated enough shock points to use an advanced modification. Closing his eyes, he silently said in his mind, System, I want to use the advanced modification. The system's notification sounded in his head. Ding! 5,000 shock points have been deducted. Current remaining points, 345. Please select a modification option. Yun Xiao gave it some thought. The advanced modification offered 4 choices: obtaining high-level abilities and items, acquiring clues to legendary items and abilities, enhancing the individual values and potential of Pokemon, or strengthening existing abilities and items. Both of his Pokemon already had maxed out individual values and potential, so there was no need for enhancement. While his Lazy Wobbuffet's qualifications were only at champion level, still a step away from the level of legendary Pokemonite, was more than sufficient for now. His Aura ability was also perfectly adequate at this stage. As for clues to legendary items or abilities, even if he obtained them, he might not yet have the means to acquire them. System, I choose to randomly obtain a high-level item or ability, Yuan Shao decided decisively. Ding. Modification initiated. Randomly selecting an item and ability for the host. The system's voice chimed again. Selection complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Steer ability. Master Cube Maker. A faint green light appeared out of nowhere and shot into Yuan Zhao's forehead like a flash of lightning. He felt a cool sensation spread through his mind, followed by a flood of knowledge and memories about berries, Pokeblock recipes, and crafting techniques. A few seconds later, Yuan Shao exhaled softly, the knowledge now fully integrated into his mind. His skills were now on par with a top-tier Pokeblock crafting master. His character panel even displayed a new line of information. Pokeblock crafting master Steer skill. Effect. Your knowledge of berries and Pokeblock crafting, as well as your skills, have reached a level unattainable by ordinary people. Yuan Shao was momentarily at a loss for words, deeply shocked. Pokeblocks, as the ultimate nutritional supplement and food for Pokemon, held an irreplaceable position in this world. When the first Pokeblock was introduced 50 years ago, it caused a global sensation. Due to the complexity of the crafting techniques, only professional Pokeblock makers could master them, which even led to the rise of a powerful organization, the Pokeblock Crafting Association, or simply the Cube Association. In just a few decades, the association had become one of the world's most influential forces. The association monopolized the production of Pokeblocks and began training professional crafters. Professional Pokeblock makers trained by the association were highly sought after, their status comparable to alchemists in cultivation worlds. The crafting profession was divided into 4 levels: apprentice, professional, expert, and master. Master-level makers represented the pinnacle of the craft, with fewer than 100 in the entire world. Yuan Zhao's current crafting skills were now on par with theirs. As an endless stream of crafting recipes and techniques flooded his mind, Yuan Shao suddenly remembered something. He retrieved the Pokeblocks he had purchased earlier from the system's storage space and examined them carefully. After a moment, he let out a deep sigh. These cost 50,000, but the production cost is less than 10,000. That's ridiculously profitable. Yuan Shao murmured to himself, his eyes flickering with surprise and a hint of contemplation. If he had known he could gain such a skill, Yuan Shao couldn't help but regret his decision at Lingyun department store. Shaking his head, he consoled himself, although it feels like a big loss from now on, I can personally make the highest grade Pokeblocks for Vigoroth and Rayquaza. However, reality is often far from ideal. Yuan Shao frowned in thought. While the materials for crafting Pokeblocks were easy to source, the key crafting machine was almost entirely monopolized by the Pokeblock Association. To gain access to it, one had to join the association and become a professional trainer. Unfortunately, a small place like Yunqing didn't even have an association branch. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Yuan Shao thought, no rush. In a few weeks, I'll be heading to Modu. I can look for the association then. Confidence surged within him. With my current crafting skills, passing the assessment will be a breeze. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. The advanced modification ability not only enhanced existing skills, but might also push the limits of human mastery over Aura. If it could be used to enhance the skill of a Pokeblock master, what would happen? Could it possibly revolutionize the field of Pokeblock crafting? Such a discovery would undoubtedly shock the world and earn him a wealth of shock points. But dreams were grand, and reality was harsh. Yuan Shao looked at his dwindling supply of shock points and let out a bitter laugh. It seems my journey as a streamer will be quite long. Leaning back in his chair, he pondered ways to attract more viewers and leave them amazed, thus earning more points. After organizing his thoughts, Yuan Shao immediately returned to the simulated secret realm Azure Lake. He released Vigoroth and Rayquaza and began challenging the wild Pokemon within the realm. While accumulating shock points was important, strengthening his Pokemon was the true main objective, and he wouldn't lose sight of his priorities. Time flew by, and by the time Yuan Shao exited the secret realm, the sun was already setting. Azure Lake, a simulated secret realm for levels 15 to 30, provided Pokemon with 4 times the usual experience gain. Combined with the overwhelming combat prowess of Rayquaza and Vigoroth, they practically swept through the realm with incredible efficiency. In just one day, Vigoroth reached level 30, and Rayquaza leveled up to 25. Looking at his 2 Pokemon, panting but brimming with energy, Yuan Shao smiled and said, "Great work. Here's tonight's dinner, eat it while it's warm." He placed 2 containers of Pokeblocks in front of them. Roar. Vig. The two Pokemon looked at the blocks curiously, clearly unfamiliar with this kind of food. Vigoroth sniffed the air and was the first to catch the rich aroma. Cautiously, he picked up a block and took a small bite. In an instant, the delicious flavor and intricate textures overwhelmed Vigoroth's taste buds. His eyes lit up as he eagerly stuffed the entire block into his mouth, then clutched the container and devoured its contents ravenously. Vig! Vig! He exclaimed excitedly. It was the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. Seeing Vigoroth's delight, Rayquaza couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. After taking a bite, he too was completely won over by the flavor and promptly buried his head in the container. Watching his Pokemon happily indulging in their meal, Yunxiao couldn't help but smile. The appeal of Pokeblocks to Pokemon was akin to a cat's obsession with fish. Not only were they delicious, but the rich energy they contained also significantly boosted a Pokemon's growth. High-grade Pokeblocks could even provide additional effects. The two containers of high-grade Pokeblocks Yunxiao had purchased earlier at Lingyun department store were solid core blocks and dragon scale blocks. Solid core blocks were suited for normal-type Pokemon, significantly enhancing physical fitness and mastery of normal-type energy with long-term use. Dragon scale blocks, on the other hand, were designed for Dragonite Pokemon. In addition to similar benefits, they also strengthened the hardness of their scales. These two types of blocks were expensive. Just these two small containers cost nearly 10,000 Pokecoins, and they were only high-grade Pokeblocks. Above them were expert-grade and master-grade blocks, which boasted even more astonishing effects and came with astronomical price tags, often being unavailable regardless of the cost. For an average trainer, master-grade Pokeblocks were an unattainable dream. But for Yunxiao, this wasn't an issue at all. After all, he could make them himself. After feeding the two Pokemon, Yunxiao casually ordered takeout for dinner. He opened his computer again, and a message from Chi-Hong immediately popped up on the screen, the bright red text standing out vividly. No matter what, I really hope to spar with you someday. Your tactical understanding is among the strongest I've ever seen from any trainer. Here's my contact number. If you change your mind or need anything, feel free to reach out. Below the message was a string of numbers. Yunxiao noted it down silently, reflecting on how Chi-Hong, true to his nature as a pure fighter, was always eager to face strong opponents. However, Yunxiao knew he was not yet strong enough to take on that challenge. Maybe next time, he murmured to himself. Hours passed, and Yunxiao reopened his livestream channel. To his surprise, the number of viewers had not decreased but actually soared. There were now over 30,000 people waiting in the blacked-out room, with the chat scrolling non-stop. So this is the streamer who ended Chi-Hong's winning streak? Where is he? Relax, he streamed for an hour and then logged off. Who knows when he'll be back? I came here after watching the replay. That Kingdra team he used was insane. Like, is that even a strategy a human could come up with? Unbeknownst to him, Yunxiao's simulated battle against Chi-Hong had been recorded and edited, going viral within just a few short hours. The video had already amassed over 1 million views. After all, Chi-Hong was a world-renowned champion, and anything associated with him naturally garnered massive attention. The black screen suddenly lit up, revealing Yunxiao's desktop. The chat exploded instantly. OMG, the streamer is back. Yun God, you're finally here. I missed you so much. Are you the one who beat Chi-Hong? I gotta see if you've got more tricks up your sleeve. Why isn't the streamer using a webcam? Gifts flooded the screen, and Yunxiao could barely keep up. Smiling, he said, "Welcome to my stream, everyone. No small talk tonight, let's get straight to business." With that, he opened the battle simulation platform, cleared his previous team, and added 5 Rattatas to his lineup. The viewers were dumbfounded, the chat immediately filling with question marks. What is the streamer doing? 5 Rattatas? During the match with Chi-Hong, he used 3 to handicap himself. Does this mean he's planning a full 6-0 with just Rattatas now? If it were anyone else, I'd laugh at how ridiculous this is. But with him, I just want to see what he's up to. Some newer viewers were quick to voice their doubts. Unless he's just stomping low-ranked players, there's no way this works. What's the point of this? One Pokemon having a strategy? Come on, that's impossible. Yeah, I thought we'd see something impressive. If it's just low-level trolling, I'm out. Yunxiao didn't respond to the skepticism. Instead, he silently added a Venusaur with a massive flower on its back to his team, carefully configuring its moves and stats. Without hesitation, he clicked Find Match. Almost instantly, an opponent's avatar appeared, Ka1 Rose, with a world leaderboard rank, 56, tag displayed beside it. It turned out the game had a ranking system. Chi-Hong, who only played casual matches, never showed a rank, but with his skills, had undoubtedly be number 1 if he tried. The chat erupted again. I know this Ka1 Rose guy. He's a well-known streamer who only uses pseudo-legendary Pokemon. LOL, great matchmaking system. First match against Chi-Hong, now a top 100 player? This game really respects our Yun God. Streamer's about to get wrecked, for sure. Imagine Kawanro seeing those 5 Rattatas. He's got to be so confused right now. The chat was bustling with activity, and most viewers were convinced that Yun Xiao wouldn't be able to pull off another miraculous 6-0 victory, especially against a world-ranked player. The battle against Qi Hong was won through the seamless coordination of Yun Xiao's 3 Pokemon, not solely by Kingdra's efforts. However, what no one could see at that moment was the subtle smirk forming on Yun Xiao's lips behind the screen. The 50th ranked player in the world? Perfect timing. The stronger the opponent, the more shocked the audience would be, and the more points he could earn. The match began. After a few moments of thought, the opponent sent out a Dragonite as their lead. On Yun Xiao's side, the choice was clear. It was Venusaur's turn to shine. Both players entered their commands, and Dragonite flapped its wings, soaring into the air. Its claws shimmered with an icy chill as it dove straight at Venusaur. Ice Punch, the freezing strike, packed with immense force, landed squarely on Venusaur. Venusaur let out a pained roar. Facing an attack it was weak against, its health bar plummeted by more than half. If it weren't for Venusaur's naturally high durability and defensive stats, any other grass-type Pokemon might have already been knocked out by that hit. In the livestream chat, the comments started pouring in like a torrential rainstorm. Forget about a 1v6, I'm not even sure if Venusaur can take down this Dragonite. Yeah, Venusaur's probably the weakest of the original starters. Might as well call GG for Yun God now. But just then, Venusaur suddenly twisted its body, and the bud on its back unleashed a massive glob of purple sludge, surging toward Dragonite. Caught off guard after its attack, Dragonite couldn't retreat in time and was struck by the toxic substance. A purple haze enveloped its body. Dragonite was badly poisoned, and its health would now steadily drain, with the damage increasing over time. The first round ended. Dragonite let out an enraged roar and charged at Venusaur again, its claws once more gleaming with icy white energy. Another Ice Punch. Judging by Venusaur's health bar, it wouldn't survive this hit. But just as the attack was about to land, Yun Xiao's next command came in. Protect. A faint white barrier materialized instantly in front of Venusaur, shielding its entire body and completely nullifying the Ice Punch. Dragonite's attack missed, and the purple haze around it flared again. It winced in pain as the poison took its toll, dealing significant damage. Roar! Dragonite bellowed as it ascended into the air, its body radiating a dazzling prismatic glow. It transformed into a massive, imposing dragon-shaped aura and dove straight at Venusaur with overwhelming force. This was Draco Meteor, a high-powered dragon-type move. Clearly, the opponent had realized the situation and didn't want to drag things out any longer, opting to end Venusaur with their strongest attack. But things didn't go as planned. The moment Draco Meteor struck Venusaur, its body suddenly became translucent and shattered into countless fragments on impact. The fragments scattered across the battlefield before vanishing completely. The real Venusaur stood unharmed in its original spot. Immediately after, the toxic haze around Dragonite erupted violently once more. This was the third wave of poison damage, and it was devastating. The livestream audience, watching the scene unfold, began to piece together Yun Xiao's strategy. Whoa, that's so dirty. He's just stalling and letting poison do all the work. I was wondering why he used Protect twice in a row, but then he pulled out Substitute using Protect and Substitute alternately? Even a Goddard player would be helpless. However, someone quickly raised a concern. But using Substitute costs HP too. Even if he manages to take down Dragonite, what about the next Pokemon? How's he going to handle that? This question immediately caught everyone's attention. It was true the strategy seemed clever, but at best, it would result in a one-for-one trade. With the initial Ice Punch and the repeated use of Substitute, Venusaur's health bar was already nearing its limit. There was no way it could take on 6 Pokemon in a row. Just as everyone was pondering this, Venusaur made its move. A large, glowing seed shot out from the bud on its back, landing squarely on Dragonite's body. The seed sprouted instantly, wrapping Dragonite in a web of thick vines. Leech Seed. Tiny glowing orbs began to emerge from the vines, flowing into Venusaur's body. Slowly but steadily, Venusaur's health bar started to recover. Meanwhile, the poison in Dragonite's system had reached its peak. Struggling against both the poison and the draining vines, Dragonite was completely immobilized, helplessly watching its life force being siphoned away to heal Venusaur. Suddenly, a bright white light enveloped Venusaur, and its health bar surged upward, fully restored to a healthy level. At the same time, the tormented Dragonite could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. The opposing player remained silent for several seconds before decisively forfeiting the match. The battle was over. Yun Xiao's livestream chat exploded once again. Did the opponent just give up on the match? Yun Xiao couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. He murmured to himself, "Do you think they're stupid? Switching in another Pokemon would just lead to the same fate, being tortured by Venusaur." Yun Xiao's gaze fell on the screen, noticing the glimmer of white light that had just flashed. He thought for a moment and said, That must be leftovers. Never thought someone would actually use such a seemingly useless item. Shaking his head, he added, I always thought Venusaur was the most useless of the three starters. Who knew it could be played like this? The live chat was flooded with comments. Breaking his usual silence, Yuan Shao finally spoke, his voice reaching every viewer through the microphone. Everyone, this is the strategy one wanted to share with you today. He began explaining the tactic he called the Substitute Protect Toxic strategy in detail. Simply put, it's a strategy that relies on the combination of Toxic, Protect, and Substitute to wear down opponents. By alternating Protect and Substitute, you overcome the downside of Protect not being usable consecutively. Theoretically, any Pokemon that can learn these three moves can execute this strategy. Yuan Shao then elaborated on why he chose Venusaur. Venusaur is bulky and hard to take down in one hit. Once the cycle is established, combined with healing items like Leftovers and moves like Leech Seed or Giga Drain, it's easy to recover the health consumed by Substitute and even keep Venusaur in great shape. His eyes sparkled with insight as he continued. This strategy has plenty of room for variation. You could add control moves like Sleep Powder or Stun Spore, or sustainability moves like Synthesis, to make it even stronger. The live chat exploded with comments. Another weird and toxic strategy added to the list. If I were the opponent, I'd add the streamer just to give them a piece of my mind. Taking notes. By the way, where can I pick up a Bulbasaur? 2 hours later, Yuan Shao ended the live stream with a yawn. His follower count had skyrocketed from 0 to over 100,000 and was still climbing. The live viewership had already surpassed 1 million earlier in the stream. In this era of Pokemon trainers everywhere, competitive battling streams were undoubtedly one of the most popular forms of entertainment. After closing the streaming software, Yuan Shao leaned back in his chair and stretched. He felt a bit tired, but the stream was definitely worth it. The demonstration of the Substitute Protect Toxic strategy, combined with the influx of new viewers, had earned him over 1,000 shock points. On top of that, the gifts and donations brought in over 100,000 Poke Coins. As he was calculating his earnings, his phone suddenly rang. Answering the call, he heard a respectful male voice on the other end. Hello, is this Yuan Shao? I'm a representative from the Psyduck streaming platform. I'd like to discuss something with you. Yuan Shao raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this call came even quicker than expected. He calmly replied, yes, this is Yuan Shao. What's the matter? The person continued, hey, race the thing. Considering the buzz your debut stream has caused today and the high-quality content you've provided, would like to offer you an exclusive advanced contract opportunity. Would you be interested? Yuan Shao shrugged. After defeating Red in a simulated battle earlier and showcasing the Substitute Protect Toxic strategy to millions of viewers that evening, it was no surprise he had gained so much attention. The Psyduck platform clearly recognized his potential and was eager to secure him. As expected, the caller elaborated further. With the advanced contract, you'll immediately receive top-tier streamer resources and traffic promotion. All you need to do is meet the required streaming hours each month, and you'll get a base salary of 200,000 Poke Coins. If your viewership exceeds expectations, you'll earn additional bonuses. Also, the gift revenue split will change from 50-50 to 60-40, with you getting 60. What do you think? Yuan Shao thought for a moment and asked, what's the required streaming time? The representative quickly replied, based on a standard 30-day month, it's at least 150 hours per month. Yuan Shao frowned. That would mean streaming at least 5 hours a day. For him, streaming was primarily about collecting shock points. Money was a secondary concern. Such a time commitment felt too restrictive. After a brief pause, Yuan Shao said, I don't need a base salary, but I also don't want any restrictions on streaming hours. Keep the other terms as they are. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, as if the representative was unsure how to respond. Yuan Shao quickly added, I stream for fun. The more viewers, the happier I am. Money isn't my priority. Besides, I'll be starting school soon. I won't have time to stream 5 hours a day. The representative promptly replied, understood, Mr. Yuan. Please hold on while I relay your request to my superiors. After hanging up, Yuan Shao gazed out the window, his eyes scanning the city that had already been swallowed by the night. Yuan Shao signed the contract with a single goal in mind: to bring more traffic to his live stream channel and earn more shock points. He had no doubts that the Kataduck platform would agree to his terms. Even though Kataduck was a top-tier streaming platform, losing a streamer like him would be a significant blow, especially with competitors looming. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, his phone rang again. Mr. Yuan, the higher-ups have approved your conditions. There will be no limit on your monthly streaming hours, and the other terms will follow our premium contract. Additionally, you'll receive a base salary of 100,000 spirit coins per month. What do you think? Yuan Shao found the terms quite satisfactory and nodded in agreement. The person on the other end continued, great. We'll send the contract to your dashboard by tomorrow morning. If you have any concerns or additional requests, feel free to contact me. The implication was clear: they were eager for Yuan Shao to commit to their platform. After hanging up, Yuan Shao lay on his bed, reflecting on the busy day. Starting tomorrow, he would officially have a steady income. Exhausted, he quickly freshened up and climbed into bed, his mind already turning to future plans. Once he accumulated 5,000 shock points, he planned to enhance his Energy Cube Mastery skill. This would not only create a sensation in the Pokemon world, but also directly benefit his team of Pokemon. A win-win scenario. As for the Azure Lake simulated secret realm, its size had exceeded his expectations. After a full day of exploration, he and his Pokemon, including the Vigoroth, had only managed to cover less than 1/5 of the area. Yuan Shao couldn't help but wonder what kind of rewards awaited once the exploration reached 100. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yuan Shao gradually drifted off to sleep. Time flew by, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yuan Shao was deep within the Azure Lake secret realm, directing his little Rayquaza in battle against a wild Swampert. Rayquaza, use Dragon Rage. Following Yuan Zhao's command, the little Rayquaza spiraled through the air, unleashing a brilliant crimson beam from its mouth. The energy shot forward like a raging dragon, striking the Swampert Hedon. A deafening explosion followed, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, the Swampert lay on the ground, dazed and unable to continue fighting. Nicely done. Your mastery of that move is improving, Yuan Shao praised. Roar. Rayquaza coiled itself affectionately around Yuan Zhao's neck, visibly pleased with the compliment. Yuan Shao turned to the Vigoroth beside him, gently patting its head. Vigoroth, you've been doing great lately too. Vigu. The Vigoroth responded enthusiastically. Over the past 5 days, when not streaming, Yuan Shao had been training diligently with his 2 Pokemon in the simulated secret realm. They had been battling wild Pokemon and honing their skills. Both Pokemon had fully adapted to their evolved forms, their strength advancing to the upper professional tier and on the verge of breaking into the elite level. After defeating the final wild Swampert in the area, Yuan Shao assumed he had cleared out all the wild Pokemon in the secret realm. However, when he checked the system panel, he noticed the exploration progress was only at 90. This made him frown. That's strange. I've combed through the entire secret realm, even fished out and battled the Pokemon in the lake. Why isn't the exploration complete? Turning his gaze toward the calm surface of the lake, an idea suddenly struck him. Could there be something hidden at the bottom of the lake? Closing his eyes, Yuan Shao focused his inner aura power, extending it to probe the depths of the lake. Over the past few days, his aura detection range had expanded from 50-60 meters to nearly 100 meters, theoretically enough to cover the entire lake bed. But in the next moment, Yuan Zhao's eyes snapped open, shock written all over his face. He had sensed an overwhelming force deep within the lake, abruptly cutting off his aura probe. Just then, the previously tranquil lake surface began to churn violently, forming a massive whirlpool about 3 meters in diameter. The vortex spun with incredible intensity, and moments later, a pink figure emerged, floating above the water. The creature exuded an immense pressure, its aura almost tangible, causing Yuan Shao to hold his breath. It was a Slowking, its crown gleaming gold, holding a scepter adorned with a gemstone. Its pink and white body radiated an air of majesty and power. Information about the Pokemon appeared before Yuan Zhao's eyes. Pokemon, Slowking, gender, type, psychic, power level, LV75, mid-elite 4 tier. Yuan Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, mid-elite 4 tier? How is a Pokemon of this level appearing in a 2-star secret realm? According to the League statistics, there are only a few thousand trainers worldwide who have reached the King tier level. Wherever these trainers go, they attract the attention of onlookers, often receiving admiration and reverence. Various factions also go out of their way to curry favor with them. As for King tier wild Pokemon, they typically appear with a low probability only in 4-star and 5-star secret realms. Standing on the shore of the Azure Lake, Yuan Zhao's gaze fell on the Slowking before him, radiating an astonishing aura. For an average trainer, encountering a King tier Pokemon in a 2-star secret realm would probably lead to an immediate breakdown, leaving them too terrified to even think about escaping because in the presence of a King tier Pokemon, running is often futile. However, Yuan Shao didn't flee. For one, he knew that even if an accident occurred in the simulated secret realm, he wouldn't sustain any real harm. More importantly, with his ability to sense aura, he could tell that the overwhelming power emanating from the Slowking was not intentional, but rather naturally dispersed. This suggested that the Slowking bore him no malice. This wasn't Yuan Zhao's first time facing such a situation in a simulated secret realm. According to the system's explanation, the simulated secret realm replicates the personalities of Pokemon from real secret realms. A Slowking like this, which didn't initiate attacks, indicated a friendly attitude toward humans. Rayquaza and Vigoroth, however, clearly didn't share this understanding. They stood protectively in front of Yuan Shao, their eyes fixed warily on the powerful Slowking. It was their first time encountering such a formidable Pokemon. Yuan Shao chuckled wryly and waved his hand. Relax, this guy won't attack us. The Slowking remained motionless, standing quietly like an NPC waiting for interaction. Yuan Shao had no intention of engaging with it, as the Pokemon in simulated secret realms were merely instinctive replicas and couldn't truly communicate. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Ding. Congratulations, host. Exploration of the Azure Lake in the 2-star simulated secret realm has reached 100. You have received an additional reward. 1S grade rare berry, the clear water fruit, which has been placed in your backpack. Yuan Shao nodded slightly. It was clear that discovering the Slowking had completed his exploration of the secret realm. The reward, the clear water fruit, was an exceedingly rare berry that only grew at the center of pristine freshwater lakes. It was an excellent supplement for water-type and psychic-type Pokemon and an essential ingredient for many master-level energy cubes. By all accounts, this reward should have satisfied Yuan Shao. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the Slowking, as though deep in thought. The Azure Lake Secret Realm was a place Yuan Shao planned to visit after school started, given all the valuable finds he'd made during his exploration over the past few days. The question now was whether he should try to befriend this King-tier Slowking when the time came. Yuan Shao pondered. Although interacting with a Pokemon of this level carried some safety risks, considering the Slowking's friendly nature and his own skill in Pokemon affinity, he decided it was worth a try. After all, having more allies was always beneficial, and he could bring some gifts along as a gesture of goodwill. With this thought in mind, Yuan Shao made his decision and exited the simulated secret realm, returning to his hotel room. By now, it was already midday. As per his routine, he placed 2 cans of energy cubes in front of Vigoroth and Rayquaza before sitting down at his computer to start his livestream. Just then, his phone chimed with a text notification. Pika Pika. Picking up his phone, Yuan Shao raised an eyebrow as he read the message. Dear new student of Moda University, greetings. According to the Ministry of Education's arrangements, the official start date for the semester has been moved up to August 1st. Please prepare for the new school term in advance. Wishing you a great start to your academic journey. In this world, summer breaks were already short, lasting only about a month even for high school graduates. This time, the break was cut even shorter, less than 2 weeks after finishing the college entrance exams. School was already starting. Yuan Shao didn't mind, though. In fact, he was eager for the semester to begin sooner so he could start hatching his quasi-legendary Pokemon egg as soon as possible. August 1st? Huh? That's the day after tomorrow. Yuan Shao muttered to himself, stroking his chin. In that case, I might as well book a flight for today. That way, I'll have a full day tomorrow in Modu to visit the Cube Crafting Association and complete the professional crafting certification. Having made up his mind, Yuan Shao promptly booked a flight for that evening and then opened his livestream channel. Over the past 5 days, Yuan Zhao's livestream channel has risen like a dazzling new star, capturing the attention of countless viewers. During his daily hours-long streams, he showcased innovative strategies such as the Shrinking Team and the Rage Core Team, which left ordinary trainers in this world utterly amazed. What were once common tactics in his original world have sparked a revolutionary shift in Pokemon battles here. The channel's popularity skyrocketed like a rocket, quickly climbing to the #1 spot across the platform, with peak viewership surpassing the 10 million mark. His fanbase grew rapidly, on the verge of breaking the million-follower milestone. In just a few short days, Yuan Zhao's name became a hot topic in the Pokemon battle community. On this particular day, Yuan Shao had barely started his stream when a flood of viewers poured into the channel within the first 5 minutes. The chat exploded with comments flying by like snowflakes. OMG, Yuan God is live again. Yuan bro, what kind of crazy tactics do you have for us today? I can't wait. Streamer, why haven't you shown your face even after signing a contract? Are you too much of a shootin' to dare? Don't worry, man, we won't judge you. I was just stressing over what to watch during lunch, and Yuan God, you're right on time. Scanning the comments briefly, Yuan Shao cleared his throat and said, Good afternoon, everyone. I'm back to share more tactics with you. But I have some bad news, this will probably be my last stream for a while. The moment he finished speaking, the chat fell silent for a second before erupting with a flood of question marks. You've only been streaming for 5 days, and you're already quitting? Yuan bro, I've tolerated you streaming for just a short time each day. I even forgave you for ghosting us the other day, but now you're saying you're done? What the heck? I'm coming for you. Didn't you just sign a contract as a top-tier streamer? Isn't there a penalty for quitting? Is something big going on? You're about to hit 1 million followers, and you're walking away from all that money? Are you out of your mind, Yuan bro? Yuan Shao chuckled and explained, I don't have much of a choice. My first year of college starts in 2 days, so I won't have much free time. But I'll try to stream whenever I can. The chat went silent again, followed by an even greater outpouring of disbelief. What? The streamer is a college student? No way. We're all fellow countrymen, hair don't lie to us like this. Yuan bro, you must be joking. The viewers found it hard to believe that the streamer who had introduced countless groundbreaking strategies and even defeated Red in simulated battles was just a freshman in college. Some immediately began speculating. Could it be possible that Yoon God is actually a university professor, not a student? He said school is starting, but he didn't say he was attending classes. Professor Yuno, Dr. Yun, which university are you at? I'll make sure my kid applies there. The chat's wild guesses and endless discussions flowed like an unstoppable river. Reading the comments, Yun Xiao couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, in a villa surrounded by forests in the northern region of Ursine Kingdom, a graceful woman with flowing golden hair pushed the door open. She was dressed in an elegant black qipao, her movements poised yet carrying a hint of exhaustion. This woman, named Sharona, hung her coat on the rack by the door and then lit the fireplace. The warmth of the flames quickly dispelled the chill in the room. Letting out a long sigh, she sank into the plush sofa in the living room. Finally, the mission is over, Sharona murmured to herself, her gaze inadvertently falling on her phone. She picked it up, and the screen lit up, revealing several unread messages from someone named Red, sent 2 days ago. Sharona, I recently came across someone interesting in a battle simulation game. Their understanding of Rain Team strategies even surprised me. Not just that, I spent some time in their livestream and saw many innovative tactical ideas. Quite brilliant, really. Unfortunately, they don't seem willing to battle me. Sharona raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Knowing Red for so long, it was rare to hear him speak so highly of someone else. Her curiosity about this mysterious individual mentioned by Red began to grow. An exceptional understanding of Rain Teams? Sharona pondered, recalling how many champion trainers had recently been discussing weather-based team strategies. Though Red wasn't among them, for someone to impress even him, their ideas must truly be extraordinary. Quickly, she typed a reply on her phone. Sorry, Red, I just saw your messages. I've been out on a mission these past couple of days. Is this person really that fascinating? You've got me curious now. Can you share their livestream ID? After sending the message, she noticed it remained unread for half a minute. Sharona wasn't in any rush. She knew that as a champion, Red also had countless responsibilities to attend to. Setting her phone aside, Sharona's eyes wandered to the rows of thick books on the shelf. After a brief hesitation, she decided to sit down at her computer instead and press the power button. These past 2 days have been so exhausting. I don't have the energy to delve into ancient texts. I might as well play on the computer for a bit, she said to herself. As the screen lit up, a wallpaper of a verdant field of flowers appeared, with countless white feathers drifting through the air, creating a scene so beautiful it felt like a dream. Sharona pulled a bag of chips from her drawer, opened it expertly, and launched a battle simulation platform. She clicked the Start Matchmaking button. For this champion trainer, the battle simulation game had long become a regular pastime. Through this platform, she could experiment with new Pokemon at no cost and deepen her understanding of them. The equal strength restrictions ensured fair battles, allowing her to set aside the disparity of real-world power levels and focus purely on improving her reaction time and strategic decisions. For her, it wasn't just entertainment, it was a form of training. At the same time, in another live stream, Yun Xiao was facing an animated discussion among his viewers. The chat was buzzing with speculation about his identity, but he paid it no mind, instead quietly opening the battle simulation platform and starting to edit his team. He swiftly selected a Ninetales, a Tropius, and then 4 Rattatas. This peculiar team composition immediately caught the audience's attention, and the chat erupted with comments. Rattatas again. I hereby crown the streamer the Rattata Sage. New viewers, hold off on questioning, let us veterans question first. Wait, is that a Ninetales? It's so rare to see a popular Pokemon here, what a nostalgic moment. Wait, Tropius too? Are all transportation Pokemon viable now? Ninetales and Tropius were both well-known Pokemon. Ninetales was celebrated for its elegant appearance and powerful fire and psychic-type abilities, while Tropius, with its large frame, decent flying speed, and gentle temperament, was commonly used for cargo transport. However, Tropius was almost never associated with battles, making its presence even more intriguing to the viewers. Having endured days of Yunxio's unconventional strategies, no one doubted his choices anymore. As Yun Xiao pressed the matchmaking button, he was quickly paired with an opponent. The opponent's avatar was a small green flower, and their ID read Shirenenton, ranked 5th in the world. The moment this name appeared, the live stream chat exploded in excitement. The live stream chat exploded as messages flooded the screen like raindrops, leaving viewers in awe. This game's matchmaking system is insane. We ran into Chihong before, and now the world's 5th-ranked player shows up. Someone chimed in. Actually, the player Shirenenton is ranked number 1 globally. He just disappears for periods of time before returning to climb the ranks again. I can't believe the streamer managed to match with him in a casual game. Another viewer explained. Yeah, this guy is pretty famous and mysterious in the competitive community. No one knows his true identity, but he's reached the top dozens of times. The chat buzzed with excitement and anticipation. World number 1? Even if a god shows up today, the streamer has to take them down for us to see. As the chat went wild, Yuan Zhao's gaze fell on his opponent's username, and he froze for a moment. The name felt oddly familiar, like he'd seen it somewhere before. Shaking his head to dismiss the thought, he accepted the match and entered the battle screen. Yuan Zhao opted for a unknown battle mode and sent out Ninetales as his lead. Meanwhile, his opponent chose a Frostless. The appearance of both Pokemon sparked a new wave of commentary in the chat. Type advantage. Nice luck there. Frostless is too frail to withstand Ninetales' firepower. The opponent will probably have to switch Pokemon. What's Tropius even doing on the team? Just filling a slot. While the audience speculated, the two Pokemon on the field sprang into action simultaneously. Frostless flashed, splitting into 5 identical copies of itself. At the same time, Ninetales raised its head, unleashing a crimson blaze that shot skyward. In an instant, the sunlight intensified, bathing the battlefield in a scorching glow. The chat erupted again. Double team. The opponent's trying to buy time, knowing they can't win with the type disadvantage. Sunny day. Yun God predicted they wouldn't go for a direct attack and set up the weather instead. With the sun boosting Ninetales' firepower, one move could probably wipe out Frostless and all its clones. Just as everyone anticipated Ninetales to dominate under the blazing sun, Yuan Shao suddenly called out an unfamiliar move. Parting gift. The moment he spoke, Ninetales was enveloped in a surge of dark energy that surged toward the 5 Frostless clones. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the copies vanished, leaving only the real Frostless hovering in the air, radiating a dim, weakened glow. Meanwhile, Ninetales' eyes rolled back, and it collapsed on the ground. The sequence of events unfolded so quickly that the audience barely had time to react before Tropius automatically replaced Ninetales on the field. The chat exploded in confusion. Oh? What just happened? What was that move? Seriously? Sacrificing your own Pokemon for this? I knew Yun God's battles were always full of surprises, but what's the plan here? Amid the chaos, Yuan Zhao's calm voice broke through the stream. Parting Gift is a Dark-type status move. It uses up all of the Pokemon's HP to significantly lower the opponent's attack and special attack. While it's mostly learned by Ghost types, Vulpix can inherit it through breeding. Viewers expressed their amazement, though many still seemed puzzled. Wow, I didn't know that move existed. Learned something new today. But isn't it a huge loss? Sacrificing all your HP just to weaken one Pokemon? Yuan Shao smirked slightly as he looked at Tropius, now on the field. Who said Ninetales is the star of the show today? Tropius, use Dragon Dance. Meanwhile, across the screen, Cynthia sat in front of her computer, her elegant eyebrows slightly furrowed. The opponent she had matched with had a username that suggested they were a streamer, yet their team included 4 Rattatas. And their battle strategy was even more baffling. When her Frostless used Double Team, the opponent had responded with Sunny Dian appropriate counter. But then, they followed it up with a move Cynthia had never seen used in serious battles. Parting Gift? As a champion, Cynthia was well aware of the move's existence, but she had always considered it impractical. Sacrificing an entire Pokemon to debuff an opponent's stats seemed like a waste, especially since the effect could be nullified by simply switching out the affected Pokemon. What puzzled her even more was the decision to sacrifice a Ninetales, which could have easily defeated Frostless under Sunny Day's boost, in favor of sending out Tropius, a Pokemon that was 4 times weak to ice. To Cynthia, this move seemed reckless. She shook her head slightly, reminding herself that matchmaking games were often unpredictable. Opponents in these matches were rarely as skilled as those in ranked battles. With that thought, she decided to end the match quickly. Frostless, use Ice Beam. Cynthia gave the command without hesitation. The Frostless steadied itself, exhaling a chilling blue beam from its mouth. The icy aura surged toward the distant Tropius with an overwhelming intensity. However, despite the menacing attack, Tropius showed no intention of dodging. It hovered midair, flapping its leaf-like wings as it began to perform Dragon Dance. Cynthia observed the scene with a slight frown. She thought to herself, is my opponent trying to weaken my Pokemon to set up for their next one? But even with Frostless's attack power reduced by Parting Shot, this Ice-type move with a 4 times effectiveness should still deal a devastating blow to Tropius. At that moment, a primal and untamed energy emanated from Tropius, signaling the success of Dragon Dance in boosting its speed and attack power. Simultaneously, the Ice Beam struck Tropius with pinpoint accuracy. As Cynthia had anticipated, the attack severely wounded Tropius. Its health bar plummeted by 3/4, leaving it on the brink of collapse. And this was even under sunny weather conditions, which diminished the power of Ice-type moves. With Ninetales out of the battle and Tropius barely hanging on, the outcome seemed all but decided. Yet, in this critical moment, a starfruit-like berry hanging around Tropius' neck began to shimmer. The berry vanished in an instant, and Tropius was surrounded by a blue glow. A notification appeared on the game interface. Defense. Cynthia blinked in surprise before realization dawned on her. It's a Starfberry, she murmured. Pokemon holding a Starfberry will have one of their stats significantly boosted when their health falls below a certain threshold. While the effect is powerful, the activation condition is strict, and the berry itself is an expensive, single-use item that occupies the held item slot, making it a rarity in battles. But even so, Cynthia thought, Tropius is already at critical health. What's the point of increasing its defense now? Ice Beam. Cynthia commanded again. This time, however, the Tropius, now sped up by Dragon Dance, moved first. Its body glowed with a blue light as it effortlessly blocked Frostless's attack. Protect. Cynthia raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why her opponent was stalling. The next moment, a green glow appeared on Tropius's chest, and Cynthia froze in shock. This is... Meanwhile, in Yun Xiao's livestream, Yun Xiao watched as Tropius, now radiating a red aura and boasting drastically increased attack power, stood firm. Smiling, he began explaining his strategy to the audience. This tactic is a bit like a variation of Subtoxic. The difference is, instead of wearing down the opponent, this strategy focuses on infinitely powering up our own Pokemon. The core of the strategy lies in two key factors. First, the Starfberry. When the holder's HP falls below a certain threshold, it grants a significant boost to a random stat. Second, Tropius's ability Harvest. Pokemon with this ability have a 50 chance to regenerate and reuse consumed berries after a short time. And if it's sunny, that chance increases to 100. So from here on, all we need to do is alternate between Substitute and Protect, letting Tropius keep boosting itself until it's strong enough to sweep the entire team. As soon as Yun Xiao finished speaking, the livestream chat erupted with comments. Substitute is the streamer's dad, Protect is the streamer's mom, and now the long-lost grandpa, Starfberry, has joined the family. If I hadn't watched this stream today, I would have never known Tropius even had an ability like Harvest, let alone how to use it. All I can say is, this is genius. I'm speechless. Meanwhile, Tropius's attack power continued to climb, soon nearing an astronomical 15,000 points. Amid the flood of comments and virtual gifts, Tropius repeatedly alternated between Protect and Substitute, reaping the benefits of the Starfberry over and over. Finally, when Tropius, glowing with a radiant multicolored aura, streaked through the air like a meteor and slammed Frostless dozens of meters away, the opponent hesitated briefly before conceding the match. Yun Xiao's livestream chat exploded with excitement as countless comments scrolled rapidly across the screen. At the same time, two system notifications appeared before Yun Xiao. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 800 shock points from 302,000 viewers. A smirk played on Yun Xiao's lips. As his audience grew, accumulating shock points was becoming easier. The only downside was that most of the viewers were returning fans who had already contributed shock points before, so the gains were not as high as they could be. But when he read the second notification, he froze in disbelief. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 300 shock points from a special individual. Cynthia? Sharona? A spark of realization flashed through Yun Xiao's eyes. It all made sense now. No wonder the battle name seemed so familiar. Chironantan was another name for the Nandina plant, also known as by Guinan Tianju, and wasn't Zhulan, Sharona's other name, derived from that? Meanwhile, Sharona stared at the word defeat on the screen with a complicated expression. In this simulation battle game, she occasionally lost a few matches when using unfamiliar Pokemon. However, being forced to surrender like today was a first. The reason was simple. Her opponent's strategy was completely unprecedented. Yet, Sharona didn't seem disappointed. Instead, she was brimming with excitement. She murmured to herself, starting with Ninetales to set up Drought, switching Tropius in with Parting Shot, and using the Harvest ability to repeatedly trigger Starfberries through a combination of Substitute and Protect until all stats reached terrifying levels before attacking. What an extraordinary idea. To be honest, even she had never thought of using this ability in such a way. In hindsight, it would have been easy to counter with a Pokemon that could remove stat boosts, but who could have anticipated it in advance? Among top-tier trainers, strategies involving self-enhancement were rare, so moves designed to negate stat boosts were seldom used. If this tactic were to appear unexpectedly in a championship final, it might just make history. The more she thought about it, the more intrigued she became. Sharona quickly opened the Psyduck platform and entered the number of her opponent's livestream channel. However, upon entering, she was greeted by the message. The streamer has gone offline. At that moment, Yun Xiao had already shut down his computer. With the shocking points he earned from the earlier match, his total points had surpassed the 5,000 mark once again. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue streaming. After briefly bidding farewell to his audience, he ended the stream. Now, Yun Xiao waved his hand and summoned the system. System, I want to use an advanced modification. Ding. Points successfully deducted. Please select your modification option. I want to enhance my skill block master. As Yun Xiao spoke, a golden light materialized out of thin air and quickly merged into his mind. The system's voice followed. Ding! Skill upgraded successfully. S-level skill unlocked. Master Craftsman of Energy Block Creation. Skill description. Your knowledge and skills in crafting energy blocks have surpassed the historical limits of this world. A flood of new knowledge, insights, and techniques surged into Yun Xiao's mind. It took him a few minutes to fully digest the information. In this world, the highest level of block creation was the master rank. Beyond that was the craftsman rank. Craftsman-level energy blocks were over 100 times more effective than master-level ones, but the materials required and the difficulty of creation were worlds apart. In fact, even the most advanced block-making machines in this world couldn't produce even the lowest-grade craftsman-level blocks. After processing all this information, Yun Xiao smiled faintly. It seemed his intuition was correct. Introducing the craftsman-level domain to the world would undoubtedly cause a sensation. However, this had to be done step by step. After all, he hadn't even taken the professional block maker certification exam yet. He pondered for a moment. If he enhanced this skill again, what would lie beyond the craftsman rank? Shaking his head, he turned to pack his belongings. It was time to prepare for his trip to Modu. Yunqing is located in the southernmost part of Huaguo, while Modu lies to the southeast. The distance between the two isn't exactly close, but it's not too far either. After a 6-hour journey, Yun Xiao arrived at a hotel in Modu. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes swept over the bustling streets below, filled with people and tourists accompanied by their Pokémon, before finally resting on the iconic cone-shaped tower in the distance. Yun Xiao couldn't help but marvel at how this sprawling metropolis was worlds apart from the small town of Yunqing. From today onwards, this will be our new beginning. Let's do our best, you too, he said softly to the Rayquaza and Ambipom by his side. The two Pokémon, equally captivated by the vibrant cityscape outside, had their eyes gleaming with excitement as they responded enthusiastically. Roar! Apom! Since it was already evening when they arrived, exhaustion from the journey set in, and Yun Xiao went to bed early. The following morning, he left the hotel bright and early, heading straight to the headquarters of the Pokeblock Crafting Association in Modu. The building was an imposing structure, a rectangular skyscraper rising from a square base, its walls coated with a layer of pale gold that shimmered in the morning light. Despite the early hour, the first-floor lobby was already bustling with activity. Some people queued at the counters, while others chatted in the lounge area. Most of them appeared to be over 30, making the young Yun Xiao stand out. However, Yun Xiao didn't seem to mind. He casually chose a counter with a shorter line and waited. Soon, it was his turn. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged woman. Though meticulously groomed, the traces of time were still evident on her face. The woman was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yun Xiao, but she quickly regained her composure and offered a professional smile. Hello, welcome to the Modu Pokeblock Association. How can I assist you today? While it wasn't common to see someone his age here, she wasn't overly surprised. After all, wealthy young heirs occasionally came to purchase Pokeblocks. What Yun Xiao did next, however, caught her completely off guard. He handed over his ID with a calm expression and said, I'd like to register for the professional certification exam. The woman froze for a moment, instinctively giving Yun Xiao another once-over. While it wasn't unusual for people to sign up for the certification exam, it was rare to see someone this young attempting it. Becoming a certified professional Pokeblock craftsman was no easy feat. It required extensive knowledge and exceptional crafting skills. Most people spend at least 7 to 8 years studying and honing their craft, with some nearing 30 before finally passing. It demanded not only effort, but also a significant amount of talent. Yet here was a young man who looked barely 17 or 18, already signing up for the exam? Was he serious? While there were no age restrictions for the exam, the woman hesitated for a moment before saying, Are you sure you want to register? The professional exam requires a registration fee of 50,000 Pokecoins, and you can only attempt it once per month. If you fail, the fee is non-refundable. 50,000 Pokecoins was no small sum. The association had implemented this rule to discourage unqualified individuals from repeatedly trying their luck. The woman had hoped her words would dissuade Yun Xiao, but to her surprise, he simply took out his phone and transferred the 50,000 Pokecoins without hesitation. With a complicated expression, the woman sighed, entered his details into the system, and handed back his ID. The exam room is on the 3rd floor, at the very end of the hallway. You can head there now. Thank you. Yun Xiao nodded, turning away from the counter. As she watched him leave, the woman muttered to herself, This kid actually paid up. Unbelievable. The counter was only about 4 meters from the lounge area, and a few men chatting there had witnessed the entire exchange. They couldn't help but start discussing it among themselves. He's taking the professional exam at that age? What's this kid thinking? Does he think you can just pay your way through this? Judging by his demeanor, he's probably some rich kid looking for a thrill. 50,000 poke coins down the drain just like that. I feel bad for his wallet. Ha, forget about him. Speaking of the exam, Zhang, you failed again last month, didn't you? That makes it, what, your 8th attempt? A buzz-cut man clapped the shoulder of a scruffy-faced companion, his expression sympathetic. The scruffy man let out a heavy sigh, taking a gloomy swig of his beer. Shaking his head, he muttered, I think I'm ready to give up. This path just might not be for me. The others immediately gathered around, trying to console him. The voices of persuasion surged like a tidal wave, but the bearded man remained as immovable as a boulder. He tipped his head back, took a swig of liquor, shook his head and said firmly, I've made up my mind. Today is the last day I spend with you guys. Tomorrow, I'm leaving Shanghai and heading back to my hometown to start a factory. Seeing his resolve, everyone could only accept it in silence. After a moment of quiet, the buzzcut man tried to lighten the mood by changing the subject. All right, let's drop this. So, how long do you guys think that kid will last before getting kicked out? I'm betting one round of Tsuelon fruit, he won't make it past 3 minutes. Judging by the look of him, he probably can't even answer the first question of the theoretical test. 3 minutes? That's generous. Someone else chimed in. I'm betting 1 minute tops. He'll hear the examiner questioning someone else and realize he doesn't stand a chance. Haha. The atmosphere eased a little, and the group began chatting casually while occasionally glancing toward the elevator. 3 minutes passed, and the young man still hadn't reappeared. 5 minutes went by, and there was still no sign of him. After more than 10 minutes, someone finally couldn't hold back. That's odd. Are there really that many people lined up for the test this morning? Hasn't it been his turn yet? Just as the words left his mouth, the elevator doors slid open, and Yuan Shao stepped out. All eyes immediately locked onto the gleaming star badge on his chest, a symbol of passing the professional certification test, something they all dreamed of achieving. The room fell dead silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes, as if questioning their own vision. No way. He passed? He actually passed. Someone muttered under their breath. Yuan Shao, unfazed, walked straight to the counter. Placing the badge on the desk, he addressed the stunned middle-aged woman on the other side. I'd like to register as a certified professional craftsman. Also, can you confirm the fee for the expert-level certification test? It's 10,000 spirit coins, right? The middle-aged woman's mind was in a whirl, her thoughts riddled with question marks. Passing the professional-level test at such a young age, did he pull some strings? But it was his next sentence that completely short-circuited her brain. What? The professional level isn't enough? You're going for the expert level too? After paying the fee, Yuan Shao got back into the elevator to take the expert level test. The group in the lounge exchanged bewildered glances, speechless. Finally, the buzzcut man broke the silence. He really passed? We've been working at this for years, and we're pushing 30 without success. Could this kid be a prodigy? Another person, visibly anxious, asked, do you think there's any chance he could actually pass the expert level test? The buzzcut man took a deep breath and declared with certainty, no way. Absolutely not. Expert-level craftsmen are usually in their 40s or 50s. The youngest one I know is 35. Even for a genius, it takes at least 15 years of experience to go from professional to expert. Unless this kid started learning to craft while still in the womb, there's no way he can pass. Yet, 10 minutes later, Yuan Shao emerged from the elevator wearing a moon badge, the symbol of an expert craftsman. The buzzcut man's face twisted in disbelief. Impossible. This is impossible. The others were equally dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. Internally, they were in turmoil. It felt like witnessing the sun rise in the west, only to transform into 2 moons singing Moscow nights in unison. It was so surreal they couldn't help but wonder if they were dreaming. After a long silence, the bearded man suddenly stood up, his eyes ablaze with determination. Guys, I've changed my mind. If an 18-year-old can pass the expert level test, then why the hell can't I even pass the professional level? I'm heading home to hit the books. With that, he bolted out of the hall, leaving his group of friends sitting there, stunned and disoriented. The middle-aged woman, looking slightly dazed, handed a small booklet to Yuan Shao. Her tone was calm, yet it carried a subtle hint of respect. The assessment fee has already been refunded to your account. From today onward, you are officially an expert-level craftsman. This manual outlines all the privileges of expert-level craftsmen. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. Yuan Shao accepted the booklet and quickly flipped through it, giving a slight nod. The content was more or less what he had expected. After becoming an expert-level craftsman, he would receive numerous benefits from the association each month, a financial subsidy of 100,000 spirit coins, a selection of premium materials, and free access to recipes below the master level. The first benefit alone was enough to make many people envy a yearly passive income of over 1 million spirit coins. However, for an expert-level energy cube craftsman, this subsidy was merely a drop in the bucket. The profits from crafting and selling energy cubes far exceeded that amount. After reviewing the manual, Yuan Shao headed straight to the fourth floor of the association, to the resource procurement area. The place resembled a massive supermarket, with shelves lined with all kinds of berries, plants, and other materials needed for crafting energy cubes. Yuan Shao's rush to pass the expert-level assessment wasn't for the monthly 100,000 spirit coins. It was to gain unrestricted access to the advanced materials available here. While energy cube materials weren't monopolized by the association, this was undoubtedly the best place to find high-quality, cost-effective materials, including rare ingredients that couldn't be purchased elsewhere. The resource procurement area imposed many restrictions on professional-level craftsmen, but it was fully open to expert-level craftsmen. As Yuan Shao stepped through the doors, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. This was clearly not a place where a teenager was expected to be. A security guard at the entrance frowned and approached, seemingly ready to escort him out. However, upon noticing the glowing moon emblem on Yuan Shao's chest and the brand-new expert craftsman manual in his hand, the guard abruptly halted. His initial reprimand transformed into a polite inquiry. "Hello, is there anything I can assist you with?" Yuan Shao smiled courteously. "Just browsing, thank you. Please carry on with your duties." With that, he strode confidently into the resource area, leaving the onlookers staring in astonishment. Half an hour later, Yuan Shao stood inside a spacious private crafting room on the 5th floor of the association. The room was equipped with several uniquely designed machines and a comprehensive set of tools, far superior to the amenities in the public crafting area downstairs. Scanning the room, Yuan Zhao's gaze settled on the mountain of berry materials stacked beside him. He couldn't help but reflect on the cost these materials had set him back a whopping 500,000 spirit coins. If not for the generous support from Qihong, a prominent sponsor during his earlier live streams, he wouldn't have been able to afford them. When he pushed the cart loaded with materials to the checkout counter earlier, everyone around him had stared as if they'd seen a ghost, clearly speculating about what monumental project this young craftsman was planning. But the 500,000 coins were a necessary expense. To craft master-level energy cubes, the materials had to be nothing short of extraordinary. Yuan Shao took a deep breath, selected a few items from the pile, and sat down at the crafting tools to begin his work. Although this was his first time personally crafting energy cubes, the entire process seemed deeply ingrained in his mind. Every movement was smooth and precise, as if he had done it countless times before. Time flew by, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Finally done, Yuan Shao murmured, exhaling deeply as he stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Behind him, a neatly arranged row of jars gleamed under the light, each containing energy cubes that radiated a brilliant, flawless glow. These were mid-tier master-level energy cubes of exceptional quality. If not for the slightly outdated machines in the crafting room, Yuan Shao believed he could have pushed the quality even higher. Stretching his arms, he picked out 2 jars of energy cubes and retrieved 2 pokeballs from his pocket. Summoning his Vigoroth and Rayquaza, Yuan Shao smiled warmly at his Pokemon. "Dinner time, you two." Yuan Shao watched contentedly as the Vigoroth and Rayquaza devoured the newly purchased energy cubes. The batch he had bought 2 days ago at Lingyun department store was already gone, and after 2 days of barely getting by on standard Pokemon food, the two were now feasting with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, both Pokemon's eyes lit up simultaneously. This batch of energy cubes had a smoother texture, a richer aroma, and tasted significantly better than the previous ones. Watching them bury their heads in the food, Yuan Shao couldn't help but let a small smile creep across his face. These were no ordinary energy cubes. Yuan Shao had prepared Dragon's Breath cubes for Rayquaza, which could greatly accelerate the growth of Dragon-type Pokemon, enhance the power of their Dragon-type moves, and even improve resistance to Ice-type attacks. As for Vigoroth, its meal consisted of Stability Cubes, an excellent supplement for Normal-type Pokemon. These cubes not only reinforced its internal Normal-type energy, but also significantly boosted its physical fitness, strength, and defensive capabilities. Yuan Shao did some quick mental math. This single meal probably consumed raw materials worth 50,000 to 60,000 Poke Dollars. If calculated at the market price for Master Tier energy cubes, the value would be in the hundreds of thousands. He couldn't help but sigh again. Being a Pokemon trainer truly was an expensive profession. Fortunately, Yuan Shao had already found a way to make money. By crafting some Master Tier energy cubes, a large jar of translucent energy cubes, emitting a faint purple mist and radiant glow, appeared before Qihong. As a champion-level trainer, he instantly recognized the extraordinary quality of these cubes, flawless in their purity, perfect in their dimensions, and even exuding a subtle, enticing aroma. The intensity of their glow and the mist they released far surpassed any ghost-type energy cubes he had encountered before. Without hesitation, Qihong pulled out a deep blue Pokeball and released one of his main partners, Gengar. A flash of white light illuminated the room as a dense black mist coalesced into form, revealing the iconic scarlet eyes, sharp white fangs, and mischievous grin of the spectral Pokemon. Radiating an intimidating aura, Gengar tilted its head in curiosity, but was soon drawn to the energy emanating from the jar. Being a champion-level Pokemon, Gengar's sensitivity to ghost-type energy was unparalleled, and every fiber of its being seemed to thrill with excitement at the sight of the cubes. "These are for you. Go ahead," Chi-Hong said tersely. Gengar let out an eager, eerie chuckle ha before affectionately licking its trainer's face with its long tongue. Then, with a wave of its spectral hand, the jar opened from afar, and it eagerly consumed the cubes in one swift motion. "This tastes at least 10 times better than before," it exclaimed, devouring the entire jar without pause. As the cubes settled within, a surge of pure ghost-type energy coursed through Gengar's body. Dark clouds of mist began to swirl around it, its aura intensifying dramatically and creating a gust of wind that rippled through the room. Gengar turned to Chi-Hong with excitement gleaming in its crimson eyes, but Chi-Hong stood frozen, stunned by what he had just witnessed. Gengar had been stuck at mid-champion level for quite some time, despite months of consuming height-ear ghost-type cubes crafted by master artisans. Progress had been agonizingly slow, with no signs of a breakthrough. Yet now, a single jar of these energy cubes had shattered that bottleneck entirely. This not only confirmed that Gengar's latent potential had been ready for advancement, but also underscored the sheer, unparalleled quality of these cubes. Chi-Hong exhaled deeply, his expression a mixture of awe and contemplation, as he picked up the phone from the table. It was clear now there had to be a crafting master behind Yuan Shao, someone even more skilled than Kawashima Hideo. This revelation solidified his suspicions. Yuan Shao was far from the novice trainer he appeared to be. Meanwhile, in a hotel room across town, Yuan Shao was lounging with two of his Pokemon, enjoying a light-hearted variety show and savoring the last moments of freedom before the school term began. His phone buzzed suddenly, displaying a transfer notification: 200,000 Poke Coins. Moments later, a message from Chi-Hong arrived, praising the quality of the cubes and expressing interest in future collaboration. Yuan Shao replied with a casual emoji, concealing his quiet satisfaction. He had invested significant effort into leveling up his cube crafting skills, and the results spoke for themselves. These ghost-type cubes were flawless. With a profit margin of over 100,000 Poke Coins and material costs only in the tens of thousands, it was a lucrative venture. However, opportunities like this were rare. Even champions like Chi-Hong couldn't afford to feed their Pokemon top-tier energy cubes daily. At a minimum cost of 10,000 Poke Coins per Pokemon per day, maintaining an entire team would run into tens of millions monthly. For Yuan Shao, though, as long as he could cover the cost of materials, he could produce master-grade cubes himself. The following morning, Yuan Shao checked out of the hotel and took a car to Modi University. Renowned as one of the nation's top institutions alongside Jingqing University, it had produced countless elite four members and champions over the past century. The university gates were bustling with young students arriving for registration. "So, this is basically the Tsinghua or Peking University of this world," Yuan Shao muttered to himself, a faint smile on his lips. "Guess I'm finally making up for that 30-point miss back in the day." But his steps faltered abruptly as his gaze locked onto something familiar. Above the grand entrance of the university was an emblema golden semicircle with a simple redanned white pokeball beneath it. It was unmistakable, the very same symbol he had seen in the Slevel Clue image. "Well, isn't this convenient?" Yuan Shao murmured, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Looks like fate's making things easy for me." Yuan Shao fell into deep thought, deducing that the keystone was most likely hidden within the grounds of Modu University. Just as he was pondering, a familiar voice interrupted his train of thought. "Yuan, you're here." Yuan Shao looked up to see Zhao Qingsong, the admissions officer who had personally invited him to enroll during the college entrance exams. With a bright smile on his face, Zhao was striding toward him energetically. "How was your journey? Need help with any luggage?" Zhao Qingsong asked warmly, his eyes gleaming with delight. His enthusiasm was not without reason. Ever since successfully recruiting Yuan Shao, his career had skyrocketed. He was promoted 2 ranks, from admissions director to resources manager, making rapid progress in his professional path. Yuan Shao shook his head slightly and replied politely, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao, but I didn't bring much luggage." In truth, all his belongings were stored in his system space, allowing him to travel light without even a backpack. Zhao Qingsong raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "No luggage? Planning to buy everything after you get here? Huh? I like it living carefree, just like a young man should. Come on, let me show you around campus." As one of the top-tier universities for trainers, Modu University, commonly known as Mao, spanned over 4,000 acres and had state-of-the-art facilities. From breeding houses, laboratories, and battle arenas to libraries, swimming pools, cinemas, and gyms, the campus offered everything one could imagine. The sheer size of the grounds even necessitated dedicated shuttle buses for students and faculty. As he led the way, Zhao Qingsong enthusiastically introduced the university. "Yuan, choosing Mao was absolutely the right decision. Our facilities and academic excellence are second to none. Look over there, that's our dedicated research institute." The most cutting-edge Pokeball technology in Huagua was developed right there. And over there is the battle arena. Every month, we host large-scale battles with generous rewards for top-ranking participants. Yun Xiao listened attentively before suddenly asking, Mr. Zhao, does Mao have any kind of resource vault? I think you mentioned it before. Zhao Qingsong paused, then nodded. Yes, we do. Want to check it out now? Yun Xiao smiled. Of course. After all, I get an extra discount on purchases, don't I? Zhao Qingsong laughed. Smart kid. Don't worry, every benefit we promised you will be honored. The resource vault is over there. Follow me. 5 minutes later, the two arrived in front of a towering black structure that seemed to pierce the clouds. Zhao gestured toward the entrance on the first floor. Here we are. All of Mao's resources, including the most valuable items, are stored in this tower. Yun Xiao scanned the surroundings, a puzzled expression on his face. Sensing his thoughts, Zhao lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. You're wondering why there's no security, right? Well, let me tell you a secret there is. At the top of the tower, there's a champion-level psychic Pokemon. With it watching over this place, no one dares to lay a finger on what's inside. Yun Xiao nodded in realization. That makes sense. He was well aware of the terrifying power of champion-level psychic Pokemon. With just a thought, they could reduce a building to rubble. Who would dare attempt theft? Upon entering the resource vault, Yun Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Mao truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier university for trainers. Every floor was filled with an incredible array of items. Pokeballs, evolution stones, various tools and berries, skill manuals, training guides, and energy cubes. The inventory was even more comprehensive than that of a major department store. Most impressive of all, one entire floor was dedicated to low-grade elemental treasures of every type. As they walked, Zhao Qingsong explained, everything in this vault is exclusively available to Mao students and faculty. Prices are far below market rates, and many items can be exchanged for points. You can earn points by excelling in academics, participating in events, or achieving high exam scores. It's part of our policy to support students. Yun Xiao nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself, no wonder people say that for aspiring trainers from ordinary families, getting into a good university is the key to success. Even without family wealth, the school support can help you become a professional trainer. After exploring for a while, Yun Xiao suddenly asked, Mr. Zhao, are there any unusual items in this vault? Although he had seen plenty of resources, he hadn't come across the special storage room he had envisioned. However, the Mao crest engraved on the walls convinced him that the keystone was somewhere in this tower. Zhao hesitated briefly before nodding. Technically, only outstanding juniors and seniors are eligible to access certain items. But given your talent, I'm sure you'll qualify soon enough. Come on, I'll show you. He led Yun Xiao to the top of the resource tower. In the distance stood a tall, dark golden door. In front of it was a strikingly tall Pokemon with a black and white maid-like appearance, standing silently. A stream of information immediately appeared in Yun Xiao's mind. Pokemon, Gothitelle, potential, champion level, power rating, LV65, mid-champion tier, type, psychic, ability, competitive. When any stat is lowered by an opponent, special attack sharply increases. Known moves, confusion, Psybeam, future sight, trick room, psychic, hypnosis, psych up, protect, rock tomb, light screen, Psyshock, imprison. Individual values. HP, 19. Attack, 25. Defense, 25. Special attack, 25. Special defense, 31. Speed, 19. The Gothitelle stood with closed eyes, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure and authority. She's the reason this place doesn't need any other security, Zhao whispered, his tone tinged with reverence. He stepped forward, presenting his faculty ID. Miss Gothitelle, hello? I'd like to bring this student inside for a look. Gothitelle opened her eyes briefly, glancing at Zhao and Yun Xiao before closing them again. Behind her, the massive door slowly creaked open. Zhao let out a small sigh of relief. Thank you. Come on, Yun, let's go in. Walking through the grand doors, Zhao Qingsong lowered his voice and said to Yun Xiao, by the rules, you're not supposed to be here. But luckily, Miss Gerda has no objections. Just remember, whatever you see here, don't go around blabbing about it. Yun Xiao nodded in agreement, though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He thought to himself, don't talk about it? What could I even say? The moment he stepped into the room, Yun Xiao immediately recognized it. This was the very place he had seen in the clue image. Compared to the lower floors, the items here were on a completely different level, their quality several times higher. His gaze swept across the room, taking in the dazzling array of tools and items, all of which were a grade or higher, with even some scrayed treasures among them. His eyes stopped on a round stone emitting a chilling white mist. Instantly, a line of information appeared before him. S-grade held item, frosted stone, description. Found deep within rock layers in perpetually cold regions, certain minerals have a rare chance to mutate into this stone, containing immense Ice-type energy. Effect: when held by an Ice-type Pokemon, Ice-type moves gain a 30 power boost and have a 10 chance of freezing the opponent. Effective level: champion level and below. Yun shouted a quick mental calculation. An grade item like this, capable of affecting champion level Pokemon, would easily fetch 5 to 6 million Pokemon currency on the market. However, the sign beneath the stone didn't list a price instead. It simply read, 5,000 points. Zhao Qingsong chimed in at the right moment. Most of the good stuff on this floor can only be exchanged with points. 5,000 points, that's a pretty steep requirement. But if you work hard, it should be doable in 3 to 4 years. He smacked his lips as he spoke. Yun Xiao averted his gaze, thinking that while the item was impressive, none of his Pokemon could make use of it. He reminded himself of his true purpose here and continued searching the room. At last, on a shelf displaying rare minerals, Yun Xiao found his Targeta stone that lay quietly, shimmering with a rainbow-like glow. As he stared at it, another line of information appeared. Special SS grade item, Keystone. Quality: exceptional. Description: a stone imbued with special energy. When it resonates with a Mega Stone, it can unlock a Pokemon's hidden potential. Additionally, when held by a Pokemon, it provides subtle energy nourishment. Yun Xiao's eyes sharpened, and his heartbeat quickened. This was one of the essential items for Mega Evolution. In a world where Mega Evolution had yet to emerge, it was nothing short of priceless. He glanced down at the sign beneath it. It read, 100 points. Noticing Yun Xiao's interest, Zhao Qingsong raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? This thing caught your eye?" "I remember this stone. One of our professors bought it for a hefty sum at an auction, but after some research, they concluded it's mostly just a curiosity. According to the professor, it only contains a faint trace of energy and doesn't have much practical use for Pokemon below champion level." Zhao Qingsong was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Internally, he was puzzled why had Yun Xiao taken such a keen interest in this seemingly ordinary stone, while ignoring the rare and exquisite treasures surrounding it. However, he didn't dare voice his doubts directly. Instead, he simply nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll go ask the principal right away." "Don't worry." Reassured by Zhao Qingsong's promise, Yun Xiao finally shifted his gaze away from the keystone. He began pacing slowly around the room, carefully examining each item. Since the keystone had appeared here, there was a chance he might uncover other rare artifacts. Unfortunately, after circling the room, Yun Xiao found nothing else of similar value. Just as he was about to give up, his eyes were drawn to a set of opulent display stands. Arranged in a triangular formation and surrounded by iron railings with warning signs, the stands held 3 extraordinary objects encased in reinforced glass. The first was a deep blue, cone-shaped ice crystal that emitted a constant chill, frosting the glass around it. The second was a red feather with a faint, fiery glow on its surface. The high temperature had already begun to warp the surrounding glass. The third was an unassuming dark gray orb. On closer inspection, one could see dazzling electric currents flashing inside it, which were immediately absorbed by the special material nearby. At that moment, Yun Xiao was startled by a series of system notifications that appeared before his eyes. Ding! The host has discovered an S-grade legendary item. Regis Never-Melting Ice. Ding! The host has discovered an S-grade legendary item. Molter's Feather. Ding! The host has discovered an S-grade legendary item. Reika's Thunder Orb. This string of notifications left Yun Xiao visibly astonished. In a world where second-tier legendary creatures existed only in myths and history, and even third-tier legendaries were a rare sight for most trainers in their lifetimes, Magic University possessed not just 1 but 3 legendary artifacts tied to mythical Pokemon. Noticing Yun Xiao's expression, Zhao Qingsong chuckled with pride. "Yun, you probably don't realize the value of these 3 items. Just one of them would cause a global sensation if it were revealed. They're all legendary Pokemon artifacts. We call them legendary resources, and even the Pokemon League only has 8 of them in total. Impressive, right? I bet Peking University doesn't have anything like this." Yun Xiao didn't reply immediately, but he was indeed surprised. For treasures of this caliber to be stored in the resource vault of a university, it was no wonder the school had stationed a champion-level Gothitelle as security. Seeing Yun Xiao's silence, Zhao Qingsong smiled awkwardly before elaborating. "These 3 items were brought back by our previous principal. Among all the principals Magic University has ever had, he was a true legend. It said his strength rivaled the world's top trainers, the champions." Intrigued, Yun Xiao asked, "The previous principal? Did he retire?" Zhao Qingsong shook his head, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. "No, he disappeared 5 years ago and hasn't been seen since. At the time, I had just started working here and never even got the chance to meet him." Quickly collecting himself, Zhao Qingsong continued, "But enough about that. These three legendary resources aren't available for general exchange by students or staff. However, with the principal's approval, they can be borrowed. Borrowed? Yun Xiao asked, puzzled. Zhao Qingsong nodded and explained. Yes, these are legendary resources. Even an ordinary Pokemon can benefit just by being near them. Absorbing their emitted energy up close is far more effective than using the highest grade treasure. But as for the specific borrowing conditions, I'm not too sure. You'd need to discuss that with the principal. After hearing the explanation, Yun Xiao nodded in understanding. For now, he wasn't particularly interested in borrowing them. After all, even legendary items required Pokemon with matching attributes to fully utilize them. His Vigoroth was normal type, and his Rayquaza was dragon and flying type, neither of which aligned with the properties of these three artifacts. As Yun Xiao pondered, a new system notification suddenly appeared before him. Ding! The host has discovered legendary resources. The new feature, Legendary Pokemon Index, has been unlocked. Following the notification, a brand new interface appeared, accompanied by an explanation. When the host comes into contact with items related to legendary Pokemon, the system can absorb a small portion of their energy to illuminate the corresponding entries in the Legendary Pokemon Index. Once the sequence was activated, the host could access detailed information about the mythical beast. Yun Xiao's eyes swiftly scanned the system interface, absorbing every piece of newly displayed data. Basic information like level and skills were crystal clear, while personalized details such as preferences, affinity, personality traits, and dislikes were even more intriguing. What excited him the most was the system's ability to provide real-time location tracking for each mythical beast. The system's voice continued to echo in his mind, introducing additional reward mechanisms. When the affinity with a mythical beast reached a certain threshold, the host would receive a mysterious reward. Furthermore, when a specific number of mythical beasts were illuminated in the compendium, even greater rewards awaited him. Please work hard, dear host, and strive to illuminate the entire compendium as soon as possible, the system encouraged. Its words like a shot of adrenaline for Yun Xiao. This flood of information surged into Yun Xiao's mind like a tidal wave, yet he processed it all with remarkable speed. His eyes lit up involuntarily, sparkling as if filled with starlight. Since arriving in this world and embarking on the path of a trainer, interacting with legendary mythical beasts, possibly even taming them, was a dream come true for him. The appearance of the Mythical Beast Compendium was undoubtedly a powerful boost to his adventurous journey. Thinking about the extra rewards mentioned by the system, Yun Xiao's heartbeat quickened. His instincts told him that, given the mythical nature of this feature, the system wouldn't skimp on the rewards. This thought filled him with a quiet excitement. With growing anticipation, Yun Xiao silently asked the system in his mind, "System, can you directly extract energy from these three items to illuminate the compendium? After all, as you said, extracting energy would only consume a small portion and wouldn't significantly affect these legendary resources." The system responded almost instantly with a definitive answer. Ding! The system will now proceed with energy extraction. This reply made Yun Xiao's eyes light up, and he thought to himself, if this works, I've hit the jackpot. However, just as he was basking in his excitement, something unexpected happened. A blinding flash of light erupted, and the three legendary resources on the platform vanished into thin air. Before Yun Xiao could react, the system informed him that all of the resources had been transferred into his system space. This sudden turn of events left Yun Xiao momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, standing beside him, Zhao Qingsong inadvertently glanced at the platform. His entire body froze as if struck by lightning. Trembling and stammering, he muttered, Where did the items go?" Before his words could fully settle, a black and white figure suddenly appeared above the platform. It was none other than the Gothitelle from earlier. However, her demeanor had completely changed. Gone was her gentle and composed presence. Now, an overwhelming aura of hostility radiated from her. The suffocating killing intent surrounding her was almost tangible, and her glowing blue eyes locked onto Yun Xiao and Zhao Qingsong with a piercing glare, as though she intended to crush them on the spot. Faced with this sudden crisis, Yun Xiao felt his heart sink, a chilling sensation shooting up his spine. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Oh no, I've really messed up this time. The atmosphere in the resource vault instantly froze, as an overwhelming, invisible force locked onto Yun Xiao and Zhao Qingsong, making them feel as though they could be crushed at any moment. Zhao Qingsong panicked, raising his hands high, his face pale as he shouted, "We're innocent. We really didn't do anything." Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he felt his head was about to explode. Miss Goth, emanating a terrifying killing intent, cast a cold glance at Zhao Qingsong before turning her piercing gaze onto Yun Xiao. Just as the tension reached its peak, the three legendary resources that had just disappeared from the display case suddenly reappeared. Zhao Qingsong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the reappeared resources. Stammering, he muttered, "What's going on? Is this place haunted?" Miss Goth also noticed the strange phenomenon. Her fierce demeanor softened slightly as her sharp eyes darted back and forth between the three legendary resources and Yuan Shao. Finally, without a word, she vanished into thin air. With Miss Goth's departure, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly. Zhao Qingsong let out a sigh of relief, breathing heavily as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. With a bewildered expression, he muttered to himself, "This is insane. What on earth just happened?" Yuan Shao, too, was trying to steady his breathing, but in his mind, he was furiously questioning the system. System, did you absolutely have to absorb those three items into your space to extract energy? If that's the case, couldn't you have at least given me a heads up? The system's cold, emotionless voice responded immediately. To answer the host, extracting energy is a highly precise process that requires the items to be brought into the system's space. Additionally, you may ask two questions. Current astonishment points. 60. Yuan Shao sighed in frustration and decided not to argue further with the system. After the heart-pounding episode, Zhao Qingsong led Yuan Shao out of the resource tower. As they walked, Zhao Qingsong said, "Honestly, I have no idea what just happened. But you saw it too, those items literally disappeared and reappeared out of thin air. There's no way anyone can blame us for that. I'll head over to the principal's office now to discuss your request and get back to you shortly. Why don't you head to your dorm and check out your living arrangements? Feel free to contact me if you need anything." With that, Zhao Qingsong hurried off. Yuan Shao stood in thought for a moment before turning and heading toward the residential area. The system had informed him that energy conversion would take another 3 minutes, so he decided to check out his new dorm in the meantime. 5 minutes later, Yuan Shao pushed open the door to his dormitory. As the top-ranking magical university in the nation, MO University's dorms were nothing like those of ordinary schools. His room was a spacious single unit, spanning 70 to 80 square meters. It included a living room, a kitchen, and even a storage room, far surpassing the shabby apartment he had rented before. Sitting on the couch in the living room, Yuan Shao couldn't help but marvel at MO University's generosity. Just then, the system's notification sound chimed. Ding! Energy extraction and conversion complete. 3 new sequences have been unlocked. With the notification, the interface of the mythical creature compendium lit up, revealing 3 lifelike, imposing figures radiating immense power. The first was a massive spirit made entirely of ice crystals, resembling a moving glacier with frost spreading from its feet. The second was a giant bird bathed in blazing sunlight, with the surrounding air distorting from the intense heat. The third was a lion-like spirit glowing with golden light amidst stormy clouds and crackling lightning. Yuan Shao immediately recognized them as Regice, the Ice Titan, Moltres, the Flame Bird, and Reiku, the Thunder Beast. While these beings were considered lower-tier legendary creatures, classified as Tier 3 deities, their power still far exceeded human comprehension in this world. Focusing on Regice, Yuan Shao saw a series of details appear. Sequence 009, Regice, Ice Titan. Description: one of the 3 legendary titans, its body is formed from colossal glaciers, tens of times harder than diamonds. Likes: extremely cold environments, frozen food, sparkling gemstones. Dislikes: any source of fire or heat, loud noises. Personality: honest and straightforward. Current affection level: 0 strangers. When affection level reaches 80 or higher, a mysterious reward will be unlocked. In addition, the interface displayed a zoomable world map with a blinking red in the northern region of Beiying Nation, indicating Regice's current location. Information and locations for Moltres and Reiku were also listed. Yuan Shao smiled faintly. Although he had narrowly avoided angering Miss Goth earlier, it seemed the risk had been worth it. With his innate aura abilities and his natural affinity with mythical creatures, combined with his knowledge of their preferences and personalities, approaching them shouldn't be too difficult. While Yuan Shao was deep in thought, a treasure chest icon suddenly appeared on the interface. Host has unlocked 3 sequences. Collection reward triggered. The treasure chest burst open with a pop, transforming into 2 glowing orbs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. Advanced Modification Token X1. SS Steer Special Item. World Plot Travel Voucher X1 inch. The advanced reward opportunity, equivalent to 5,000 shock points, was undoubtedly a great prize. However, at this moment, Yuan Zhao's attention was captured by a mysterious glowing orb. His eyes fixed on the unknown object as a line of text suddenly appeared in front of him. SS Level Special Item. Plot Traversal Scroll. Yuan Zhao's eyes lit up as he carefully read through the detailed description. Who says parallel worlds don't exist? Upon use, this item grants the ability to travel to a random movie universe and take the place of the original protagonist team. After crossing over, you will receive a plot-related mission. Complete the mission to earn generous rewards. Additional notes appeared alongside it. Each use requires a 1-month recharge period. A Pokemon in the team must be at the gym leader level to activate. If the user dies in the plot world, the mission is considered failed, and the host will be safely transported back to the real world. Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow, his heart filled with surprise. As a devoted fan of Pokemon, he was intimately familiar with the plots of those movie adaptations. Replacing the protagonist team and stepping into their world to complete missions seemed like a walk in the park for him. What excited him even more was the possibility of changing some of the regretful storylines. With this thought in mind, Yun Xiao didn't hesitate to store the traversal scroll in his system space. Though he couldn't use it yet, he was already looking forward to the adventures it would bring in the future. After securing the scroll, a new notification popped up. Reward collection successful. The next reward milestone is 36. Keep up the great work, host. Yun Xiao nodded with a satisfied smile, pleased with the reward. He silently resolved to pay more attention to items related to legendary Pokemon in the future. As for building rapport and communication with them, that would have to wait until his strength improved. After all, the places where legendary Pokemon resided were often filled with peril, and venturing there recklessly would be no different from courting death. While Yun Xiao was deep in thought, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. He assumed it was Zhao Qingsong bringing news, but when he opened the door, he was greeted by a middle-aged man wearing a top hat and a suit. Hello, Yun Xiao. Welcome to Magic University. I am Qin Shuqian, the principal of Magic University. The man introduced himself, extending a hand in greeting. His voice was deep and commanding. Yun Xiao was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. He shook hands with the principal and invited him into the dorm. As the door closed, the hallway outside was already filled with curious students. Everyone was aware that Qin Shuqian wasn't just a reformist principal. He was also a champion-level trainer. Speculation buzzed among the crowd what kind of freshman could warrant a personal visit from the principal. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Shuqian took a seat on the couch in the living room. Yun Xiao poured him a glass of water while discreetly observing the legendary figure. Despite being over 50, Qin Shuqian's eyes were sharp and full of vitality. His upright posture defied the typical image of a middle-aged man. You've probably taken a brief tour around Magic University by now. What are your impressions? Qin Shuqian asked after taking a sip of water. The facilities are comprehensive, and the funding is impressive, Yun Xiao replied honestly. Qin Shuqian seemed pleased with the answer. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box. I heard from Professor Zhao that you're particularly interested in this. Consider it a welcoming gift from the principal. Yun Xiao accepted the box and opened it, only to find a key stone lying inside. He couldn't believe it. Qin Shuqian had actually decided to gift him such a precious item. Thank you, principal. Yun Xiao stood up and gave a slight bow. Qin Shuqian smiled as he stood, adjusting his tie. No need to thank me. You're the most promising new student this year, and the only one in Waguo's history of the spirit entrance exams to ever achieve a perfect score in the theoretical test. His tone carried genuine admiration. I hope you'll have a great time at the Magic Academy, Yun. I'm looking forward to seeing what you'll achieve next, the principal said as he reached into his pocket, pulling out a business card and placing it gently on the coffee table. My contact information is on here. Today is the first day of the semester, and I have a lot to take care of. If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. See you later, Yun, Qin Shuqian said before turning and leaving Yun Xiao's dormitory. Yun Xiao looked at the business card and the keystone on the table, feeling a wave of emotion. The principal wasn't the least bit condescending and had even taken the time to visit him personally, offering the keystone as a gift. Such sincerity was truly touching. Taking a deep breath, Yun Xiao gently picked up the keystone. Now, he only needed a Mega Evolution Stone to complete the Mega Evolution set. But where could he find one? He fell into deep thought, suddenly recalling the advanced modification opportunity he had earned earlier that day. Advanced modifications could grant a random high-level item. Maybe he could try his luck? But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. The range of high-level items was far too broad, and the chances of landing a Mega Evolution Stone were slim. His thoughts drifted to the God-level modification that required 10,000 shock points to unlock. Could it allow him to directly obtain a specific item? As Yun Xiao pondered this possibility, his phone suddenly rang. Answering the call, he heard Zhao Qingsong's voice on the other end. Yun, the principal mentioned that your situation has been resolved. Is that true? Yes, everything's been taken care of, Yun Xiao confirmed. Zhao Qingsong let out a clear sigh of relief. That's great, that's great. After a brief pause, he continued. By the way, there's something else. You can head over to the breeding zone now to select a pseudo-legendary spirit egg. They'll be waiting for you there. The breeding house at Modar University was located at the southernmost part of the campus. When Yun Xiao arrived by shuttle bus, Zhao Qingsong had already been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Bathed in sunlight, the white building of the breeding house stood out strikingly. A batch of pseudo-legendary Pokemon eggs just arrived today, Zhao Qingsong said, patting Yun Xiao on the shoulder. They were acquired from the league, and the lowest quality starts at the Elite 4 level. Excellent quality. Once we go inside, Feel free to pick one. The two stepped into the breeding house, and Yun Xiao was surprised to find that it resembled more of a miniature breeding park. Various areas were cleverly designed to simulate natural environments, far more advanced than the place where he had obtained his lazy Pokemon. The air was filled with the scent of grass and soil, and distant cries of Pokemon echoed through the space. As they walked, Zhao Qingsong explained, although this place isn't large, it has a wide variety of Pokemon. Some are for students to purchase or earn as rewards, while others are bred to assist with research at the Academy's labs. Yun Xiao listened while observing his surroundings. Magnemite hovered in the air. Ampharos played by a pool. Tauros grazed leisurely. Meowth leapt nimbly between tree branches, and Bulbasaur stretched out under the sunlight. From common Pokemon to rare starter Pokemon, the selection was comprehensive. Each Pokemon displayed glossy fur and vibrant energy, all of them clearly top-tier specimens, with qualifications at least at the elite level. Before long, they reached the innermost room of the breeding house. As the door opened, a young woman in a white apron approached. She had short, neat hair and bright, lively eyes. Mr. Zhao, is this the student you mentioned who's here to choose a pseudo-legendary Pokemon egg? She asked with a smile. That's right, Zhao Qingsong nodded. The eggs are all set up, aren't they? Thanks for your hard work. The woman turned to Yun Xiao and extended her hand. I'm Zhang Yulin, the head of this breeding house. If you ever want to capture or raise new Pokemon, feel free to come to me. Every Pokemon here is bred with great care, she said with a wink. Just between us, even the Pokemon from the League's official breeding facilities can't compare to the ones here. Zhao Qingsong added with a grin. Yulin here is a 3-star breeder, a true expert in the field. The principal went to great lengths to bring her on board. Yun Xiao suddenly understood why every Pokemon he had seen looked to be in peak condition. A 3-star breeder was equivalent to a gym leader level trainer in terms of skill. All right, enough chit-chat, Zhang Yulin said as she approached a large cabinet and pressed a button. You must be eager to pick your pseudo-legendary egg. Let's get started. The cabinet slowly opened, revealing rows of glass containers. Inside each container was a basketball-sized Pokemon egg, nestled in soft straw and illuminated by gentle, warm light. Would you like me to give you a rundown of each one? Or would you prefer to read the labels on the containers yourself? Zhang Yulin gestured to the tags affixed to the glass. Thanks, I'll take a look myself, Yun Xiao said as he stepped closer to examine the first egg's details. Pokemon Egg, Dratini. Estimated potential, Elite 4 level. Estimated IVs, excellent. Estimated hatch time, 12 days, 3 hours. Inherited moves, none. Dratini, the only Dragon-type Pokemon from the first generation, evolves into Dragonite, a fan favorite for its adorable yet powerful appearance. Dragonite is known not only for its ability to learn multi-type moves like Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, and Ice Punch, but also for its incredible flying speed, making it the world's most recognized transportation Pokemon. Yun Xiao didn't rush to make a decision and continued to look at the information for the other eggs. After a few minutes, he had reviewed all 6 eggs. As Zhao Qingsong had mentioned, the quality of these pseudo-legendary eggs was indeed exceptional, with the lowest potential reaching Elite 4 level. The 6 eggs included Dratini, Beldum, Bagon, Dano, Larvitar, and Gummy. Their final evolutions were all pseudo-legendary Pokemon, boasting stats and potential far beyond ordinary Pokemon. Yun Xiao's gaze finally settled on the last egg. With determination, he said, "I'll take this one." Zhang Yulin raised her eyebrows in surprise. Excellent choice. In terms of appearance and quality, this is indeed the best of the 6. Its potential after hatching should also be the highest. She paused briefly. However, I wouldn't recommend this one. You might want to think it over carefully. Zhao Qingsong looked puzzled. Didn't you just say this one was the best? Why not choose it? Zhang Yulin glanced at Zhao Qingsong, her expression turning complicated. Because this is a Larvitar egg. What? Zhao Qingsong gasped, his eyes widening. Turning to Yun Xiao, he began to explain, Yun, raising pseudo-legendary Pokemon requires a huge amount of resources. You're probably aware of that. But if there's one pseudo-legendary that's the most resource-intensive, it has to be Tyranitar. This Pokemon is nicknamed the Super Snorlax because of its insatiable appetite. A wild Tyranitar can consume an entire mountain in a single day. While well cover the cost of resources for the first 3 months, the expenses after that are something you'll need to seriously consider. Both Zhao Qingsong and Zhang Yulin were clearly advising him out of kindness. Even among wealthy families, raising a Tyranitar was rare due to its exorbitant cost. However, Yun Xiao shook his head firmly. I've made up my mind. I want this one. Yun Xiao wasn't worried about the financial burden. With his cube crafting abilities, he knew he'd soon have more money than he could spend. More importantly, he had a specific reason for choosing Larvitar. At that moment, a piece of information floated in front of Yun Xiao. Pokemon Egg, Larvitar. Estimated potential, champion level. Estimated IVs, flawless. Estimated hatch time, 6 days, 3 hours. Inherited moves, outrage. This Larvitar was the only one among the 6 with champion-level potential. Yun Xiao chose this particular Pokemon egg not just because of its outstanding potential, but for 2 other significant reasons. Firstly, aside from Beldum, the other 4 Pokemon all possessed Dragonite attributes, which overlapped with Rayquaza. Yun Xiao wanted to cultivate a team with diverse attributes, and since Beldum's potential was far inferior to Larvitar's, it was naturally excluded. Secondly, Yun Xiao noticed a small note under the Larvitar egg's information. There was an extremely high probability that it was a shiny Pokemon. In the game, shiny Pokemon are simply rare variants with different appearances. However, in the real world, shiny Pokemon are entirely different. Yun Xiao had read in books that these special Pokemon often had abilities they wouldn't normally possess or significantly higher stats compared to others of their species. More importantly, a shiny Tyranitar has a striking gold color, which greatly enhances its visual appeal. To Yun Xiao, strength could be developed over time, but being cool was an innate advantage. Zhao Qingsong and Zhang Yulin watched Yun Xiao's firm decision with some confusion. They were concerned that Yun Xiao might not have considered the enormous resources required to raise a Tyranitar. Without sufficient minerals to feed it, the growth of this pseudo-legendary Pokemon could be severely stunted, potentially even falling behind ordinary starter Pokemon. However, seeing Yun Xiao's resolute attitude, they chose not to press further. Zhao Qingsong lit a cigarette, stood up, and said, "Well, in that case, this Pokemon egg is officially yours. Congratulations. But there's one thing I need to remind you: you can't take it with you just yet." Yun Xiao froze for a moment, puzzled. Why not? Zhao Qingsong exhaled a puff of smoke and scratched his head as he explained. Because you already have a Pokemon, remember? According to the League's rules, university students are only allowed to own 1 Pokemon before becoming a licensed professional trainer. Even the principal can't bend this rule for you. Owning 2 Pokemon as a student is illegal. Realization dawned on Yun Xiao. He had nearly forgotten no one else knew about his little Rayquaza, and his Vigoroth had already taken up his sole allowed slot. Zhao Qingsong continued, "Until you become a professional trainer, this Larvitar will have to stay here at the daycare after it hatches." Zhang Yulin added, "The first 6 months of care will be covered by the school, but don't forget to visit it often. After all, it's your Pokemon. Once you pass the professional trainer exam and earn the right to own a second Pokemon, you can take it home." Most students manage to pass the exam by senior year, but with your talent, I imagine you'll achieve it by sophomore or junior year, right? However, after hearing this, Yun Xiao thought for a moment, and then said something that left the two completely baffled. "I'll be back in an hour." With that, he turned and left the daycare. Zhao Qingsong and Zhang Yulin exchanged puzzled glances, each seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. Zhao Qingsong muttered, "What's that kid up to now?" Zhang Yulin shrugged. "No idea, but I think he's different from the other students, kind of special." She reached into a nearby phone box, pulled out 2 frosty bottles of beer, and handed one to Zhao Qingsong. "Hey, Zhao, it's the start of the semester, and you're the admissions officer. Got time to chat?" Zhao Qingsong took the beer and nodded. "Since my task today was just to deal with this kid, I guess I have time. Let's wait for him to come back." He twisted off the cap, took a swig, and suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, when I was showing him the resource tower earlier, something strange happened in the top-tier resource room. Those 3 items suddenly disappeared right in front of us." Zhang Yulin's eyes widened. "They disappeared?" Zhao Qingsong nodded, a trace of fear in his expression. "Yeah." Before I could even react, Gothitelle rushed over. "I swear to Arceus, I thought she was going to attack me in the next second. Luckily, the items reappeared just as suddenly." Zhang Yulin seemed skeptical but took a sip of her beer. "Are you serious? That sounds absurd. But if those 3 items really vanished and Gothitelle crushed you on the spot, I'd say it would have been justified. After all, those are relics left behind by the old principal. To her, they're the only things her trainer left behind." This time, it was Zhao Qingsong's turn to be shocked. He stared at her, wide-eyed. "She's the old principal's Pokemon?" Zhang Yulin made a shushing gesture. "Not many people know about this, so keep it to yourself." Zhao Qingsong nodded slowly, muttering, "No wonder she's so powerful. Yet chooses to stay in that storage room 247, day in and day out for 5 years. Speaking of which, I wonder if the old principal is even still alive." An hour later, Yun Xiao returned right on time. In his hand, he held a brand new certificate with 5 bold words on it: Professional Trainer License. At that moment, Zhao Qingsong and Zhang Yulin were utterly stunned. They stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. Yun Xiao had actually obtained a professional trainer license in just 1 hour? It was true. The Alliance's headquarters in Huaguo was located right next to Modu University, and Yun Xiao had just taken the professional trainer exam. With his Vigoroth already at a high professional tier, passing the battle exam was a breeze. However, the 2 standing before him had no idea about any of this. Zhang Yulin was relatively calm. She knew that Modu had produced its fair share of prodigies who reached professional level as freshmen. But Zhao Qingsong looked at Yun Xiao as if he had seen a ghost. He clearly remembered that just 15 days ago, Yun Xiao's Slacketh had barely reached mid-ear formal strength. How had it skyrocketed to professional level in less than 2 weeks? Zhao Qingsong's mind churned, struggling to comprehend. Could this kid possibly be cheating the system? Yun Xiao held the jar containing the Larvitar egg as he walked away under Zhao Qingsong's astonished gaze. Back in his dorm room, he carefully placed the egg on the table, his heart brimming with anticipation. The soul eye hinted that this might be a shiny Larvitar, which made him feel a surge of excitement. After settling the Pokemon egg, Yun Xiao stretched his body and sat down on the sofa. He realized he had officially become a professional-level trainer, an achievement most people could only dream of. Yet, for Yun Xiao, this was merely the beginning. His gaze turned toward loftier goals: elite trainer, gym leader, and ultimately the strongest trainer in the world. As he was lost in thought, a line of text suddenly appeared before him. Detection complete. Host has reached professional-level trainer status. Main mission updated. Host has received an steer main mission. Elite? They'll crush the elites. Mission requirements. Within 1 month, have at least 3 Pokemon in your team reach elite level and pass the evaluation to become an elite trainer. Mission rewards: 2x advanced modification opportunities, 1x random S-tier character skill. Yun Xiao quickly scanned the mission details and nodded slightly. For him, raising Rayquaza and slaking to elite level wouldn't be too challenging. The real test lay in nurturing the newly acquired Larvitar. However, with the help of master-level energy cubes and the simulated secret realm, he was confident in completing the task. Suddenly, his phone on the table lit up. It was a message from Zhao Qingsong. Xiao Yun. Once that Larvitar hatches, remember to contact me. The finance department will send you weekly resources, no shortage, guaranteed. Also, race the QR code for your class group. Make sure to join. The advisor is about to announce details about the Startofter military training. Yun Xiao paused for a moment. Military training? In a Pokemon university? He scanned the code and joined the group chat for Moda Class of 2041, Group 5. The chat was buzzing with discussions about the military training. Paika, did you guys hear? Starting with our year, freshmen will be doing military training in the secret realm. Roasted leek duck no leak. For real? A secret realm? Damn, that sounds intense. Who stole my Starmie? It's 100 true. My uncle's a teacher at the school, and they've been planning this since last year. Yun Xiao pondered this for a moment. Military training in a secret realm actually made sense. After all, Moda aimed to cultivate top-tier trainers. Secret realms were the best places to gather resources, capture rare Pokemon, and gain battle experience. This arrangement would help students familiarize themselves with the secret realm environment early on, preparing them for their future careers as professional trainers. Still, it raised a concern. Most freshmen were only mid-ear formal trainers, and entering a secret realm could be risky. But Yun Xiao quickly reasoned that Moda wouldn't make such a decision without thorough preparation. They were likely to choose a low-level, well-explored, and relatively safe secret realm or designate a strictly monitored area within a standard secret realm for the students to train in. After all, if something were to happen to a student, parents would undoubtedly be the first to raise objections. However, for Yun Xiao right now, no secret realm poses a challenge. Over the past few weeks, he has been rigorously training in the use of aura power. At this point, his detection range has expanded to about 100 meters, and his aura attacks are as powerful as those of an average professional-level Pokemon. Coupled with the immense strength of Rayquaza and Ambipom, Yun Xiao feels no fear even when facing elite-level Pokemon. In the group chat, most students expressed excitement and anticipation about the upcoming journey into the secret realm. Only a few voiced concerns about safety, which was understandable. After all, those who managed to get into Imo University were the top students in Huagua, brimming with confidence and ambition. Amid the lively discussion, a message from the group admin popped up. Hello everyone. I'm Zhang Tianming, the counselor for our class. I have an important announcement for you all. Starting tomorrow morning, all first-year students will enter a secret realm for a 6-day military training. Aside from clothing and pokeballs, no other items are allowed. Participation is voluntary, but students who join will earn a significant amount of credits based on their performance. The detailed rules and training location are attached in the document below. Shortly after, a file titled Military Training.doc appeared in the group chat. Yun Xiao clicked on the document and carefully read through its contents. His eyebrows raised slightly as he scanned the details. The training required students to form groups, establish camps in the secret realm, and live there for a period of time. Without any tools or food, it was essentially a survival challenge in the wild. Clearly, the school aimed to train students in using their Pokemon's abilities to survive in a secret realm, a fundamental skill for any professional trainer. As Yun Xiao continued reading, his eyes stopped at one particular line. Training location: 2-star secret realm, Azure Lake. Oh, what a coincidence, Yun Xiao muttered, raising an eyebrow. According to his original plan, He had already intended to visit this secret realm when he had some spare time. There were still plenty of resources there that he had discovered in the simulated realm, and he was eager to meet a certain Slowking again. With the training location set at Azure Lake, it was a perfect opportunity, saving him the trouble of making a separate trip. Even better, performing well in this training could earn him additional credits. MO University's resource vault was filled with valuable items, and the more credits he could exchange, the better. After reviewing the training details, Yun Shao exited the group chat. Although the training was set to begin the next morning, today was the first day of school, with no classes scheduled, leaving him free to plan his time. Without hesitation, Yun Shao opened his system interface and entered the 3-star simulated secret realm, Lava Canyon, with his 2 Pokemon. Before him stretched a massive rift, surrounded by bubbling magma pits. Yun Shao murmured to himself, "There were no hidden treasures in Azure Lake. I wonder if this secret realm will have any." With that, he stepped forward, venturing deeper into the secret realm. By the time Yun Shao exited the simulated realm, it was already evening. In just a few hours, he had increased the exploration progress of the simulated secret realm to 20. While he didn't uncover any hidden treasures, he did find a high-quality fire stone valued at approximately 200,000 Pokemon coins on the market. Both Ambipom and Rayquaza leveled up twice, showing strong potential to break into the elite level soon. Most of the Pokemon in the secret realm were high-tier professional level, with a few elite level ones as well. However, none of them were a match for Ambipom and Rayquaza. Yun Shao estimated that while these 2 Pokemon were technically still at the peak of the professional level, their actual combat power could rival mid-tier elite level Pokemon. After all, both were extraordinary in every aspect: talent, individual stats, and resources. One was a legendary Pokemon, and the other had a game-changing ability, making it impossible to assess them with conventional standards. As he pondered this, Yun Shao suddenly remembered something. His friend Wang Yang, who excelled in both theory and practice, had successfully been admitted to his dream school, Zhejiang University. Since most universities had started their semester early, Wang Yang must have already reported to campus. Yun Shao couldn't help but wonder if Zhejiang University also had a similar secret realm military training program. Since he had to wake up early the next day to meet up, Yun Shao left the simulated secret realm, quickly freshened up, and went to bed early. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the campus of Magic University, Yun Shao arrived at the meeting point, the school sports field. A sizable number of students had already gathered there, some chatting nervously, while others brimmed with excitement. Yun Shao silently took his place within his class lineup, his gaze sweeping across the field as he carefully observed his surroundings. He couldn't help but notice that, compared to Beidos' annual enrollment of 3,000 to 5,000 students, Magic University's freshman class this year consisted of fewer than 1,000 students. This seemed to confirm the rumors about the university's notoriously high admission standards. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses and a well-proportioned build stepped to the front of the lineup. This was Zhang Tianming, Yun Shao's class advisor. Following closely behind him was a burly man with a muscular frame. The man wore camouflage fatigues, a black pendant around his neck, and exuded an air of authority that was impossible to ignore. The burly man's sharp, hawk-like gaze swept over the students, who were gradually falling silent. In a rough, commanding voice, he announced, "Listen up, kids. I'm your drill instructor for this training, Li Guanlan. From this moment on, leave your usual laziness behind and give me your full attention. You'll need every bit of it for the coming days because you're about to embark on your first journey into a secret realm." The announcement elicited a variety of reactions from the students. Some were visibly excited, while others looked uneasy and apprehensive. Yun Shao, however, remained calm and expressionless. For him, this was hardly a Furs that had already spent most of the previous day in a 3-star simulated secret realm. After a brief pep talk, the students from all 17 freshman classes boarded the buses, heading toward their destination, the 2-star secret realm known as Azure Lake. About an hour later, the convoy arrived at a secret realm base located roughly 50 kilometers outside the Jingda campus. The base at Azure Lake bore a striking resemblance to the Evergreen Forest base Yun Shao had visited previously. However, the hall was eerily empty today, devoid of any trainers. Instructor Li Guanlan once again stepped to the front of Yun Shao's class lineup to explain the rules and objectives of this training. For the next 6 days, you'll be entering the secret realm in teams of 4. Your mission is to survive together. Aside from your clothes and pokeballs, you are not allowed to bring anything else. Every second of these 6 days will be spent inside the secret realm. At the end of the training, your performance will determine how many academic credits you earn, Li Guanlan explained, a faint, enigmatic smile creeping onto his face. Of course, more important than credits is ensuring you make it back alive. These words made many of the more timid students even more anxious. Having grown up in sheltered environments, they had only heard of the dangers of secret realms. Now, facing them firsthand, fear was inevitable. Clapping his hands to draw their attention, Li Guanlan's expression turned stern. Let me make this clear. The purpose of this training is to teach you that the path of a trainer is no easy road. If you can't handle surviving in a secret realm for a week as a team, you might as well go back home and take up farming. Now, I'll ask this only once: does anyone want to forfeit their credits and opt out? Seconds passed in silence. No one spoke up. Li Guanlan nodded approvingly. That's more like it. Now, let's get started. 10 minutes later, the last group of students vanished into the entrance to the secret realm. Left standing at the entrance were just two figures: Instructor Li Guanlan and the university's president, Qin Shuqing. After a moment of silence, Qin Shuqing spoke slowly. Instructor Li, I have a question for you. Li Guanlan turned to look at Qin Shuqing. His demeanor shifted instantly, the fierce authority he had displayed earlier replaced by a respectful and composed expression. For this esteemed principal of Modu University and a revered Pokemon trainer, Qin Shuqing naturally held a deep sense of respect. He respectfully addressed Li Guanlan, saying, Principal Li, feel free to ask anything. I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Qin Shuqing's gaze rested on the entrance to the secret realm, glowing with a faint, purple light. His tone carried a hint of concern as he asked, Are you sure the situation inside the secret realm is safe? Li Guanlan immediately nodded to reassure him. You're worried about the students, right? Don't worry. Since this plan was initiated 6 months ago, the Education Bureau has been sending personnel into the secret realm weekly to ensure no new dangerous wild Pokemon have appeared. What I said earlier was just to remind the students to stay vigilant. Throughout the entire training program, there will be instructors stationed everywhere in the students' activity areas to monitor and prevent any accidents. Based on our assessment, at worst, a few students might suffer minor injuries in the secret realm, but nothing serious will happen. After hearing this, Qin Shuqing hesitated, his expression suggesting he had more to say. Noticing this, Li Guanlan took the initiative to ask, Principal Qin, is there a particular student you're especially concerned about? Would you like me to assign someone to keep an eye on them? Qin Shuqing paused for a moment before responding. There's a student named Yun. The male student who asked the question was taken aback, muttering under his breath, That impressive? Of course. This is Magic University after all. The person who answered shrugged, then turned their gaze forward. The 4 students who had just been called up were now the center of everyone's attention. Among them, the 2 girls were undoubtedly the most eye-catching. The one on the left was tall, her long, silky black hair cascading down her back. Her face was bare of makeup, and her simple attire only emphasized her natural beauty, making her unforgettable. Her cold, emotionless eyes and the aura of aloofness she exuded made her seem like an unapproachable glacier. In stark contrast stood the other girl. Equally stunning, she wore a fitted athletic outfit that highlighted her graceful figure. Her short, wavy golden hair framed a pair of eyes brimming with confidence and pride. Everything about her seemed to radiate a carefree, rebellious energy. Their appearance immediately sparked a commotion among the crowd. One's the top scorer of Magic City's entrance exam, and the other is the university president's daughter. This pairing is unbelievable. I'm so jealous of those 2 guys with them. Teaming up with these 2 feels more painful than death. At that moment, the instructor's voice came through the loudspeaker again. Second group, Yun Xiao, Lu Jiao, Chu Mu, Gu Qing'er. Suddenly, someone in the crowd gasped aloud, as if recalling something significant. Yun Xiao? Could it be the one who made history by scoring a perfect mark in the theoretical exam? Oh my god. He's really here at Magic University? Although Yun Xiao's perfect score in the theoretical exam hadn't caused a national sensation, it had been featured in some news reports and TV programs, so a few people had heard of his name. A perfect score in the theoretical exam? I didn't think we'd have someone that impressive in our year. Are you sure it's not just someone with the same name? Someone asked, puzzled. By now, the second group of 4 had stepped into view. However, while some had heard of Yun Xiao, no one knew what he looked like, leaving the crowd scanning the group and guessing who the legendary top scorer might be. Meanwhile, in the first group, the blonde girl, Cheng Qing, frowned slightly at the discussions around her, directing her gaze toward the second group. A perfect score in the theoretical exam? There's someone like that? She thought to herself. The black-haired girl beside her, Bai Ning Shuang, merely glanced at the second group with an indifferent expression before withdrawing her gaze. The grouping process continued smoothly, and in less than 10 minutes, all the teams were assigned to their respective camp zones. Over the next 6 days, they would need to build their camps, find food and water, and survive in the designated areas. Yun Zhao's group now stood in a clearing within the forest. After leading them there, the instructor turned and left. For a moment, silence hung between the 4. Breaking the stillness was a slightly chubby, short male student with 2 freckles on his face. Speaking in a thick southern accent, he said, Since we're grouped together, it's fate, right? Why don't we introduce ourselves and get to know each other? I'll go first. I'm Chu Mu from Jiangcheng, and my Pokemon is Scyther. As he spoke, he pulled out a Pokeball and released his Scyther. With a flash of white light, Scyther's information appeared before Yun Xiao. Pokemon, Scyther. Type, Bug. Potential, Gym Leader level. Power Evaluation, LV21, Official Beginner. Ability, Swarm Bug-type moves are 50 stronger when HP is below 1/3. Moves, Bug Buzz, Swords Dance, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Slash, Night Slash. After reading the information, Yunxiao nodded slightly. This Scyther, both in stats and appearance, was far superior to the ones he had seen in his high school breeding center. As expected of Magic University students, none of them were ordinary. Following Chu Mu's lead, the other two naturally introduced themselves. A cheerful girl with twin ponytails and a playful charm smiled and said, "I'm Lu Jiao, a local from Magic City, and my Pokemon is her." She opened her Pokeball, and a fiery red figure appeared before Thema Vulpix. The other girl, who appeared shy and petite, spoke softly, I'm Gu Qinger, also from Magic City. I hope we can get along. My Pokemon is a Comfey." Hearing this, Yunxiao raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. The Pokemon he had once used during a live stream was now standing before him in real life. At this point, 3 of the 4 group members had introduced themselves, and all eyes naturally turned to Yunxiao. Chu Mu immediately recognized Yunxiao and, in an excited tone, pointed at him, exclaiming, "Whoa, bro, you're Yunxiao, the guy who scored a perfect score on the theoretical college entrance exam? That's insane, man. This year's test was so tough, and you still aced it. I salute you as the ultimate academic genius." As he spoke, he even exaggeratedly clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. The 2 girls standing nearby didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with curiosity and astonishment, their gazes locked firmly on Yunxiao. Yunxiao shrugged nonchalantly and responded, "You're too kind. Well, I guess that saves me the trouble of introducing myself." Internally, he felt a bit puzzled. It seemed news of his perfect score had spread farther than he had anticipated. However, the attention it brought didn't surprise him much. After all, in his previous world, hearing about someone scoring a perfect mark on the college entrance exam in some city was noteworthy, but not earth-shattering. After the 4 of them quickly introduced themselves, Chu Mu spoke up again. Before the instructor left, he mentioned that we need to choose a team leader to take charge of our group activities. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and said, "I vote for Yun bro." The 2 girls exchanged a glance, and then turned their attention to Yunxiao as well. They clearly agreed with Chu Mu's suggestion. If someone could achieve a perfect score on such a challenging exam, they must have exceptional intellect, making them the ideal candidate for leadership. Yunxiao didn't object to the sudden nomination. He stood up, glanced around at the group, and said, "All right then, from now on, the 3 of you will follow my instructions. Any objections?" The 3 of them shook their heads eagerly in agreement. Yunxiao began to calmly analyze the situation. "From what we've learned about this training exercise, I've been pondering what skills are being tested. It seems clear that the focus is on survival skills in this secret realm. To succeed, we'll need to make the most of each team member's strengths to establish a proper base camp." Raising 4 fingers, he outlined, "The 4 most critical aspects are setting up the camp, securing food and water, ensuring safety, and maintaining a decent quality of life. For now, our priority is establishing the camp, as this will be our home base for the foreseeable future." Turning to Chu Mu, Yunxiao assigned the first task. "Chu Mu, I'll lend you my Pokemon. You and it will gather some wood from the nearby area. Look for logs about half a meter in diameter." With that, he released his Pokemon, a Vigoroth. The moment the 3 teammates saw Yunxiao's Pokemon, they were rendered speechless in astonishment. To them, a Vigoroth was even rarer than starter Pokemon or pseudo-legendary species. The reason was simple: hardly anyone would choose to train a Slakoth. Evolving a Slakoth into a Vigoroth was notoriously challenging, even more so than raising a pseudo-legendary Pokemon to its final evolution. According to League rules, students' first Pokemon must be raised from its base form to ensure fairness in battle exams. This meant Yunxiao couldn't have simply caught a Vigoroth. So how on earth had he managed to evolve a Slakoth? As the 3 of them were lost in thought, Chu Mu suddenly realized something and quickly spoke up. "Yun bro, if you're giving me your Pokemon, what about you? This is a secret realm. One could encounter wild Pokemon at any time. If everyone only has 1 Pokemon, giving yours away could leave you defenseless." However, Yunxiao simply shook his head and replied calmly, "Don't worry about me. Just go. Remember to choose older trees, as the wood will be sturdier. Vigoroth, I'm counting on you." Yunxiao was intimately familiar with every Pokemon in this secret realm. With his current level of aura power, no Pokemon here aside from a certain Slowking posed any threat to him. Besides, he had another Pokemon with him. Seeing Yunxiao's determination, Chu Mu hesitated for a moment, but eventually left with Vigoroth and his own Scyther. Yunxiao then turned to Gu Qingshan and assigned him the next task. "You'll gather clean leaves and vines. Collect as many as you can. Be cautious and don't stray too far from the camp. If you encounter any wild Pokemon, call for help immediately." "Got it, Yun bro." Gu Qingshan replied enthusiastically before heading into the nearby forest. This left Yun Xiao and Lu Jiao alone in the clearing. Lu Jiao looked up at Yun Xiao nervously and asked, what about me? What should I do? Yun Xiao shook his head. For now, nothing. Your Pokemon may not be suited for combat, but its ability to heal other Pokemon's injuries will be invaluable later. Stay here with me and wait for the others to return. With that, Yun Xiao picked up a stick and began drawing lines on the ground, planning the layout for their future campsite. Gu Qingshan stood off to the side, watching Yun Xiao work with curiosity. Yun Xiao was drawing a few lines on the open ground, his brows slightly furrowed in thought. On the surface, this military training exercise was just about surviving in the secret realm for 7 days, but in reality, it was no small challenge. Students were prohibited from bringing any supplies, meaning they had to figure out solutions for shelter, food, and other basic needs on their own. Fully aware of how important rest was for survival, Yun Xiao decided to start by creating a basic framework for a campsite. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Gu Qingshan broke the silence. You seem so skilled at this. Have you lived in the wild before? Yun Xiao shrugged and answered honestly, not really. I just attended a summer camp as a kid, and the instructor happened to teach us some of this stuff. He didn't mention that it was an experience from another world. That summer camp had sparked his deep interest in wilderness survival, leading him to frequently watch related documentaries and study materials. Little did he know that knowledge would come in handy in this world. An hour later, Chu Mu and Lu Jiao returned to the clearing at the same time. Chu Mu exclaimed with admiration, Yun Go, I brought the hyperactive ape back, and the wood you asked for. Honestly, I used to think my flying mantis was strong enough, but after seeing your hyperactive ape chop down trees, I now know what real strength looks like. Behind them, the flying mantis and the hyperactive ape were each dragging dozens of freshly cut logs. Lu Jiao also completed her task. Yun Go, I'm back too, she said, placing bundles of grass leaves and vines in front of Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao inspected the wood and grass they brought back and nodded in satisfaction. Great work, everyone. He turned to Chu Mu. Come give me a hand. Let's start building the framework for the campsite. Got it. Yun Go, what do you need me to do? Chu Mu stood up immediately, ready to help. Just follow my lead. They'll let you know when I need your help, no rush. Yun Xiao replied before turning to the hyperactive ape. Hyperactive ape, could you use your alloy claws to cut these logs in half lengthwise, and then evenly split the left side into 2 segments? This was a new skill the hyperactive ape had learned during yesterday's simulated training in the secret realm. Over the next half hour, Yun Xiao directed the hyperactive ape to process all the logs into usable wooden planks. Using these planks, he began constructing 4 simple wooden beds within the marked-out area. Each bed was raised about half a meter off the ground, covered with soft grass leaves, and equipped with pillows made by weaving vines. The hyperactive ape, Chu Mu, and the flying mantis all pitched in to help. When they finished, Yun Xiao clapped his hands. All done. The other 3 stared in awe. In less than 2 hours, Yun Xiao had organized their living arrangements with remarkable efficiency, and the setup even looked quite comfortable. A single thought crossed all 3 of their minds at the same time. We're supposed to be here for military training, but why does it feel like Yun Xiao came here for a vacation? Lu Jiao spoke slowly, her tone laced with a hint of surprise. I had already prepared myself to sleep on the ground for 7 days, but I didn't expect to have a bed on the very first night. Gu Qingshan nodded slightly in agreement. However, Yun Xiao shook his head, pointing at the makeshift bed. This is just the beginning. To turn it into a proper sleeping spot, we'll need walls to block the light and a roof to shield us from the rain. They'll figure out how to improve it tonight. Chu Mu listened quietly, then after a moment of silence, he gave Yun Xiao a thumbs up. Just then, his stomach let out a loud growl. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head and laughed. I haven't eaten lunch yet, and now I'm starving. This comment made Lu Jiao and Gu Qingshan realize their own hunger. They had entered the secret realm just before noon, and nearly 2 hours had passed since, causing them to miss lunch entirely. In this realm, where bringing any items, including food, was forbidden, finding something to eat had become a real challenge. At that moment, Chu Mu pulled out 7 or 8 red berries, about the size of eggs, from his pocket. I found these while I was out earlier. I'm not sure if they're edible. Lu Jiao took one of the berries and frowned. What if they're poisonous? They're so bright red. If we get poisoned, it'll be a big problem. The healing ring can only heal injuries, not cure toxins, and we don't have any other antidote-capable companions in our team, nor do we have medicine. Chu Mu shrugged helplessly. You're probably right. We'll have to think of something else. Suddenly, Yun Xiao spoke up. I recognize these berries. They're called Homu fruits. They're not poisonous and can help replenish water and stave off hunger, though they're extremely sour. His extensive knowledge of plants made him a reliable source. Really? Lu Jiao asked, still skeptical. But before she could say more, Chu Mu had already grabbed one and taken a big bite. His expression instantly turned complicated as he muttered, "So sour. It feels like my teeth are going to fall out." Gu Qingshan picked up a berry as well and cautiously tasted it, his brow furrowing slightly. Seeing the others eat, Lu Jiao finally gave in and grabbed one herself. Though it wasn't pleasant, she couldn't afford to be picky in their situation. Just then, Yun Shao stood up and, along with his hyperactive ape, began walking toward the forest. Chu Mu, his mouth full, mumbled, "Yun, aren't you eating?" Yun Shao's voice came from the distance. "You guys go ahead. These berries won't be enough for all of us. I'm going to find more food. I'll be back soon." With that, his figure disappeared into the dense woods. Lu Jiao and Chu Mu exchanged puzzled glances. Gu Qingshan shook his head, his gaze falling on the rudimentary bed, his eyes glowing with admiration. "I don't know what Yun is going to find, but I'm starting to think we're really lucky to have him as our leader. When it comes to survival in the secret realm, he's a total pro." 20 minutes passed, and the three of them had eaten all but a few berries, which they had set aside for Yun Shao. Even so, they still felt the emptiness in their stomachs. After all, the berries weren't plentiful to begin with, and splitting them among 4 people was far from sufficient. Just then, Yun Shao's voice rang out. "I'm back." The group looked up and was stunned by the sight before them. Yun Shao was holding a bundle of fish more than a dozen, and even the hyperactive ape was carrying a few. "Whoa, Yun, where did you find those?" Chu Mu exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement. Yun Shao pointed behind him. "There's a lake just a short walk away." He approached the group and quickly began constructing a simple grill using wood and stones. Chu Mu stared in disbelief before finally catching on. "Wait, Yun, are you planning to grill the fish?" Yun Shao nodded. "That's right." He skillfully assembled the grill and then turned to the nearby Vulpix. "Vulpix, could you lend me some fire?" "Vulpix." The Vulpix obediently breathed out a burst of flames, igniting the firewood. Yun Shao picked up a sharp stone and began expertly scaling and gutting the fish. Chu Mu watched in astonishment. "Yun, you know how to do this?" Yun Shao gave a modest nod. "Just a little." In truth, his skill was far from ordinary. Back in another world, when he was in high school, he had worked at a barbecue stand every summer to earn tuition money. Those experiences were proving invaluable now. The barbecue stand was quite small, but it was always packed with customers, thanks to their incredibly delicious grilled fish. Yun Shao spent 2 entire summers practicing diligently to secretly master this exquisite grilling technique. He had deliberately taken a job there just to learn this skill. Now, in the depths of this mysterious realm, looking to elevate their meals, grilled fish was undoubtedly the best choice. Yun Shao skillfully set up the grill and placed the prepared fish over the fire. The flames danced, smoke swirled, and soon the air was filled with an irresistible aroma. The other 3 couldn't help but start salivating as the smell wafted over to them. Especially Chu Mu, who had a natural love for food. His eyes lit up as he stared intently at the fish turning a beautiful golden brown on the grill, itching to dig in. "Yunj, this smells." Chu Mu couldn't hold back and started to speak. But before he could finish, he saw Yun Shao calmly sprinkle a handful of light red seasoning onto the fish. The sizzling sound that followed was music to their ears as juices splattered, making the fish even more enticing. "Don't rush, it needs a little more time to cook," Yun Shao said steadily. Reluctantly, Chu Mu returned to his spot, albeit with a hint of disappointment, and continued waiting. A few more minutes passed before Yun Shao extinguished the fire and announced, "All right, it's ready to eat." The 3 of them eagerly gathered around, each grabbing a fish skewered on a wooden stick. Chu Mu was the first to take a bite, and as soon as he did, he froze in place. Then, as if afraid someone might snatch it away, he began wolfing it down in large bites. Lu Jiao tried a piece as well, and her expression immediately changed. Without a word, she joined in the rapid feasting. Seeing their reactions, Gu Qingshan tentatively took a small bite of the fish. Instantly, he understood why his companions were acting this way. The fish skin was perfectly crispy yet retained its moisture, exuding a tantalizing smoky aroma. The flesh was tender and juicy, with just the right balance of saltiness and a hint of spiciness. Every bite was an explosion of flavor, with juices and savory goodness flooding the senses, making it impossible to stop. As locals of the bustling city of Modu, the 2 girls had grown up with access to countless gourmet dishes from high-end restaurants. Yet the flavor of this grilled fish far surpassed anything they had ever imagined. Forgetting all decorum, they, too, joined in the feast with gusto. Watching the 3 devour the fish with such enthusiasm, Yun Shao let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed that even after all these years, his skills were still as sharp as ever. He grabbed a fish for himself and another for the hyperactive ape beside him, gently reminding them, "Careful, it's hot. Take your time." Chu Mu had already finished his fish, leaving nothing but bones, and was still craving more. He turned to Yun Shao with excitement and suggested, "Yunj, you should open a grilled fish restaurant." With skills like yours, people would line up to pay 100 spirit coins per fish. Yun Xiao grilled all the fish he had brought back in one go, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. The four of them, along with their four Pokemon, sat in a circle, eagerly digging in. The fish was tender and juicy on the inside, with a golden, crispy skin that made it impossible to resist. In less than 5 minutes, every single fish was devoured. Scyther, Florges, and Vulpix each got a fish and ate happily, their eyes brimming with gratitude and affection for Yun Xiao. Even the hyperactive Passimian, who was used to eating Pokemon treats like Pokeblocks, enjoyed the meal immensely, swinging its arms joyfully in satisfaction. Lu Jiao wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth and looked at Yun Xiao in amazement. Yungo, how did you manage to make the fish taste this good? We're in a secret realm, and we didn't bring any spices. How can I taste saltiness, spiciness, and such rich flavors? Yun Xiao shrugged and explained, I didn't bring any seasonings, but the secret realm has them. Lantern grass adds spiciness, and green fennel works as a fragrant spice. I found these plants and berries in the forest based on my experience with making Pokeblocks. If Pokemon can eat them, so can we. He himself was pleasantly surprised by the flavor of the grilled fish. Honestly, this tastes even better than using regular seasonings. Chu Mu, still savoring the meal, said enthusiastically, Yungu, next time, take me along to catch fish. Forget 10, I'll catch 20 by myself. Lu Jiao laughed and chimed in. The fish might be Yunji's to grill, but next time, let us handle catching the fish and gathering the ingredients. No need for our master chef to do everything. Gu Qingshan joined in with excitement. Yeah, count me in too next time. He'll help catch fish as well. Within just a few hours, the four had started to bond, and Gu Qingshan, who was initially reserved, had become much more open. Yun Xiao was relieved to see the team coming together so quickly. After all, they would be spending 6 days in the secret realm, and the sooner they built a sense of teamwork, the better. Suddenly, Yun Xiao stood up and walked toward a large rock nearby. The other three immediately followed him with their eyes, curious about what he was up to. They watched as Yun Xiao instructed Passimian to use its alloy claws to chisel the rock. Before long, the rock had been shaped into a water container. It didn't take long for everyone to figure out Yun Xiao's plan. He was addressing their water supply problem. Lu Jiao voiced her concern. Yungo, where are we going to get water? There's a lake nearby, but isn't the water unsafe for us to drink? Chumu suddenly had a realization. I get it. Yun Gu plans to use this container to boil the water from the wild. Yun Xiao nodded in confirmation and elaborated. That's right. Water in the wild is indeed unsafe to drink because of the impurities. Simply boiling it with Vulpix's help won't be enough. We also need to filter it. He gestured toward the half-human hate water container and continued. This isn't hard. They'll make an upper container for filtering, using layers of rock, gravel, and grass. That should do the trick. Chumu immediately sprang into action. Got it, Yungo. We'll go find those materials for you. With that, he dashed off toward the edge of the campsite. Lu Jiao and Gu Qingshan looked at Yun Xiao with admiration in their eyes. You've definitely survived in a secret realm before, haven't you? How do you know how to do everything? As time passed, evening arrived. During this time, Yun Xiao had been guiding the others and their Pokemon in further improving their campsite. After hours of effort, the camp finally reached the standard Yun Xiao had envisioned. Each sleeping area now had 4 walls made of tightly arranged wooden planks, providing shelter from most light and wind while still allowing for small windows to ensure ventilation. The tops of the sleeping areas were constructed with layers of wood to form roofs, covered with stones for added rain protection. The entrances were fitted with roll-up curtains made of vines, offering both convenience and airflow. Once the work was complete, Yun Xiao nodded in satisfaction. This should do, though it's a shame the secret realm's conditions are so limited. Otherwise, I could have made it even better. The others were speechless. If this level of craftsmanship wasn't enough to satisfy Yun Xiao, it seemed perfectly in line with his high standards. After finishing the sleeping areas, the group went back to the river and caught over 20 fish, which Yun Xiao grilled into a delicious dinner for the night. After a hearty meal, the sun had already set, the moon had risen, and night had fallen. The campfire crackled warmly, its glow casting light on everyone's faces and driving away the chill of the night. Lu Jiao sat by the fire with her knees hugged to her chest, her gaze sweeping over the simple yet orderly campsite. She couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When I first heard we had to live in the wilderness for 6 days for military training, I was mentally prepared to give up halfway. Surviving in the wild with nothing to bring along already felt like an impossible challenge for me. Her eyes rested on Yun Xiao, and her tone carried a hint of shyness. But now, with Yun Gu here, everything suddenly feels so much easier. We have comfortable beds to sleep in, food to eat, and even plenty of water. Honestly, I feel a bit embarrassed. Gu Qingshan chimed in, picking up a wooden bowl that had been carefully crafted by the agile ape spirit earlier that afternoon. He scooped a ladle of clear, filtered water from a stone bucket nearby, and took a small sip, letting out a satisfied sigh. You're not the only one who thinks so. All I can say is, Yun-gu is amazing. After spending the day with everyone, Gu Qingshan seemed to have completely relaxed and was showing his true self. In the flickering light of the campfire, Chu Mu suddenly frowned, as if recalling something important. He turned to the group and asked, "By the way, the instructor said our grades for this military training depend on how we perform over these 6 days. But how are they supposed to know what we're doing here in this secret realm?" Lu Jiao paused for a moment, then shook her head. "No idea. Maybe there are cameras watching us nearby?" But as soon as she said it, she dismissed the thought herself. That doesn't seem very realistic. Only Yuan Shao remained silent upon hearing the topic. He turned his gaze toward a patch of grass nearby, deep in thought. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm at the training base, a brightly lit room was filled with a few instructors lounging around a table. On the table were sunflower seeds, tea, and snacks. In front of them stood a massive screen divided into multiple sections, each showing a live feed of a different group's campsite. A lean instructor, absent-mindedly cracking sunflower seeds, asked, "So, how many students do you think will make it to the last day this year?" Someone beside him quickly responded, "No idea, but if a third of them manage, that would already be impressive. According to the higher-ups' estimates, less than a quarter are expected to last till the end. That's actually pretty normal," another instructor added. Living in the secret realm for 7 days without bringing anything tests every aspect of their abilities. Food, water, shelter, hygiene, everything is a challenge during these 7 days. At that moment, a well-built instructor with a scruffy beard glanced at the clock on the wall. "It's 10 p.m. I think it's about time, isn't it?" The others nodded in agreement, as if they had reached a silent consensus. "Yeah, let's release the dogs." Back in another part of the Azure Lake secret realm, at a different student campsite, for utterly exhausted students sat around a weak campfire. The flickering flames illuminated their faces, which were etched with fatigue and frustration. A male student couldn't hold back his complaints. "What the hell? What was the school thinking, making us do this military training? If it weren't for the credits, I wouldn't have come even if you paid me." The others didn't say anything, but from their weary expressions, it was clear they shared the same sentiment. After entering the secret realm earlier today, just figuring out how to eat had left the group drained. All they had managed to find in the forest were some sour red berries that were not only hard to stomach but also scarce, leaving them far from full. After a whole day of searching, they had nothing to show for their efforts besides those berries. As night fell, for safety reasons, the only fire element spirit user in their group had barely managed to start the weak fire they now huddled around, which provided only a sliver of warmth against the cold. Suddenly, one of the girls clutched her stomach, her face pale as she groaned in pain. "Ugh, my stomach hurts so much." The girl next to her immediately asked with concern, "Xiao, don't tell me you drank from that pond earlier? Is that why your stomach's upset?" The girl clutching her stomach looked like she was about to cry. "But the water looked so clean, and I was so thirsty." Ugh. The last boy in the group, seemingly their leader, let out a helpless sigh. "There's nothing we can do now but endure it. We'll figure something out about the water tomorrow." Though he tried to maintain a calm demeanor, the worry and helplessness in his eyes were impossible to hide. The 4 of them had spent an entire day exhausting their energy, only to gather a small number of fruits and construct a crude makeshift bed of vines and grass. Exhaustion, thirst, and hunger intertwined, leaving them more miserable than they had ever felt before. One of the boys forced himself to muster some energy and tried to comfort his companions. "At least we haven't run into any wild Pokemon yet. For now, we're safe. Just hang in there a little longer." No sooner had he finished speaking than his expression froze. In the nearby bushes, a pair of blood-red eyes silently emerged, staring directly at them. The boy quickly got to his feet, grabbed his Pokeball and shouted, "Danger! Release your Pokemon now." In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the camp. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the secret base, the large screen displayed footage from nearly every camp, all showing wild Pokemon attacks. These creatures, resembling wolf-like dogs, were covered in dark brown and black fur, with sharp claws and fangs glinting menacingly in the light. Mighty Enas, dark-type Pokemon. They moved in packs, plunging the camps into disarray. However, the instructors in the monitoring room appeared remarkably calm, even amused. The reason was simple. The wild Pokemon in this secret realm had long been cleared out. These Mighty Enas were intentionally released by the instructors to test the students. Although the Mighty Enas moved as a group, their actual combat abilities were not particularly strong. Furthermore, the ones appearing in the camps had been specially trained to ensure they posed no real threat to the students' safety. Even so, the surprise attacks were far beyond what most students had anticipated. In some camps, the students barely managed to organize a defense, encircling themselves with their Pokemon to hold off the attackers. In others, the defenses had completely collapsed. Some students were curled up on the ground, crying, while others screamed and fled in panic. The scenes were nothing short of chaos. One instructor shook his head with a smirk as he watched the footage from 3 camps. Camps 18, 12, and 23 are completely wiped out. Go pick them up. While their lives aren't in danger, their scores for this training are definitely going to be very low. Over the next 6 days, there will be similar attacks every day. Earning these precious credits won't be easy. Suddenly, one instructor noticed something unusual at one of the camps and called the others over to take a look. He enlarged the footage of the camp in question on the monitor. On the screen, 2 boys and 2 girls were sitting leisurely around a campfire, chatting and laughing. Surrounding them were several large stone cisterns and 4 small elevated wooden cabins. What's going on at this camp? One instructor asked in astonishment. Another chimed in, looks like at least one of them knows a thing or two about wilderness survival. These cabins. Wow, are they here for a vacation? To set up a camp like this on the first day in the secret realm, honestly, even we might not be able to pull that off. The instructors observed closely and noticed another peculiar detail. While other camps were already under attack by mighty hyenas, this camp remained eerily calm, with not a single mighty hyena in sight. The instructor who first noticed the anomaly frowned and said, did they forget to release the mighty hyenas near this camp? Should we contact the team and check? One of the instructors picked up the communicator and asked, hello? Camp 40 doesn't seem to have any mighty hyenas attacking. What's going on? You did release them? A few seconds later, he put down the communicator and shrugged. They said they didn't miss this camp, but they're not sure what's happening either. Someone's on their way to investigate. The others nodded in understanding. Their responsibilities included not only monitoring the students' performance and preventing accidents, but also ensuring that every student faced a fair test. After all, this was a highly important project overseen by the education department and could not afford any errors. A minute later, the communicator crackled again. The instructor answered and, after a brief conversation, his expression turned oddly complex. He slowly relayed the message to the others. They said there were originally about 15 or 16 mighty hyenas released near that camp, but when they went to check just now, they found all of them seemingly paralyzed with fear, lying motionless on the ground. No matter how much they were prodded, they wouldn't move. The other instructors exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Mighty hyenas refusing to move? Could there be something unusual about this camp? For such highly active and aggressive Pokemon to behave this way, there was only one explanation: the presence of something overwhelmingly more powerful nearby. To intimidate them to this extent would require the aura of at least a high-level professional-grade being. But how could such a presence exist in this already cleared secret realm? The instructors stared at the screen, utterly baffled. What they didn't know was that just beyond the camera's view, a green figure hovered silently in the clearing. Its presence exuded an aura that was both ancient and commanding, a signature of Dragon-type legendary Pokemon. This had, of course, been deliberately arranged by Yun Xiao. Rayquaza's mere presence was enough to intimidate most weaker wild Pokemon into submission. And as he had anticipated, the mighty hyenas, sensing Rayquaza's overwhelming aura, were now lying obediently dozens of meters away, too terrified to make a single move. After all, the sheer magnitude of its aura was utterly petrifying. Yun Xiao sat in front of the crackling campfire, his expression thoughtful. Through the power of aura, he could clearly sense a group of Poochyena trembling on the ground about 40 to 50 meters away. This scene confirmed his suspicion. The instructor had indeed arranged for Pokemon to attack the camp as a test of the students' responsibilities. He shrugged slightly and leaned comfortably against the log behind him. Thanks to the deterrence of Rayquaza, the Poochyena didn't dare approach the camp. The instructor's plan had failed, forcing them to retreat in frustration. As night fell, the group of 4, exhausted from a long day, gathered around the campfire for a brief chat before heading back to their cabins to rest. Yun Xiao stood up and walked to the tree where Rayquaza was resting. From his system storage, he retrieved 2 cans of Pokeblocks and summoned Vigoroth. You've both worked hard today. Here, have something to eat, Yun Xiao said, handing the Pokeblocks to the 2 Pokemon. Even in the secret realm, he maintained his routine of feeding them daily to ensure the Pokeblocks' effectiveness. The 2 Pokemon eagerly accepted the food. Yun Xiao's gaze shifted to Vigoroth. Vigoroth, can you keep an eye on our surroundings while I sleep tonight? Wake me immediately if there's any danger. Vigoroth thumped its chest and nodded firmly. Vigor. Since its evolution, it had been brimming with energy and didn't even require sleep at night, making it perfect for the task. With the night watch arranged, Yun Xiao returned to the camp and lay down in his cabin. Just then, a clap of thunder tore through the night sky, followed by a torrential downpour. Yun Xiao opened his eyes and sighed softly. A storm on the first night. Other students were likely not so fortunate. The next morning, Yun Xiao woke to find the other 3 still sound asleep. Chu Mu's thunderous snores could be heard even through the cabin walls. The rain had stopped, leaving puddles scattered across the ground, and the air was particularly fresh. Yun Xiao grabbed a few greenish blueberries for breakfast and left the camp with Vigoroth. Despite being busy setting up the camp yesterday, Yun Xiao hadn't forgotten another important task meeting the Slowking in the lake. Using aura, he easily avoided the surveillance cameras along the way and soon arrived at the lakeside. Taking a deep breath, Yun Xiao focused his aura power, directing it toward the depths of the lake. He hadn't encountered any wild Pokemon on his way, leading him to suspect that the Pokemon in the secret realm might have been relocated. The lake appeared equally deserted, causing Yun Xiao to frown. Could the Slowking be gone too? Just as he was pondering, a familiar sensation emerged. His aura seemed to hit an invisible barrier, unable to probe any further. The calm lake surface suddenly erupted into waves, and a pink figure floated before Yun Xiao. It was the Kingtier Slowking. Compared to its impression in the simulated secret realm, its aura and oppressive presence were even more intense now. Yun Xiao's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Facing a wild Kingtier Pokemon at such close range would make anyone nervous. Fortunately, upon seeing Yun Xiao, the Slowking's imposing aura diminished slightly. Its deep, intelligent eyes scrutinized Yun Xiao, and a steady, resonant voice suddenly echoed in Yun Xiao's mind. Yun Xiao stood by the lake, gazing at the calm surface of the water. Suddenly, an overwhelming psychic force swept over him, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. The water's surface began to churn violently, and a massive Slowking emerged, hovering in midair. Its eyes glowed with a blue light, and an intense, suffocating pressure emanated from its entire being. In an instant, Yun Xiao realized that this was the telepathic ability of a psychic-type Pokemon. He could clearly hear Slowking's voice resonating in his mind. "Human? What are you doing here?" However, the next moment, it was Slowking's turn to be startled. Yun Xiao's voice also echoed directly in its mind. "Hello, I mean no offense. I was just passing by and got curious about what lies beneath the lake." This was the effect of Yun Xiao's aura power, which not only enabled telepathic communication but also conveyed his genuine thoughts and emotions. Sensing no malice from Yun Xiao, the oppressive aura surrounding Slowking dissipated immediately. It spoke again in his mind. "The lake bed is my home." Yun Xiao suddenly understood. When he had scanned the lake bed using his aura power in this simulated secret realm, he had unwittingly disturbed Slowking. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he apologized and retrieved a sky blue energy cube from his system storage, placing it before Slowking. "As an apology, please accept this." Slowking curiously used its psychic powers to levitate the container closer and asked, "What is this?" Yun Xiao explained, "It's an energy cube, a special food for Pokemon. It's delicious and highly beneficial." This particular cube, named Serene Mind, had been specifically prepared for Slowking. It was made using rare Clearwater Spirit fruits, which were especially effective for Pokemon with both water and psychic attributes. After examining it closely, Slowking began to taste the energy cube. As it continued to consume the treat, a sudden surge of powerful energy waves radiated outward from Slowking. Its eyes glowed intensely blue, but within seconds, everything calmed down. Yun Xiao asked in astonishment, "Did you just break through?" Slowking nodded, its tone carrying a hint of warmth.
Yes.
It explained that the cubes were not only incredibly tasty but had also helped it overcome a long-standing bottleneck, significantly enhancing both its water and psychic powers. As a gesture of gratitude, Slowking extended an invitation. "Come with me." It reached out its paw, and as Yun Xiao grasped it, a flash of white light enveloped him, and the scenery around him transformed in an instant. Yun Xiao found himself in a damp cavern, its walls covered with moss and aquatic plants. What amazed him even more was that when he looked up, he didn't see a rocky ceiling but flowing lake water. The entire cavern was separated from the lake above by an invisible barrier, with sunlight streaming down through the water. At that moment, a notification sounded in Yun Xiao's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on discovering an SS-level secret realm site ancient altar." Simultaneously, Slowking's voice echoed once more in his mind. "Welcome to my home, human." Yun Xiao initially planned only to observe this Slowking, a creature of king-tier status, but he hadn't expected to be taken directly to the bottom of the lake. What surprised him even more was the discovery of what seemed to be an extraordinary place hidden beneath the water. Mystic realms, such as this special space, do not simply appear out of nowhere. Since their emergence a century ago, humans have uncovered numerous clues within these realms suggesting the existence of another civilization, artifacts, ancient texts, and the ruins of structures. These discoveries have sparked ongoing debates and speculation within the scientific community. Looking around, Yun Xiao realized that the place he had stumbled upon was likely the remains of that mysterious civilization. By conventional wisdom, such ruins either hold invaluable information about a lost era or treasures of immense worth. Considering the system's classification of this site as an SS-grade ruin, Yun Xiao thought to himself that he was bound to make a significant discovery soon. His gaze shifted to the Slowking beside him, who was clutching a cube-shaped jar, and a hint of hesitation arose in Yuan Zhao's heart. While this was indeed a ruin, it was also the home of the Slowking. If there were treasures to be found here, wouldn't they rightfully belong to the Slowking first? Raising his head to take in the dreamlike scenery above, Yuan Zhao asked, Slowking, did you grow up here? The Slowking shook its head and replied through telepathic communication, No, I used to live in a swamp. About 2 or 3 years ago, I woke up and suddenly found myself here. Yuan Zhao was taken aback by this revelation. There were no swampy areas within the mystic realm of the Azure Lake, and this realm had only appeared 2 or 3 years ago. So where exactly had the Slowking lived before that? Setting aside this unsolvable mystery for now, Yuan Zhao continued questioning, You've been living here for 2 or 3 years. Have you come across anything unusual? The Slowking shook its head again. No, apart from moss, there's nothing here. Its tone was sincere, not at all like it was hiding something. Yuan Zhao couldn't help but feel puzzled. Nothing unusual? How could this place be considered an SS-grade ruin? As he pondered this, the Slowking spoke again. But one day, I did find something in the lake. I think you humans might find it interesting. With that, it produced a glowing blue orb from somewhere. Immediately, a stream of information appeared before Yuan Zhao's eyes. Mid-grade relic. Flowing light of purity. Description. A water attribute relic with an extremely low chance of forming at the bottom of pristine lakes. It is a rare treasure for water-type creatures. Yuan Zhao's eyes widened slightly. Another mid-grade relic. No wonder he had found nothing in the simulated mystic realm. This treasure had been in the Slowking's possession all along. This thing has been helpful to me, so I'll give it to you as thanks, human, the Slowking said as the relic floated directly into Yuan Zhao's pocket, leaving him no chance to decline. It contains potent water attribute energy, but it's no longer of use to me. You can have it, then I won't refuse. Thank you, Yuan Zhao said, feeling deeply moved. This Slowking was incredibly generous, giving away such a valuable item without hesitation. While the relic might not offer much enhancement to a powerful creature like the Slowking, it was undoubtedly a priceless treasure for Yuan Zhao at his current level. Thinking of this, Yuan Zhao retrieved his last cube-shaped jar from his system inventory and placed it in front of the Slowking. As a thank you gift in return, this is my last jar of those cubes. But if I have the chance in the future, I'll bring you more. The Slowking's eyes lit up with evident joy, and it looked at Yuan Zhao with a newfound sense of closeness. Since arriving in this place, it had encountered many humans near the lake, but none had left the same impression as the one standing before it. By the way, the Slowking seemed to remember something suddenly. There might actually be something special here. Yuan Zhao perked up. What is it? The Slowking pointed in a direction not far away. Follow me. The ruin resembled an enormous cavern, but as the Slowking had said, aside from rocky walls and moss, there was nothing remarkable in sight. Along the way, the Slowking shared some insights. The isolated lake water wasn't its doing. It had been like that when it arrived. As for its previous home, only vague memories remained. Their conversation continued until they reached the end of the cavern. The Slowking gestured ahead and said, It's right here. I don't know what it is, but my powers can't penetrate it. Following the Slowking's indication, Yuan Zhao's gaze landed on the object and he froze. It was a massive door forged from silvery metal, covered in dirt, dust, moss, and mushrooms. It bore the marks of countless years. Yet, when Yuan Zhao brushed away some of the grime, he found the door itself completely intact, devoid of rust, and appearing almost brand new. At that moment, a line of information abruptly appeared. SSS Grade Special or Sacred Stone. Description. A unique or not native to this world, capable of absorbing all forms of energy. It cannot be destroyed, moved, or altered. Origin unknown. What the? Yuan Zhao muttered, stunned. Not from this world? Does that mean it came from another world? Judging by the description, this door was likely made of the sacred stone. What could lie beyond it? Could it be the SS grade altar of the ruins? Taking a deep breath, Yuan Zhao reached out and pushed firmly against the door. As expected, the door remained utterly unmoved. Yuan Zhao was not surprised. If it were that easy to open, Slowking would not have been puzzled for so long. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Zhao decided to try channeling his aura power to see if it could penetrate the mysterious door. The moment his aura touched the door, it felt as if it hit an invisible barrier, unable to go any further. Yet, something unexpected happened. The aura began to merge with the door itself. The entire door trembled violently, emitting a dazzling blue light accompanied by a low, resonant hum. Instinctively, Yuan Zhao stepped back, astonished. As the light radiated, years of accumulated dust fell away, revealing the door's true appearance. At its center was a triangular recess, surrounded by arcane symbols. In the middle of the triangle was a strikingly dark engraving. Yuan Zhao focused his gaze and felt his heart jolt. That engraving was unmistakably the legendary Arsuth creator deity, with its yellow wand-white sheep-like form, divine aura, and two radiant, wheel-like structures on its back. Could this ruin be connected to Arceus? He noticed something else. The top corner of the triangular formation had been illuminated by his aura power. Blue light flowed toward the central emblem, enveloping it in a misty glow. The symbol in this corner was three wavy lines. The other two corners bore symbols of a leaf and an eye, respectively. Feeling the resonance between the aura within him and the formation, Yun Xiao formed a hypothesis. To unlock the door, three distinct powers were required. In addition to the aura power he'd already provided, the other two were likely psychic power and the power of Viridian. To test his theory, Yun Xiao turned to Slowking, pointing to the eye symbol in the lower left corner. Slowking, could you try channeling psychic power here? Though surprised by the door's transformation, Slowking complied, releasing a deep blue energy orb that struck the lower left corner. Buzz. The door quaked once more, and the symbol in the lower right corner lit up, transforming into a stream of light that merged with the central emblem. The black emblem suddenly came alive, its now colored form resembling a pair of profound eyes capable of peering into Yun Xiao's very soul. Just as I thought. Yun Xiao felt a surge of excitement, but his brow quickly furrowed again. To fully activate the formation, the final power, the power of Viridian, was still missing. This sacred, healing force, originating from the Viridian forest in the Kanto region, could only be wielded by a chosen individual. For Yun Xiao, there was only one way to obtain this power using the modifier. However, even with the advanced modifier, randomly drawing from a pool of abilities might not guarantee the power of Viridian. Yun Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. 10,000 shock points would unlock the divine modifier. With that, I might be able to directly select the power of Viridian, he thought to himself. Regardless, it seemed this door would remain sealed for now. As Yun Xiao deliberated, the triangular formation on the door gradually dimmed, and the central emblem lost its glow, returning to its dormant state. We still need one more power? Slowking glanced at the door, then at Yun Xiao, as if it had understood. That's right, Yun Xiao replied with a slight tinge of regret. His intuition told him that a high-level ruin connected to Arceus must house something extraordinary. After examining the site, Yun Xiao had a brief conversation with Slowking, promising to visit again in the future. He then asked Slowking to escort him out of the lake. Back on the shore, Yun Xiao gazed at the tranquil surface of the water, lost in thought. Yun Xiao stood before the ruins of the secret realm of Azure Lake, his heart brimming with excitement. He never expected that what began as a simple plan to meet the dazed king would lead to the discovery of ruins connected to Arceus. This unexpected find immediately set his next goal in stone. Gather 10,000 shock points, unlock divine-level modifications, and figure out a way to obtain the power of Viridian. However, he quickly realized that live streaming wasn't an efficient way to accumulate shock points. Frowning in thought for a moment, Yun Xiao concluded that the fastest short-term method would be to participate in various competitions and crush his opponents with overwhelming strength, all in front of a large audience. The problem was, he wasn't sure where to find such opportunities. Well, let's finish these next few days of military training first, Yun Xiao murmured to himself with a slight shake of his head. Turning toward the camp, he walked with steady and confident steps. The military training at Azure Lake lasted 6 days. Each day, the instructors would release Pokémon to launch surprise attacks on the student camp at unpredictable times. The challenges escalated daily, starting with packs of Poochyena and culminating in a single Ursaring, putting increasing pressure on the students. As the instructors had anticipated, by the 3rd day, half the students had either voluntarily quit or been forced to withdraw. The remaining students were barely hanging on through sheer determination. Yet, all of this seemed to have no impact on Yun Xiao's camp. They had ample food, clean water, and comfortable accommodations. The first 2 days passed without incident. On the 3rd day, when an Ursaring stormed into their camp, the group barely had time to feel tense before Yun Xiao's Vigoroth leapt forward, delivering a resounding slap that sent the Ursaring clutching its face and retreating in utter humiliation. This scene left Chu Mu and the other two dumbfounded, and even the instructors monitoring the camp from the control room were stunned. It was one thing for the earlier Poochyena and Rattata swarms to avoid the camp entirely, but what was this? They had verified that every Ursaring was at a professional level. How could it be sent running with a single slap? The instructors erupted into murmurs of disbelief, while Li Guanlan leaned casually against the wall, munching on sunflower seeds. He suddenly understood why the principal had specifically instructed him to ensure nothing happened to Yun Xiao. If he were the principal, he'd probably keep a 24-hour watch on a student with this level of strength too. But after witnessing the power of Yun Xiao's Vigoroth, Li Guanlan felt the principal's concerns were entirely unnecessary. No wild Pokemon in the secret realm, cleared or not, could possibly pose a threat to this Vigoroth. For the next 5 days, Yun Xiao's life was remarkably relaxed. His days were spent grilling fish and picking fruit, and his nights were filled with casual chats around the campfire with his three companions. In his spare time, he even ventured into the secret realm to scavenge for valuable items. The 6 days of training flew by. When the four of them were finally led back to the secret realm's exit by an instructor, Lu Jiao couldn't help but remark, "I thought these days would drag on forever, but it's over so fast." Chumu shrugged with a grin. "That's because we hitched a ride on Yunge's coattails." "No, scratch that. Ever since Vigoroth slapped that Ursaring silly, I've decided to call him Yun Shan." Gu Qingshan, on the other hand, seemed a bit melancholic. "It's over, huh? No more grilled fish." In less than a week, she had almost gained weight from indulging. Her comment left Wang Yang and Lu Jiao momentarily stunned, and even their Pokemon, Scyther and Vulpix, were taken aback. Yun Xiao's cooking was simply too good. Where else could they find fish that delicious? After 6 days together, Yun Xiao had formed a modest bond with the other three. He offered a reassuring smile. "We're all in the same class, so there'll be plenty of chances in the future. Just bring some fish, and he'll take care of the rest. Let's go, it's time to leave." With that, he stepped into the rift and disappeared. The other three followed closely behind. What they didn't know was that the instructor responsible for escorting them out couldn't hide his complicated expression as he watched them leave. Having just arrived that day, his only task was to guide the students out of the secret realm. When he had picked up students from other camps earlier, they had all looked utterly disheveled, their clothes tattered, hair in wild disarray, and some even crying as though they'd just escaped a nightmare. He could understand that lasting 6 days in a secret realm was no small feat, but why did the four students from this camp look so radiant, brimming with energy, and even a bit reluctant to leave? Their demeanor was in stark contrast to the other students had seen. On the day the training ended, all the students, whether they had just emerged from the secret realm or had withdrawn earlier, gathered once again on the school field. The air was filled with lively chatter from every direction, creating a bustling and animated atmosphere. The intensity of this military training far exceeded expectations, catching most students off guard. By the third day, one group collectively requested to withdraw, and even making it to the third day was considered an achievement. Rumors spread that another group, after being drenched in rain all night, had 4 members come down with fevers and had to be carried out of the camp. To make matters worse, on the third day, a Ursaring suddenly broke into the camp, terrifying the students out of their wits. Looking back on this experience, the students still shudder at the memory. By now, thoughts of earning course credits had long been forgotten. They were simply grateful to have made it back to the safety of the city. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, a sudden blare from the loudspeakers on the podium interrupted the noise. "Now, let's welcome the headmaster of Mo University to announce the scores for each group in this military training." The announcement instantly grabbed everyone's attention, and the field fell silent as all eyes turned to the stage. Principal Qin Shuqian was already standing on the podium, microphone in hand. His tone carried a clear sense of sternness as he began to speak. "This military training was Mo University's first attempt, and frankly, I am not satisfied with the results. Half of the students quit before the third day, which shows you're not yet prepared to become trainers." He continued, "Being a trainer is a highly respected profession, but it is also one of the most dangerous, with one of the highest mortality rates." His words plunged the crowd into silence, and many students began to truly grasp the seriousness of what becoming a trainer meant. Although they were not yet strong enough to enter the secret realms, they now realized that the future would hold challenges far more perilous than this training. After a brief pause, Qin Shuqian shifted his tone. "However, I must commend all freshmen for not backing down when faced with the secret realms. That courage is worth celebrating. Even more impressive is the fact that some outstanding students persevered to the very end, demonstrating both bravery and intelligence among this year's freshmen." He then announced that the scores would be revealed in ascending order. Behind him, a large screen began displaying the results. Groups 13, 16, and 34 scored 10 points, earning 5 course credits. Groups 17, 6, and 13 scored 15 points, earning 10 course credits. As the scores were announced, the students' reactions were mixed, some thrilled, others disappointed. Higher scores meant more course credits, and although they had just started their university journey, everyone understood the immense value of credits. 3 minutes later, most of the group scores had been revealed. Speculation began to spread about which group had the highest score. Many believed it would be the group led by Ningxuang and Chengqing, as it was said they had lasted until the very end. At that moment, the screen behind the principal lit up again. Qin Shuqian announced, "In this military training, 3 groups performed exceptionally well. Not only did they persevere to the end, but their overall performance far exceeded expectations. These groups will receive additional course credit rewards." The screen displayed the number 3, followed by a montage of footage. For makeshift beds carefully crafted from leaves and vines, group members sharing freshly picked berries at midday, and, most impressively, the calm and coordinated responses of 4 individuals as they faced the sudden appearance of an Ursaring. These moments, captured by the camp's surveillance cameras, left the audience in awe. Gasps and murmurs of admiration rippled through the crowd. Someone exclaimed, "They actually made their own beds. We had to sleep on the ground and couldn't even rest properly." Another added, "The way they handled the Ursaring so calmly, no wonder they made it to the end. I feel so inadequate in comparison." Amid the chatter, the principal announced, Group 10, led by Class 7's Lin Feng, with members Li Yong, Zhao Kai, and Gu Tingting, achieved a final score of 92 points. Each member will receive 200 course credits as a reward. The announcement caused an uproar. 200 credits were enough to exchange for a starter Pokemon at Emo University. While most students at the university came from well-off families, earning a starter Pokemon through their own efforts carried a special significance. Before the crowd could settle down, the screen lit up again, displaying the number 2, followed by the start of a new montage. These scenes resemble the previous ones, but the conditions within the camp have clearly improved. There are sleeping bags woven from vines, fish cooking in a stone pot, and prominently featured in the images are by Ningxuang and Changqing. The students in the audience immediately grew restless, especially some of the boys who were visibly excited. No surprise, it's Ningxuang. She drove off that Ursaring all by herself. Changqing's Ivysaur even made sleeping bags with rainproof leaves. Without them, how could anyone sleep so well? The crowd buzzed with chatter, but they quickly realized an important question. If Changqing and Bai Ningxuang's group came in second, then who claimed first place? Is this rigged? Ningxuang chased down that Ursaring solo, and she's not first? Surrounded by the crowd, Bai Ningxuang slightly raised her head, a fleeting trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. Beside her, Changqing frowned and looked toward the large screen. Both of them shared the same thought. Who could have scored higher than them? The principal announced the final score of Bai Ningxuang and Changqing's group 97 points, with each member receiving 300 academic credits as a reward. Normally, this would spark envy, but at this moment, everyone was glued to the screen, eager to see which group managed to outperform even Bai Ningxuang and Changqing combined. The large screen flashed a golden one, and the principal began to speak. This group performed exceptionally well overall, but the key to their success was their leader, who guided the other 3 members in building an outstanding camp. Then, a series of images appeared on the screen. 1. 4 neat, spacious, and sturdy wooden cabins, capable of withstanding wind and rain, warm and comfortable inside. 2. The 4 members and their Pokemon sitting around a campfire, enjoying golden, crispy grilled fish. 3. A Vigoroth splitting stones into water basin shapes, while a Ninetales boiled and purified water into clean drinking water. 4. Beneath the full moon, the group sat around the fire in their camp, eating colorful berries and chatting joyfully. The schoolyard fell silent. Compared to the previous 2 groups, this was like comparing cavemen to modern civilization, a complete mismatch. Students glanced at the camp in the images, then at their own efforts, and groans of frustration filled the air. What the hell? Did these 4 come for a camping trip? They've got food, shelter, and even a tea party at night. Did we even enter the same secret realm? Did they get those cabins from some beginner's starter pack? Why do they have so many wooden racks? And their Ninetales can dry clothes? I came back with my clothes smelling awful. As the crowd murmured, one question surfaced in everyone's mind. Who was the extraordinary leader of this group? Finally, the principal's voice broke through the chatter. Congratulations to Group 2 for achieving first place with a perfect score of 100 points and earning 500 academic credits each. Group members, Gu Qingshan, Lu Jiao, and Chu Mu. He then pointed to someone in the audience below the stage. And the group leader Yun Xiao. All eyes turned toward where the principal was pointing. There stood a young man with sharp features, wearing a black trench coat, his attention seemingly fixed on his phone. After a long moment, he appeared to notice the stares, slowly raising his head. Upon realizing the countless eyes on him, he blinked in confusion, a puzzled expression crossing his handsome face. Is there something you need from me? When leaving the secret base, the 4 members of the team exchanged contacts on their messaging apps. As soon as Yun Xiao returned to his dorm, his phone started buzzing non-stop. It was a stream of messages from Chu Mu. Wow, Yun Shun, you're really something. The principal literally pointed you out, everyone was staring at you. And you acted like you were just playing on your phone? From now on, I'm calling you the King of Cool. Yun Xiao glanced at the messages and shook his head helplessly. He hadn't meant to appear uninterested. It was just that the entire process of announcing the scores was so dull, he'd nearly fallen asleep. Just then, his phone buzzed again with a notification from someone he'd marked as a priority. It was a message from Bosch Qihong, requesting double the usual supply of energy cubes, along with several height-year master-grade cubes. Not only that, he mentioned reaching out to other elite trainers and champions who also needed energy cubes, asking if Yun Xiao could provide even more. Seeing such a lucrative opportunity, Yun Xiao immediately perked up and carefully crafted his reply to Qihong. If this deal went through, he could make over 3 million Pokemon dollars. Snapping out of his excitement, he suddenly noticed everyone around him was staring. Too lazy to explain, Yun Xiao casually sent Chumu a meme. Come over sometime for grilled fish? With that, he turned off his phone. Although he hadn't expected the principal to single him out in front of all the freshmen, Yun Xiao figured it wasn't such a bad thing. He looked up at the system prompt hovering before him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 600 shock points from all the freshmen, dozens of instructors and teachers. Beyond the shock points, the military training had brought Yun Xiao many other rewards. Resources he had discovered in the simulated secret realm over the past 6 days were now safely stored in his backpack. A rough estimate put their value excluding the steer mushroom at around 2 to 300,000. More importantly, he had successfully befriended a Slowking and received an intermediate secret treasure as a gift. He had also stumbled upon a mysterious ruin linked to Arceus, which he could explore once he obtained the power of Verdant Aura. On top of all that, he had earned 500 academic credits. That was enough to exchange for 2 starters from the university's breeding facility, plus a ton of resources. Yun Xiao was highly satisfied with the results of his 6-day venture into the secret realm. He walked over to his bed and glanced at the Larvitar egg resting there. The incubation timer showed 3 hours left. Perfect timing. Yun Xiao stretched and stepped out of his dorm. His first stop was the resource tower, where he planned to exchange some skill manuals. Standing in front of the tower, Yun Xiao hesitated for a moment, wondering if the incident last time might have left the Gothitelle who guarded the tower with a grudge against him. Fortunately, his concerns were unfounded. Yun Xiao entered the tower without issue and used 150 credits to exchange for several advanced move manuals. Throughout the process, Gothitelle's shadow never appeared. As he exited the resource tower, Yun Xiao let out a sigh of relief. After leaving the tower, Yun Xiao headed straight out of the university and hailed a ride to the Cube Crafting Association. Meanwhile, in one of the girls' dorms at the university, a freckled girl named Lu Jiao was lounging against her bed, scrolling through her phone. She had been on the same team as Yun Xiao during the training. Nothing beats the comfort of a dorm bed, Lu Jiao murmured as she stretched lazily and opened the university's community forum. The forum was buzzing with posts discussing the recently concluded military training. Before long, Lu Jiao noticed a trending post titled, "On the Fairness of This Year's Training Rankings." Curious, she clicked on it, but her expression quickly turned grim. The post wasn't friendly, to say the least. The author, Qingfeng Shirley, wrote, "Everyone's probably heard about the group that ranked first in the training scores, right? Their leader is someone named Yun Xiao. I have to admit, their camp's conditions were far better than the others, but I couldn't help noticing a certain issue." The moment the principal announced the rankings, every detail of the camp was projected before everyone's eyes, filling the air with anticipation. However, a keen observer quickly noticed something peculiar. There were no scenes of Yun Xiao's group battling wild Pokemon in their footage. This discovery was like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, sending ripples through the camp. Soon, a forum post appeared. Though its title seemed unremarkable, the content carried a sharp undertone. The poster accused Yun Xiao's group of receiving special treatment, claiming they had been in a safe zone the entire time and had never encountered any wild Pokemon attacks. Once the post went live, it sparked an intense debate. Within an hour, the comment section exploded with over 300 responses. Most expressed skepticism, with some even speculating that the group's camp facilities had been prearranged by others. Only a handful of voices remained level-headed, attempting a rational analysis. Lu Jiao, one of the members of Yun Xiao's group, frowned as she scrolled through the comments. She knew the accusations were far from the truth. While it was true that their first 2 days were uneventful, the following 4 days were filled with relentless challenges from wild Pokemon. Each time, however, Yun Xiao's Vigoroth effortlessly defeated their opponents. The camp facilities had also been built entirely by Yun Xiao, under the watchful eyes of the 3 group members. Frustrated by the baseless accusations, Lu Jiao could no longer stay silent. Taking a deep breath, she left a comment under the post, defending Yun Xiao's integrity. Yet her explanation only fueled the controversy. More doubts surfaced, with commenters demanding battle footage or questioning whether Yun Xiao alone could truly handle professional-level Pokemon. Overwhelmed by the flood of criticism, Lu Jiao felt an immense pressure bearing down on her. She tried responding to each comment, hoping to clarify the truth, but her efforts were quickly drowned out by the sheer volume of skepticism. At that moment, Yun Xiao pushed open the dormitory door. He had just finished a demanding but rewarding task crafting energy cubes for Qihong and a few champion trainers. The job had earned him 3 million, leaving him with a newfound appreciation for how lucrative such work could be. Setting his phone aside, Yun Xiao's gaze shifted to the Pokemon egg resting on his bed. The system displayed a countdown. Only 1 minute and 30 seconds remained until it hatched. Cradling the egg delicately in his hands, he held his breath, anticipation building with each passing second. As the timer hit 0, a faint crack broke the silence. A small fissure appeared on the shell, followed by a burst of radiant white light. The Pokemon egg had finally hatched. At this moment, Yuan Shao held his breath, his eyes fixed on the dazzling light. Beside him, Rayquaza and Vigoroth mirrored his intense focus. Yuan Shao had already shared with them that this egg was nurturing their new companion, making the two Pokemon especially attentive to this moment. Rayquaza's gaze carried a particular curiosity. It had only hatched from its own Pokemon egg less than a month ago, and now it was witnessing the birth of another Pokemon firsthand. The experience was undeniably unique. As time passed, the radiant glow surrounding the egg gradually faded. Within the remaining half of the eggshell, a small dinosaur-like Pokemon slowly emerged. It blinked its curious, wide eyes and looked directly at Yuan Shao. The newborn Pokemon had a rock-like dark green skin, a prominent blunt horn on its head, and a black, shell-like covering on its abdomen. At that moment, a stream of data suddenly appeared in Yuan Shao's vision. Pokemon, Larvitar Shiny. Type, Rock Round. Potential, Champion Level. Ability, Sand Veil significantly boosts speed and makes it harder to be detected during sandstorms. Power Rating, Level 1 Newborn. Moves, Outrage, Tackle, Scratch. Individual values, Flawless, all stats maxed out. Even without the Soul Eye providing this information, Yuan Shao's lips were already curling into a smile. This wasn't just a shiny Larvitar, it was a perfect Pokemon, inheriting Outrage, possessing a hidden ability, champion-level potential, and max individual values. While the visual difference between a shiny Larvitar and a regular one was subtle, with only a slightly darker coloration, Yuan Shao knew that once it evolved, the distinction would become far more pronounced. Hello, little one. From today onward, I'll be your trainer, Yuan Shao said gently, stroking Larvitar's head. Larvi? The newborn Larvitar tilted its head, seemingly not fully understanding Yuan Shao's words, but its gaze was filled with attachment and affection. This was a natural instinct for newborn Pokemon, much like animals that imprint on the first being they see after hatching. Yuan Shao carefully picked up Larvitar and reached into his pocket, pulling out a brown rock, which he handed to the little Pokemon. Larvi? Larvitar blinked, then eagerly grabbed the rock with its tiny hands and began munching on it with gusto. The fist-sized stone was devoured completely in mere seconds. Watching this, Yuan Shao quickly retrieved another rock from his system space and handed it to Larvitar. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance. On his way back from the Cube Association, he had made a special trip to a factory to purchase a large quantity of ore, storing it in his system space. Now, it seemed that decision had been more than wise. Even in its juvenile stage, Larvitar's appetite was astonishing, surpassing even that of a young Snorlax. Meanwhile, Rayquaza and Vigoroth stood frozen, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they watched Larvitar devour the rocks at lightning speed. They couldn't help but feel a mix of shock and disbelief. They had always thought their own appetites and eating speed were unmatched, but now, their team had gained a new member who outclassed them in this regard. It seemed that future mealtime competitions were bound to become even more intense. When Ugella finally stopped its repetitive eating, Yuan Shao's expression subtly shifted. He was stunned to realize that he had grossly underestimated the little creature's appetite. In just 10 minutes, more than half of the 30-plus pounds of ore in his system's inventory had vanished. Yuan Shao had initially thought the supply would last Ugella for several days, but now it seemed it might not even last a single day. He recalled the moment he had firmly chosen Ugella's egg, and the complex expression on Zhao Qingsong's face at the time. Now, he finally understood the meaning behind it. If it were any ordinary student, they surely wouldn't be able to afford the costs of raising such a Pokemon. Fortunately, Yuan Shao was not short on money at the moment, and the university was covering Ugella's resources for the first 6 months, so there was no immediate concern. As for what would happen after that, he decided to deal with it when the time came. At that moment, Ugella, having finished its first meal, contentedly patted its round, bloated belly and nestled into Yuan Shao's arms, drifting off into a deep sleep. Watching this little creature, capable of swallowing rocks several times its size, Yuan Shao couldn't help but marvel at how the Pokemon world defied all logic. Looking up, Yuan Shao noticed that both the Vigoroth and Rayquaza were staring warily at the Ugella in his arms. Smiling helplessly, he said, "What's with those looks? We're pretty well off now, so no matter how much he eats, it won't affect you too. And he won't steal your Pokeblocks. What's there to be afraid of?" Hearing this, the two Pokemon visibly relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. As a newly hatched Pokemon, Ugella would go through a roughly 1-week infancy period. During this time, it was much like a human baby, doing little more than eating and sleeping, with very limited waking hours. Yuan Shao returned Ugella to the Pokeball he had prepared in advance, allowing it to sleep peacefully on its own. He pulled out his phone, intending to call Zhao Qingsong to inform him of Ugella's successful hatching and inquire about the resources needed for its care. However, just as he picked up his phone, Zhao Qingsong's call came through first. "Yuan Shao, congratulations. I heard from the principal that your performance during this military training was absolutely outstanding, practically overshadowing all the other freshmen. The principal mentioned he has something to discuss with you and is waiting for you in his office. If you're free, could you drop by? Yun Xiao replied, no problem, I'll head over in a bit. By the way, Mr. Zhao, the Ujula has already hatched. Zhao Qingsong sounded surprised. So soon? It hasn't even been a week, has it? I'll contact the finance department right away and make sure the resources for Ujula's infancy period get to you by this afternoon at the latest. After expressing his thanks, Yun Xiao ended the call and left his dorm to head to the principal's office. Located on the top floor of the teaching building, it wasn't far, so he decided to walk. Along the way, many students recognized him and cast curious glances in his direction. Their murmurs rippled through the air as the post about him on the school's forum continued to spread, with more and more people questioning him. However, Yun Xiao was too preoccupied with planning Ujula's training and development to notice the unusual attention. When he reached the door to the principal's office, Yun Xiao knocked politely. Come in, came Qin Shuqian's voice from the other side of the door. Pushing the door open, Yun Xiao saw the principal intently examining a piece of dark brown metal on his desk. As Yun Xiao's gaze landed on the object, a string of data appeared in his mind. S-grade special or reddish-brown stone. Description: possesses extremely strong magnetic properties. This ore is one of the types not native to this world, originating from ancient ruins. It appears to bear inscriptions of ancient text. Yun Xiao froze. Another material not of this world? Yun Xiao, you're here. Please, take a seat, Qin Shuqian said warmly as he recognized his visitor, setting a cup of tea on the table opposite him. Yun Xiao sat down, took a sip of the tea, and asked, Principal, Mr. Zhao said you wanted to see me about something? Instead of answering directly, Qin Shuqian toyed with the stone in his hand and asked, Your Vigorothus it already at the advanced professional level? Yun Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Principal Qin Shuqian's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, and with just a glance, he saw through the true strength of the hyperactive ape. This keen insight was a testament to years of experience as a top-tier trainer. Yun Xiao couldn't help but admire this, recalling how the hyperactive ape effortlessly defeated a professional-level Ursaring on camera. It was clear that the principal's judgment was no coincidence. Yes, just before military training, it reached the advanced professional level. Now I'm seeking a way to break through to the elite level, Yun Xiao admitted frankly with a nod. Hearing this, Qin Shuqian burst into hearty laughter, his eyes gleaming with appreciation. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, Xiao Yun, he said, his tone turning serious as he continued. But enough small talk. I called you here for an important matter. Tomorrow, the school is hosting a battle competition for the freshmen, and I want you to participate. Yun Xiao frowned slightly at the suggestion. If the principal already knew the hyperactive ape's capabilities, why would he want him to join a freshman competition? Even an elite-level beginner Pokemon would struggle to match up to the hyperactive ape. Competing against such opponents seemed less productive than training in simulated, secret realms to gain experience. As if sensing Yun Zhao's doubts, Qin Shuqian set down the brown mineral he was holding and explained. The champion of the competition will not only earn 300 academic credits, but also qualify as a substitute for the university's team. The National University Battle Tournament is only a month away. Yun Xiao immediately understood. The competition and credits were secondary. Qin Shuqian's real intention was to pave the way for him to join the university team and take part in the national tournament. As one of the most popular events in Huaguo, the tournament was a prime stage for young talents to shinny a perfect opportunity to make a name for himself. I see. I'll participate, Yun Xiao agreed decisively. The principal, however, waved his hand. No need to compete in the early rounds. I'll arrange for you to go straight to the finals. Honestly, I wanted to directly give you the substitute spot on the team, but that might stir discontent among the other students. Just make sure to perform well. Yun Xiao smiled knowingly. Understood. Good. The competition starts at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Don't forget to be there, Qin Shuqian said, gesturing for Yun Xiao to leave. As Yun Xiao turned and walked a few steps toward the door, he suddenly glanced back at the brown mineral in Qin Shuqian's hand. Principal, do you have an interest in archaeology? Qin Shuqian was visibly startled, as if caught off guard. He seemed to hesitate, but Yun Xiao had already turned and left. Watching the office door close, Qin Shuqian swallowed whatever words he had been about to say. Meanwhile, the man in a suit, who had been standing silently by the desk, finally spoke. Old Qin, this student is indeed exceptional for his age, but isn't it too early to let him join the university team? The team is filled with fourth-year veteran Celit-level midder, at least 12, been through countless internships and battles. I'm worried the gap in experience might be too much for Yun Xiao and could discourage him. Qin Shuqian chuckled lightly and shook his head. The substitute position is really just an accompanying role. He won't have to compete directly. This kid is a prodigy, but it won't hurt for him to get a glimpse of the bigger stage. The biggest mistake young people make is becoming arrogant. Only by seeing the towering mountains ahead Can they recognize their own insignificance? That said, I don't think he's the type to shrink back. If he sees a higher peak, he'll only want to climb it. The man in the suit paused, surprised. That's high praise. Do you really think he's that remarkable? Qin Shuqian toyed with the brown mineral in his hand, looking back with calm confidence. I do. He reminds me of myself when I was younger. A flicker of nostalgia crossed his eyes before he shook his head, snapping back to the present. Enough about him. How's the situation with the ruins? At the mention of this, the man's expression turned serious. To be honest, the situation doesn't look good. After leaving the principal's office, Yun Xiao returned to his dormitory and instinctively took out his phone to check for messages. The screen lit up with 3 unread notifications, all from Lu Jiao, Gu Qingshan, and Chu Mu. The content of their messages was startlingly similar. Something had happened on the school forum, and they urged him to check it out immediately. Frowning slightly in confusion, Yun Xiao quickly opened the school forum. As his eyes landed on the pinned post at the top, an ominous feeling crept into his heart. He clicked on the post, and as he skimmed through the content and the flood of comments, his frown deepened. The forum was in an uproar. Countless users were questioning Yun Xiao's achievements, accusing his group of using underhanded methods to gain an advantage. The post was like a bombshell, detonating across the campus's online network. Not only were first-year students involved, but even sophomores and juniors had joined in, eagerly following the drama. What made matters worse was that someone had posted a photo in the replies. It showed Principal Qin Shuqing personally visiting Yun Xiao's dormitory on the first day of school. The comments below the photo only added fuel to the fire. Holy crap, this is proof. Yun Xiao must be related to the principal. I live next door to him. I saw the principal go into his room with my own eyes. I thought it was odd at the time. So that's how it is got connections. No wonder they could rig the system. Disgusting. Even Magic University has this kind of shady stuff. We demand an explanation from Yun Xiao and the school. After scrolling through the post for a while, Yun Xiao took a deep breath and closed the webpage. If this had happened in his younger years, he might have already been consumed with anger. But after experiencing the cutthroat world of business in another life, this kind of online controversy barely fazed him. His gaze shifted to the window, and his thoughts drifted to tomorrow's freshman competition. A faint, cold smile appeared on his lips. You think I'm no match for Bai Ningxuang and Chengqing? Very well. Tomorrow, I'll show you exactly why I earned first place in the Secret Realm training. The next morning, the battle arena at Magic University was buzzing with excitement. It was the annual freshman tournament, but this year's rules were different. Only students who had participated in the Secret Realm training and ranked in the top 100 groups were eligible to compete. The audience was abuzz with chatter, but the hot topic of discussion wasn't the tournament itself, it was the explosive revelations from the forum the previous day. Did you hear? Yun Xiao might be related to the principal. No wonder they did so well in the Secret Realm. Turns out they cheated their way through. Do you think he'll even dare to show up today? No chance. If he had any real skill, he would have spoken up to defend himself. He stayed silent all day yesterday, clearly guilty. The rumor of Yun Xiao pulling strings spread through Magic University like wildfire. In one corner of the stands, a tall girl with short, wavy golden hair and a fitted red tracksuit was surrounded by a group of students. Chengqing, this is outrageous. We're all standing up for you. You're the one who truly deserves to be first in the training. Exactly. It's disgusting that someone would cheat like this. Don't worry, Chengjia. We'll make sure justice is served. Chengqing responded with a faint smile that carried a mix of helplessness and satisfaction. Come on, everyone. There's no point in dwelling on the past. The training is over now. In truth, the forum post that had caused such an uproar was her doing. She had paid for the photo of the principal visiting Yun Xiao's dorm and posted it anonymously. Watching the chaos unfold now, she felt a deep sense of triumph. To Chengqing, the idea that Yun Xiao could outshine her and take first place was absurd. A perfect score on the theoretical exam? So what? She had been a prodigy and a professional trainer for over a year, drawing attention wherever she went. How could she possibly lose to an unknown nobody who only got into Magic University through his academic scores? As she reveled in her thoughts, a sudden figure appeared beside her, drawing gasps from the surrounding students. Chengqing froze for a moment, her brows furrowing tightly. The sudden appearance of Bai Ningxuang made Chengqing's brows knit tightly. As students who had entered Modu High School in the same year, they shared a history of unresolved grievances. 3 years ago, Bai Ningxuang had been slightly more popular at school, a fact that had always irked Chengqing. Although Bai Ningxuang later dropped out unexpectedly, leaving Chengqing as the sole genius girl of the school, rumors still lingered in the shadows. If Bai Ningxuang hadn't left, the title of the most beautiful girl at Modu High might not have belonged to Chengqing. These past events had weighed on Chengqing's mind for years. She never imagined that, 3 years later, they would meet again at Modu University, only to be assigned to the same group for military training. Suppressing her inner displeasure, Cheng Qing forced a friendly smile and said, Ningxuang, what brings you here? Bai Ningxuang merely cast her a cold glance, her face devoid of emotion. Follow me, she said curtly before turning and walking away. Cheng Qing's smile instantly froze, her heart filled with irritation. Are you ordering me around? Yet, she still got up and followed. The two made their way through the audience stands and into a backstage lounge. Once she confirmed that no one else was around, Cheng Qing dropped her feigned friendliness and asked coldly, what do you want? If you have something to say, just say it. Bai Ningxuang, unfazed by Cheng Qing's shift in demeanor, got straight to the point. That post on the forum, was it you who wrote it? Cheng Qing retorted indignantly, if you're going to accuse me, at least have some proof. Just because you say it was me doesn't make it true. Do you think I have that much time to waste? Bai Ningxuang gave her a calm yet piercing look and continued, there's nothing between Yuan Shao and Qin Shuqing. You'd better delete that post. Hearing this, Cheng Qing's expression darkened even more. She sneered, why are you defending him? We both know he only got second place because of favoritism, and now you're standing up for him? Oh, right, I almost forgot your dad was the former president of Modu University, and he's related to the current president. So, you two are practically family. No wonder. At the mention of the words, former president, a subtle but noticeable change flickered across Bai Ningxuang's otherwise composed expression. Her gaze sharpened, locking onto Cheng Qing with an intensity that seemed to freeze the air in the room. Cheng Qing thought for a moment that Bai Ningxuang might lash out, but instead, she simply turned and walked away without another word. Watching Bai Ningxuang leave, Cheng Qing let out a derisive snort. Pretentious as always. I don't see what they think makes you better than me. This time, in the freshman competition, they'll crush you underfoot and show everyone who the real genius is. With that, she left the lounge as well. At exactly 9 a.m., the annual freshman competition officially began. The host stepped onto the stage and began reading out the list of students who had qualified and registered for the event before the 9 p.m. deadline the previous evening. Names like Cheng Haolong, Ling Cheng, Luo Xining, and Wang Xing were called one after another. The audience grew quieter, seemingly waiting for something or someone. But even as the last name was announced, Yuan Zhao's name was nowhere to be heard. A wave of murmurs rippled through the audience. Yuan Zhao didn't show up? He really chickened out. I was still on the fence about the whole thing, but now it's pretty clear there's definitely something shady about him. Huh. I'd like to see how the school explains this mess now. Sitting in her seat, Cheng Qing glanced triumphantly in Bai Ningxuang's direction, a smug smile spreading across her face. See? I told you he wouldn't dare show up. But Bai Ningxuang didn't even look her way. She simply sat quietly, waiting for the competition to begin. Cheng Qing's smile faltered. She thought to herself, no matter. Yuan Shao's absence only means that the final match will definitely be between me and Bai Ningxuang. Based on my observations in the secret realm, her Xue Tongzi may be a professional-level combatant, but it's no match for my Miao Wakeo. Even with the type disadvantage, I'm confident I can beat her. A sly grin crept onto Cheng Qing's face once more. Just wait when I take the championship trophy from you in front of everyone. Let's see how long you can keep up that act. Nearly 100 students signed up for the freshman competition. To ensure the event could be completed in a single day, the school divided the first round into 4 separate arenas within the battle hall, allowing matches to take place simultaneously and speeding up the process. The electronic screen displayed the matchups for the first round, while the broadcast echoed through the hall. For groups of students stepped onto their respective battlefields, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Despite the 4 matches happening at once, all eyes were drawn to one particular arena when a cold and commanding figure made her entrance. Bai Ningxuang is in the first round? The audience erupted into gasps and murmurs of excitement. On the battlefield, the boy who was unlucky enough to be matched against Bai Ningxuang turned pale, his legs trembling slightly. How am I supposed to fight her? He lamented internally, already feeling defeated. Both sides, release your Pokemon, the referee commanded, waving the flag to signal the start of the match. Bai Ningxuang casually tossed her Pokeball into the air. A flash of white light revealed a Snorant standing before her. Its triangular body, pale yellow hood, dark blue circular eyes, and tiny black hands gave it an appearance that was both adorable and slightly mysterious. The audience burst into a chorus of exclamations. In one corner of the seating area, a group of boys began an animated discussion. That little guy is so cute, but it's terrifying that it has professional-level strength. Don't forget, this Snorant once chased a Beartic around in the wilderness. Who do you think is stronger, Bai Ningxuang's Snorant or Cheng Qing's Ivysaur? Hard to say, but it's definitely better than that spoiled brat's Vigoroth. The group erupted into laughter, oblivious to the fact that the so-called spoiled brat was sitting right next to them, wearing sunglasses. Yuan Xiao, though confident in his own abilities, had come to the event at the principal's request. It was still the day before classes officially began, and he also wanted to scope out potential rivals. Ignoring the chatter around him, Yuan Xiao focused intently on the Snorant on the battlefield. A stream of information appeared in his mind. Pokemon. Snorunt. Type. Ice. Potential. Elite champion level. Strength evaluation. Level 37. Suppressed to early professional level. Held item. Evolution Stone S. Ability. Ice Body. Moves. Powder Snow. Icy Wind. Bite. Ice Fang. Ice Beam. Headbutt. Astonish. Leer. Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This Snorunt wasn't just at an impressive level of 37, it was also holding a peculiar item. The Evolution Stone S enhanced its defenses but suppressed its overall strength, limiting it to the early professional tier. Why would someone do that? Are they deliberately restraining its power to train under pressure? Yun Xiao pondered quietly. Meanwhile, Bi Ningxuang's opponent released his Pokemon Victreebel, just slightly over level 20, with gym leader level potential and mid-tier formal strength. Among typical freshmen, it would have been considered decent, but against Bi Ningxuang, it seemed woefully inadequate. The referee waved the flag once more. Both Pokemon are in position. The match will continue until one Pokemon is unable to battle. Begin. Victreebel, Razor Leaf, the boy shouted. His voice tense as he tried to put up a fight. The Victreebel twisted its body, sending 5 or 6 sharp leaves slicing through the air towards Snorunt. Bi Ningxuang's expression remained calm and composed. She spoke softly. Ice Beam. Snorunt's small hands glowed with a deep blue light, forming a concentrated beam of icy energy that shot toward the incoming leaves. The two forces were on a collision course, and the entire hall fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation of the sparks that would fly in this seemingly one-sided battle. A sharp blade streaked through the air, leaving a cold glint in its wake. Yet, before it could reach its target, it lost all momentum, instantly freezing over with a thick layer of frost before shattering into pieces upon impact with the ground. At the same time, a blinding beam of light shot forth with lightning speed, striking the Victreebel directly. Amidst the crisp sound of ice forming, the creature was encased entirely in a solid layer of frost, transforming into a lifelike ice sculpture. The entire sequence lasted no more than a few seconds. Before the audience of students could even react, the referee's flag had already fallen. Battle over. Victreebel is unable to continue. The winner is Bi Ningxuang. Expressionless, Bi Ningxuang turned and walked off the stage. Meanwhile, her loyal Frostless hopped over to the Victreebel ice sculpture, tapped it lightly, and quickly followed its trainer. The frost encasing the Victreebel began to melt, leaving a puddle of water in its place. Its eyes swirled dizzily, indicating it was completely incapacitated. Even without being trapped in ice, the sheer power of that freezing beam was enough to knock it out of the fight. The defeated boy grimaced as he silently recalled his Victreebel into its Pokeball and left the battlefield. The students in the audience erupted into murmurs, astonished by Bi Ningxuang's commanding performance. So this is what professional level pressure feels like? It's terrifying. Her ice beam is on a whole different level compared to my cryogonals. She's incredible. I admire her even more now. Yun Xiao watched as Bi Ningxuang disappeared backstage, deep in thought. That ice beam had indeed demonstrated the strength of a professional level trainer, but he quickly shook his head. Even without the Everstone, Frostless's strength would only be at the upper professional level. With his current Slaking's power, it should be more than enough to handle her. Deciding to put the matter aside, he shifted his focus back to the ongoing tournament. The freshmen at Magic University typically ranged in strength from beginner to advanced trainer levels, with most sitting in the middle. Lacking real battle experience, their matches were often straightforward and concluded quickly. One round after another flew by, and after 3 hours, the first round of the tournament was nearing its end, with only one match remaining. Amid the anticipation of the students, Cheng Qing stepped into the arena. Her opponent was a young man with a buzz cut and round glasses. At the referee's signal, both contestants released their Pokemon. The nervous young man tossed out his Pokeball, summoning a Manectric at the advanced trainer level. It seemed well-raised and was a relatively rare Pokemon. However, the moment Cheng Qing's Pokemon appeared, the Manectric's presence was instantly overshadowed. It was a Venusaur's vibrant flower bud, sturdy green body, and shimmering emerald leaves exuded vitality. Yun Zhao's mind quickly filled with data. Pokemon, Venusaur. Type, Grass Poison. Potential, Champion level. Ability, Overgrow boost grass type moves by 50 when HP is below 1/3. Power rating, LV 34, mid-professional level. Known moves, Vine Whip, Razor Leaf, Synthesis, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Giga Drain. Yun Xiao nodded slightly in approval. Evolving a starter Pokemon at this stage demonstrated considerable skill. In this world, starter Pokemon required not only a specific level to evolve, but also an exceptionally strong buildup of elemental energy within them, akin to pseudo-legendaries. This Venusaur's stats champion grade potential, level 34, and a diverse move pool were indeed impressive. However, Yun Xiao thought to himself, even with such stats, it wouldn't stand a chance against his Slaking. With such a significant power gap, the battle ended as expected. The Manectric didn't even manage to land a single move before being sent flying by Venusaur's Vine Whip, losing its ability to fight. Chongqing's decisive victory once again ignited a flurry of chatter among the students in the stands. Chongqing is amazing. She's only a freshman and already evolved her starter Pokemon. My Charmander is nowhere near evolving into Charmeleon. Looks like the finals will probably be between Chongqing and Bai Ningxuang, right? Who do you think is stronger? I think it's Chongqing. Bai Ningxuang's Frostless is strong, but it's still in its first stage and far from evolving. Yeah, I think Chongqing has the edge. Amid the buzz of discussion, Chongqing returned to her seat in the audience. Hearing the comments around her, she couldn't help but let a faint smile curve her lips. Chongqing carefully recalled Bai Ningxuang's previous battle. Her Shuetongzi's strength was indeed at the beginner level of the professional tier. If it were mid-air, his Ivysaur would have struggled, but at the beginner level, it would be much easier to handle. As he pondered, the matches on the 4 battlefields had already concluded. The host's voice echoed through the venue. After an intense morning of competition, the 86 contestants have been narrowed down to 43. The second round will begin at 1 p.m. Now, we will announce the matchups in advance. As his words fell, the big screen displayed the groupings for the second round. When the students saw the first match of the first group, the audience erupted into an uproar. Group 1, Battle Area 1 Bai Ningxuang versus Chongqing. With only half of the contestants remaining, these two powerhouses, who were expected to meet in the finals, were facing off early. Such a low probability occurrence had actually happened. The students buzzed with discussion as the host continued. Students, enjoy your lunch, and don't miss the action later. The students in the venue stood up and surged toward the cafeteria. They didn't even bother looking at the other matchups after all. The early final between Bai Ningxuang and Chongqing was the real highlight. Those who advanced from the first round breathed a sigh of relief. Both Bai Ningxuang and Chongqing were formidable opponents, and their early encounter meant at least one of them would be eliminated. No matter who advanced, the odds of facing either of these strong contenders had been halved, giving the others a better chance of achieving higher rankings. Yun Xiao stretched lazily and left the audience area. Instead of joining the rush to the cafeteria, he headed back to his dorm. Over the course of 3 hours, he had observed all the contestants and was confident that none posed a threat to his spot on the school team. He had no intention of returning to the battle arena until the finals in the evening. The afternoon was the perfect time to take his Vigoroth and Rayquaza to the simulated secret realm to practice the new skill manual he had just purchased. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Bai Ningxuang pushed open her bedroom door and closed it behind her. Shuetongzi followed her, hopping onto the bed and gazing at her curiously with its small blue eyes. Pushing back a strand of her disheveled hair, Bai Ningxuang murmured softly, I wanted you to hold on a little longer, but it seems the time has come. Shuetongzi nodded repeatedly, letting out a series of grrr sounds to show it was ready. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ningxuang removed the pendant from Shuetongzi's neck with her left hand and placed an oval-shaped emerald green stone on its head with her right hand. Buzz! In the next moment, a dazzling light of evolution flooded the room. When Yun Xiao returned to his dorm, he was greeted by a surprising scene. Zhao Qingsong was directing several Machamps as they moved boxes of supplies to Yun Xiao's doorstep. Upon seeing Yun Xiao arrive, Zhao Qingsong's face lit up with a smile. Xiao Yun, I've prepared a week's worth of resources for Yuki. If you run out early, let me know, Zhao Qingsong said enthusiastically. Such a grand gesture naturally drew the attention of other students in the hallway. They cast disdainful and hostile glances in their direction. Zhao Qingsong quickly noticed this and, after glancing around, lowered his voice. Xiao Yun, I saw that post on the forum. Are you really not going to clarify things? You earned first place fair and square, so why not join the freshman competition and shut them up once and for all? As someone who had recognized Yun Xiao's potential and knew the strength of his Larvitar, Zhao Qingsong clearly couldn't stand seeing Yun Xiao being underestimated. Yun Xiao, however, merely shrugged, looking unconcerned. The principal placed me directly into the finals. Zhao Qingsong froze for a moment, then gave him a thumbs up. No wonder you're so calm. All right, now I feel relieved. After finishing the delivery, Zhao Qingsong left. Yun Xiao closed the door, walked to one of the boxes, and opened it to inspect its contents. Inside, it was filled with top-quality grade A minerals, which alone could be worth around 100,000 credits. Other boxes contained high-grade resources like nutritional liquids and energy cubes specifically for new Pokemon. Looks like Imo University is really willing to invest in me, Yun Xiao mused. He casually took out Larvitar's Pokeball and released it. Larvae? Larvitar let out a cry. After a day's growth, its body had noticeably gotten larger, a remarkable rate of development. All of this is for you. Eat as much as you want, Yun Xiao said, pointing to the boxes. Excited, Larvitar dashed toward the boxes, burying its head into the pile of minerals and devouring them with gusto. It even grabbed a bottle of nutritional liquid and, without bothering to open the cap, bit into it, crunching through the glass and swallowing it whole. Yun Xiao was momentarily stunned, but quickly dismissed the idea of teaching Larvitar how to open bottles properly. After all, if it could digest metal minerals, a mere glass bottle was hardly a challenge. He picked up his phone and, as expected, saw new messages from Chu Mu, Gu Qingshan, and Lu Jiao. Chu Mu, Yun God, why didn't you sign up? We were counting on you to put them in their place QAQ. Lu Jiao, hey Yun bro, are you really not going to prove yourself? Gu Qingshan, Yun bro, the people badmouthing you are getting louder and louder. The three of them had attended the freshman competition earlier in the day and noticed that Yun Xiao's name was missing from the participant list, which naturally made them anxious. Yun Xiao glanced at their messages and thought for a moment. These three genuinely cared about him. When that post on the forum had gone viral and all the accusations were aimed at Yun Xiao, they had been the first to stand up for him, even enduring a fair share of backlash themselves. Lu Jiao, in particular, had been harshly criticized for her straightforward personality and inability to hold back from replying to the comments. With that in mind, Yun Xiao began replying to their messages, informing them that he had been directly placed into the finals. After finishing his replies, he patiently waited for Larvitar to finish eating before recalling the now sleepy Pokemon back into its Pokeball. Next, Yun Xiao retrieved a few thick manuals from his system's storage space. These were the skill manuals he had exchanged for at MO University's resource library. Unlike in games where Pokemon could instantly learn moves using a TM, real-world skill manuals were detailed guides written by elite trainers from the Pokemon League. They provided instructions on how to teach a Pokemon to learn and master specific moves. Whether a Pokemon could successfully learn a move from a manual depended on its strength, talent, and compatibility with the move, but skill manuals remained highly sought after and expensive in the market. Manuals for high-level moves could cost hundreds of thousands of credits. Moreover, most manuals available in the market were written by ordinary gym-level trainers, whereas the manuals in MO University's resource library were authored by elite trainers, even champions individuals who had once been students of MO University. When Yun Xiao had exchanged for these manuals, the resource library system had even displayed a warning message. Exclusively for the exchanger's use. Strictly forbidden to share. Violators will be directly prosecuted by Moda University. This line of small text was printed on the cover of the skill manual. Yun Xiao carefully examined the treasure in his hands. The quality of these manuals far surpassed ordinary textbooks on the market. Their value was simply immeasurable. Yun Xiao glanced around and realized that the cramped dorm room was clearly unsuitable for an elf to learn new skills. He needed a more spacious area. However, for someone with access to a system like his, this was hardly a problem. With a light tap on the system panel, Yun Xiao selected Simulated Secret Realm, Azure Lake. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Time flew by, and before long, it was 1 p.m. The second round of the freshman competition at Moda University was about to begin. The battle arena was packed with people, not a single seat available. Even some sophomores and juniors without classes had come to watch. The reason was simple. This first match was practically the final battle. The school administration seemed to recognize this as well, directly pausing the matches in the other three arenas. All eyes were now fixed on the central stage. Bai Ningxuang and Cheng Qing stood at opposite ends of the field. The air was thick with tension. Cheng Qing smiled at her opponent and said in a low voice, "I've been waiting for this day." Her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Bai Ningxuang didn't respond. She stood silently, her gaze colder than ever, as if it could pierce through one's soul. The referee's voice broke the silence. Both sides, release your Pokemon. Cheng Qing was the first to throw her Pokeball, and Ivysaur appeared in front of her. Following that, Bai Ningxuang pressed the button on her own Pokeball. When the white light faded, the audience erupted in gasps of surprise. The reason was clear: the Pokemon standing before Bai Ningxuang was not the familiar Snorunt, but an entirely new Pokemon. This Pokemon had a snow-white body and an elegant posture, resembling a graceful woman in a kimono. It looked like a fleeting silhouette in a snowy landscape, breathtakingly beautiful. That's Frostless. Someone in the audience recognized the Pokemon, sparking an even greater commotion. Cheng Qing was also startled by the unexpected development. She frowned, deep in thought. How could Snorunt evolve at such a critical moment? Was this intentional on Bai Ningxuang's part? It didn't take long for Cheng Qing to regain her composure. She realized that Bai Ningxuang had most likely used a Dawn Stone to force Snorunt's evolution. While this method could provide a short-term power boost, it would severely affect the Pokemon's long-term growth. With this in mind, a smirk appeared on Cheng Qing's lips. So what if it evolved? A half-baked Frostless like this would, at best, have mid-tier professional strength. Meanwhile, her Ivysaur was already at the late mid-tier stage, on the verge of breaking into the high tier. Victory was still firmly in her grasp. The referee waved the flag, signaling the start of the match. Cheng Qing wasted no time launching an attack. Ivysaur, Razor Leaf. Ivysaur let out a low growl as the bud on its back trembled violently. Dozens of razor-sharp, massive leaves materialized in the air, glowing a vibrant green. The power of this move far exceeded that of the previous Weepinbell. The leaves shot out like arrows from a bow, crisscrossing through the air as they hurtled toward Frostless. In this critical moment, Bai Ningxuang calmly issued her command, "Powder Snow." The snow sprite's ethereal cry floated like a girl's whisper, as her claw-like arms, resembling flowing sleeves, swept through the air. In an instant, she summoned a bone-chilling wind that engulfed the entire arena. Countless tiny white specks swirled within the gusts, and upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be minuscule snowflakes. Bulbasaur's razor leaf froze midair, crystallizing into ice shards that were immediately shattered by the swirling specks, leaving it utterly defenseless. What seemed like an ordinary snowstorm skill unleashed a shocking level of power, rivaling a full-blown blizzard. Chongqing's expression changed drastically as he felt the overwhelming aura emanating from the snow sprite. This wasn't mid-ear professional strength, this was height-ear. No, it surpassed even that. It was elite-level power. Bai Ningxuang's snow sprite had evolved and broken through to elite-level strength. It was simply unbelievable. There was no time for further thought as the storm of white specks and icy winds surged toward Bulbasaur. "Dodge, Bulbasaur, quick!" Chongqing shouted. Reacting swiftly, Bulbasaur leapt several times, barely evading the attack. The freezing wind struck the ground, instantly turning the area into solid ice. Chongqing scrambled to devise a countermeasure, but the battle was already over. Unbeknownst to him, the snow sprite had appeared silently behind Bulbasaur. With a flash of icy light, Bulbasaur collapsed to the ground, unable to continue fighting. The arena fell into a stunned silence. The audience was dumbfounded. They could understand Bai Ningxuang defeating Chongqing in a single move earlier. After all, there was a clear disparity in strength. But now, weren't both of them professional tier trainers? How could there still be such an enormous gap? A group of third-year students in the stands was even more astounded. They had come to watch the freshmen's amateur battles for some light amusement, but instead, they witnessed the terrifying power of an elite-tier Pokemon. As top-tier third-year students, they themselves were still stuck at professional high-tier. Yet this first-year student had already reached elite tier. It was utterly demoralizing. The second round of the freshman tournament continued, but for the audience, the competition had effectively ended after Bai Ningxuang crushed Chongqing. The remaining contestants likely wouldn't even withstand a single move from the snow sprite. Even the forum threads buzzing about Yun Xiao's performance were overshadowed by the shocking display of Bai Ningxuang's power. By evening, the battle arena's center was left with only Bai Ningxuang and another girl. This was supposed to be the intense final match, but under the gaze of the entire crowd, the opponent simply raised her hand and forfeited. This had become a recurring scene after all. If even Chongqing was defeated in seconds, what chance did the others stand? Stepping up to fight would only bring humiliation. As the final opponent left the stage, Bai Ningxuang stood alone in the arena. A voice from the audience broke the silence, shouting Bai Ningxuang. Soon, the name was echoed by a wave of cheers and applause that filled the venue, celebrating her victory. But just then, a familiar figure slowly walked onto the battlefield. Standing across from Bai Ningxuang was Yun Xiao. The audience fell silent for a moment before erupting into fervent discussions. The sudden appearance of Yun Xiao at the competition caused an uproar. The audience erupted in boos and curses, astonished that such a controversial figure would show up at this moment. However, the referee's voice rose above the commotion, delivering an unexpected announcement. According to the rules, the leader of the top-ranked team from military training had the right to directly participate in the finals. This meant Yun Xiao would face Bai Ningxuang in the ultimate showdown. This announcement could have sparked even greater discontent, but surprisingly, the crowd fell into a brief silence. Then, a spark of excitement lit up in their eyes. The reason was simple. First, Bai Ningxuang had been unstoppable throughout the competition, and her Snow Witch form was at its peak. Second, everyone believed that with the strength Bai Ningxuang had displayed, Yun Xiao stood no chance. The audience eagerly anticipated Bai Ningxuang's overwhelming victory over this so-called privileged participant. Cheers erupted from the stands. "Go, Sister Ningxuang. Teach him a lesson. Take down the privileged contestant. Bai Ningxuang, don't hold back. We're counting on you to put him in his place." In the center of the arena, a flicker of surprise crossed Bai Ningxuang's cool, clear eyes. Yun Xiao met her gaze and offered a polite smile. "Sorry to keep you waiting." The referee's flag dropped, signaling the start of the battle. Yun Xiao was the first to act, releasing his Pokemon. "Let's go, Slaking." A flash of white light revealed a massive, muscular Slaking on the field. Its fur shimmered, and its size was at least 50 larger than an average Slaking. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd, but they were quickly drowned out by dismissive remarks. So what if it looks different? Can it possibly be stronger than Bai Ningxuang's Frostless or Chongqing's Venusaur? Exactly. If he was really that capable, why didn't he step up earlier to clear his name? Bai Ning calmly released her Pokemon in response. As the white light dissipated, an elegant Frostless emerged, surrounded by a swirl of icy wind. Yun Xiao froze for a moment when he saw the Frostless. It evolved? When did that happen? He quickly glanced at the Frostless stats, and when he spotted the words Elite Beginner, his eyes widened in surprise. He remembered that the last time he had seen it, it was merely a Snorant at the professional novice level. Deep in thought, he pieced together the progression. Suddenly, realization struck Yun Xiao like lightning. His expression shifted as he snapped back to attention, a newfound clarity in his eyes. No wonder Bai Ning gave the Snowboy the Evolution Suppression Stone. Yun Xiao suddenly understood. The Snowboy's strength had already reached the advanced professional level, and the Evolution Suppression Stone was used to restrain its potential, preventing it from prematurely evolving into Frostless. This not only delayed its evolution, but also maximized the development of the Snowboy's initial form. When the time was right, removing the stone and using the Awakening Stone would unleash its long-restrained power like a volcanic eruption. Yun Xiao couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, realizing he should have figured this out earlier. The referee's flag slowly dropped, signaling the start of the battle. Bai Ning expression turned serious, showing no signs of underestimating her opponent. She was the first to issue a command. Frostless, Ice Beam. Frostless gracefully raised its long sleeves, and a chilling, icy blue beam shot out, skimming along the ground directly toward the Vigoroth. Wherever the beam passed, the air froze, and thick frost formed on the ground. The power of this ice beam far exceeded its strength during the Snowboy phase, so overwhelming that it sent chills down the spines of onlookers. In the audience, everyone held their breath, anticipating the moment when the Vigoroth would be frozen into an ice sculpture. However, Yun Xiao remained calm and composed, speaking in a steady voice, "Cut it." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Vigoroth's aura erupted like a tidal wave. Its left claw ignited with a fiery red glow, and it charged fearlessly toward the ice beam. The next moment, a scene that left the entire audience speechless unfolded. The Vigoroth's claw, sharp as a blade, sliced the ice beam cleanly in two. The terrifying beam, once thought unstoppable, split apart like an ordinary stream of water, flowing harmlessly past the Vigoroth on either side. The students in the audience stared in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Even Bai Ning face betrayed a rare look of astonishment. "How is this possible?" she murmured to herself, clearly shaken by the unbelievable sight before her. Bai Ning and the students in the audience were left utterly stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they watched the scene unfold before them. To their disbelief, Yun Xiao's hyperactive ape not only withstood the Snow Enchantress's attack, but seemed to handle the battle with ease. This completely shattered their expectations, as it indicated that the hyperactive ape was not only on par with the Snow Enchantress, but might even surpass her in strength. In truth, Yun Xiao's hyperactive ape had indeed broken through to the elite level during the simulated Secret Realm training earlier that afternoon. Yun Xiao initially planned to find a suitable opponent after the finals to test the ape's newfound strength. Little did he expect Bai Ning and her Snow Enchantress to present themselves as challengers so conveniently. The battle on the field continued. Bai Ning quickly adjusted her strategy and commanded, "Ice Claw." The Snow Enchantress responded instantly, her figure gliding ghost-like across the ground before appearing directly in front of the hyperactive ape. Her claws extended from her long sleeves, gleaming with a chilling light, and slashed fiercely toward the ape. The attack came so swiftly and fiercely that the hyperactive ape couldn't react in time. Its arm was struck by the ice claw, and white frost rapidly spread across its surface. However, in the next moment, the ape let out a thunderous roar, and the ice crystals on its wrist shattered instantly. It swung its arm wildly, landing a powerful punch that sent the Snow Enchantress flying 7 or 8 meters away. The Snow Enchantress struggled to her feet, her body trembling slightly, clearly having sustained significant damage. Bai Ning expression grew serious as she realized she had underestimated the hyperactive ape's strength. Yun Xiao himself was somewhat surprised by the ape's performance. With the boost from the strongman ability, the hyperactive ape's power now rivaled that of some top-tier elite-level fighting-type creatures. Observing the Snow Enchantress manage to stand back up, he couldn't help but silently commend Bai Ning exceptional nurturing skills. "Hyperactive ape, charge in and use Metal Claw." Yun Xiao shouted. The hyperactive ape let out an excited roar and dashed forward at a speed even faster than the Snow Enchantress. Its claws gleamed with a metallic light as it lunged directly at its opponent. "Shadow Clone." Bai Ning issued her command almost simultaneously. The Snow Enchantress instantly split into 4 identical illusions, attempting to confuse her enemy. Bai Ning exhaled slightly in relief, but Yun Xiao's voice rang out again. "Hyperactive ape, the one on the far left." Bai Ning heart skipped a beat. Before she could process what had happened, The hyperactive ape had already leaped high into the air, its claws slashing down toward the leftmost snow enchantress. With a pain scream, the other three illusions vanished, confirming Yun Zhao's accurate judgment. A flash of cold light followed, and the snow enchantress collapsed to the ground, her eyes swirling in defeat, completely incapacitated. The referee raised a flag and announced, "The match is over. The snow enchantress is unable to battle. The winner is Yun Xiao." The entire battlefield fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was too shocked to speak, overwhelmed by what they had just witnessed. Yun Zhao's performance had far exceeded their expectations, and Bai Ningxuang's snow enchantress hadn't even lasted a full minute before being defeated. Those who had previously doubted Yun Zhao's abilities and accused him of favoritism were now utterly speechless. Among them, a few muttered in disbelief, "A freshman? Elite height year. A freshman, a freshman?" The ones who had demanded an explanation from Yun Xiao earlier now wore complex expressions, unable to utter a word. They had hoped to see Bai Ningxuang defeat Yun Xiao and use the outcome to discredit him and the school administration. But now, all they felt was the sting of humiliation. With the strength Yun Xiao had displayed today, he clearly didn't need any favoritism to secure the top spot in the military training rankings. If he had simply showcased the hyperactive ape's abilities earlier, no one would have dared to question his position. After all, if even Bai Ningxuang couldn't defeat him, who else would dare voice any objections? The arena fell into complete silence, as if time itself had frozen. Suddenly, a lone clap broke through the stillness, like a spark igniting a wildfire. Applause and cheers quickly erupted, spreading like a wave, and the entire battleground roared with excitement. "Yun Xiao, you're incredible. I told you this guy had skills, but you all wouldn't believe me. Ha ha ha." Amid the rising chorus of praise from the audience, the crowd's attitude shifted dramatically. Yun Xiao had proven himself with sheer strength, and all the previous misunderstandings dissipated like smoke. On the battlefield, Bai Ningxuang withdrew her snow which, her complicated gaze lingering on Yun Xiao. She hesitated, wanting to say something, but in the end, she only managed to ask, "Did you guess?" Yun Xiao froze for a moment, then smiled faintly and simply shook his head without answering. In truth, this battle had gone far more smoothly than Yun Xiao had anticipated. While the hyperactive ape was physically powerful and strong, it was at a disadvantage against the ghost-type snow witch. For one, the normal-type moves the hyperactive ape excelled in were ineffective against the snow witch. Secondly, though the ape was fast, it lacked agility, making it easy prey for a nimble opponent. Bai Ningxuang had instructed the snow witch to use Shadow Clone, intending to exploit her speed advantage to secure a win. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Yun Xiao possessed both the Eye of the Soul and the power of Aura, allowing him to easily identify the real body. Yun Xiao had no intention of explaining these details. Seeing Yun Xiao remain silent, Bai Ningxuang paused for a moment and said, "You're very skilled. We'll meet again." With that, she turned and left the battlefield. Yun Xiao stood alone in the center of the arena, basking in the cheers and applause of the crowd. In this moment, he was the undisputed champion. In a quiet corner of Morta University, Cheng Qing sat pale-faced on a bench. Losing to Bai Ningxuang had already shattered her confidence, but seeing Yun Xiao defeat Bai Ningxuang felt like a thunderbolt. So, Yun Xiao was truly far beyond her reach. Cheng Qing forced herself to calm down, relieved that no one online knew her true identity. But in the next second, she froze Morta University's forum-required real-name registration with student ID numbers. Just as she frantically attempted to delete her posts, a campus-wide announcement echoed through the school speakers. "Attention all students. We are now announcing an important notice. Cheng Qing from Class 3 of the 2025 cohort, using the account Qingfeng Shirley, posted inappropriate remarks on the forum, leading the spread of false rumors and questioning the school's fairness. Due to the severity of her actions, she is hereby given an official demerit. The school will conduct strict disciplinary education, and she will lose all credits earned from 2 previous school activities. Let this serve as a warning to all students." Cheng Qing's phone slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Around her, students' gazes pierced her like daggers, and her face burned with shame. Whispers broke out all around. So it was Cheng Qing who made that post? No wonder the poster sounded so emotional. She completely wronged Yun Xiao. Spreading baseless accusations without proof, that's just too much. She always pretended to be kind and graceful, but it was all fake. Huh? Cheng Qing couldn't take it anymore. Her face turned ghostly pale as she leapt up from the bench and fled in panic. From that day forward, her life at Morta University would be overshadowed by the weight of public judgment. After the competition, Yun Xiao returned to his dorm with the champion's prize, a small solid gold trophy. Along the way, he was swarmed by fans. Elegantly dressed girls tried to strike up conversations, while boys eagerly asked for his autograph. It took every ounce of effort to escape the crowd and sneak back to his room. Shutting the door behind him, Yun Xiao leaned against the sofa and let out a long sigh. Fame sure brings its own set of troubles, he muttered to himself. Reflecting on his journey to win the Morta University Freshman Championship, Yuan Shao realized he had gained quite a lot. First, the 300 credit reward significantly bolstered his credit reserves. Combined with the 500 credits earned during military training, his future at the university was looking brighter. Second, claiming victory in front of so many freshmen and even some upperclassmen had earned him an impressive number of shock points. A system notification popped up before him. Ding! Congratulations, host! By demonstrating your strength, you have shocked 890 freshmen and upperclassmen at Morta University, earning 1,000 shock points. Bonus awarded for competition performance. This was far more efficient than streaming. Finally, and most importantly, he had earned the opportunity to join the school team as a substitute in a month. While Qin Shuking's intention was to give him a chance to gain experience and grow, Yuan Shao's ambitions extended far beyond that. He calculated silently. If a small freshman competition could generate this many shock points, then dominating a high-profile, nationally broadcast collegiate battle tournament would yield an unimaginable amount of shock points. By then, unlocking the Goddard modifications might just be within reach. After the conversation with the principal, Yuan Shao immediately began investigating the details of the national university competition. The significance of this competition was beyond question. Funding for the next 4 years' education would be allocated by the Alliance based on each university's ranking, making the competition fiercely intense. Every participant was a top student from their respective universities, mostly juniors and seniors with elite-level capabilities. However, for Yuan Shao, none of this posed a real threat. He was confident that by the time the competition started in a month, both Ambipom and Rayquaza would far surpass the elite level in strength. Yuan Shao calculated in his mind. The stronger Ambipom became, the more it could crush opponents on the battlefield, creating moments of overwhelming dominance that would naturally earn him more shock points. Suddenly, Yuan Shao remembered something important. He looked up at the system panel, recalling the extra advanced modification opportunity he had unlocked when obtaining the legendary Pokemon Encyclopedia. It wasn't until after the competition that he realized he had yet to use this chance. After a brief moment of thought, Yuan Shao decided to use it immediately. System, I want to use the advanced modification to enhance the skill Master Block Crafter, Yuan Shao said firmly. This skill had brought him immense benefits, not only earning him a large amount of Pokemon coins, but also playing a crucial role in the rapid power growth of Rayquaza and Ambipom. Yuan Shao couldn't help but anticipate what energy blocks of a level beyond master craftsmanship might look like. However, the system's notification shattered his expectations. Ding! Attention, host! Enhancing the Master Block Crafter skill to the next level requires fulfilling a modification condition. Enhancement requirement. Personally craft at least 3 different types of master-level energy blocks 03. Yuan Shao was momentarily stunned. Ever since he modified Slaking's lazy trait, he had almost forgotten about modification conditions. Seeing this requirement, Yuan Shao could only sigh in resignation and temporarily abandon the idea of upgrading this skill. The difficulty of crafting master-level energy blocks was far beyond imagination. Even though Yuan Shao had dozens of recipes and methods in mind, he had yet to put them into practice. The reason was simple: the crafting requirements were absurdly demanding. The world's most advanced blockmaking machines were incapable of handling the task, and the materials required were unimaginably rare. Most were treasures that could only be encountered by chance, and some didn't even exist in this world. Unable to meet the modification conditions immediately, Yuan Shao decided to set aside this idea for now. Instead, he resolved to use the advanced modification opportunity elsewhere. System, use one modification opportunity to obtain a clue for a legendary ability, item, or Pokemon. Yuan Shao decisively chose an option he had never tried before. He thought to himself, any clue he received would be worthwhile. The system responded promptly, and a line of text appeared before Yuan Shao. Ding! Congratulations, host! An S-ranked legendary item, the Mega Evolution Stone, has been located. Yuan Shao's eyebrows shot up, and his heart began to race. For someone who already possessed a key stone, this was nothing short of a jackpot. He was astonished that the Mega Evolution Stone was classified as a legendary item. Just as he was about to ponder further, an image suddenly unfolded before his eyes. In a dimly lit exhibition hall, a crystal resembling a multicolored glass bead rested quietly in a delicate box lined with silk and feathers, shimmering faintly with a rainbow glow in the darkness. As Yuan Zhao's gaze fell upon the crystal, the Soul Eyes notification immediately appeared, causing him to widen his eyes in amazement. Yuan Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the clue displayed in his hands. An S-level special item, Tyranitar's Mega Evolution Stone. It was like hitting the jackpot of all jackpots. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, and carefully examined the details of the image. Soon, he noticed a logo in the upper left corner of the exhibition hall wall, composed of 3 feathers, with the words Magic Feather Auction House written beneath it. Yun Xiao quickly pulled out his phone to look it up and discovered that this auction house was located in the heart of Magic City. Without hesitation, he threw on his coat and dashed out of his dormitory. Standing in front of the grand building of the Magic Feather Auction House, Yun Xiao noticed a massive banner hanging at the entrance. 14th Advanced Exhibition Auction, tonight at 8:30 p.m. Beside it was a list of auction items, and his eyes immediately locked onto the image of the Mega Evolution Stone. Item number 38. A mysterious stone discovered by the Alliance's archaeological team in an ancient ruin a week ago. Purpose unknown, highly commemorative. Starting bid, 50,000 poke coins. Yun Xiao shook his head silently. That price was laughable compared to the true value of a Mega Evolution Stone. But given that people in this world had no idea of its actual purpose, it wasn't entirely surprising. He pushed open the doors and entered the first floor lobby, heading straight to the counter. Behind the counter stood a young woman in a revealing qipao, her heavy perfume filling the air. She pressed a call button and put on a professional smile to greet the customer, but as soon as her gaze landed on Yun Xiao's youthful face, her smile froze. To participate in the auction, you need to register as a member, she said coldly. The initial deposit must be no less than 200,000. For tonight's advanced auction, you'll need at least a 500,000 deposit to qualify as a mid-tier member. High-tier membership requires a deposit of over 2 million. She gave Yun Xiao a condescending once-over, her tone dripping with disdain as she took in his modest attire. At that moment, a young woman at the adjacent counter hesitated before speaking up. Sister Zhang, didn't the boss say we should treat every customer with care? The woman addressed as Sister Zhang shot her a scornful glance. Xiaoli, do you know why your commission last month was so much lower than mine? It's because you lack judgment. This is a high-end establishment only wealthy clients can afford to spend here. Wasting time on kids like him is pointless. Xiaoli opened her mouth as if to argue but stopped herself. Instead, she gave Yun Xiao an apologetic smile. Having silently listened to the entire exchange, Yun Xiao remained expressionless as he stepped up to Xiaoli. Hello? I'd like to register for a high-tier membership, he said calmly, pulling out a card. He swiped it against the machine and entered a few numbers. Beep. Transaction successful. Amount, 3 million poke coins. The machine's notification echoed loudly in the now silent lobby. Xiaoli stood frozen in shock, while the smug smile on Sister Zhang's face vanished instantly. That massive commission one she had so confidently dismissed could have been hers. Sir, your membership has been processed. Here's your membership card. The young woman respectfully handed over a sleek black card, her expression still somewhat dazed. She and the woman beside her were clearly still reeling from the sudden deposit of 300,000 spirit coins. Yun Xiao accepted the card and a brochure as the girl mechanically began explaining the perks of the premium membership. Premium members enjoy priority entry to auctions, exclusive seating, and a temporary overdraft limit of up to 3 million spirit coins. This is the catalog for tonight's premium auction. Wishing you a successful bidding experience. Thank you, Yun Xiao replied curtly before turning and leaving the counter. To him, 3 million spirit coins were hardly worth mentioning. His visit to the auction house had two purposes: to secure funds for crafting advanced energy cubes and to teach a certain condescending woman a lesson. Yun Xiao quickly located the auction hall, but opted not to sit in the exclusive seats at the front. Instead, he chose a spot toward the back. His aura force and soul vision allowed him to observe every auction item with precision while avoiding unnecessary attention. However, as soon as he sat down, a man in his early 30s slid into the seat right next to him. The man glanced around cautiously before leaning in to whisper, "Kid, you've got guts sneaking in here. Security's about to check membership cards, but don't worry since you ran into me, I've got your back." Before Yun Xiao could clarify, a security guard holding a baton approached. "The auction is about to begin. Please present your membership cards." The man immediately pulled out a silver card and patted Yun Xiao on the shoulder. "This is my cousin. I brought him along to broaden his horizons." The guard gave Yun Xiao a skeptical glance, but eventually nodded and moved on. The man let out a sigh of relief and then grinned. "So, are you a college student, or still in high school?" "Freshman. Just started college," Yun Xiao replied succinctly. "Ah, to be young again." The man sighed wistfully. "Name's Li Qing Chuan. You can just call me Brother Chuan. If you've got any questions, feel free to ask." He started to offer Yun Xiao a cigarette, but quickly withdrew it. "Forget it. Don't pick up my bad habits. Someone your age should focus on studying." Before Yun Xiao could respond, the lights in the auction hall dimmed abruptly. A graceful woman in a red cheongsam stepped onto the stage under a spotlight. Her melodious voice echoed through the venue. "Honored guests, welcome to the MOU auction house. Tonight marks the 14th premium auction of the year, and we've prepared an array of rare treasures for you. Now, without further ado, let's begin with the first item." She clapped her hands lightly, and a young woman in a flowing dress wheeled out a display stand, presenting the first item on the large screen. The auction had officially begun. A shimmering feather speckled with traces of violet starlight floated quietly in midair, exuding an aura of mysterious power. In the auction hall, the clear voice of the female host rang out, introducing the first item of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, this rare artifact is called the Feather of Spirit, originating from a 4-star secret realm. It is an exceptionally scarce consumable item that can significantly boost a Pokémon's special defense and special attack attributes for 1 hour. For Pokémon trainers, this is undoubtedly a powerful tool for enhancing battle performance. The host paused briefly before continuing. The starting bid is 50,000 Pokecoins, with a minimum increment of 10,000 for each bid. The auction officially begins now. As her announcement echoed through the hall, the large screen lit up with rapidly changing numbers. The host's tone grew increasingly animated as she called out the bids. Bidder number 22, 70,000 Pokecoins. Bidder number 24, 100,000 Pokecoins. Bidder number 113, 150,000 Pokecoins. Professional trainers in the room placed their bids fiercely, the competition becoming intense. Although the Feather of Spirit's effect lasted only an hour, for trainers often venturing into perilous secret realms, this temporary boost in attributes could mean the difference between life and death in critical moments. In just 1 minute, the price for the Feather of Spirit had skyrocketed to 250,000 Pokecoins. 250,000, going once. 250,000, going twice. 250,000, sold, the host declared energetically. Congratulations to bidder number 17 for successfully acquiring this rare item. You may choose to collect it now, or after the auction concludes backstage. With the sound of the gavel striking, the first item was settled. Immediately, the second item was brought onto the stage, a white, rectangular charm with intricate crimson patterns etched at its center. This is the Purification Charm, also originating from the same secret realm as the Feather of Spirit, the host explained. It activates automatically when a Pokémon is afflicted with a status condition, instantly curing it. Moreover, it can be used 3 times. The starting bid is 50,000 Pokecoins, with a minimum increment of 10,000. The bidding starts now. A new wave of heated bidding began. Within 20 minutes, several high-quality items had been presented and sold, leaving even Yun Xiao, a spectator, tempted by the offerings. Finally, the item Yun Xiao had been eagerly awaiting appeared on the stage, a Mega Evolution Stone for Tyranitar. The host's voice resonated once more. Up next is a rather unique artifact. This item was discovered by the Alliance's research team at a secret ruin site in Antarctica. While its practical use may be limited, its historical and archaeological value is immeasurable. The starting bid is 10,000 Pokecoins, with a minimum increment of 5,000. Let the bidding begin. As the female host made the announcement, a string of numbers lit up on the large screen. The current price, 10,000 spirit coins. The auction hall fell into a brief silence, with no one placing a bid. The attendees weighed their options carefully. While 10,000 spirit coins wasn't a significant amount, spending it on a stone that was purely decorative seemed unappealing. After half a minute, someone finally broke the silence. Guest number 23 bids 15,000 spirit coins, the host announced. She added with a slightly awkward smile, this stone is from the Antarctic secret realm. For its commemorative value alone, this price is quite reasonable. Her eyes swept across the room, hoping for a higher bid. After all, the auction house had spent 100,000 spirit coins acquiring this item from a research institution. Selling it for such a low price would result in a significant loss. A few seconds later, another voice rang out. Guest number 38 bids 20,000 spirit coins. Silence followed once again. The host sighed softly and raised the auction hammer. 20,000 spirit coins going once, 20,000 spirit coins going twice, 20,000 spirit coins gowait. She suddenly paused as an unexpected voice interrupted her. Guest number 137 bids 100,000 spirit coins. A radiant smile spread across the host's face. At least the cost was covered, and her bonus was secure. 100,000 spirit coins going once, 100,000 spirit coins going twice, 100,000 spirit coins sold. Congratulations to guest number 137 for successfully acquiring this item. You may collect it immediately backstage or wait until the end of the auction. The hammer fell with a decisive thud, officially marking the transfer of ownership. Sitting in the back row, Yun Xiao, guest number 137, breathed a silent sigh of relief. His strategy had worked. He neither raised the bid too quickly nor revealed his high offer right away. Although 100,000 spirit coins wasn't an unbearable sum for those present, it was also low-key enough not to attract undue attention. Yun Xiao's goal was to stay unnoticed, and he had succeeded. As the next item was brought to the stage, everyone's focus shifted, leaving no one curious about the identity of guest number 137. Even Li Qingchuan, guest number 136 seated beside Yun Xiao, remained oblivious to what had just occurred. And so, the Mega Evolution Stone for Tyranitar quietly fell into Yun Xiao's possession. He wasn't in a hurry to claim it, as there were still other items in the auction that piqued his interest. He decided to stay for the entire event before retrieving the stone. 10 minutes later, several more items had changed hands. Then, an unusual object was brought to the stage. A transparent glass case containing a peculiar plant. Hanging from its branches were 7 or 8 blue, round flower buds, each roughly the size of a fist. They appeared somewhat withered and dim. Inside the case, a small machine continuously sprayed ice crystals, causing the glass to fog up from the freezing temperature. The female host began her introduction. The next item is also quite special, a rare plant brought back by the League's scientific expedition team from the Antarctic secret realm just a week ago. The frost cage grass. Trainers who have raised ice-type Pokemon may have heard of it. This plant grows only in the extreme cold of the polar regions. Though scarce in number, it is highly sought after. The reason is simple. Frost cage grass provides a significant amount of elemental energy for ice-type Pokemon, greatly improving their physical condition and skill levels. Over an extended period, it can enhance the power of ice-type moves, with effects surpassing even 2 lower-grade ice elemental treasures. She continued, a single frost cage grass typically sells for 500,000 spirit coins on the market. But today, the starting bid is just 100,000 spirit coins. Her words immediately caught the attention of trainers specializing in ice-type Pokemon. Acquiring it for 100,000 spirit coins would undoubtedly be a bargain. Even if the final price reached 200,000 or 300,000, it would still be far below the market value. However, the host's tone shifted. Before the bidding begins, I must remind everyone of one important detail. Even among frost cage grass, quality can vary. The most valuable part of this plant lies in the white mist contained within its 7 or 8 flower buds. Once these buds open, the white mist will disperse into the air and quickly vanish. Only ice-type Pokemon can directly absorb it. The auction house staff sternly reminded, the ice cage grass requires extremely low temperatures to survive. We have done our best to create a suitable environment, but due to the unique properties of the white mist, we cannot guarantee its quality. Please consider carefully. These words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the enthusiasm of the trainers present. They examined the ice cage grass on the stage more closely and noticed several buds had turned a dull yellow and appeared withered. This likely indicated poor quality, and the effectiveness of the white mist could be significantly compromised. The trainers began calculating in their minds. 10,000 poke coins might be acceptable, but anything higher would require more thought. Yuan Shao noticed that Li Qingchuan beside him was staring intently at the ice cage grass, his brows furrowed. Are you interested in this? Yuan Shao asked. Li Qingchuan turned to glance at Yuan Shao before shifting his gaze back to the ice cage grass. I came here to buy something good for my Abomasnow, to help it break through the elite-level bottleneck, he sighed. I was excited when I first saw the ice cage grass, but now they're saying they can't guarantee its quality, and those buds look terrible. Like the other attendees, Li Qingchuan was concerned about the quality of the ice cage grass. While withered buds didn't necessarily mean poor quality, no one wanted to take the risk. If it turned out to be a bad purchase, they'd feel like a fool. However, Yuan Shao suddenly spoke up. You can go ahead and buy it. This ice cage grass may not look great, but its actual quality is excellent, even better than the average on the market. Li Qingchuan was taken aback and then teased with a laugh. Kid, are you joking? What, do you have X-ray vision like a psychic-type Pokemon? Yuan Shao remained unfazed, leaning back in his chair as he calmly stated, Li Qingchuan, male, registered address, Shilin Town, Xinbei District, Hongguang County, Jiangcheng, Sunshine Community, Building 8, Unit 3, 2nd floor, Apartment 11. Date of birth, March 7, 1991. Li Qingchuan's smile froze. He was certain he had never met this young man before. So how did the boy know such specific details about him? Yuan Shao pointed to the pocket on Li Qingchuan's chest. Li Qingchuan reached in and pulled out his ID card. A thought crossed his mind, and he quickly turned to face Yuan Shao, hiding one hand behind his back. How many fingers am I holding up now? 2. Yuan Shao answered immediately. And now? 5. How about now? 8. Li Qingchuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yuan Shao. You're a psychic? Yuan Shao shrugged. You could say that. Li Qingchuan was stunned for a long moment before realizing that this seemingly ordinary student was actually a high-ranking psychic. Psychics not only had powerful abilities themselves, but could also assist Pokemon in battles, giving them an overwhelming advantage over other trainers of the same level. They were highly sought after and respected wherever they went. Li Qingchuan burst into laughter. All right, I'll take your word for it. Thanks for the heads up, kid. At that moment, the female host announced, lot number 56 is now open for bidding. Faced with the unimpressive-looking ice cage grass, most attendees hesitated, and some even gave up on bidding altogether. But, following Yuan Zhao's advice, Li Qingchuan confidently joined the bidding and ultimately won the ice cage grass for 250,000 poke coins. Overjoyed, Li Qingchuan hurried to the backstage area to collect his prize, leaving Yuan Shao leaning back in his seat, lost in thought. Using the power of aura, Yun Xiao had discovered that although the ice cage grass appeared lackluster on the outside, its quality was exceptional. The white mist within it was far more abundant than that of ordinary ice cage grass. If the market value of a regular ice cage grass was around 500,000 to 600,000 poke coins, this one was worth at least 700,000 to 800,000. Yun Zhao's familiarity with this plant stemmed from the fact that ice cage grass is a premium ingredient for crafting energy cubes. If not for encountering Li Qingchuan, Yun Xiao had originally planned to take advantage of this opportunity himself. However, he decided to let Li Qingchuan have this chance instead. On one hand, Yun Zhao's current energy cube project didn't require Binglong grass for the time being. On the other hand, Li Qingchuan's goodwill had prompted him to return the favor. For Yun Xiao now, 500,000 spirit coins was nothing, but for Li Qingchuan, it was a massive fortune. A few minutes later, Li Qingchuan returned to Yun Xiao, beaming with joy. His face was lit up with excitement as he held the Binglong grass he had just retrieved from the back room. As Yun Xiao had mentioned, its quality was indeed excellent. After his Abomasnow absorbed the white mist, it immediately broke through the elite-level bottleneck that had held it back for 3 months. Even the staff assisting with the process envied his luck. This was truly a huge win. However, only Li Qingchuan knew that this wasn't luck, but Yun Zhao's sharp insight. Without Yun Zhao's advice, he would never have spent 250,000 spirit coins on what appeared to be an ordinary Binglong grass. When he saw Yun Xiao again, Li Qingchuan didn't hesitate to pull out his phone. "Little brother, I really have to thank you for this. Give me your payment code, and I'll transfer 200,000 to show my appreciation for your guidance." Yun Xiao smiled and politely declined. "Brotherly, you're being too formal. Didn't you say you'd look out for me during the auction? Let's just consider it a favor repaid." Li Qingchuan insisted on transferring the money, but Yun Zhao's refusal only strengthened. Genuine people like Li Qingchuan were rare in today's world, and since Yun Xiao was in a position to help, he felt it was worth cherishing such encounters. After some back and forth, Yun Xiao still refused to provide his payment code, and Li Qingchuan had no choice but to relent. Nevertheless, he offered his heartfelt gratitude. "I owe this one to you. If you ever need anything, just let me know. I might not be anyone important, but as of today, I'm officially an elite-level trainer." Yun Xiao accepted his contact information with a smile, but said little else. He didn't tell Li Qingchuan that he was also an elite-level trainer, could only imagine how amusing Li Qingchuan's reaction would have been. Meanwhile, the auction was nearing its conclusion. On stage, the female host announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the end of tonight's auction, but the final item is undoubtedly the highlight of the evening. This is the most valuable artifact discovered by the Alliance's expedition team in the Antarctic secret realm." As her words faded, a mist skirt wheeled out a cart covered with a red cloth. The lights dimmed abruptly, leaving only a single spotlight illuminating the cart. "I promise this will leave you in awe," the host said with a mysterious smile as she stepped forward to unveil the cloth. In an instant, a brilliant rainbow glow burst forth in the darkness. The light came from a multifaceted crystal about the size of a basketball, clearly no ordinary object. The host quickly introduced it. "Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes on Thesa top-grade artifact. And not just any artifact, but an all-attribute artifact." The moment she spoke, the previously quiet venue erupted into a frenzy. An all-attribute top-grade artifact. A mid-grade artifact was already worth millions, but a top-grade artifact was so rare that its value surpassed even pseudo-legendary Pokemon. The starting price alone would be no less than 5 million. And this one was compatible with Pokemon of any attribute. The host continued, "This artifact is of exceptional quality. As the grand finale item, the buyer will also receive a bonus Treasuria historic sword discovered in the ruins of a secret realm in South China." In the back rows, trainers gazed at the artifact with longing, knowing they couldn't afford such a treasure. Meanwhile, the affluent guests in the front rows were already gearing up for the bidding war. Next to Yun Xiao, Li Qingchuan stared at the artifact, his face full of awe. "Wow, a top-grade artifact. I've never seen one in my life. This is truly eye-opening." He failed to notice that Yun Xiao was fixated on the bonus treasure with an unusual expression. It was a rusty, unadorned, and seemingly worthless iron sword. If not for the host's introduction, most people would have dismissed it as scrap metal. However, in Yun Zhao's eyes, a line of text hovered silently. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have discovered a mythical-grade item, the corroded sword SSS." Yun Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the prompt on the screen. The rusted sword. The exclusive item of Zacian, the legendary Pokemon and champion of the Galar region. His heart pounded, and his palms began to sweat. This sword could instantly transform Zacian into its powerful crown sword form, making it one of the strongest among all legendary Pokemon. Clenching his teeth, Yun Xiao made a silent vow. No matter the cost, he would get his hands on it today. Just then, the sweet voice of the female auctioneer echoed through the hall. "Now, we begin the auction for the final headline item of the night. Starting bid, 2 million poke coins, with a minimum increment of 100,000 poke coins. The moment her words ended, the numbers on the large screen started to jump wildly. Bidder 31 offers 2.1 million poke coins. Bidder 56 offers 2.2 million poke coins. Bidder 8 offers 2.5 million poke coins. Compared to the previous items, this premium treasure was clearly more coveted. After all, its market value was estimated to be at least 7 or 8 million. As a versatile all-attribute artifact, it was the dream of any trainer, regardless of the type of Pokemon they specialized in. The bidding war was intense, and the price skyrocketed from 2 million to 3 million in the blink of an eye, showing no signs of slowing down. Beside Yun Xiao, Li Qingshan stared at the rapidly climbing numbers on the screen, clicking his tongue in amazement. Wow, these people are loaded. If I were that rich, I'd definitely get a premium treasure like this for my Abomasnow. But when he turned to look at Yun Xiao, he was stunned. Yun Xiao had already pressed the bidding button on his chair without hesitation. Wait, you're actually going to buy this? Li Qingshan asked in disbelief. Yun Xiao is still a student, even with his psychic abilities. Where on earth would he get that kind of money? In the next second, the number on the screen jumped from 3 million to 3.5 million. The auctioneer's excited voice followed quickly. Wow. Bidder 137 just raised the bid by a whopping 500,000. What a bold move. But before the excitement could settle, the screen lit up with a golden glow, and a line of colorful text appeared. VIP guest in Suite 03 bids 5 million poke coins. Gasps filled the auction hall. A VIP guest. To qualify as a VIP at this auction house, one had to have spent at least 10 million poke coins in the past. VIP seating was located in the top-tier private balconies on either side of the auction hall, signifying unparalleled status. With a VIP entering the fray, the previously enthusiastic bidders began to show signs of resignation. Competing against a VIP, who was undoubtedly a multimillionaire, was a losing battle for most of them. On top of that, the VIP had raised the price to an astronomical 5 million Pokecoins, an amount beyond the reach of nearly everyone else. Meanwhile, in one of the exclusive VIP suites perched at the very top of the auction hall, a young woman with long, soft red hair reclined lazily on a plush sofa, dressed in an elegant orange gown. She idly swung her legs while cradling a cup of bubble tea in her hands, her expression a mix of boredom and indifference. In front of her was a massive glass screen displaying a live feed of the auction floor, while a smaller screen to the side provided real-time updates on the current item's details. Standing respectfully beside her, a middle-aged man dressed as a butler leaned forward slightly and said, "Miss, this is already your third cup of bubble tea this week. If you keep consuming so much sugar, it might affect your figure." Without even looking up, the girl rolled her eyes. So what if it does? If I can't even enjoy sweets, what's the point of life? Just like this dull and utterly pointless auction. This young woman was Xia Zixuan, the daughter of the CEO of a leading tech company in Shanghai. Her father's company boasted assets worth billions, making him one of the top tycoons in the city. Naturally, the VIP membership at the Mayu auction house was originally her father's. But in recent years, he had stopped attending auctions and had passed the membership on to Xia Zixuan. She now frequented the auction house as a way to kill time. Little did she expect that today, she would actually come across something that piqued her interest, a premium treasure currently up for bid. Xia Zixuan took a small sip of her milk tea, then turned to the butler beside her, a sly glint in her eyes. "Do you think if my dad finds out I spent 5 million on this treasure, he'll think I'm a genius?" The butler nodded respectfully. "Miss, you're absolutely right. The market value of this treasure is at least 7 million. Securing it for 5 million is definitely a profitable deal." Hearing this, Xia Zixuan rolled her eyes, her tone laced with arrogance. "There's no if. If I say I can get it for 5 million, then I will. I already scouted the auction house beforehand. Those old geezers aren't here today. As for the rest..." She stood up, her gaze sweeping over the densely packed seats below her. "Who dares to outbid me?" Sure enough, a few seconds passed, and no one placed a higher bid. 5 million was a carefully calculated amount, just enough to make her a small profit while sending a clear warning to everyone else. She had her eyes on this item, and anyone who still wanted to make a name for themselves in Shanghai had better stay out of her way. But just then, the numbers on the large screen suddenly changed. The female auctioneer froze for a moment, her voice trembling as she announced, "Guest number 137 has placed a bid of 10 million spirit coins." The bid hit the room like a thunderclap, rendering the entire auction hall silent. 10 million? That was insane. It was enough to buy 2 top-quality single-attribute treasures. Why spend that much on a multi-attribute one? Xia Zixuan was caught completely off guard and nearly choked on her milk tea. Cough, cough what? Meanwhile, no one was more shocked than Li Qingshuan, who was sitting next to Yun Xiao. His jaw dropped as he stared at Yun Xiao, as though he'd just seen a ghost in broad daylight. He had thought Yuan Shao was just an ordinary college student here for the experience, but it turned out he was not only an ability user but also a multimillionaire. In the private box upstairs, Xia Zishuan angrily threw her milk teacup aside. Does this number 137 not know who I am? How dare they try to outbid me? Normally, no matter who it was, her bids were always met with deference, even from the VIPs in the private boxes, out of respect for her father. This was the first time someone had dared to challenge her, and not just that, but to double the price outright. It was clearly a provocation. Without hesitation, Xia Zishuan slammed the bid button. 10 million? Fine. I'll raise it to 15 million. Let's see if you dare to go higher. However, the screen displayed a message. Insufficient funds. Unable to place bid. Xia Zishuan froze in disbelief. Insufficient funds? How is that possible? Her father was a VIP member here, with a temporary overdraft limit of 5 million. Plus, he deposited so much money years ago that even with her spending spree over the past several months, she'd never run into this problem before. Go call someone from the auction house. She snapped at the butler. The butler sighed softly before speaking. Miss, I must remind you that after you spent 5 million on this glass portable item last time, the account balance dropped to only 10 million. As for the temporary overdraft, it needs to be reactivated with an annual deposit. Your father's account hasn't been recharged in quite some time. Xia Zishuan frowned and grabbed her phone. Fine. I'll call my dad and have him transfer another 5 million. Her father had always doted on her and never hesitated when it came to money. The butler sighed again. Miss, you may have forgotten, but your father is in a meeting right now. Xia Zishuan froze mid-action. It was true this time every week. Her father's phone was always turned off for his meetings. There was no way to reach him. Why does something like this have to happen right now? She muttered through gritted teeth, her frustration mounting. She could only watch helplessly as the treasure she coveted slipped through her fingers. The moment the astronomical price of 10 million spirit coins was announced, the auction hall plunged into an eerie silence. The audience exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. They couldn't fathom who this mysterious bidder, number 138, was or why they were willing to pay such an exorbitant price for a treasure valued at only 7 million. To make matters worse, they had also offended a VIP in the process. Some even began to suspect that this might be a ploy orchestrated by the auction house itself. Just then, the cheerful voice of the female host broke the silence. Congratulations to our guest number 138, who has successfully acquired this treasure for 10 million spirit coins, along with this special bonus gift. That concludes our auction for today. Thank you all for joining us, and we hope to see you next time. Hearing this announcement, Yuan Shao finally exhaled in relief, slowly setting down his smartphone. The screen still displayed his earlier conversation with Qi Hong. Yuan, Shigu, are you there? Red. Question mark. Yuan, where have you been lately? You haven't been streaming. Red. Been busy recently. I'll stream when I have time. Oh, by the way, can I ask you for a favor? Yuan. Sure. What is it? Red. Can you lend me 5 million? Thanks. Yuan. After deciding to win the Decade Sword at all costs, Yuan Zhao's first instinct was to borrow money from Qi Hong. His entire savings, combined with the auction house's credit limit, barely added up to 10 million spirit coins. This price was already astronomical for the treasure, but he was prepared to bid even higher if necessary, he'd just borrow more from Qi Hong. For someone like Champion Qi Hong, a little over 10 million was pocket change. As for whether Qi Hong would lend it to him, Yuan Shao was confident. It wasn't because of his charm, but because they were close, and Qi Hong's singular focus on battles meant little else mattered to him. Money? In Qi Hong's eyes, it couldn't possibly compare to the importance of Pokemon battles. However, it seemed that Yuan Shao's worries were unnecessary. After securing the treasure, Yuan Shao decided to return the 5 million to Qi Hong. But in the next moment, Qi Hong sent the money back, along with a note. Keep it for now. Deduct it when you buy blocks. Also, when are we battling? Simulated is fine too. After the auction ended, Yuan Shao exchanged contact information with Li Qingchuan and then headed to the backstage area alone. A middle-aged man in a staff uniform approached him as soon as he arrived, appearing to have been waiting for some time. Hello, I'm the manager of the Dark Feather Auction House. The items you purchased during the auction are ready. Please follow me. The manager spoke as he led the way, casting a curious glance at Yuan Shao. To him, this young man looked like an ordinary student, yet he had managed to come up with 10 million spirit coins. Clearly, his background was anything but simple. The two made their way through the backstage area and soon arrived at a small room. The manager respectfully opened the door for Yuan Shao. Your items are inside. Yuan Shao nodded in thanks and stepped into the room. At the center of the room, a display stand about waist-high showcased 3 items neatly arranged. On the left was a Bambliss Mega Evolution Stone encased in a transparent glass box wrapped in silk. In the center was a top-tier multi-attribute treasure glimmering with a rainbow-like glow, and on the right was the highly anticipated Decade Sword. Ironically, the most expensive item among the three was the treasure, while the truly invaluable ones were the other two, which were merely bonus items and commemorative gifts. As Yun Xiao's gaze landed on the decayed sword, a series of information prompts suddenly appeared before him. SSS class mythical item, decayed sword damaged, description, an ancient sword imbued with mysterious power. Its exterior appears severely damaged, and it must be repaired to unleash its true potential. Effect, unlockable after repair. After reading the information, Yun Xiao frowned. In the original story, the decayed sword was the exclusive item of Zacian, allowing it to transform directly into its crown sword form. But in the real world, it seemed that the sword required repairs before it could reveal its power and effects. This presented a new problem. How was he supposed to repair the sword? The mod tool didn't seem to have a direct repair function, so it looked like he'd have to figure it out on his own. As Yun Xiao pondered deeply, a new prompt suddenly appeared. Repair conditions. To repair this sword, the following materials must be collected for a second forging process. Yun Xiao gently waved his hand, storing the decayed sword into the system space. In his mind, he silently commanded, System, unlock the Beast Codex. As the system extracted the energy from the sword, a figure gradually appeared on the Beast Codex interface, a majestic creature covered in deep blue fur, with two long brown braids swaying in the breeze. Zamazenta. Even though it was merely a projection, Yun Xiao could feel the overwhelming aura emanating from it. The system notification chimed in, energy extraction complete. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new entry in the codex. Shortly after, detailed information about Zamazenta appeared before Yun Xiao. Entry number 036, Zamazenta. Description. A legendary Pokemon from the Galar region, said to have once saved the entire region and revered as a mythical hero. Likes, sweets, brave and kind humans, grooming its fur. Dislikes, any form of evil behavior. Personality, righteous and friendly. Current affection level, 0 strangers. Special note, when the affection level reaches 80 or above, a mysterious reward will be granted. Yun Xiao's gaze fell on the map at the bottom of the information screen, and he froze. Zamazenta's location was marked in the Arctic? He frowned, recalling the many rumors surrounding the Arctic in this world. The Arctic was not just a place of extreme cold and harsh weather. It had been designated as a no-go zone for trainers by the Alliance, due to the presence of numerous high-level descending secret realms. These realms were unlike the ones Yun Xiao had encountered before. They directly occupied and overlaid portions of the real world. Worse still, the Pokemon emerging from these realms often fell into a frenzied state, becoming highly aggressive and murderous. Yun Xiao reflected on historical accounts. Over the past century in Huagua alone, there had been at least 20 or 30 catastrophic events where secret realms descended upon cities. Even with the Alliance's swift responses, the death toll had already surpassed 1 million. Shaking his head, Yun Xiao decided to temporarily set aside the plan to seek out Zamazenta. At the moment, even the decayed sword had yet to be repaired, and venturing into the Arctic recklessly would be tantamount to a death wish. He also stored the treasure and the Mega Evolution Stone into the system space. The treasure would be perfect for Rayquaza, and obtaining the Mega Evolution Stone signified that he could begin planning to showcase Mega Evolution to the world, leveraging the opportunity to gain massive amounts of astonishment points. Just as Yun Xiao felt that this auction trip had concluded successfully and was about to leave, an unexpected voice interrupted his thoughts. Stop right there. Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you steal what's mine? Yun Xiao turned to see a figure blocking his path, their tone brimming with anger and menace. It seemed that the aftermath of the auction was far from over, and a new trouble had already found him. Yun Xiao looked up at the sound of a voice, only to find a young, beautiful girl blocking his path. Her long, flowing red hair shimmered in the light, and she wore an elegant, luxurious gown. Her wrists and neck were adorned with expensive designer jewelry, making it clear at a glance that she was either extremely wealthy or from a prestigious family. Who are you? What do you want? Yun Xiao asked flatly, his expression as calm as if he were asking a stranger for directions. The girl was momentarily taken aback by Yun Xiao's indifferent response, but quickly composed herself. Taking a step forward, she raised her voice and declared, I am Xia Zixuan, the daughter of the CEO of Xia Technology Corporation. Now you know who I am, don't you? Xia Technology Corporation was a household name in the scientific community throughout Huagua. Its numerous innovations not only found their way into the daily lives of ordinary people, but also significantly advanced the field of trainers. In the bustling metropolis of Modu and across Huagua, hardly anyone was unaware of its prominence. Xia Zixuan's lips curled into a faint smile as she imagined the look of shock that would surely appear on Yun Xiao's face. However, his reaction was not at all what she expected. Oh, Yun Xiao didn't even lift his eyes. So, do you need something? If not, I'll be on my way. This completely threw Xia Zixuan off her game. Her composure cracked as she stepped in front of Yun Xiao again, her voice rising several notches. You know who I am, and you still dare to compete with me? Let me tell you, even if you bid 10 million for that treasure, I can bid 15 million or even 20 million. If my dad weren't busy in a meeting, you wouldn't have stood a chance against me. Hearing this, Yun Shao immediately realized that this girl must have been the VIP bidder at the auction earlier. He sighed inwardly, thinking, what is it with rich kids from powerful families? Do none of them think rationally? If people aren't allowed to bid at an auction, then what's the point of having an auction in the first place? He glanced at Xia Zixuan and casually pulled out his phone, showing her a payment account. Sure, transfer me 10 million, and the treasure is yours. Honestly, I'm not interested in the treasure itself. I just wanted the bonus item that came with it. The treasure in question was only worth about 7 million at most. If it hadn't been for the accompanying rusted sword, Yun Shao wouldn't have spent 10 million on it. This statement left Xia Zixuan completely stunned. Her mind went blank as she processed his words. Not interested in the treasure, only wanted the bonus item that looks like a piece of junk? What is wrong with this guy? Is he out of his mind? She had never expected that the young man in front of her had no intention of competing with her over the treasure at all. Seeing that Xia Zixuan was speechless, Yun Shao turned to leave. Do you have the money or not? If not, I'm heading out. Stop right there. Who said I don't have the money? Xia Zixuan quickly caught up to him, gritting her teeth as she pulled out her phone and rapidly completed the transfer. Once done, she extended her hand, her tone sharp and commanding. I sent the money. Hand over the treasure. Without a change in his expression, Yun Shao retrieved the treasure from his system storage and casually tossed it to her. Thanks for your business. Much appreciated. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Xia Zixuan stood there, clutching the treasure, her expression a mix of emotions as she watched Yun Xiao's retreating figure. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. She had come here to confront him because her father had finished his meeting shortly after the auction ended and immediately transferred 10 million to her. That gave her the confidence to track down Yun Xiao and demand the treasure. To her, the treasure and the money were minor concerns. What truly mattered was that no one could take something she had her eye on. She had been prepared to offer 15 million, or even 20 million, to buy the treasure from Yun Xiao, all while smugly mocking him afterward. But instead, Yun Xiao had simply sold it to her at the original price without any fuss. Now, however, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It seemed like Yun Xiao hadn't cared about the treasure at all. But how could that be possible? She stared at the treasure in her hands, then glanced in the direction Yun Xiao had gone, her expression growing increasingly complicated. After a long pause, her gaze sharpened, and she muttered to herself with newfound determination. There's no way anyone would spend 10 million just for a broken sword. No, that can't be it. He must be pretending. Yes, that's it. He was after the treasure all along but chickened out when he realized who I am. Humph, he's quite the actor. Lucky for him, I'm smart enough to see through it. With this thought, her mood lightened, and she felt a sense of triumph. No wonder he ran off so quickly. Must have been feeling guilty. SK. Tisk. What Xia Zixuan didn't know was that if Yun Xiao had heard her thoughts, he probably would have rolled his eyes. His decision to hand over the treasure had absolutely nothing to do with being intimidated by her. He had only done it to recoup his money. Getting back the 10 million while keeping the rusted sword for free? It was a win-win situation. As for why he left so quickly, that was because he was in a hurry to get to the Energy Cube Association. A crimson notification flashed across the screen, and Yun Xiao immediately realized that another batch of master-level Energy Cube orders had arrived. As a loyal and generous client, Crimson's requests were certainly not to be taken lightly. Without hesitation, Yun Xiao got to work, heading straight to the Cube Association. At the association, he skillfully crafted the energy cubes Crimson needed, carefully packaged them, and sent them out via express delivery. Once the task was complete, Yun Xiao returned to his dorm, freshened up briefly, and went to bed early. After all, tomorrow was an important day, the official start of the freshman year. At dawn, Yun Xiao woke up earlier than usual. He packed his bag, dressed neatly, and headed to the teaching building with an energetic stride. When he pushed open the door to the multimedia classroom, he saw that 20 to 30 students had already taken their seats. His entrance immediately drew everyone's attention, and the room fell silent. This reaction was not surprising. Ever since his stellar performance in the Freshman Cup and the news of his S rating in the practical section of the college entrance exams spread like wildfire, Yun Xiao had become a campus legend at Mo University. However, despite the gazes fixed on him, Yun Xiao remained unusually calm. He nonchalantly found an empty seat, sat down, and began fiddling with his phone, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the room. Before long, the advisor, Zhang Tianming, walked into the classroom. He began by calling roll to confirm attendance, then placed his hands on the lectern, scanning the students below before starting his speech. Students, starting today, welcome to Mo University. Zhang Tianming's voice rang out, firm and resonant. University life is different from high school. There won't be teachers chasing after you to turn in assignments, but that doesn't mean you can spend the next 4 years idly. If you fail to pass each semester's assessments, the outcome waiting for you is leaving Imo University. This statement caused a ripple of unease among the students. Zhang Tianming went on to outline the university's rules, including prohibitions on battling outside designated arenas and forbidding Pokemon from using moves in dorms or classrooms. He also explained the structure of mandatory and elective courses, emphasizing the importance of assessments. Finally, Zhang Tianming shared a crucial piece of information. 1 month after the start of the semester, freshmen would face a major decision choosing between the trainer program and the Pokemon research program. This decision would shape their future career paths. Hearing this, Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow. Although most assumed that, as a young elite trainer, he would naturally choose the trainer program, a different idea was beginning to form in his mind. As a transmigrator, Yun Xiao possessed knowledge of many secrets yet to be discovered in this world. Mega evolution, trade-based evolution, hidden abilities, alternative evolution paths, the crafting of specialized Pokeballs, friendship mechanics, Dynamax energy, and Z-moves. Any one of these pieces of information could cause a sensation in the research community. If Yun Xiao wanted to share this knowledge with the world, he would need the right platform. And for now, Imo University seemed like the perfect starting point for entering the world of Pokemon research. This thought began to solidify in Yun Xiao's mind, opening up new possibilities for his future plans. The class meeting ended quickly, consisting only of brief self-introductions and an explanation of the rules. Lin Tianming announced that the remaining time was free for everyone to use as they wished and reminded the students that the online course selection system was now open. He added that classes would follow the schedule starting tomorrow. His gaze swept across the classroom before finally landing on Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao, please stay behind for a moment, he said. As the other students gradually left, Yun Xiao approached the podium, puzzled. Mr. Lin, is there something you need? He asked. Lin Tianming smiled and explained. The principal is very impressed with your performance and asked me to pass on a few words. For elective and required courses, you can choose based on your interests. If something doesn't interest you, you don't have to take it. Yun Xiao was momentarily stunned and then asked, what about the final exams at the end of the semester? Those are designed for regular students, Lin Tianming said with a dismissive wave. Exceptional students like you don't need to participate. The principal wants you to have more time to train your Pokemon, explore secret realms, take part in battles, and improve your skills. However, I recommend you consider taking the required courses on battle strategy and history. They're highly valuable. Yun Xiao nodded, feeling surprised but satisfied with the arrangement. He hadn't come to Pokemon University to follow a rigid schedule, but rather to use the opportunities and resources here as a stepping stone to reach greater heights. Lin Tianming added, one more thing, the principal asked me to remind you to meet the school team members at the gym this Saturday at noon. You're already a substitute member, so it's important to get acquainted with them. Got it. Thank you, Yun Xiao replied, already calculating in his mind. With the National University Tournament only a month away, he knew he had to focus on strengthening his abilities. Back in his dorm room, Yun Xiao immediately entered a simulated secret realm, the Lava Canyon. He turned to his two Pokemon with a smile and asked, how was your training today? Vigoroth bounded over excitedly and punched a nearby tree. With a loud crack, the thick trunk snapped, and Vigoroth easily hoisted the fallen tree with one hand before tossing it aside effortlessly. Not bad, your strength has improved again, Yun Xiao said approvingly, noting the explosive definition of Vigoroth's muscles. With its vital spirit ability enhancing its power, Vigoroth's strength had reached a level comparable to high-tier elite fighting-type Pokemon. How's that skill coming along? Yun Xiao asked next. Vigoroth took a deep breath, raised both arms above its head, and began spinning rapidly. Its figure blurred as it twirled, resembling a continuously rotating blade. The speed of the spin increased, generating gusts of wind that sent leaves swirling into the air. A deep crimson glow surrounded Vigoroth as it spun. Looks like you've mastered Swords Dance. Congratulations, Yun Xiao said, pleasantly surprised. This was a move he had selected for Vigoroth from the resource library. In the games, Slaking rarely uses Swords Dance. The reason lies in its truant ability, which limits it to acting only every other turn. Using Swords Dance to boost its stats would mean waiting until the third turn to attack, which is too slow. Besides, Slaking's base stats are already so high that it can knock out most opponents without needing Swords Dance. The real-world situation was similar. According to the materials Yun Xiao had studied, the few trainers who cultivated Slaking as their main Pokemon had only partially mitigated the drawbacks of its truant ability, never fully eliminating them. In other words, their Slakings could still suddenly become idle and refuse to fight in the middle of a battle. Every trainer who raises a Slaking knows the importance of swift and decisive battles. In combat, every second wasted could drastically lower the chances of victory. However, for Yun Xiao, these concerns were no longer an issue. After his Vigoroth evolved into a Slaking, its ability was not truant, but the immensely powerful Huge Power, At this moment, Yun Xiao watched his Vigoroth practicing Swords Dance, his eyes glowing with anticipation. Swords Dance, a move that significantly boosts a Pokemon's physical attack stat, paired with Vigoroth's huge power ability, was undoubtedly a perfect combination. Once Vigoroth evolved into Slaking, the move's potency would become even more terrifying. Now that you've learned it, keep practicing so you can master it completely, Yun Xiao encouraged Vigoroth, his voice filled with encouragement. The proficiency of a strengthening move not only affects the speed of execution, but also the effectiveness of the boost. The higher the proficiency, the faster and more effective the enhancement. Gra. Vigoroth nodded in response, then ran to the side to focus on practicing Swords Dance. With its talent, it wouldn't take long to fully master the move. After setting Vigoroth to train, Yun Xiao turned his attention to another Pokemon Rayquaza. Calling it a little Rayquaza was no longer fitting. Under Yun Xiao's meticulous care, it had grown to over 3 meters in length and nearly 2 handspans in width. By all accounts, a Rayquaza of this size should exude a regal presence and the majesty of a legendary Pokemon. Yet at this moment, it hung its head low, looking at Yun Xiao with a pitiful expression. Yun Xiao was taken aback. What's wrong? Since Rayquaza hatched, he had never seen it make such a face. Normally, Rayquaza was full of energy, lively and spirited. Roar. Rayquaza let out a low growl, its tone filled with grievance and confusion. With his aura abilities, Yun Xiao immediately understood its thoughts. Rayquaza was asking why Yun Xiao never sent it into battle. Roar. Rayquaza growled again, this time questioning whether it was inferior to Vigoroth. Why, as one of Yun Xiao's Pokemon, was it not allowed to participate in battles? It longed to fight alongside its trainer, to stand in the spotlight together. Hearing this, Yun Xiao fell silent for a moment. He stepped forward and hugged Rayquaza, gently stroking its head. I'm sorry. I forgot to explain this to you. A wave of guilt washed over him. Despite being a legendary Pokemon, Rayquaza was still a newly hatched creature and naturally had its sensitive moments. Watching Vigoroth repeatedly take the stage while being left out, its sense of disappointment was entirely understandable. Yun Xiao sighed with a wry smile. Rayquaza, you're an extraordinarily rare and unique Pokemon. It's not that I think you're weaker than Vigoroth, far from it. It's just that, with my current abilities, I can't guarantee your safety. On this matter, Yun Xiao's mind was clear. Although he possessed a modifier and had risen to the rank of an elite trainer, with aura powers at his disposal, he was still in the early stages of his journey. If he were to reveal Rayquaza's existence now, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation across Huagua and even the entire world, attracting countless covetous eyes. Despite living in a law-abiding society, capturing the hatchling of a legendary Pokemon was an unprecedented feat in centuries of history. The allure of such a rarity would put both Yun Xiao and Rayquaza in grave danger. Taking a deep breath, Yun Xiao carefully explained all of his concerns to Rayquaza. After hearing him out, Rayquaza's dejected expression vanished, replaced by a knowing smile. Roar. It wagged its tail and nudged Yun Xiao's hand with its head, signaling that it understood and reassuring Yun Xiao not to worry. It had only feared being seen as inferior to Vigoroth. Now that it knew Yun Xiao didn't look down on it, everything was fine. Seeing this, Yun Xiao felt a deeper sense of guilt toward Rayquaza. After a moment of silence, he looked at it with a serious expression and extended a hand. Rayquaza, trust me. I'll do everything I can to make sure that one day, you'll stand with me under the spotlight, admired by all. I promise, that day won't be far away. Roar. Rayquaza raised its tail and placed it on Yun Xiao's hand. In that moment, a solemn promise was forged between the trainer and his legendary companion. All right, let me take a look at how you're doing now, Yun Xiao said with a smile, releasing his grip. Rayquaza immediately nodded in response and swiftly soared into the air. He carefully flew to a spot dozens of meters away from Yun Xiao, ensuring a safe distance. Once settled, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, Rayquaza's eyes snapped open, and he let out a deafening dragon roar. Roar. As the roar echoed, a phantom of a massive azure dragon head materialized behind Rayquaza. Following this, a shower of meteor-like blue stars began raining down from the sky, crashing violently into the ground. Each impact left a deep crater, sending clouds of dust into the air. The scene was as awe-inspiring as a meteor shower striking the earth. However, this breathtaking display didn't last long. The dragon-shaped phantom behind Rayquaza flickered once and then vanished. Simultaneously, the falling meteors ceased abruptly. Roar. Rayquaza scratched his head awkwardly with a claw. He had just learned this new move and wasn't yet proficient, often failing midway through. Yun Xiao, however, beamed with pride. It's all right, Rayquaza. You've learned so quickly, already doing amazing. The move Rayquaza had just attempted was none other than Draco Meteor, one of the most powerful Dragonite techniques. In this world, Pokemon rarely mastered such advanced moves simply by leveling up. It required intense study and repeated practice to gradually grasp. Draco Meteor, in particular, was a top-tier attack that was notoriously difficult to learn. Its difficulty level could only be described as insane. The first page of the manual Yuan Shao had exchanged from the Magic University Resource Library was written in bold red letters. This move is extremely challenging to learn. Non-Dragon-type Pokemon, Pokemon below Gym Leader level, or those with insufficient aptitude are advised not to attempt it, as it may lead to wasted time and frustration. Yet, Yuan Shao had merely skimmed through the manual yesterday afternoon and explained the basic principles to Rayquaza. Through relentless attempts, this elite-level Pokemon had managed to teach himself the move. Although his execution was still rough, mastering Draco Meteor within a single day was a feat that, if made public, would likely astonish even the likes of Red. This showcased Rayquaza's extraordinary potential as a legendary Pokemon. Yuan Shao offered further guidance. For now, focus on perfecting this move. Work on completing the full execution. Once that's consistent, we'll work on increasing its power. Also, Dragon Dance is another important skill for you. Make sure to practice that as well. Roar. Rayquaza nodded enthusiastically and obediently moved aside to continue practicing Draco Meteor. Not far away, Infernape was also diligently practicing Swords Dance. Watching the two Pokemon train so earnestly, Yuan Shao couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. These two seem to have a natural drive to become stronger. I hardly need to push them. They're doing great on their own. After a moment of thought, he reached for a Pokeball and released Larvitar. Larvae. Larvitar appeared and immediately dashed toward Yuan Shao, leaping into his arms. Over the past few days, Larvitar had consumed a significant amount of minerals, nearly doubling in size and weight. Yuan Shao felt as though he'd been hit by a small boulder, stumbling back several steps before managing to catch his balance and lift Larvitar into his arms. You're getting way too heavy. Those minerals sure didn't go to waste, Yuan Shao said with a wry smile. If not for his enhanced physical strength from his aura powers, this collision might have sent him straight to the hospital. Larvae. Larvitar blinked his large eyes and panted like an eager puppy, clearly signaling that he was hungry and ready for lunch. Zhao Qingsong had clearly underestimated Larvitar's appetite. The supply of minerals he'd provided had been devoured in less than 3 days. Fortunately, Yuan Shao had prepared for this. Today, he planned to introduce Larvitar to a new type of food. He reached into his system inventory and pulled out a large jar of brownish energy cubes, master-level ground-type energy cubes he had crafted the previous night at the Cube Association, named Rocky Cubes. These cubes not only provided ample energy but, when consumed over time, could enhance a ground-type Pokemon's defensive capabilities. Larvitar curiously eyed the unfamiliar food, grabbing the jar and inspecting it closely. Yuan Shao watched in growing unease as Yukira devoured its food with wild abandon. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Sure enough, in the next moment, he saw Yukira open its mouth wide and bite straight into the glass jar. The crunching sound made Yuan Shao wince. With a sigh, he reminded, Yuki, you're not supposed to eat the glass. Just the food inside. Yukira tilted its head, a puzzled look on its face. It cautiously reached in with its claw and pulled out a cube-shaped piece of food. After taking a curious bite, its eyes lit up instantly. Before Yuan Shao could say another word, Yukira tipped the entire jar back, pouring all the cubes into its mouth in one go. Yuan Shao stood there, dumbfounded, watching the little creature's antics. He wondered if it even bothered to chew properly. Still, he had anticipated Yukira's voracious appetite. Without hesitation, he retrieved 2 more jars of the same food cubes from his system inventory and placed them in front of the eager Pokemon. Take your time. No one's going to take it from you, Yuan Shao said softly. Yuki. Yukira chirped excitedly, immediately diving into the fresh supply of food. Yuan Shao shook his head helplessly. He calculated quickly, and his Minda single jar of the energy cubes cost around 100,000 yuan. With 3 jars gone in one sitting, that was 300,000 yuan down the drain. Although Imo University had promised to provide resources for Yukira's growth during the first few months, Yuan Shao had already decided to cover the expenses himself to ensure Yukira had enough energy cubes. After all, he wasn't short on money. But as he reconsidered, he realized that if Yukira kept up this kind of appetite, he might need to start keeping a closer eye on his wallet. After settling Yukira, Yuan Shao suddenly remembered something. He walked over to Rayquaza and asked, by the way, you mentioned earlier that you found something in the simulated secret realm? Rayquaza quickly recounted the situation. Apparently, during a battle with wild Pokemon in the secret realm, it had discovered an unusual magma pool. Yuan Zhao's interest was piqued. He knew that rare items often caused noticeable changes in their surrounding environments in these secret realms. It was highly likely Rayquaza had stumbled upon a fire-type treasure. Following Rayquaza's guidance, Yuan Shao arrived at the midsection of the lava gorge. The area was dotted with magma pools of varying sizes, their molten surfaces bubbling and churning. The intense heat radiating from the pools made the air shimmer. Among the pools, one stood out immediately. It emitted a brilliant red glow, making it impossible to miss. Carefully approaching it, Yun Shao noticed that the glow seemed to originate from the bottom of the pool. Even the searing magma couldn't completely obscure the light. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Shao activated his aura power to probe the depths of the magma pool. The image of what lay beneath soon appeared in his mind. A deep crimson, diamond-shaped gem floated quietly within the scalding magma, radiating an intense red light. At the same time, information about the item appeared in Yun Shao's mind through his soul ability. S-tier held item, Molten Crimson Crystal. Description: a rare crystal formed under extremely low probabilities when magma interacts with red rock ore. An exceptional held item for Fire-type Pokemon. Effect: when held by a Fire-type Pokemon, it boosts Fire-type move power by 50. Additionally, it negates the type disadvantage against Water-type moves, preventing extra damage. Held item level restriction, usable by Pokemon at champion level or below. For champion level Pokemon, the power boost is halved. Yun Shao raised an eyebrow as he read the details. A 50 boost to Fire-type move power was essentially like having the Blaze ability permanently active, which was already incredibly powerful. Even more astonishing was the crystal's ability to negate the biggest weakness of Fire-type's extra damage from Water-type moves. What made this item even more remarkable was that it remained effective for champion-level Pokemon, albeit with a reduced power boost. Compared to the tier items in Mo University's Resource Vault, which typically only worked for Elite 4-level Pokemon, this crystal was on another level entirely. A faint smile tugged at Yun Xiao's lips. Rayquaza had truly found a treasure this time. However, a new problem quickly dawned on him. Even if he had a Fire-type Pokemon in his team, which he currently didn't though, was he supposed to retrieve the crystal from the scalding magma? After all, this was genuine molten lava, with temperatures soaring well over 1,000 degrees. Standing at the edge of the magma pool, Yun Shao fell into deep thought. After some thought, Yun Shao decided to temporarily put aside the exploration of the Molten Canyon secret realm. Located at the westernmost edge of Hua Nation, this secret realm was far from Modu. Even if someone discovered the glowing magma pool, it would be difficult for them to guess the priceless treasure hidden within. After all, not everyone possessed Yun Xiao's unique aura ability. He planned to wait until he figured out a way to deal with the magma before venturing there. This discovery, however, reminded Yun Xiao of something important he had forgotten. His Pokemon still didn't have any held items. The realization hit him suddenly, and he immediately opened his system backpack to retrieve an item. A line of information appeared before him. SS-grade mythical held item Delta Meteorite. Description: a mysterious meteorite said to have fallen from the heavens, closely tied to a legendary Pokemon. Effect: when held by Rayquaza, all stats increase by 50, Dragon-type move power increases by 50, and its ability is enhanced. Level requirement: none. This was an item given as part of the starter package when Yun Shao activated the modifier system. At that time, Rayquaza was still a Wurmple and couldn't use it, so the item had been left forgotten in his system backpack. Holding the fist-sized meteorite, Yun Shao sighed softly. Although it wasn't too late to remember now, Rayquaza was currently not able to battle and could only continue quietly gaining strength. Moreover, the meteorite size posed another challenge. How could Rayquaza carry such a large item around? Next, Yun Shao began considering suitable held items for his Vigoroth and Larvitar. High-quality grade held items were rare and expensive, and he felt it wasn't necessary to purchase them at this stage. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, his current funds could only afford mid-tier grade items. Secondly, Vigoroth's current strength mid a held item would only serve as a minor enhancement. As for Larvitar, which had just hatched, it didn't need one at all. Yun Shao decided to head to the resource tower at Modu University and exchange his remaining credits for a grade held items as temporary solutions. Once he saved enough money, he could purchase higher quality grade items or use modification opportunities to obtain clues for even better items. With that plan in mind, Yun Shao stored the meteorite and left the simulated secret realm. 15 minutes later, he entered the resource tower and made his way to the held items section with practiced ease. A variety of held items and their descriptions appeared before him. A grade held item, Blooming Bud. Grade held item, Black Pearl. These held items below grade were produced in larger quantities and were relatively inexpensive. A grade held item could be exchanged for just 300 credits. After carefully browsing through the options, Yun Shao quickly selected two grade held items suitable for Larvitar and Vigoroth. He used up all his remaining credits to exchange for them. Just as Yun Shao was preparing to leave with the items, he turned around and was startled to find a Gothitelle standing behind him. He hadn't noticed its presence at all, and the sudden appearance almost made him break into a cold sweat. Normally, he kept his aura ability active, allowing him to detect anything unusual within a 5-meter radius. However, Gothitelle's presence had entirely escaped his awareness. This reminded Yuan Shao of the time in the Azure Lake Secret Realm when his aura ability had been blocked by a Slowking psychic power while probing the lake bed. Clearly, his aura ability still needed improvement when facing powerful psychic-type Pokemon. He resolved to intensify his training. While Yuan Shao was deep in thought, the Gothitelle in front of him began to move. Miss Goth gracefully waved her hand, and the two items in Yuan Zhao's hands instantly flew back to their original places. She walked lightly to the shelves, her sharp gaze scanning the various items. After a brief moment, she selected two and placed them into Yuan Zhao's hands. Looking down, Yuan Shao found himself holding two treasures, a sharp fang wrapped in brown animal hide and a deep black stone. Almost immediately, two pieces of information appeared before his eyes. A grade item, Razor Fang, the sharp tooth of an unknown ancient creature. When carried by a spirit, it increases physical attack by 30 and grants a 5 chance for skills to deal double damage. Level restriction. Below Heavenly King level. A grade item, Solid Rock, a rock that fell from a sturdy mountain. When carried by ground-type or rock-type spirits, it increases both defenses by 30 and restores 1/8 of health when using same-type skills. Level restriction. Below Heavenly King level. Yuan Shao suddenly understood. Though these grade items were not as powerful as grade ones, their effects were already remarkable and perfectly suited for his Vigoroth and Larvitar. Scratching his head, he said somewhat sheepishly, I know these two are great, but I don't have enough credits. Together, these grade items cost more than 2,000 credits to exchange. However, Miss Goth merely shook her head gently, pointing to herself and then to Yuan Shao. Surprised, he asked, You're giving them to me? But these belong to the school, are you sure that's okay? Miss Goth gave him a slight nod. A warm feeling rose in Yuan Zhao's chest as he remembered how much trouble he had caused Miss Goth when he first arrived at the university, trying to unlock the mythical creature index. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a jar, offering it to her. Thank you so much. This is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. The jar contained master-grade psychic energy cubes he had made the previous day. Originally intended for his Slowking, they now served a different purpose. Miss Goth took the jar and stared at Yuan Shao expressionlessly. Feeling a bit awkward, he explained, These are energy cubist theory edible. I made them myself. She continued to gaze at him as though in deep thought. Then, without warning, she disappeared using teleportation. Yuan Shao let out a sigh and muttered to himself, That personality. Somehow, it reminds me of someone I used to know. Oh well, they'll just assume she accepted the gift. With that, he left the resource tower, carrying the two items. Meanwhile, in a small room at the top of the tower, Miss Goth sat quietly at a wooden table, watching an image of Yuan Shao descending the stairs float in the air. Her intuition told her this human was different, perhaps he could help her resolve something she had been pursuing for a long time. Yet even she could not understand where this premonition came from. As the image faded, Miss Goth's gaze fell on the jar of cubes on the table. She picked up one that glowed faintly with an orange hue, and took a small bite. Suddenly, her body trembled ever so slightly. This taste. When he was still here, he would prepare these exact cubes for me every day. Miss Goth turned to look at an old, yellowing photograph hanging on the wall. In it, a middle-aged man was smiling, gently stroking a young Gothorita standing on a table. For the first time in a long while, a flicker of sadness and longing appeared in Miss Goth's usually calm and emotionless eyes. She whispered softly, He is gone now. Or rather, he no longer exists. After returning to his dorm, Yuan Shao immediately entered the simulated secret realm and began distributing the newly acquired held items to his Pokemon. He first summoned the hyperactive Slaking, who was in the middle of its training, and hung a string of sharp metallic claws around its neck. This will boost your physical attack power. If you're lucky, it can even double the damage, Yuan Shao explained briefly. The Slaking's eyes lit up instantly, and it let out an excited cry, Slaw. It could feel a surge of strength coursing through its body. Get back to training, Yuan Shao said with a wave of his hand before summoning Larvitar. In a flash of white light, the sleepy Larvitar appeared before him. Yuan Shao shook his head in exasperation, hung a sturdy rock around its neck, and then returned it to its Pokeball. With that done, Yuan Shao waved toward a nearby tree. Rayquaza, stop watching and come over. Rayquaza poked its head out, its eyes full of anticipation. Yuan Shao retrieved a Delta meteorite from his system, Spacea meteorite the size of a fist but as light as cotton. He placed it into a small container and hung it on Rayquaza. In an instant, the meteorite inside the container began to tremble violently, and streams of cyan light poured out through the glass, enveloping Rayquaza. Its aura surged upward as all its stats increased by 50, and its moves became 50 more powerful. Roar! Rayquaza let out a surprised cry as it lowered its head to examine the meteorite in the container. Yuan Shao gave a stern warning. Don't lose this. It's worth more than everything I own. Rayquaza nodded repeatedly before soaring into the sky to continue practicing its Draco Meteor. Left alone by the tree, Yuan Shao leaned against it, lost in thought. He reflected on his current team of 3 Pokemon, Slaking, Rayquaza, and Larvitar. Although their abilities complemented each other, he realized they all leaned heavily toward aggressive offense. Yuan Shao felt that his team lacked a speed-focused and a support-type Pokemon. While he had no immediate leads for a speed-type, he suddenly thought of a perfect candidate for the support role. Milotic. Milotic, with its stunning beauty, could learn a variety of support and healing moves such as Helping Hand, Light Screen, Imprison, Attract, Life Dew, Recover, and Aqua Ring. What's more, Yuan Shao happened to have a Mystic Scale, which could be used to evolve a Feebas into a Milotic, while also serving as the basis for groundbreaking research. At this thought, Yuan Shao realized his biggest challenge: how to obtain a Feebas with exceptional potential. In this world, Feebas had an extremely low status. Not only were they considered unattractive, but they were also weak, often viewed as even more useless than Magikarp. To make matters worse, trainers in this world were unaware that Feebas could evolve into Milotic. This ignorance, combined with their natural rarity, made Feebas even harder to find. Yuan Shao fell deep into thought, pondering how to overcome this obstacle. Even the breeding houses in Magic City didn't have Feebas for sale, which surprised Yuan Shao. After searching online, he learned that the only habitat for Feebas in China was a coastal area in the southeast. If he wanted to catch one, he would need to set aside time for a dedicated trip. After a moment of thought, Yuan Shao decided to schedule this plan for the summer vacation. After all, he already had 3 Pokemon in his team that needed training, so there was no rush for a 4th. For now, the most important thing was to focus on improving their strength. Campus life at Magic University turned out to be even more fulfilling than Yuan Shao had anticipated. The first 7 days flew by. During this week, aside from attending his favorite class, Pokemon History, he also sat in on Pokemon Research Science. Although Yuan Shao had written papers during his previous life in university, those hastily composed assignments were worlds apart from serious academic research papers. In his free time, Yuan Shao spent almost all his hours accompanying the hyperactive Primeape and the others, training in the simulated secret realms. After a week of intense training, all the Pokemon had made significant progress. Rayquaza's improvement was especially remarkable. Not only had it mastered the Draco Meteor move perfectly, but its strength had also skyrocketed from the early elite level to the advanced elite level. While the meteoric fragment had undoubtedly provided a boost, Yuan Shao was still astonished. Generally speaking, once Pokemon reached the elite level, their growth rate slowed down considerably, even for those with exceptional potential. However, this rule seemed not to apply to Rayquaza. By comparison, Primeape's progress was more steady. It had become proficient in the Sword's Dance move, and its power level had reached mid-elite. However, Yuan Shao estimated that with Primeape's current strength, it could already rival Pokemon at the top elite level. As for gym leader level strength, Yuan Shao knew that was a significant threshold far beyond Primeape's current capabilities. Still, he wasn't in a rush. It seemed that Primeape was on the verge of evolving, and when that happened, its strength would undoubtedly take a huge leap forward. Larvitar, on the other hand, was the most laid-back member of the team. Over the week, it did little more than eat and sleep, living so leisurely that Yuan Shao couldn't help but feel envious. However, this seemingly lazy Pokemon wasn't without progress. In just 7 days, Larvitar had jumped from the novice stage to the advanced regular stage, and it hadn't even fought a single battle. Next, Yuan Shao planned to have it train in all 3 simulated secret realms for rapid level grinding. With the 4-fold experience bonus, Larvitar should reach the elite level quickly, completing that main storyline task. Speaking of level grinding, the exploration progress of the simulated secret realm, Lava Canyon, naturally reached 100 over the week. The system's reward was its class special item, the Magma Amplifier. This item had only one purpose: to evolve Magmar into Magmortar. In this world, Magmortar had yet to even appear. Yuan Shao realized that if he revealed Magmar's evolution method, it could cause an even bigger sensation in the scientific community than Slowking's evolution method. However, after a week of studying research courses, Yuan Shao decided to start with Slowking's evolution method. He understood that publishing such a scientific discovery required more than just a demonstration. It also necessitated extensive data collection, hypothesis formation, and an explanation of the underlying principles. It wasn't as simple as pressing a king's rock onto a slowpoke's head in front of everyone. Of course, that was an option, but doing so would mean forfeiting the patent for the discovery. Yuan Shao's reputation would take a hit, and someone else might even beat him to publishing the findings. Therefore, he needed to write a proper research paper. Starting with Slowking's evolution method was undoubtedly the best choice. For one, Magmar was rare in China, primarily found in the southern hemisphere. Even the official breeding houses of the Alliance might not have them, making it an imported Pokemon. In contrast, while Slowpoke wasn't exactly common in China, it was much easier to find. Secondly, Yuan Shao happened to know a champion-level Slowking. Given their relationship, it shouldn't be too difficult to enlist its help for research. In summary, Yun Xiao had decided to make Slowking's evolution paper his first step into the scientific community. This afternoon's class meeting would determine the division of specialties, and Yun Xiao was ready to choose his research direction. From tomorrow onward, he could officially start working on the Slowking paper. But before that, there was another matter to attend to. Today was the day the principal had asked him to join the school team. It was midday, and Yun Xiao donned his black trench coat, left his dorm, and headed toward the sports arena. The sports stadium at Modu University, though slightly smaller than the battle arena, was well equipped and usually bustling with students. However, today, as Yun Xiao stepped into the venue, it was eerily empty, the silence almost unsettling. Just as he was puzzling over this, a tall, lean young man with a buzz cut strode toward him, a warm smile on his face. "You must be Yun Xiao, right? I've been waiting for you for a while," the young man said, extending his hand. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Kai, a senior and the captain of Modu University's team." Yun Xiao shook his hand and glanced around. "Nice to meet you, Captain Zhao. But why is it just you here?" Zhao Kai suddenly remembered something and chuckled. "Ah, I almost forgot to tell you. Every week at this time, the entire sports stadium is reserved for the team's training, so it's closed to others. The other members are in the badminton hall. I'll take you to meet them." The two crossed the empty venue and entered the badminton hall. Inside, 3 students were training with their respective Pokemon, a Dodrio, a Loudred, and a Whimsicott Meteoralites. When they saw Zhao Kai bringing someone in, they immediately stopped what they were doing and gathered around. A slightly chubby male student was the first to speak. "So, you're the freshman, huh? I heard you were the dark horse of the freshman cup, even defeating the so-called prodigy of Modus New Generation." Before he could finish, a lanky young man rolled his eyes at him. "Come on, you're way behind on the news. This guy here is the first and only perfect scorer in the theoretical section of the Pokemon High School entrance exam in all of Huagua's history. Yun Xiao, right?" He stepped forward, patting Yun Xiao on the shoulder. "Welcome to the team. If you need anything, just let me know. And if I can't help you," he lowered his voice, "go to Captain Zhao. His family's loaded." Zhao Kai shook his head helplessly. "All right, enough. Don't scare him off." He pointed to the chubby student. "Yun Xiao, this is Jia Zhengwo. His Pokemon is Loudred, known for its raw strength. The talkative one is Wang Qingjianhua, call him Old Wang. His Pokemon is Dodrio, great at speed attacks." Finally, he gestured toward a tall girl who had remained silent. "This is Lin Qingru. You can call her Sister Lin. Her Pokemon is Whimsicott, an expert in support." Lin Qingru nodded with a smile. "Welcome." Yun Xiao bowed politely. "I'm Yun Xiao. I look forward to learning from all of you, senior brothers and sister." At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the spectator seats. "So, this is the substitute the principal forced onto the team? What a nuisance." Yun Xiao turned to see a sharp-faced young man with a side-parted fringe covering half his face. Rising from his seat, the man gazed down at him with disdain. The young man approached Yun Xiao, his eyes full of contempt. "You know the team members get a monthly bonus of 50,000 Pokemon coins, right? From now on, you'll hand over half of yours to me." Yun Xiao frowned. "Why?" The man sneered. "Why? Do you really think the team needs a freshman substitute like you? The team's bonus pool is fixed, and because of you, my share got smaller." "Got it." Zhao Kai stepped in, visibly angry. "Qi Heng, don't push it too far." Qi Heng snorted coldly. "What's the matter, Zhao? You're not upset because he didn't cut into your share, right? Then again, your family's pretty well off. I guess you wouldn't care about this pocket change." With that, he raised his hands behind his head, casually brushing past Yun Xiao as he walked away. Zhao Kai looked like he wanted to say something but ultimately sighed and turned to Yun Xiao. "Sorry about that, Yun. That guy. He's just like that." "He's also a member of the school team?" Yun Xiao asked, his brows slightly furrowed. "Yes, and he's the vice-captain," Zhao Kai replied, his expression dark and his tone carrying a distinct note of displeasure. He took a deep breath and began explaining Qi Heng's situation to Yun Xiao in detail. As it turned out, Qi Heng joined the school team during last year's graduation season, coinciding with the departure of the older team members. At the time, Zhao Kai's skill was slightly better, so he was chosen as the captain. However, from the moment Qi Heng joined, he displayed an unpleasant side, arrogant and domineering, mocking anyone he didn't like, and behaving in an utterly self-centered manner as if he were above everyone else. What made things even harder to accept was that Qi Heng's strength suddenly skyrocketed, catching up to Zhao Kai's. This only made him more unrestrained, to the point where he even began skipping team practices without reason. While the other team members despised him, they felt powerless to do anything and could only endure in silence. After hearing this, Yun Xiao's frown deepened. Even a place like Mo University has people like him? Jia Zhengwo chimed in, clearly frustrated. "Just ignore him, Xiao. If it weren't for the fact that all the old team members graduated, and a few others are away on internships, leaving us short-handed. We wouldn't even bother putting up with him. Wang Chungjun nodded in agreement. Exactly. I've been fed up with that smug face of his for a long time. I'd love to flatten it with one punch. Although Lin Qingru remained silent, the helpless expression on her face spoke volumes about her feelings toward Qiheng. Zhao Kai clapped his hands, signaling the end of the topic. All right, let's not let that guy ruin our mood. Everyone, back to training. He turned to Yun Xiao, his tone softening slightly. Xiao, even though you're part of the team now, you're still a substitute, so there's no pressure. Just come along to watch the matches for now, and I'll arrange for you to play if there's a suitable opponent. As for training, come if you feel like it. It's up to you. Oh, one more thing, the National College Tournament has been moved up by 2 weeks due to the organizers, so it starts the Friday after next. Make sure to prepare your things in advance. With that, Zhao Kai turned and rejoined the team's training. Yun Xiao sat in the stands, carefully observing the four as they practiced. He noticed that, apart from Zhao Kai, the other three's Pokemon were all top tier within the elite mid-level category. Zhao Kai's Charizard, however, had reached the pinnacle of elite high level, seemingly on the verge of breaking into the gym leader level. This matched Yun Xiao's expectations after all. Anyone who made it onto Imo University's team was bound to be exceptionally skilled. Yun Xiao couldn't help but think about the absent Qiheng and wonder just how strong he really was. The thought of this person made Yun Xiao's expression turn cold. While he wasn't one to stir up trouble, he wouldn't hesitate to push back if someone tried to lord over him. At 2 p.m., the class meeting started as scheduled. This session was of great importance, as the students would determine their future paths, to become a trainer or pursue a career as a researcher. For these college freshmen, this was undoubtedly a pivotal moment, one that would shape their vastly different destinies. Zhang Tianming stood at the podium, holding a booklet in his hand. He began, I believe all of you, as university students, already have a basic understanding of the differences between these two paths. After a week of consideration, I assume you've made your decisions. I will now call your names in order, and you will tell me whether you've chosen the trainer program or the researcher program. He picked up his pen and started calling names. Ling Feng, trainer program. Chunghua, trainer program. Zhang Tianming went through more than 20 names, with only one student choosing the researcher program. This was hardly surprising, given that Imo University was renowned for producing trainers. Those truly interested in the researcher path often opted for Jing University instead. Moreover, while being a Pokemon researcher offered lucrative opportunities, achieving success in the field was far more challenging than becoming a trainer. Excelling as a researcher required extensive reading, a wealth of knowledge, sharp analytical skills, a strong passion for discovery, and a natural talent for research, sometimes even a bit of luck. It was far from a path for the average person. Yun Xiao, Zhang Tianming called out next. Instantly, all eyes were on the legendary student. Everyone in the room knew that, with Yun Xiao's strength, there was no logical reason for him to choose the researcher path. Even if he remained at the elite level his entire life, he could still live a comfortable life in a big city like Shanghai. What's more, as a freshman already at the elite level, his future seemed incredibly promising. Choosing the researcher program seemed almost absurd. Yet Yun Xiao's answer left everyone stunned. I'm choosing the researcher program, sir. The classroom fell into dead silence. Everyone, including Zhang Tianming, was dumbfounded. Wait, what? What did you just say? Zhang Tianming asked, utterly incredulous, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Are you sure you want to choose the researcher program? Zhang Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yun Xiao. His expression was filled with confusion, as if he'd just heard something utterly absurd. Yun Xiao remained composed, his face calm. Yes, I'm sure. Is there a problem? His tone carried an unshakable determination. Zhang Tianming opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something, but in the end, he just shook his head and sighed. No, no problem. It's your choice to make, after all. 20 minutes later, the door to the principal's office at Imo University burst open with a loud bang. Zhao Qingsong stormed in, his shirt buttons mismatched and his face unshaven, clearly having rushed over in haste. Panting heavily, he leaned on the desk and exclaimed, Principal Qin, something big has happened. Qin Shuqing, who had been calmly pouring tea, paused mid-motion and furrowed his brow. Looking at Zhao Qingsong with a mix of curiosity and concern, he asked, Mr. Zhao, weren't you supposed to be preparing for the freshman faculty meeting this afternoon? What could have you in such a panic? Taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, Zhao Qingsong finally managed to speak, his voice still tinged with urgency. The meeting is trivial. Principal, do you know what program Yun Xiao chose during class selection today? He picked the researcher program. Researcher. Hearing this, Qin Shuqing froze for a moment, evidently caught off guard by the news. Zhao Qingsong pressed on, his tone incredulous. I mean, come on. This kid is the most talented student we've had at Imo University in years. It's been over a decade since we last had a champion at the national level, and Yun Xiao has the potential to break that streak. And now he goes and chooses the researcher program? What on earth is he thinking? Qin Shuqing, however, remained composed. He reminded gently Mr. Zhao, don't forget that his theoretical assessments were all perfect scores. Zhao Qingsong was momentarily at a loss for words, but after a long pause, he responded, that's true, but during the college entrance exams, he was only at the formal level, and now, as a freshman, he's already reached the intermediate stage of Pokemon training. With talent like his, such incredible potential, if he doesn't pursue a career as a trainer, I won't be able to sleep at night. Taking a slow sip of tea, Qin Shuqing replied calmly, Mr. Zhao, I understand your concerns. It's true that Imo University hasn't produced a top-tier trainer in years. But ultimately, the path he chooses is his own decision, isn't it? Zhao Qingsong deflated like a balloon, his frustration giving way to resignation. I suppose you're right, Qin Shuqing added thoughtfully, and you needn't worry too much. The researcher path is no easy journey either. Yun Xiao has already achieved a lot as a trainer, and switching to such a challenging field might bring setbacks. If that happens, he may reconsider his original path. Zhao Qingsong's eyes lit up, as if he'd found a glimmer of hope. You're right. If persuasion doesn't work, then reality might change his mind. The researcher program's graduation requirements are notoriously tough. Not only does he have to master an extensive amount of Pokemon research literature, but he also has to submit at least 2 qualified research papers every semester. Statistics show that, on average, 6 out of 10 students in the program either switch majors or drop out entirely. If Yun Xiao hits a wall at the end of the semester, there's a good chance he'll go back to being a trainer. With this thought, Zhao Qingsong appeared visibly relieved. He nodded at Qin Shuqing and said, understood, Principal Qin. He'll head back to prepare for the meeting now. With that, he turned and left the office. After Zhao Qingsong departed, Qin Shuqing stood from his chair and clasped his hands behind his back, pacing thoughtfully around the room. A few moments later, he stopped by the window, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Professor Li received news about a new freshman, Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao had chosen the research program as his major, and Professor Li decided to assign him a special mentor. Although the mentor had expressed his reluctance to take on any new students, Professor Li insisted and promised to double his research funding if he agreed. As always, Imo University's efficiency was impressive. Not long after the class meeting ended, Yun Xiao's phone buzzed with a message. Dear Yun Xiao, congratulations on successfully joining the Department of Pokemon Research. You have been assigned a mentor, Professor Huang Ning. Please report to Lab 322 in the research building within 30 minutes. Yun Xiao wasn't particularly surprised by the message. He understood the difference between the research program and the trainer program. Instead of having a counselor overseeing an entire class, students in the research program were guided individually or in small groups by professor-level researchers who supervised experiments, assigned tasks, and reviewed papers. As one of the top Pokemon universities in the country, Imo University's research department, while not quite on par with Jing University, was still among the best in Huaguo. Yun Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation about meeting his mentor, wondering about the professor's qualifications and background. However, when he arrived punctually at Lab 322 in the research building, he froze. Both the front and back doors of the lab were locked, yet the lights inside shone brightly, and the faint hum of machinery could be heard. Frowning, Yun Xiao considered using his aura abilities to investigate when a surprised voice came from behind him. Hey, what are you doing here? This is Professor Huang's lab. Yun Xiao turned around to find a young man around his age, arms full of documents. My name is Yun Xiao. I'm a freshman. I just chose my major today, and the message told me to report here, Yun Xiao explained. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you sure you didn't misread it? Your mentor is Professor Huang? He seemed to realize something mid-sentence and quickly covered his mouth, looking somewhat flustered. After a moment, he leaned closer to Yun Xiao and whispered, I'm Lu Ziang, also one of Professor Huang's students. Listen, Professor Huang. He has a bit of a temper. Everyone calls him Mad Huang. Before me, 5 students were persuaded to quit by him. They didn't even last a week. I've been under his guidance for a year now, and let me tell you, it's been tough. I've gotten scolded more times than I can count. If it weren't for the fact that he's an incredible teacher, I would have left long ago. After all, he used to be a top-tier national researcher. Lu Ziang looked at Yun Xiao with a mix of sympathy and pity. Junior, your luck isn't great. I'd suggest you speak to the administration and request a different mentor. Don't put yourself through this. Yun Xiao was surprised by what he heard. A national-level researcher? That was a world-class title, and there were only about 20 or 30 such individuals in all of Huaguo. How could someone of that caliber end up as a professor at Imo University? Come on, he'll take you inside to meet him. Lu Ziang pulled out a key from his belt and unlocked the door, all the while cautioning Yun Xiao, when you meet him, don't say too much. If old Huang gets annoyed, I won't be able to help you. The lab's interior was spacious, roughly 100 square meters by Yun Xiao's estimation. However, it was far from the neat and orderly environment he had imagined. Papers and machine parts were scattered everywhere, and the air carried a peculiar smell resembling motor oil. Lu Ziang led Yun Xiao through the cluttered lab and stopped in front of a small room. Hesitating, he said, "Old Huang is probably in there conducting an experiment. He doesn't like being disturbed during this time. Maybe we should wait outside." Just then, a deep, raspy voice came from within the room. "Come in." Lu Ziang froze for a moment, then glanced at Yun Xiao with a resigned expression. Bracing himself, he opened the door and led Yun Xiao inside. The room was much tidier compared to the chaos outside. A scanning device held several test tubes, while a large screen displayed streams of data that Yun Xiao couldn't make sense of. A man in a white lab coat stood in front of the screen, intently observing the fluctuating numbers. "Director Huang, I've brought the documents you requested," Lu Ziang said respectfully, his demeanor completely different from moments ago. He cautiously gestured toward the young man beside him. "This is your new student, Yun Xiao. He's here to report in." The man sitting in front of the machine, engrossed in data, stood up. Yun Xiao was surprised to find that Huang Ning, the researcher, did not fit the stereotypical image of a scientist. Huang Ning's sharp and composed eyes, high-bridged nose, and overall presence exuded the aura of a soldier rather than a typical academic. Huang Ning glanced briefly at Lu Ziang, took the documents, and then gave Yun Xiao a quick once-over before turning back to the machine. He began flipping through the documents, completely ignoring Yun Xiao as though he wasn't even there. The atmosphere grew awkward. Lu Ziang, clearly accustomed to this kind of behavior, gave Yun Xiao a helpless look and motioned for him to wait. But Yun Xiao suddenly broke the silence. "Professor, are you researching EV's evolution methods right now?" Lu Ziang's eyes widened in shock, and he anxiously glanced at Yun Xiao. He knew all too well how much Huang Ning detested being disturbed during his research. To everyone's surprise, Huang Ning turned around and gave Yun Xiao an intrigued look. "How did you figure that out?" "The documents I'm holding clearly pertain to other Pokemon evolving through items." Yun Xiao pointed to the pile of files on the desk. "What you're holding doesn't, but these documents all relate to EV's evolution." He then gestured toward the test tubes. "And these contain EV's biological samples. The first one is fur from a standard EV, the second is Flareon's mane, and the third is Vaporeon's scales." Huang Ning was silent for a moment, studying Yun Xiao from head to toe. Then, without a word, he tossed a card at him. "Starting today, you have access to the lab's entry-level resources and public experimental materials. That's all, now leave." Huang Ning was about to return to his research when Yun Xiao spoke again. "Professor Huang, I believe your current research direction might be slightly off track." Huang Ning immediately turned back, his brows furrowed, his piercing gaze sharp enough to cut through steel. "Do you know who you're trying to lecture?" Lu Ziang was utterly stunned, frantically signaling to Yun Xiao to stop while screaming internally. He's done for. How could he dare to speak like this to Professor Huang? The last student who upset him was expelled on the spot, and not even the principal could intervene. Yet Yun Xiao seemed unfazed by Huang Ning's challenging tone. He confidently stepped forward, picked up a document from the table, and began analyzing it calmly. EV evolves into 3 forms using evolution stones, and other Pokemon can evolve using items as well. The 2 processes are indeed similar. However, I believe EV's evolution doesn't necessarily rely on items. There are many ways to activate the genes responsible for Pokemon evolution. Items are just one of them. Lu Ziang listened, utterly confused, and could only think that Yun Xiao was being far too audacious. But to his astonishment, Huang Ning didn't explode with anger. Instead, he turned back to Yun Xiao with a serious expression. "Go on." Without hesitation, Yun Xiao walked over to a small blackboard next to the screen, drew a dot, and extended 2 lines from it. Yun Xiao stood at the blackboard, chalk in hand, and began explaining the 4 pathways of Pokemon evolution. His voice was clear and confident, each word resonating throughout the classroom. "The first path," Yun Xiao said as he drew a line on the board, "is the most traditional method. The Pokemon's strength reaches a certain level, and its evolution genes are automatically triggered." He then drew a second line. "The second path involves interaction between items and the Pokemon's evolution genes. The third path," Yun Xiao continued, his hand moving quickly across the board, "is based on special conditions. Take Lucario, for example. To evolve from Riolu, not only does its strength need to meet the requirement, but its aura must also reach a specific threshold." With the final stroke, Yun Xiao concluded, "The fourth path involves connections between Pokemon. For instance, Slowpoke evolves when a Shelder clamps onto its tail, triggering its evolution genes." He circled the 4 lines with chalk and marked a central point, from which he drew additional connecting lines. Turning to face Huang Ning, his gaze was firm. "There's more than one way to activate a Pokemon's evolution genes. This applies to EV as well. Evolution stones can indeed catalyze certain evolution genes, allowing EV to become Vaporeon, Jolteon, or Flareon. But since other items fail to interact with EV, we must explore alternative possibilities. After finishing, Yun Xiao placed the chalk down and glanced at the intricate web of lines on the blackboard. Huang Ning was stunned, his eyes darting between the blackboard and Yun Xiao as he processed this sudden flood of information. EV, being a unique Pokemon, currently had only 3 known evolutionary forms according to the scientific community. However, 3 years ago, research revealed the existence of other evolution genes within EV, suggesting the possibility of several undiscovered evolutionary forms. This discovery caused a sensation in the international research community, attracting numerous top scholars to investigate. Yet, after 3 years, progress had been minimal. Most researchers had given up, concluding that EV might truly have only 3 forms. 6 months ago, someone even published a paper asserting that the other evolution genes were merely vestigial remnants with no practical use. But Huang Ning refused to give up. He persisted with his research despite the setbacks, being demoted in rank, receiving reduced funding, and taking up a teaching position at Imo University, all while enduring ridicule. He was determined to find an answer. Now, within just a few minutes of conversation, he realized the limitations of his own thinking. He had been solely focused on the connection between items and EV's evolution genes, neglecting other possibilities. A spark of hope reignited in his heart, illuminating a new direction for his research. Looking at Yun Xiao, Huang Ning confirmed, "Your name is Yun Xiao, correct?" Yun Xiao nodded.
Yes.
Huang Ning walked up to the blackboard, carefully examining the lines before saying, "Very well. Starting today, they'll be in the lab every afternoon at 5. You can come and ask me questions. At other times, don't interrupt my research." He handed Yun Xiao a card. "This is my lab resource allocation card. It grants access to advanced materials and resources. I don't need it for now, so I'm giving it to you." With that, Huang Ning turned and left the room. Lu Ziang, who had been standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded, his jaw practically hitting the floor. He could hardly believe what he had just witnessed. A student offering insights into Huang Ning's research, and instead of being annoyed, Huang Ning not only accepted it but also offered daily guidance. Even ordinary mentors rarely displayed such patience, let alone someone as notoriously temperamental as Huang Ning. Lu Ziang recalled his own experiences with Huang Ning approaching him with trepidation, even when simply delivering documents, terrified of making a mistake. He had never dared to ask questions directly and had to rely on referencing materials when encountering difficulties. Yet here was Huang Ning, allowing Yun Xiao to ask questions freely and even giving him a precious resource card. The resources and records that card could unlock were beyond the reach of most students and even some researchers. It felt as if the entire world had flipped upside down. The gap between people was truly staggering. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao thoughtfully surveyed the 3 test tubes and the stack of research notes on the table. He had used his aura to scan the room upon entering, quickly grasping the essence of Huang Ning's research, which had laid the groundwork for their conversation. Yun Xiao silently assessed. Huang Ning was indeed impressive. In a world with such limited understanding of Pokemon, he had already uncovered hints about EV's evolution methods, such as its connection to light. Even without today's guidance, Huang Ning might have eventually discovered how EV evolves into Espeon and Umbreon. Originally, Yun Xiao had planned to save these 2 evolution methods for his own research papers, but now he had changed his mind. After all, there were still Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon to explore. Establishing a positive relationship with a national-level researcher like Huang Ning was well worth the trade-off. Glancing at the 2 cards in his hand, Yun Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile. With these 2 cards in hand, Yun Xiao now had access to research resources that other students wouldn't even dare to dream of. This undoubtedly paved the way for his plans to publish various groundbreaking research papers in the near future. Eager to explore, Yun Xiao quickly sought out the still dazed Lu Ziang to ask for the library's exact location. Armed with the 2 cards, he headed straight there. Upon presenting the private card given to him by Huang Ning, Yun Xiao stepped into the library's advanced resource section. The moment he entered, the surrounding area fell silent. Middle-aged researchers in their 40s and 50s, as well as elderly professors with graying hair, all turned to look at the young man with astonishment. Their gazes were filled with questions. How did this young man manage to obtain an advanced researcher access card? Over the course of the following week, Yun Xiao's life underwent subtle changes. He stopped attending classes altogether, devoting all his time to studying in the library. During this period, he made 2 significant discoveries. First, scholarly research papers were not entirely different from the papers he had written before. There were some commonalities between the 2, which meant that adapting to writing research papers might not be as challenging as he initially thought. Second, the resources in the advanced section far surpassed those in the general section. For instance, when comparing basic textbooks on research theory, the books in the general section were decent but paled in comparison to those in the advanced section. The general section's books were lengthy and cumbersome, while the advanced section's books were concise and profound. Every day, Yun Xiao immersed himself in the advanced resource area, fully focused on his studies. Within just a week, he had grasped numerous foundational concepts of research. Moreover, with the opportunity to consult Huang Ning in the afternoons for clarification on any doubts, his progress was remarkable. He had even begun to outline the framework of a research paper. Yun Xiao's rapid learning pace astonished even Huang Ning. On the seventh afternoon, Huang Ning called Yun Xiao into the laboratory, saying he had something to discuss. Yun Xiao pushed open the door to the small room in the lab and saw Huang Ning sitting behind a desk, engrossed in writing. He waited quietly until Huang Ning put down his pen. "Professor, what did you want to talk to me about?" Yun Xiao asked. Over the past week, Yun Xiao had come to understand Huang Ning better. Contrary to the rumors of his eccentric personality, the professor was straightforward and deeply dedicated to his research. Though his words could be blunt and his demeanor intimidating, he was extraordinarily patient when explaining things to Yun Xiao each afternoon, going into meticulous detail. Additionally, Yun Xiao had learned about Huang Ning's background from Lu Ziang, which only deepened his respect for the professor. To persevere with one's research despite challenging circumstances, this, Yun Xiao thought, was the true spirit of a researcher. Huang Ning looked up at Yun Xiao, his sharp gaze unchanged, but he appeared more spirited than a week ago. Slowly, he began, "As a research student, you're required to submit 2 papers every semester. You should already be aware of this. However, in my class, my students need to submit only 1 paper per semester. But let me be clear, the quality must meet my standards. Don't even think about turning in some half-baked work to fool me." Hearing this, Yun Xiao immediately understood. Submitting 2 papers each semester was essentially a way to test students' abilities. Huang Ning, however, preferred his students to produce 1 high-quality paper rather than 2 mediocre ones. Huang Ning continued, "The reason I called you in today is to tell you that since you've already learned how to outline a research paper, it's time to start thinking about your research topic. Don't think it's too early. Practical experience is the fastest way to grow. If, after an entire semester under my guidance, you still can't produce a decent paper, then this path isn't for you." Yun Xiao nodded. Starting on a research paper right away was exactly what he wanted. If it weren't such a complex task, he would have started long ago. Now, with Huang Ning's support, there was no reason to delay. Without hesitation, he said, "Professor, I've already decided on my research topic, Slowpoke's evolution process." Huang Ning raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised, and then mused. "Slowpoke's evolution? The genetic relationship between Shellder and Slowpoke during evolution? That's an interesting topic. But make no mistake, it's a challenging one. 2 upperclassmen in their 3rd year attempted this before, but they couldn't produce anything substantial. Are you sure you want to take this on?" Huang Ning had understandably misunderstood Yun Xiao's intent, assumed Yun Xiao was referring to the evolution of Slowbro. Within the scientific community, it was widely believed that Slowpoke and Slowking were not part of a direct evolutionary chain, but more like distant relatives. Research had shown that their genetic makeup bore no resemblance to each other, let alone the stark contrast between Slowpoke's simplicity and Slowking's powerful psychic abilities and intelligence. Slowpokings are incredibly rare Pokemon, even harder to find than pseudo-legendary Pokemon, and researchers know very little about them. Facing Huang Ning's question, Yun Xiao nodded slightly, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. "Yes, I already have some ideas, Professor." Huang Ning raised an eyebrow in surprise. A research thesis on Slowpoke evolving into Slowbro was already a challenging topic for a freshman, let alone venturing into the unprecedented research of Slowpoke evolving into Slowpoke King. Yet Yun Xiao displayed an unusual level of confidence. The reason was simple. Unlike others, Yun Xiao seemed as though he already knew the answer and only needed to reverse engineer the process. This gave him a significant advantage in his research. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Ning nodded. "It seems you've made up your mind. All right, I'll contact the university's research department and request a Slowpoke from the breeding center for you. The rest will be up to you." Although Huang Ning's expression remained unchanged, his appreciation for Yun Xiao grew. Reflecting on the past week, he recalled that he had agreed to take Yun Xiao as his student only because the university president promised to double his research funding attempting offer, since he needed the money to continue a critical study on Eevee's evolution. From Huang Ning's experience, students who were admitted through connections often turned out to be incompetent and arrogant, lacking both talent and ability. Such students were a constant source of frustration for him. However, Yun Xiao's performance had completely exceeded his expectations. On Yun Xiao's very first day in the lab, he had offered insights that directly shifted the direction of Huang Ning's research. Time had proven Yun Xiao's suggestions to be correct. Over the past week, Huang Ning's research had made significant breakthroughs, a stark contrast to the year-long stagnation he had faced before. It was no exaggeration to say that without Yun Xiao's guidance, Huang Ning might have wasted much more time pursuing the wrong path. Yun Xiao's performance had truly surprised him. Over the week, Yun Xiao had left an impression of being intelligent, confident, and remarkably gifted in research. Even more commendable was his humility and modesty despite his talents, qualities essential for an outstanding researcher. Because of this, Huang Ning had begun to seriously regard Yuan Shao as his student, which was why he had offered to prepare a slowpoke for him. However, Yuan Shao politely declined. That won't be necessary, Professor. Since this is my thesis, I should find the slowpoke myself. Huang Ning paused for a moment, his tone softening slightly. This kid. All right then, do as you see fit. Let me know if you need anything. Yuan Zhao's decision to refuse Huang Ning's help wasn't just about avoiding troubling his professor. The more significant reason was that he wanted to personally select a slowpoke that met his criteria. Over the past week, Yuan Shao had already formed a preliminary plan for his thesis. Based on the materials he had reviewed, there had been past attempts by researchers to prove alternate evolution methods for slowpoke, using various evolution stones and items including the King's Rock. Predictably, all those experiments had failed. Otherwise, there would be no need for Yuan Shao to write this thesis. These experiments indicated that in this world, simply using a King's Rock on a slowpoke wasn't enough to trigger its evolution. Certain specific conditions had to be met for this evolution to occur. Through his recent thinking and analysis, Yuan Shao had come up with several possibilities. It could be that the slowpoke's level needed to reach a certain threshold, or perhaps the slowpoke had to possess exceptionally strong psychic abilities. After all, when slowpoke evolves into Slowpoke King, its most notable traits are its powerful psychic abilities and heightened intelligence. These were merely Yuan Zhao's preliminary hypotheses. To test them, he needed a slowpoke with top-tier potential and innate psychic talents to gather data for his evolution experiments. While the university's breeding center did house some slowpoke, Yuan Shao had observed during his last visit that none of them fully met his requirements. Therefore, after leaving the lab, Yuan Shao headed straight out of the university gates and took a taxi to the Alliance Pokemon breeding base in the heart of the city. Compared to the high school and university breeding facilities Yuan Shao had visited, the Alliance's official breeding base in the city was on an entirely different level. The building itself spanned thousands of square meters, resembling a small commercial complex. The chances of finding a high-quality slowpoke here were undoubtedly much higher. Just as Yuan Shao was about to step through the entrance of the breeding base, a familiar figure emerged from within. Yuan Shao raised an eyebrow in surprise and instinctively called out, "Oh, what a coincidence!" Bai Ningxuang was dressed in a brown work uniform, her long hair tied back with a headband, making her look completely different from her school days. Only her signature icy, expressionless face remained unchanged. She walked out, and as fate would have it, locked eyes with Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure before him, puzzled. Bai Ningxuang noticed his gaze and offered a brief explanation. "I'm working part-time here." Part-time? Yuan Shao was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood. The outfit she was wearing was clearly the uniform of the Alliance breeding base. As an elite-level trainer, even a part-time position at the base would come with generous benefits. As for her specific duties, they likely involved assisting with security or handling powerful, temperamental Pokemon, something Yuan Shao didn't delve into further. What intrigued him more was another question. Why would someone as talented as Bai Ningxuang need a part-time job at the breeding base? Then it dawned on him had heard before that Bai Ningxuang, the daughter of the former president of Mo University, had declined the school's financial aid and direct admission, choosing instead to gain entry through her own merits. Now, it seemed she was even earning her own tuition and Pokemon training resources. This realization elevated Yuan Shao's impression of her even further, and he couldn't help but think to himself, compared to me, she's the one who truly feels like the protagonist in a story. Bai Ningxuang raised her eyes to Yuan Shao and asked in her usual calm tone, "What about you? What are you doing here?" Yuan Shao answered honestly, "I'm here to find a slowpoke. I need it for my research paper." His words hit Bai Ningxuang like a hammer, shattering her usual composure. She froze in place, a flicker of disbelief crossing her eyes. A research paper? Yuan Shao chose the researcher track? Ever since losing to Yuan Shao in that pivotal match, Bai Ningxuang had regarded him as her most significant rival in university, not due to any emotional attachment, but purely as a motivator to push herself to become stronger. If Yuan Shao could achieve something, she demanded the same of herself. Yet today, their unexpected reunion revealed that Yuan Shao had abandoned the trainer's path to become a researcher. Struggling to suppress her shock, Bai Ningxuang frowned and asked, "Is this for someone else's experiment?" Yuan Shao's response dashed her last hope. "No, it's for my own research paper, which is due this semester." Bai Ningxuang fell silent, her expression unreadable. After a long pause, she finally spoke in a low voice. "Slowpoke is a water-type Pokemon. You'll find them in the aquatic zone on the innermost side of the 3rd floor." With that, she turned and walked away, her steps unusually hurried. Yuan Shao didn't even have time to thank her and could only watch her retreating figure, perplexed. He muttered to himself, "What's with her all of a sudden?" He had a vague sense that something was off about her expression but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Shaking his head, Yuan Shao decided to focus on his task and headed to the 3rd floor aquatic zone as Bai Ningxuang had directed. The environment of the Alliance's official breeding base was breathtaking. Through massive glass barriers, Yun Xiao could see a vast lake where Magikarp, Goldeen, and Poliwag occasionally leaped out of the water, creating ripples and splashes. Beyond the lake, the floor also featured simulations of ponds, streams, oceans, and sandy beaches, all so lifelike that it felt like stepping into a natural wilderness. As Yun Xiao marveled at the scenery, a young man in a light blue uniform approached him and politely asked, "Hello, sir. How can I assist you today? Are you looking to purchase a water-type Pokemon?" Yun Xiao nodded. "I'd like to buy a Slowpoke." The staff member hesitated briefly before cautiously asking, "If I may, could I ask about your budget?" He went on to explain that while Slowpoke was a relatively common Pokemon, the ones available here were carefully selected high-quality specimens, specifically bred for trainers aiming to raise exceptional Slowbro. As such, their price was around 100,000 Poke Dollars. If Yin Xiao was only looking for an ordinary Slowpoke, this might not be the ideal place to purchase one. He had already prepared a polite way to decline the young man in front of him, but before he could say anything, the young man spoke up. "Don't worry about the budget. Just take me to see the best Slowpokes you have here." The man was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, flashing a professional smile. "All right, please follow me." 2 minutes later, the man led Yun Xiao to an entrance behind a glass barrier. Another man, dressed in a brown uniform, approached Yun Xiao respectfully and said, "Welcome, sir. Once you enter the park, your safety will be my responsibility. Please avoid provoking the Pokemon inside. Some of them can be temperamental, so I hope you'll understand." Yun Xiao glanced at the familiar uniform and immediately understood by Ning Shuang's role here. She worked as a bodyguard accompanying guests into the breeding zones. With her strength, she was more than qualified for the job. As expected from a direct facility of the League, the service was impeccable. Yun Xiao sighed slightly in admiration and then followed the bodyguard through the glass barrier, arriving at the lakeside. Instantly, several water-type Pokemon curiously approached, observing the new visitor. Although they lived in a simulated wild environment, their frequent interactions with humans had made them accustomed to human presence, unlike the wary Pokemon in secret realms. These Pokemon weren't Yun Xiao's target. His gaze swept past the crowd in front of him, focusing on the edge of the lake. As expected, 7 or 8 pink Pokemon were lying lazily by the shore with their mouths slightly open, looking adorably sluggish as they basked in the warmth of the artificial sun. These were the Slowpokes. Yun Xiao's eyes landed on one of them, and a string of information immediately appeared before him. Pokemon, Slowpoke. Type, Water Psychic. Potential, Gym Leader Level. Power Rating, LV12, Beginner Level. Ability, oblivious Pokemon with this ability cannot become infatuated. Moves, Tackle, Water Gun, Yawn, Water Pulse. Yun Xiao quickly scanned the information of the other Slowpokes and found that their potential was generally excellent. The weakest were at least elite level, with many at gym leader level. For a trainer looking to raise a Slowbro, picking any one of these would be a solid choice. However, Yun Xiao wasn't satisfied. None of these Slowpokes had mastered Psychic-type moves, and their abilities were limited to Oblivious or Own Tempo. Yun Xiao was searching for a Slowpoke with innate Psychic talent and the Regenerator ability. The value of Psychic talent was self-explanatory, and as for the Regenerator ability, Yun Xiao had learned from his research that its effects differed slightly from the original description. In this world, Pokemon with this ability had significantly enhanced natural recovery rates for various energies, including Psychic energy. Yun Xiao had 2 reasons for seeking this ability. First, faster Psychic recovery meant quicker growth and progress. Second, he speculated that possessing a hidden ability like Regenerator could be a necessary, or at least helpful condition for evolving into a Slowking. However, the Slowpokes before him clearly didn't meet his criteria. This was within Yun Xiao's expectations after all. Finding a Slowpoke with high potential, Psychic talent, and a hidden ability like Regenerator wasn't going to be easy. He turned to the staff member in the blue uniform beside him and asked, "Do you have any other Slowpokes here?" The staff member quickly replied, "Yes, we do. But, sir, the Slowpokes with the best potential are all in this area. The others aren't as strong in comparison." Yun Xiao fell silent for a moment, deep in thought, before speaking again. "What I mean is, do you have any Slowpokes that are a bit more unique?" The staff member hesitated for a moment. "Unique? Well, actually there is one. It's different from the others. It seems unusually alert every day. But I wouldn't really recommend it." Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" The man in blue sighed. "Well, how about this? I'll take you to see it, and you'll understand. Please, follow me." Guided by the man in blue, Yun Xiao walked along the lakeside and eventually arrived at a secluded sandy area. The ground was scattered with small pebbles, and due to its remote location, there were hardly any other Pokemon in sight. The only presence was a pink figure sitting quietly atop a large boulder. "There he is," the man in blue said, pointing at a Slowpoke, his expression tinged with something unusual. Yun Xiao approached to observe, and immediately noticed that this Slowpoke was indeed different. Unlike other slowpokes, who always had a vacant, wide-eyed, open-mouthed expression, this one was gazing at the distant lake with a deep, contemplative look, as if lost in thought. That gaze reminded Yuan Shao of the Slowking he had encountered in the secret realm. The Pokemon's information appeared before him. Species, Slowpoke. Type, Water Psychic. Strength Assessment, Level 14, Official Midear. Ability. Regenerator greatly accelerates natural recovery of all energy. Potential, Elite Champion Class. Known moves, Confusion, Tackle, Water Gun, Growl. After reviewing the details, Yuan Shao was certain this was the Slowpoke he had been searching for. Not only did it possess a hidden ability, but it had also learned the move Confusion on its own. While other Slowpokes might have higher levels, none of them had mastered Psychic-type moves. This difference was more than enough to set it apart. Just as Yuan Shao was pondering what flaw this seemingly exceptional Slowpoke might have, he saw it suddenly clutch its head and begin trembling in pain. The man in blue stepped closer and explained, "This is its biggest issue: chronic headaches. It suffers from them at least half the time each day. We've consulted numerous Pokemon doctors, but none could diagnose the cause, let alone treat it." He sighed. "Maybe it's these headaches that make it act differently from others of its kind. Perhaps you should reconsider one of the others you looked at earlier? If you're still not satisfied, I can also contact the breeding center in the capital for you to browse their selection online." "No, I want this one," Yuan Shao replied firmly. He was very familiar with this type of headache. The Psyduck in Misty's team from the anime had a similar condition. It occurred because its psychic power was too strong for its current physical capabilities to handle. Considering this Slowpoke's ability, the situation was likely the same. To confirm his theory, Yuan Shao amplified his aura force to analyze the Slowpoke's condition. Sure enough, he sensed a steady stream of psychic energy leaking uncontrollably from the Slowpoke's body. While it couldn't compare to the power of a Slowking or Gothitelle, for a Midear Pokemon, this level of psychic energy was already remarkable. Without hesitation, Yuan Shao retrieved a cube from his system inventory and placed it into the Slowpoke's mouth. The Slowpoke instinctively swallowed it, and a wave of warmth spread through its body. The intense headache subsided significantly in an instant. Slow? The Slowpoke widened its eyes in disbelief. Since birth, the headaches had plagued it relentlessly, often lasting half a day during each episode. Yet this time, the pain had eased in less than a minute. "How do you feel? Better now?" Yuan Shao asked, noticing the relief on the Slowpoke's face. "Slow." The Slowpoke nodded enthusiastically. The cube, specially designed for Slowkings, had proven effective. It could soothe the turbulent psychic energy within, alleviating the headaches. Yuan Shao looked at the Slowpoke and said, "I know the cause of your headaches. Come with me, and I can help you completely eliminate this problem." Yuan Shao stared directly into the Slowpoke's eyes, his voice firm and sincere. "I can help you with your headache." The Slowpoke froze for a moment, a glimmer of hope flashing in its eyes. The chronic headaches that had plagued it for so long made it impossible to live like other Pokemon. Even basic tasks like eating and sleeping had become monumental challenges. If this human could truly free it from its pain, it would feel like a second chance at life. However, faced with such a tempting promise, the Slowpoke hesitated. Its intelligence surpassed that of its kind, and it understood the potential implications of following this human. This was a decision that could change its fate. Although the item Yuan Shao had given it earlier had temporarily eased its pain, it couldn't fully trust that this human could permanently solve the issue. As the Slowpoke wavered in indecision, a voice suddenly echoed in its mind. "Coming with me doesn't mean you have to become my Pokemon. I just need your help with something. Afterward, you're free to choose return to the wild or stay by my side. It's entirely up to you. As for curing your headache, I'm 100% confident I can do it. Consider it my way of repaying you for your help. Also, I promise you'll become much stronger." It was Yuan Shao's voice. He had established a psychic connection with the Slowpoke using his aura power. Through this link, the Slowpoke could clearly sense the sincerity and honesty in Yuan Shao's words. Spoken words could be deceitful, but such direct emotional communication was impossible to fake. Helping without necessarily becoming someone's Pokemon, paired with a guaranteed cure for its headaches, it was an offer too good to pass up. Truthfully, even if there were only a 50% chance, or less, the Slowpoke would still be willing to try. Becoming stronger was secondary. All it wanted was to live a normal life like other Pokemon. That alone would be enough. Finally, the Slowpoke nodded decisively. "Slow." Yuan Shao smiled in satisfaction. "Great. I'll be counting on you." He took out a Pokeball he had prepared in advance and captured the Slowpoke. The ball didn't even shake, emitting only a crisp click to signify a successful capture. Nearby, a man in a blue uniform stood dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold. First, he saw Yuan Shao give the Slowpoke something to eat, and its headache miraculously vanished. A problem that had stumped so many Pokemon doctors was resolved just like that? Was it some kind of miracle headache medicine? What puzzled him even more was how the slowpoke, which had initially hesitated when Yun Shao offered to take it, suddenly agreed after a brief exchange of glances. What had just happened? The man shook his head, deciding not to dwell on things he couldn't understand. At the very least, the troublesome Pokemon had finally been sold, and his monthly bonus was safe. That was all that mattered. Turning to Yun Shao, the man plastered a smile on his face. Sir, the price for this slowpoke is 50,000 poke dollars. Would you like to pay in cash or by card? Card. Yun Shao replied curtly. Very well. Please follow me. After completing the transaction, Yun Shao didn't linger at the breeding center. He immediately hailed a cab and traveled for over 2 hours to the secret base near Azure Lake. 10 minutes later, he was standing by the water's edge within the Hidden Realm. Yun Shao's goal for this trip was to seek the help of a Slowking. While his energy cubes could temporarily alleviate the psychic energy turbulence within the slowpoke, they were only a temporary fix. To truly resolve the issue, the slowpoke needed to learn to control its powers independently. When it came to psychic abilities, Yun Shao had only a rudimentary understanding and couldn't personally teach the slowpoke. However, if Slowking were to take on the role of mentor, it would be a completely different story. Slowking was not only a champion-level psychic-type Pokemon, but also a member of the Slowpoke evolutionary line. Its guidance would undoubtedly yield exceptional results. This confidence was the foundation of Yun Shao's promise to the Slowpoke. The only question now was whether Slowking would agree to help. If it did, both the Slowpoke's problem and Yun Shao's research paper would see significant progress. But if Slowking refused, things would become complicated. In that case, Yun Shao might have to turn to Gothitelle for assistance. Taking a deep breath, Yun Shao focused his aura power and sent out a pulse toward the lake bed. Moments later, the water's surface began to swirl, and Slowking emerged from the depths, its regal figure appearing before Yun Shao. Yun Shao greeted it with a warm smile. Long time no see. I've come to ask for your help with something. Shall we head down and talk? Yun Shao suggested. A minute later, Yun Shao and Slowking were once again standing in that mysterious area at the bottom of the lake. The water around them formed an invisible barrier, allowing them to breathe and converse freely. Yun Shao quickly retrieved a large jar of energy cubes from his system space and placed it in front of Slowking. Here, I prepared this especially for you. It should last you a few days, Yun Shao said, noticing that the aura emanating from Slowking's body had grown significantly stronger since their last encounter. Clearly, Slowking had made progress in his abilities during Yun Shao's absence. Slowking accepted the jar of cubes, his gaze settling on Yun Shao. His voice echoed directly in Yun Shao's mind. You said you came to me for help this time? Yun Shao nodded in confirmation. That's right. I want to write a paper on the evolution of Slowpoke into Slowking, and I might need to collect some data on Slowkings. Collecting data doesn't sound too difficult. Sure. Slowking agreed without hesitation. Yun Shao let out a sigh of relief and continued. Great. Thank you so much. By the way, would you be interested in leaving this place and visiting the human world? The human world? Slowking blinked, pondering for a moment before nodding. That does sound intriguing, but would that be convenient for you? Yun Shao immediately assured him, of course, it's no trouble at all. I'll take care of everything: food, accommodations, entertainment. You won't have to worry about a thing. You can see whatever you want to see. Slowking nodded in agreement, but suddenly seemed to notice something. Wait, why do I sense the presence of one of my kind on you? Yun Shao smacked his forehead. I almost forgot about that. He took out a pokeball containing Slowpoke and released it. With a flash of white light, Slowpoke appeared before them. The moment Slowpoke saw Slowking, it froze in place, its mind flooded with questions. Why does this guy look so much like me? Why does he feel so familiar and comforting? And most importantly, why is his aura so overwhelmingly strong? Yun Shao gently patted Slowpoke's back and introduced them. Slowpoke, this is my friend, Slowking. He's another evolutionary form of your species, and the one I plan to help you evolve into. Slowpoke looked even more bewildered. It had always thought it could only evolve into Slowbro. What was this Slowking all about? Yun Shao turned to Slowking. Sorry, Slowking, but I might need to ask for your help with one more thing: teaching this little one how to use psychic powers. He briefly explained Slowpoke's situation. After hearing the explanation, Slowking readily agreed to help. It wasn't just because of his friendship with Yun Shao, but also because Slowpoke was one of his kin. Yun Shao was just about to relax when his phone suddenly rang. He was momentarily puzzled. Wasn't there supposed to be no signal in this secret realm? But he quickly realized that it might be due to the League and the Education Bureau constructing communication towers after deciding to transform the Azure Lake into a military training site for university students. Picking up his phone, Yun Shao saw that the caller was Wang Chuanjun from the MO University team. Frowning, he answered the call, and Wang Chuanjun's urgent, intense voice came through immediately. Yun Shao, come to the gym quickly. The captain is in trouble. Something happened to Zhao Kai? Yun Shao froze, hearing the busy tone after Wang Chuanjun abruptly hung up the phone. He glanced at the Slowpoke beside him, its head tilted in confusion, and explained, "It seems there's an issue at the school. We need to head over right away." Yun Xiao pulled a deep blue pokeball from his pocket. This was the most advanced model available, specially prepared to summon the Slowbro. If he was going to ask it to leave its home, he needed to provide the best treatment. When Yun Xiao arrived at the gymnasium, Wang Qingjun, Jia Jiangwo, and Lin Qingru were already waiting, their expressions grim. As soon as Wang Qingjun saw Yun Xiao, he rushed over. "Xiao Yun, you're finally here." Yun Xiao frowned and asked, "What's going on? What happened to the captain?" Wang Qingjun hesitated, then sighed after a moment. "The captain was in a car accident on his way to school. How is he now?" Yun Xiao asked anxiously. Though he hadn't known Zhao Kai for long, he had a good impression of the captain, who had always looked out for new members. Hearing this news made his heart sink. Jia Jiangwo stepped forward, his face complicated as he explained, "We only found out about it 2 hours ago. The hospital just informed us that, thanks to treatment by a Chansey, the captain is out of life-threatening danger. However, he suffered fractures to his thigh and one arm. He'll need at least 2 months of rest, and won't be able to participate in any activities for now." Yun Xiao let out a sigh of relief, but quickly realized the severity of the situation. He looked at the three of them, understanding the mix of relief and concern on their faces. Zhao Kai's injuries meant he definitely couldn't participate in the upcoming National College Tournament. Wang Qingjun confirmed Yun Xiao's thoughts. Although the captain is temporarily out of danger, the upcoming competition is a real problem. The captain is our key player. Without him, it'll be hard for Imo University to maintain a top 3 position. At that moment, a sharp, mocking laugh shattered the heavy atmosphere. Chi Hung strolled in, hands in his pockets, a smug grin on his face. He walked straight up to Wang Qingjun. "So what if he's out? Zhao Kai wasn't that great anyway." Chi Hung sneered, pointing to himself. "Isn't it simple? Just make me the captain instead." His words left the others in silence. Despite their shared dislike for Chi Hung and their wish to kick him off the team, they couldn't deny that under the current circumstances, making him captain might be the best option. However, Chi Hung suddenly turned his gaze to Yun Xiao, narrowing his eyes as he looked down at him. "Hey kid, did you completely ignore what I told you before? It's been a week. Where's my money?" Chi Hung stepped back a few paces and casually sat on the front row of the bleachers, crossing his legs. His eyes glinted with sinister dissatisfaction as he continued, "Oh man, honestly, I really wanted to do my best for the team. But with new members like you showing this kind of attitude, it's hard for me to stay motivated. Erase the deal. They'll give you all another chance. From this month until the end of the semester, all the team bonuses will go to me. They'll reluctantly lead you guys to the tournament. The team's prize money for the competition? Also mine. Oh, and the captain's spot? That's mine too permanently." Chi Hung's outrageous demands completely enraged Jia Jiangwo. Clenching his fists, he stormed forward. "Chi, you shameless bastard." Without a hint of fear, Chi Hung leaned forward slightly, a mocking smile on his face. "Go ahead, hit me. Knock me into the hospital too. Then Imo University's team won't even have enough players to enter the team competition this year." "Calm down, Jia." Wang Qingjun quickly grabbed Jia Jiangwo, but he too glared at Chi Hung with a furrowed brow. Lin Qingru stood off to the side, her face full of anger but helplessness as well. Chi Hung's demands were utterly despicable, yet the problem was clear. Without Zhao Kai, and if Chi Hung refused to play, Imo University's team wouldn't just miss the top 3, they might not even make it into the top 10. That would leave their team as a disgrace in the university's history. Though the three were seething with anger, wishing they could tear Chi Hung apart, they found themselves helpless against him. At that moment, Yun Xiao approached Chi Hung unhurriedly, hands clasped behind his back. Chi Hung raised his head, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. A mocking smile played on his lips as he sneered. "What's this? Regretting your choices now?" His tone was filled with contempt. "If you had obediently transferred that money to me before today, none of this would have happened. This is all your own doing." Jia Jiangwo, infuriated, struggled fiercely in Wang Qingjun's grasp, shouting angrily, "Damn it, Yun Xiao. Don't listen to his nonsense. Look at him. Do you really think he'd have let this slide even if you gave him the money? Forget the competition. We're not putting up with this crap anymore." Despite Jia Jiangwo's boiling rage, Lin Qingru and Wang Qingjun remained silent. Unlike Jia Jiangwo, who was straightforward and impulsive, they understood there was no other way out of this situation. Breaking the suffocating silence, Yun Xiao's calm voice rang out once again. He looked steadily at Chi Hung and asked, "What happens if we refuse to do as you say?" Chi Hung smirked maliciously, leaning back lazily. "Do I really need to spell it out? Maybe you'll just underperform during the competition or something. After all, I'm just the vice captain, not the one shouldering all the responsibility. Anyway, I'll be starting my internship in a month or 2, so I might as well submit my resignation and leave the team. As for the competition, well, good luck to you guys." He yawned exaggeratedly, then impatiently added, "Have you made up your minds yet?" I don't have all day. Chi Hung knew full well that his demands, as outrageous as they were, left Jia Jiangwo and the others with no choice but to comply. According to the rules, no new members could be added to the university teams within a month of the competition. This meant that without him, Mo Da's team couldn't participate. It was precisely this leverage that made him so audacious. However, in the next moment, Yuan Shao, standing before him, revealed a faint, enigmatic smile. He pulled out his phone from behind his back and placed it in front of Chi Hung. No need to wait a few days to submit your resignation. You can leave today. From the phone's speaker came the low and authoritative voice of Principal Qin Shuqing. Chi Hung, you are expelled. Chi Hung froze as if struck by lightning, his expression shifting rapidly from disbelief to shock, then to panic. He immediately recognized Qin Shuqing's voice. Among the students, Qin Shuqing was a mysterious figure. Even the principal's office was off-limits unless he extended an invitation. Chi Hung never imagined that Yuan Shao could directly contact the principal. After a brief moment of chaos in his mind, Chi Hung scrambled to his feet, stammering, Principal Qin, please listen to me. This is just a misunderstanding. I just wanted to teach him. But before he could finish, Qin Shuqing's stern voice interrupted. I never expected Mo Da to have a student as despicable as you. Leave immediately. This is no longer your school. Chi Hung tried to say something, but in the end, he bit his lip and stayed silent. Over 3 years of university life had been obliterated in an instant. He had been just half a year away from graduating and embarking on a promising career. But now, everything was gone. His life had been marred by an indelible stain. Being expelled from university would be permanently recorded in his personal file, severely impacting his future as a trainer. But it was too late to say anything now. After a long pause, Chi Hung turned to glare venomously at Yuan Shao, cursing, You think you're so clever? Huh? Fine, I'll leave. Let's see how Mo Da manages without me. Without me, you don't even have enough players to compete. Yuan Shao met his glare with an indifferent shrug. That's none of your concern anymore. After all, you're not a Mo Da student. Speaking of which, why is a non-student still hanging around? Should I call security to escort you out? You. Chi Hung gritted his teeth, his face darkening. With a final hateful look at Yuan Shao, he turned and stormed out of the stadium. It wasn't until Chi Hung's figure disappeared that Jia Jiangwo, Wang Qingjun, and Lin Qingru snapped back to reality. Yuan Shao had actually contacted the principal and had Chi Hung expelled? Yes. I've been waiting for this. He totally deserved it. Jia Jiangwo cheered loudly, clearly the happiest of them all to see Chi Hung gone. While Wang Qingjun and Lin Qingru also felt a sense of satisfaction at Chi Hung's fate, their brows furrowed with concern. Wang Qingjun was the first to speak up. It's good that Chi Hung is finally gone. But now we can't compete this year. Lin Qingru nodded in agreement. Exactly. The minimum team size for the competition is 5. Yuan Shao filling in as captain barely made us eligible. But now that Chi Hung's gone, we're short again. Before either of them could say more, Qin Shuqing's voice came through Yuan Shao's phone. You don't need to worry about the numbers. There's actually one more person registered as a substitute on the roster. We have enough players. From now on, Wang Qingjun will serve as interim captain and lead the team in the competition. Don't feel too pressured. Mo Da has been in the top 3 for years. It's okay if we have a less resourceful year. All of you, especially Yuan Shao, should focus on gaining experience. Just do your best. Rankings aren't everything. Qin Shuqing's words seemed to lift a weight off everyone's shoulders, and their expressions visibly relaxed. But Yuan Shao froze in place, stunned. A notification had just appeared before his eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've unlocked the S-level side quest, Legendary Substitute of the University Team. Quest objective. Lead Mo Da's University Team to victory as a substitute. Progress, 0-1. Reward, Advanced Modification Opportunity X1. Random S-level items X5. Unlock new feature, Fusion Forge. Yuan Shao stood in the stadium, his entire attention captivated by the floating task panel before him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he silently celebrated to himself. This task was practically tailor-made for him. Leading the Jing University team to victory had always been part of his plan, and now the system had sweetened the deal with enticing rewards. A high-level modification opportunity worth the equivalent of 5,000 shock points, 5 random straight items, which could fetch a hefty sum even if they weren't immediately useful, and a mysterious new feature called the Fusion Forge. Yuan Shao didn't yet understand its purpose, but based on the system's track record, he was confident it was no ordinary tool. Just as Yuan Shao was lost in his thoughts, Wang Qingjun's voice pulled him back to reality. Principal Qin, he'll temporarily take over for Zhao Kai in leading the team. But you mentioned there's a substitute. Who is it? From the phone, Qin Shuqi's calm voice replied. Among the new students this year, besides Yuan Shao, there's another standout. I've already assigned her a spot on the team as a substitute by Ningxuang. I believe you all know her. Oh, it's her. Wang Qingjun and the others said in unison. their expressions lighting up with realization. As the daughter of the former principal of Imo University, Bai Ningxuang's name was widely recognized. Yun Xiao, hearing this, was also slightly surprised. He thought to himself, I didn't expect the principal to bring her into the team as well. Qin Shuqiu continued, Bai Ningxuang has been on leave recently to visit her family, so she hasn't officially joined the team yet. She'll return before the competition. Alright everyone, carry on with your training. Remember, no pressure, just perform to the best of your ability. With that, he ended the call. Wang Qingjun shrugged casually and said, well, since the principal said that, there's no need to stress about rankings. Let's just train hard and give it our best shot. There's always next year. Yeah, at the very least, we should make it into the top 10, right? Jia Zhengwo chimed in. The tense atmosphere lightened considerably, and the three of them visibly relaxed except for Yun Xiao, who continued staring at the task panel, deep in thought. To secure the championship for Imo University, he calculated, they would need to reach at least an elite height-ear level of strength. His hyperactive ape had been training non-stop over the past week. However, since it had already reached level 30, it had surpassed the optimal level range for the Lava Canyon Simulation Dungeon, which slowed its rate of improvement. It had only barely touched the threshold of elite height-ear strength. Even so, Yun Xiao wasn't worried. For one thing, there was still a full week before the competition, plenty of time for hyperactive ape to break through. For another, its physical strength had always far exceeded its current stage. Even against an elite height-ear opponent, one punch from it could very well be decisive. As Yun Xiao pondered his next steps, a new system notification suddenly flashed before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden side quest, cleaning out the parasite. Quest description. The team members have long suffered under the likes of Qi Hong, a leech dragging them down. By leveraging the principal's authority, you ensured he got what he deserved. Well done. Quest reward. S-grade special item training limiter. With the notification, a peculiar vest-like item materialized in his system inventory. Yun Xiao inspected its description carefully. Special item. Training limiter S. Description. A miraculous vest. When worn by a Pokemon, it reduces all attributes by 30 and makes movement significantly more strenuous. However, it increases experience gained from battles, and training by 50 multiplies with other bonuses, and stores the extra experience in the vest. The longer it is worn, the more potential it can unlock. When the vest is removed, the stored energy and experience are released to the Pokemon. Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow. This item reminded him of the Force Training Gear from the original story. That item halved a Pokemon's speed during battles, but doubled the effort values gained afterward. The training limiter, however, was an upgraded version. The debuffs were harsher, but the bonuses were far more impressive, an additional 50 experience that stacked with other multipliers. This meant that if a Pokemon wearing the vest trained in a simulation dungeon of an appropriate level, it could gain not only the standard 4-fold experience from the dungeon, but also an extra 2-fold experience stored in the vest. However, Yun Xiao didn't overlook the item's significant drawback: the 30 reduction in all stats and the increased difficulty in movement. The cost was undeniably steep. Yun Xiao quickly made up his mind and decided to let the hyperactive ape test the waters first. With Qi Hong expelled and Bai Ningxuang joining the school team, Wang Qingjun became the new interim captain, temporarily calming the turmoil surrounding the team. However, while the principal and others, including Wang Qingjun, had given up on the idea of Magic University making it into the top 3 this year, Yun Xiao secretly prepared to lead the team to victory. After leaving the stadium, Yun Xiao went straight to a small room in the laboratory building. It was a private lab arranged for him by Huang Ning, something usually reserved for outstanding second or third-year students. Huang Ning had specially applied for one on Yun Xiao's behalf and urged him to use it well for his research papers. Yun Xiao closed the door to the lab, took a deep breath, and pulled 2 Pokeballs out of his pocket. A flash of light revealed Slowpoke first, who curiously surveyed its surroundings. However, in the next moment, it froze, standing before it was a pink Pokemon wearing a crown, exuding a powerful and wise aura. Slowpoke was stunned to find a familiar kinship emanating from this Pokemon, completely unlike the dopey and clumsy members of its species it was accustomed to. With a smile, Yun Xiao explained, "Meet Slowking, Slowpoke. This is your other possible evolution. He'll teach you how to use psychic powers and help you get rid of your constant headaches. Remember, I promised to make you stronger? One day, you'll evolve into something like this." Slowpoke was too astonished to speak, its worldview completely upended. Yun Xiao then turned to Slowking, saying, "Slowking, I'll be counting on you to guide this little one from now on." Slowking nodded kindly in agreement. However, just as the atmosphere grew harmonious, a black and white figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, emanating a powerful and intimidating presence as it stood before Slowking. Slowking frowned, sensing that this uninvited guest was also a psychic-type Pokemon, yet its psychic energy was overwhelming and terrifying. Yun Xiao, momentarily stunned, recognized the newcomer. "Miss Gothitelle, why are you here?" The intruder was none other than the Gothitelle who guarded the resource tower. She remained silent, her cold gaze fixed on Slowking, making the air tense. Yun Xiao quickly realized the situation and hurried to explain. Miss Gothitelle, this is my friend Slowking. He's here to help me with my research paper and to train this slowpoke. Slowking nodded to indicate it meant no harm. After listening to the explanation, Gothitelle's expression softened slightly, and she turned her attention to Yun Xiao. Scratching his head awkwardly, Yun Xiao added, by the way, how did you like the poke blocks I gave you last time? Were they to your taste? Did you finish them? Gothitelle paused for a moment at his words, then gave Yun Xiao a meaningful look before vanishing into thin air. Once he confirmed that Gothitelle had left, Yun Xiao let out a sigh of relief and apologized to Slowking. She's the former principal's Pokemon. She means no harm. She simply came to check for the student's safety. Sorry, I should have informed her in advance. Slowking waved it off to show it understood. Yun Xiao glanced out the window toward the resource tower, deep in thought. The tower was at least over a kilometer away from the laboratory building, yet Gothitelle had sensed Slowking's presence from that distance. This meant she had been using her psychic powers to monitor the entire Magic University campus. It dawned on Yun Xiao that Gothitelle wasn't just guarding the resource tower, she was silently protecting the entire school. Yun Xiao was still lost in the lingering afterglow of his conversation with Miss Gerda when a sudden knock on the lab door interrupted him. Yun Xiao, are you in there? A familiar voice called out. It was his senior, Lu Ziyang, with whom he rarely exchanged words. Frowning slightly in confusion, Yun Xiao got up and opened the door. Lu Ziyang's anxious expression greeted him as he blurted out, Junior, I heard you joined the school team, and you're competing next week? Yun Xiao nodded in confirmation, his tone puzzled. Yeah, that's right. Is there a problem? Lu Ziyang hesitated, as if debating whether to speak, but eventually said, I know you performed exceptionally well in the freshman tournament, but you're in the researcher program now. How can you? He lowered his voice suddenly, his face clouded with worry. I just walked past Professor Huang's office and overheard him arguing fiercely with the principal about this. Yun Xiao immediately understood Lu Ziyang's concern. A student from the researcher program participating in school team competitions? To outsiders, it would undoubtedly seem like he was neglecting his studies. After all, research and being a trainer were traditionally seen as two completely different paths, and no one in history had ever excelled in both fields simultaneously. But Yun Xiao couldn't help but think of Professor Oak's prime counterexample. In his youth, Oak had been a champion trainer and later achieved legendary status in the field of research. Besides, Yun Xiao possessed knowledge from the future. If he couldn't handle such a minor challenge, that would truly be embarrassing. Of course, this reasoning was something he couldn't explain to Huang Ning or Lu Ziyang. Yun Xiao decided to remain silent for now. Once he completed his paper on the evolution of Slowpoke into Slowking, Huang Ning would have no grounds for objection. Lu Ziyang noticed Yun Xiao's silence and hurriedly added, Don't get me wrong, Junior. I think you should do whatever you want. But Professor Huang is definitely going to talk to you about this. Be prepared. Yun Xiao nodded in appreciation. Lu Ziyang continued, and don't tell him I told you about the argument with the principal. My legs nearly went numb from eavesdropping. Suddenly, Lu Ziyang's attention shifted to the Pokemon behind Yun Xiao. His eyes widened in surprise. Is that a Slowpoke? Your experiment Pokemon? Then, his gaze fell on a pink Pokemon nearby, and his jaw dropped. Wait, is that a Slowking? Lu Ziyang's reaction was understandable. Slowkings were incredibly rare, rivaling even Milotic in scarcity and surpassing pseudo-legendaries in prestige. Researchers often struggled to locate a single Slowking for their studies, yet here one was, casually standing in Yun Xiao's lab. It took Lu Ziyang a moment to collect himself before he asked incredulously, Junior, where did you even find a Slowking? The professor in the lab next door has been searching for one for a year without success. And didn't you say your semester paper is about the evolution of Slowpoke? What does a Slowking have to do with that? Yun Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. He's a friend I met in a secret realm. As for how he ties into my paper, you'll find out next month. Lu Ziyang froze, his mind racing. Could Yun Xiao be trying to prove that Slowpoke can evolve into Slowking? But that idea was quickly dismissed. This question had been a hot topic in the research community for over a decade, with the consensus being that Slowpoke and Slowking were simply related species, not part of an evolutionary line. Perhaps Yun Xiao just wanted to use this rare Pokemon to produce a high-quality paper. That must be it, right? Lu Ziyang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, though a vague sense of unease lingered in his heart. The scene shifted quietly to a bustling food street just outside the Magic University campus. A steaming bowl of noodles sat on the table, garnished with chopped scallions and meat sauce, releasing an irresistible aroma. However, the man seated in front of it wore a dark expression, his eyes glaring at the dish as though he wanted to devour it whole. This man was none other than Qihang, who had just been expelled from Mo University by Yun Xiao. After a moment of silence, Qihang suddenly picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered, and a deep male voice came through. Cousin? Long time no see. How's it going? Chi Hung, suppressing his anger, replied, Brother, I've been expelled from Mo University. There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by an outburst of anger. Expelled? How dare they? What did you do? Feeling wronged, Chi Hung quickly explained. Nothing. It's just because the school team got a new guy who's connected to the principal. I tried to discipline him, but he wouldn't listen, and the principal directly kicked me out. Brother, you have to stand up for me. The deep voice responded again, laced with frustration. Damn it. All right, just wait. I'll book a flight right now and go with you to confront that principal. We'll make sure the Chi family gets an explanation. Chi Hung hurriedly replied, Brother, there's no need for that. The captain of Mo University's team broke his leg and is now hospitalized. After they kicked me out, they brought in 2 substitutes to fill the roster and still plan to compete. That guy connected to the principal is also on the team. Now they only have 3 mid-tier elite trainers left, not a single height ear. The voice on the other end immediately responded, not a single height ear, and they still dare to expel you. Fine. If we face them in the competition, I'll make sure they regret it. You shouldn't stay in Mo University any longer. Come back to J City. I know people at J University and can easily get you enrolled. Chi Hing's eyes lit up with excitement. Brother, according to the rules, didn't J University, being in last year's top 5, get a slot to replace an internal substitute? Exactly my point. Once you're enrolled, you can use that slot to join the team, the deep voice confirmed. Chi Hung nodded repeatedly. Thank you, brother. The rough voice came through again. Don't mention it. Damn it. Mo University dares to treat you like this? They better hope they don't run into J University after the second round, or we'll teach them a lesson together. Mo University's been in the top 3 for years. No, it's about time they were knocked down a peg. All right, book your flight today and come back. We'll handle the rest when you're here. I need to inform the team about this. Call me when you get to J City. After hanging up the phone, a sinister smile spread across Chi Hing's face, completely different from his earlier aggrieved demeanor. His brother, Chi Zhuang, was the captain of J University's team. As one of the top universities, J University ranked just below Mo University and Jing University, boasting incredible strength. From what Chi Hung knew, the team already had 2 height-ear elite trainers, and with him, they'd have 3. 3 against 0. The outcome was obvious. Yuan Shao, you'd better hope you don't cross paths with me, Chi Hung muttered with a malicious grin as he stood up and left the restaurant, completely unaware that a white figure had silently leapt from a nearby table and slipped away unnoticed. Not long after Lu Ziyang left for personal matters, Huang Ning called Yuan Shao. His tone was calm but carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Yuan Shao, why did you join the school team? Yuan Shao answered truthfully, Professor Huang, becoming a powerful trainer is also one of my goals. Don't worry, it won't affect my research paper. Huang Ning was clearly unsatisfied with this response. After a brief pause, he said, before the midterm exams, I want to see your paper. If it doesn't meet the standard, it'll prove you can't handle both responsibilities. You're a smart person, Yuan Shao. I trust you'll know what to do when the time comes. With that, he hung up. Yuan Shao wasn't surprised by Huang Ning's reaction. In fact, he was a little taken aback by how mild the professor's tone was. If Lu Ziyang had done something similar, he would likely have been scolded harshly and kicked out. Thinking of this, Yuan Shao shrugged. It seemed Professor Huang had a relatively good impression of him. Still, he wouldn't let anyone down. As Yuan Shao pondered, his slaking suddenly appeared in front of him. Raising an eyebrow, Yuan Shao asked, You're back? So, did Chi Hung do anything shady? The slaking immediately nodded. Yuan Shao chuckled. I knew it. All right, tell me everything. From a young age, Yuan Shao had mastered the art of dealing with people like Chi Hung. He understood that individuals like Chi Hung, when punished, wouldn't reflect on their actions but would instead seek revenge. So, when the principal announced the decision to expel Chi Hung, Yuan Shao immediately sent Hyperactive Ape to quietly follow him. This decision proved to be quite fruitful. Now, as he listened to Hyperactive Ape's detailed report, Yuan Shao raised an eyebrow and thought. Chi Heng's revenge plan was surprisingly straightforward, leveraging the upcoming competition. If Mo University wanted to claim the championship, they would inevitably have to face J University. In Chi Heng's eyes, J University had a formidable lineup, boasting 3 elite high-level trainers, while Mo University seemingly had no one capable of standing against them. However, the reality was far from what Chi Hung imagined. Yuan Shao calculated silently. Mo University's real trump card at the moment was none other than himself, a bona fide elite high-level trainer. More importantly, Hyperactive Ape's strength had long surpassed that of an ordinary elite high-level Pokemon, to the point where it could potentially take on 2 opponents of the same level on its own. A faint smile tugged at Yuan Zhao's lips. With a full week remaining until the competition, this might seem insignificant to others, but for Yuan Shao and Hyperactive Ape, it was a golden opportunity for transformation. He firmly believed that 7 days would be enough for Hyperactive Ape to evolve into the powerful Slaking and break through to the gym leader level. By that time, even if Shi University sent out 5 elite high-level Pokemon, they would struggle to shake Yuan Shao's advantage. After all, reaching the gym leader level represented a dramatic leap in power, far beyond anything below that tier. With this in mind, Yuan Shao turned to Hyperactive Ape, a confident smile on his face. Hyperactive Ape, I'm counting on you for this competition. To Yuan Shao's surprise, Hyperactive Ape didn't respond with its usual enthusiasm. Instead, it lowered its head slightly, looking downcast. Noticing the unusual behavior, Yuan Shao immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Hearing this, Hyperactive Ape began to slowly share its worries. As Yuan Shao's first captured Pokemon, its life before meeting him hadn't been easy. Due to its inherently lazy nature, it was often disliked by others. But after meeting Yuan Shao, it overcame this weakness and developed a strong desire to grow stronger. Hyperactive Ape explained its efforts in detail. Whether in daily training or real battles, it gave its all, working diligently and tirelessly. Yuan Shao had even reminded it multiple times to take proper rest. However, compared to Rayquaza, Hyperactive Ape felt that its progress seemed slightly slower. Though the difference was minimal, it was enough to make Hyperactive Ape feel disheartened. As the earliest member of Yuan Shao's team, it had always seen itself as the leader. What's more, it couldn't help but notice that, despite its relentless effort, Rayquaza's training, while serious, wasn't nearly as proactive. After sharing its concerns, Hyperactive Ape looked at Yuan Shao expectantly and asked, "Is there a way for me to grow stronger faster?" Yuan Shao fell into deep thought after hearing this. Objectively speaking, Hyperactive Ape's progress was already extraordinary. In just over a month, it had gone from being an overlooked rookie Pokemon to one on the verge of breaking through to the gym leader level. To put this into perspective, according to the league statistics, the average age for trainers to reach the gym leader level exceeded 35 years, which underscored the years of effort typically required for such a feat. Yet Hyperactive Ape had achieved this in just 1 month. While Yuan Shao's system had undoubtedly played a role, such rapid advancement would have been impossible without Hyperactive Ape's own diligence and determination. The challenge, however, lay in the fact that even with its exceptional talent and potential, and even after evolving into a species with stats comparable to legendary Pokemon, Hyperactive Ape was fundamentally still an ordinary Pokemon, not a true legendary. Legendary Pokemon were unique for a reason. Their power grew at an astonishing rate naturally, even without deliberate training. Yuan Shao watched the departing figure of the Vigoroth, lost in thought. The Vigoroth's words had struck a chord, making him suddenly realize the inherent unfairness in this journey of pursuing strength. In this quest, the ordinary Pokemon was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Yuan Zhao's gaze swept over the flickering instruments in the laboratory as he silently compared the situations of the Vigoroth and Rayquaza. As a legendary Pokemon, Rayquaza not only enjoyed the support of Yuan Zhao's system but also had access to blocks and abundant resources. In contrast, the Vigoroth was like a player who needed to grind endlessly and spend heavily, while Rayquaza was the lucky one who breezed through with minimal effort and extraordinary luck. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Shao turned to face the Vigoroth. He met its gaze and spoke earnestly, "Vigoroth, listen. I know you may feel like this is unfair, and the truth is, as a legendary Pokemon, Rayquaza does have an easier path to becoming stronger." Hearing this, the Vigoroth's shoulders slumped slightly, and a trace of disappointment flickered in its eyes. Yuan Shao quickly added, "But you need to understand something. For an ordinary Pokemon, a legendary is an unattainable existence. Yet you, an ordinary Pokemon, have managed to grow alongside Rayquaza. That in itself is a miracle, and that miracle comes from your own hard work. I hope you'll continue to persevere." The Vigoroth froze for a moment, a glimmer of surprise flashing in its eyes. Yuan Shao reached into his pocket and pulled out a small device, the Force Training Collar. "Put this on. It will limit your power, but when you take it off, you'll gain exponentially greater strength," he explained. "I plan for you to wear it until you're on the verge of evolving into a Slaking. When that time comes, combined with the normal type treasure, your power will surpass even Rayquaza." Hope reignited in the Vigoroth's eyes. It took the Force Training Collar without hesitation and fastened it around its neck. A strange energy immediately enveloped its body, making it feel heavy and weak. Yet, rather than feeling discouraged, the Vigoroth let out an excited cry and darted out of the laboratory. Watching the Vigoroth's retreating figure, Yuan Shao fell into deep contemplation. While the Vigoroth had regained its confidence, Yuan Shao couldn't ignore a deeper issue. The modification system seemed unable to completely bridge the gap between ordinary Pokemon and legendary ones. Where exactly did this gap lie? And how could it be closed? Shaking his head, Yuan Shao's eyes landed on the floating point total on the system panel, 5,670 points. He still needed over 4,000 points to unlock the divine modification. He began calculating in his mind. With the national college competition being such a large-scale event, winning the championship should provide enough points to unlock it. I wonder what surprises the divine modification will bring. Yuan Shao murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Time flows like a rushing river, and in the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. In Yuan Zhao's lab, a sharp die suddenly broke the silence. The slowpoke's eyes flashed blue, and the glow quickly spread across its entire body. A massive glass tank then materialized out of thin air, hovering steadily in midair. Excellent, just like that. Slowpoke? Yuan Shao clapped his hands in approval, a satisfied smile lighting up his face. Over the past week, under the careful guidance of the Slowking, Slowpoke had trained diligently, and its psychic abilities had advanced by leaps and bounds. With its innate talent, demonstrations from a Slowking of champion caliber, and Yuan Zhao's specially crafted master-grade psychic energy cubes, Slowpoke's progress was nothing short of remarkable. Slowpoke shyly scratched its head and let out a cheerful die. Ever since it began training its psychic powers on the second day, it had been pleasantly surprised to find that its long-standing headaches had completely disappeared. Not only that, but its strength had been skyrocketing at an incredible pace. All of this was thanks to Yuan Shao. With that thought, Slowpoke raised its head and called out gratefully to Yuan Shao, Die, don't thank me. If you're going to thank someone, thank Slowking. Without its guidance, there's no way you'd be learning this fast, Yuan Shao said with a shrug. Slowpoke nodded earnestly and obediently followed Slowking to continue its training. Leaning back in his chair, Yuan Zhao's gaze swept across the thick stack of documents on the desk and the files displayed on his computer screen as he fell into deep thought. He hadn't been idle this past week either. He had already drafted a preliminary version of his thesis on Slowpoke's evolution into Slowking. The core argument of his paper was clear. Slowpoke possesses a hidden gene that can only be activated through the combined effects of psychic power and the King's Rock. To support this hypothesis, he had meticulously gathered a wealth of relevant literature and data. The rapid progress on the thesis was largely thanks to the card Huang Ning had given him. With it, Yuan Shao had gained access to the advanced archives of the library, saving him weeks of research time. Now, all he needed to do was continue collecting data on Slowpoke and Slowking while waiting for Slowpoke to evolve. Once that happened, he could finalize and publish his paper. Given Slowpoke's current training regimen, which combined the energy cubes, Slowking's specialized coaching, and experience from the simulated secret realm, Yuan Shao estimated that it would successfully evolve in about 2 weeks. By mid-next month, the research paper should be complete and ready for publication. With that thought in mind, Yuan Shao shut down his computer, stood up, and stretched. In a flash, his figure disappeared from the lab, reappearing moments later in the simulated secret realm, the Lava Canyon. Not far away, Infernape and Rayquaza were training as per Yuan Zhao's instructions. The moment they saw him arrive, the two Pokémon immediately approached. Roar! Chaha! Good job, both of you, Yuan Shao said with a warm smile, reaching out to gently pat Rayquaza and Infernape on their heads. Over the past week, Rayquaza's power rating on the system panel had skyrocketed, breaking through the elite level and reaching the early gym leader stage. For most trainers, even if their Pokémon had the talent and power to aim for gym leader level, they would often remain stuck at high elite level for a long time. Even using rare treasures might not guarantee a breakthrough. But for Rayquaza, the process had been completely natural and effortless. As expected of a legendary Pokémon, it was truly extraordinary. If Yuan Shao hadn't had a heart-to-heart talk with Infernape a week ago, the latter might have been devastated by Rayquaza's breakthrough. But now, Infernape seemed unfazed, training as usual, eating and sleeping as usual, showing no visible reaction to Rayquaza's advancement. After all, Yuan Shao had promised him that once he evolved, he would catch up to Rayquaza's level. What Infernape didn't know was that it was Yuan Shao who now found himself in a bit of a bind. He had given his word, but Rayquaza's rapid level progression was simply overwhelming. While it wasn't inherently a bad thing, it left Yuan Shao feeling slightly helpless. It seemed that after this competition, he would have to find some unique opportunities for Infernape to help him keep pace. As Yuan Shao was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He answered, and Wang Qingjin's voice came through. Yuan, meet us at the stadium. We're ready to head out. We'll be there right away, Yuan Shao replied. He recalled the two Pokémon into their Pokeballs and promptly exited the simulated secret realm. The location for the National College competition varies each year, and this year, it happened to be chosen as the first battle arena in the heart of the bustling metropolis known as Modu. Situated in the southern part of the city, the arena is approximately 40 to 50 kilometers away from Modu University. With the competition set to begin early the next morning, the university decided to have the school team depart a day in advance and stay at a nearby hotel to prepare for the event. On a sunny afternoon, the team members gathered at the university gymnasium and boarded a chartered bus headed for the battle arena. Lin Qingru, Jia Zhangwo, and Wang Qingjun quickly claimed the front seats, eagerly discussing the upcoming competition. Yuan Shao, on the other hand, quietly made his way to the back row, laptop in hand. Although his research paper was already in its early stages, he was determined to use the travel time to refine and finalize it for submission. As Yun Shao focused intently on his work, a cool, composed female voice interrupted his thoughts. May I sit here? He looked up to see Bai Ning Shuang standing beside him, her gaze steady. Today, she was dressed differently from her usual athletic attire, opting instead for a light black t-shirt, with her long hair tied back in a headband. Yun Shao nodded in agreement, silently wondering why she chose to sit next to him, but he soon turned his attention back to his paper. The bus started moving, its wheels humming softly against the asphalt road. About half an hour later, Yun Shao finally lifted his hands from the keyboard, rubbing his temples. Staring at the laptop screen for so long in a moving vehicle had left him feeling slightly carsick. Just then, Bai Ning Shuang broke the silence. Are you working on a paper? She asked. Yun Shao turned to her and replied simply, yes. In the research department, we're required to submit at least one paper per semester. My professor expects two. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Bai Ning Shuang's eyes. After a brief pause, she asked, why do you want to become a researcher? Yun Shao shrugged. You might have misunderstood. I never said being a researcher means I can't be a trainer. The two aren't mutually exclusive. Bai Ning Shuang fell silent again, her expression suggesting she found his perspective difficult to grasp. Curious, Yun Shao asked in turn, what about you? Why do you choose to work part-time instead of relying on your father's connections? The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Bai Ning Shuang's face darkened immediately. Sorry, forget I asked. Yun Shao apologized hastily. To his surprise, Bai Ning Shuang spoke softly and began sharing her story. As it turned out, Bai Ning Shuang wasn't originally from Modu but from Jingqing. Her mother was the eldest daughter of a prominent family there. When Bai Ning Shuang was 6, her father unexpectedly divorced her mother and moved to Modu to take up the position of president at Modu University. Before leaving, her father told her that if she could get into Modu University on her own merits, she would be able to see him again. From that moment on, Bai Ning Shuang refused any financial assistance from her school. She moved to Modu alone and, through sheer determination, earned her place at Modu University. However, upon arriving, she discovered that her father had mysteriously disappeared 5 years earlier. After hearing her story, Yun Shao felt he better understood her earlier reactions, though he still had lingering questions. Why had her father suddenly left his family and moved to Modu? And if her family was wealthy, why did Bai Ning Shuang choose to support herself through part-time jobs? Nevertheless, Yun Shao decided against prying further, respecting her privacy. At that moment, the bus came to an abrupt stop. They had finally reached their destination. The teams participating in the National University Tournament gradually arrived at the luxurious hotel arranged by the Alliance. When the 5 members of the MO University team stepped into the opulent, golden-lit lobby, they noticed that many other competitors from various schools were already there. Some were busy checking in, while others looked around with curiosity shining in their eyes. Jia Jiangwo noticed Yun Shao looking a little uneasy and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder, teasing, first time in a fancy hotel like this? The Alliance never skimps on accommodations. You should enjoy it while you can. Yun Shao didn't respond, though inwardly, he was rolling his eyes. In truth, when he first arrived in Modu, he had already stayed in a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. With millions of Pokemon coins in his pocket, places like this hardly impressed him. Jia, come to the front desk and check in. Wang Chengjin's call interrupted their conversation. Jia Jiangwo quickly walked over, while Yun Shao found a nearby sofa to sit on and began observing the other participants. Most of the competitors appeared to be 3rd or 4th-year students, their faces composed and their demeanor confident. In comparison, Yun Shao, a 1st-year student, seemed slightly out of place. As he casually scanned the room, a familiar figure suddenly caught his eye. It was Qi Heng, who had been kicked out of MO University just a week ago. Qi Heng now wore a brown school uniform, with Zhejiang University's distinctive hook-shaped emblem pinned to his chest. It seemed he had indeed joined Zhejiang University's team. He also spotted Yun Shao, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Striding over, he loomed over Yun Shao. Surprised to see me? Qi Heng leaned in, lowering his voice to a threatening tone. Kid, I warned you. Since you dared to get me expelled from MO University, we'll make sure you regret it. Pray that MO University doesn't run into us too soon in the competition, though we both know it's only a matter of time. Huh. With that, Qi Heng walked away smugly, hands in his pockets, leaving Yun Shao thoughtfully watching his retreating back. Yun Shao already knew the rules of the tournament. Starting from the 3rd round, the competition would shift from a points-based system to an elimination format. Qi Heng's words were clear. If MO University faced Zhejiang University after the 3rd round, it would likely mean an immediate elimination. Given that both schools had ranked highly in recent years, the odds of them being matched as opponents were quite high. However, what Qi Heng didn't realize was that he should be the one hoping for a delayed encounter. Leaning back on the sofa, Yun Shao's eyes gleamed with confidence. Over the past 6 days of intense training, His Vigoroth had reached level 36, fully prepared to evolve into a Slaking. For now, its evolution was held back by the suppressing effects of a special training device. If they faced Zhejiang University, it would be the perfect opportunity to remove the training device and unleash Vigoroth's accumulated power and experience. Combined with a mysterious artifact in Yuan Shao's possession, the evolution would be flawless. The battle against 3 elite-level Pokemon would be the ultimate test of Slaking's newfound strength. Before long, the check-in process was complete, and the MO University team members were each assigned to single rooms. Though the rooms weren't as luxurious as a presidential suite, Yuan Shao didn't mind. After settling his belongings, he decided to take advantage of the last free evening before the competition to relax. Stepping out of the hotel lobby, Yuan Shao pulled out a deep blue Pokeball and released his Slowking. Didn't you say you wanted to see a human city? Let's take a stroll. Since returning to Modu, Slowking had spent most of its time in the lab teaching Slowpoke how to use psychic abilities, with occasional visits to the library, but it had never truly explored the city. Slowking nodded in agreement, its eyes sparkling with interest. Having lived by a secluded lake in the secret realm for so long, the outside world was full of wonder for it. If you walk around like this, you're going to cause quite a stir. You're a pretty rare Pokemon, after all, Yuan Shao reminded him. Slowking understood immediately. In a flash, its body was enveloped in a faint blue glow. As a champion-level psychic Pokemon, concealing itself was effortless. With that problem solved, Yuan Shao took out another Pokeball and released Larvitar. In a flash of white light, the small, moss-green creature appeared in Yuan Shao's arms, curiously observing its surroundings. Yuan Shao strolled through the bustling streets of the metropolis, cradling Yukira in his arms. The little creature's weight nearly made him stumble. "Yukira, you've gotten heavier again," he muttered helplessly, glancing down at the small Pokemon in his arms. Ever since hatching, Yukira's appetite had been insatiable, devouring an astonishing amount of minerals daily. While its size hadn't visibly changed, its weight had been increasing at an alarming rate. The streets buzzed with life, lined with vendors selling skewers, crafting sugar figurines, and even showcasing Pokemon performing tricks. Such vibrant scenes were unimaginable in Yuan Shao's original world. As he nibbled on a candied hawthorn stick, he listened to Slowking's voice in his mind, marveling at the splendor of the human world. Suddenly, Yukira grew unusually excited, sniffing the air with vigor. It wriggled out of Yuan Shao's arms and bolted in a specific direction. Yuan Shao hurriedly chased after it, finally stopping in front of the Metropolis Mineral Museum. Seeing Yukira's sparkling eyes fixed on the building, Yuan Shao sighed and shook his head. "So you smelled the minerals, huh?" Inside the museum, the dazzling array of mineral exhibits left Yukira salivating. It tugged on Yuan Shao's pant leg incessantly. "Hold on," Yuan Shao said, trying to calm it down. "Take your time and decide which one you want. I'll ask if we can buy it." At the same time, he reminded himself of the materials he needed to collect to repair the decayed sword. As Yuan Shao prepared to explore the museum floor by floor, something unexpected caught his attention. Not far away, a tour guide was introducing an enormous, pitch-black meteorite. Just then, a shimmering light screen appeared before Yuan Shao's eyes. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have discovered an SS-level mythical artifact, the Heart of Deoxys." Yuan Shao stood in the exhibition hall of the Mineral Museum, his gaze falling on a glass display case. His pupils contracted sharply. He could hardly believe it, of all places, he had stumbled upon a mythical-grade artifact here. After just acquiring the decayed sword of Zacian, now he was faced with the mythical artifact belonging to Deoxys. His luck was simply out of this world. He stared intently at the item inside the glass case, and detailed information immediately appeared before his eyes. SSS-class mythical artifact, Heart of Deoxys. Description: the heart of the cosmic virus Pokemon Deoxys, said to have reached Earth after a long journey through space. Its energy has been depleted, but with the infusion of immense life energy, it can be revived as Deoxys. Yuan Shao froze. This was not just an artifact connected to a legendary Pokemon, it was, in a sense, the Pokemon itself. With enough energy, it could be directly brought back to life. In the original lore, Deoxys was a renowned figure. Although classified as a mythical Pokemon, its power rivaled that of many legendary Pokemon. In the movie adaptations, it even fought on par with Rayquaza, making it a being of godlike status. After a brief moment of excitement, Yuan Shao calmed himself. Repairing Zacian's decayed sword was already an incredibly challenging task. Reviving the Heart of Deoxys would undoubtedly be even harder. Even if he somehow managed to revive it, with his current strength, he doubted he could even hold a proper conversation with such a formidable entity. After all, the Deoxys depicted in the original stories was not exactly known for its friendly disposition. After some contemplation, Yuan Shao decided to acquire the artifact first and figure out the rest later. To the untrained eye, It was just a piece of extraterrestrial meteorite buying. It shouldn't be too difficult. He stopped browsing the exhibits leisurely and directly approached a staff member. Excuse me, could you tell me where the museum director is? I have something I'd like to discuss with them. The young male staff member was momentarily taken aback before asking, the director? May I ask what you need to see him about? Yun Xiao pointed to the mineral inside the glass case. I'm interested in some of the minerals here, and would like to know if they're available for purchase. The staff member nodded. Visitors like Yun Xiao weren't uncommon. Collectors and merchants often came to purchase rare minerals. After all, many of the minerals displayed in the museum were rare treasures not easily found on the market. Understood. Please follow me. With the man leading the way, Yun Xiao took an elevator to the top floor, eventually stopping in front of an exhibit room. This is the director's private collection room. He often spends his free time here, so he should be inside now. You can go in directly to speak with him. The man gestured toward the door of the exhibit room. Yun Xiao thanked him and pushed the door open. The room was dimly lit, but the minerals inside the glass cases emitted their own faint glow, some soft and subtle, others vivid and bright. Yun Xiao wasn't surprised. He knew that high-quality minerals often had a natural luminescence. The light from the minerals was enough to illuminate the room, and it also gave testament to their exceptional quality. Yun Xiao walked forward slowly, his eyes scanning the minerals in the cases as information continued to pop up. Ding! The host has discovered an S-grade rare mineral. Emerald Prism Diamond. Ding! The host has discovered an S-grade rare mineral. Phantom Stone. Ding! The host has discovered an S-grade rare mineral. Pure white hexagonal crystal. As Yun Xiao had expected, nearly all the minerals in this exhibit room were S-grade rare minerals, on par with the black rock diamond he had previously found. Among S-grade minerals, the black rock diamond was one of the most expensive, valued at around 5 million Pokemon coins per piece. While the minerals here might be slightly less expensive, they weren't far behind in value. Roughly estimating, Yun Xiao figured that the total worth of all the minerals in this room likely exceeded 1 billion Pokemon coins. He marveled at the staggering wealth before him, but the Larvitar in his arms was already drooling, its eyes sparkling as it struggled to break free and feast on the minerals. For Eugela, this exhibition hall was nothing short of a visual feast. Every single mineral gleamed with an enticing luster, as if beckoning to the little foodie. Yun Xiao had to firmly hold back the overly excited Eugela, helplessly reminding it, Eugela, I know you're eager, but these belong to someone else. You can't just eat them. Barely had Yun Xiao finished speaking when a deep male voice came from not far away. Excuse me, sir, this is a private exhibition hall and is not open to the public. Please return to the public viewing area. Thank you for your cooperation. Yun Xiao turned toward the voice and saw a man in a brownish-gray suit, wearing an old-fashioned monocle, standing behind the display counter. He was carefully observing the minerals inside the cabinet. Yun Xiao responded politely, Good day, Director. I'm not just a regular visitor. I'm here to discuss a business matter with you. I'd like to purchase some of the minerals from your collection. The man showed some interest upon hearing this. He looked up and gave Yun Xiao a closer examination, his gaze eventually settling on Eugela cradled in Yun Xiao's arms. You're looking to buy some minerals for this little one, aren't you? While this is a museum, our mineral reserves are rather substantial. Tell me, what price range are you looking at? Yun Xiao clarified, buying minerals for Eugela is secondary. My main goal is to purchase some special minerals. He then listed several rare minerals, including Starrock, Rainbow Quartz, and Sunset Stone. The director's expression subtly shifted. These minerals were all exceptionally rare and high-grade specimens, the kind even a seasoned expert like him owned only a small portion of. He reassessed Yun Xiao, then extended his hand. Im Zhonghong, the director of the Magic City Mineral Museum. Yun Xiao, student at Magic University, Yun Xiao replied, shaking his hand before continuing. I understand these minerals are precious and rare, with significant value. I'm willing to pay a deposit of 10 million Poke coins, and come back to purchase them as needed. Zhonghong frowned slightly. While he did not doubt the young man's financial capability, these rare minerals were his painstakingly collected treasures, far beyond what mere money could measure. He politely declined. I'm sorry, but these are part of my private collection. They're not something that can simply be exchanged for money. Yun Xiao froze for a moment, realizing he had overlooked this crucial point. Just as he was contemplating how to persuade Zhonghong, something unexpected happened. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire exhibition hall, accompanied by violent tremors. Smoke and heat surged through the air, nearly knocking Yun Xiao and Zhonghong off their feet. From downstairs came screams, cries for help, and panicked sobbing as chaos engulfed the museum. Both men steadied themselves by gripping the counter. Zhonghong cried out in alarm. What the hell is going on? Standing amidst the smoke, Yun Xiao activated his aura powers to scan the lower floors. He saw a group of masked individuals in black uniforms storming the museum, wreaking havoc and spreading terror. Worse still, he noticed a massive hole that had appeared in one corner of the exhibition hall. Emerging from the hole were three people, each bearing a red R emblazoned on their chests. Youngseo's expression darkened. Team Rocket was brazenly robbing the Mineral Museum in broad daylight. Yun Xiao had previously searched online for information about Team Rocket in this world. As one of the largest criminal organizations, Team Rocket had been active for years in Northern Hemisphere countries such as Hua Nation and Buying Nation, notorious for stealing valuables and Pokemon, vandalizing public property, and inciting chaos. However, in the past decade, Team Rocket seemed to have faded into obscurity, with only minor incidents occasionally reported. At this moment, Yun Xiao could never have imagined that Team Rocket would brazenly rob a mineral museum in the bustling downtown area of Modu. The smoke in the air had cleared, and three individuals in Team Rocket uniforms turned their gaze toward Yun Xiao. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache. His eyes bypassed Yun Xiao and landed directly on the museum director. "You're Zhonghong, aren't you?" the man with the mustache asked. Zhonghong frowned, his tone unfriendly. "That's me. What do you want?" A tall, slender woman standing next to the man immediately replied, "Director Zhong, no need to be nervous. We're simply interested in your prized mineral collection. Why not hand it over and save everyone some trouble?" Zhonghong remained silent, his expression dark. He took a step back, and the pokeball tightly gripped in his hand flew forward. With a flash of white light, a golem appeared in front of him. A string of information instantly appeared before Yun Xiao's eyes. Pokemon, Golem, rank, Gym Leader level, power rating, LV48, mid-Gym Leader tier, type, Rock Round, ability, Sturdy negates recoil damage from moves with recoil effects. Known moves, Rock Tomb, Rock Slide, Head Smash, Earthquake, Sandstorm, Double Edge, Stone Edge. Individual values, excellent. Physical attack, 21 special attack, 20 speed, 19 HP, 19 physical defense, 25 special defense, 19. Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow at the sight. This museum director wasn't just a trainer, was a gym leader level trainer. Though the terms director and gym leader differed by a single word, they represented entirely distinct professions. Zhonghong crossed his arms and glared coldly at the three intruders. "If you want my minerals, you'll have to get my golem's permission first." However, the three members of Team Rocket seemed unfazed by Zhonghong's actions. The last of the trio, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Boss, I told you this director wouldn't just hand over the goods. We should have just taken care of him from the start." The mustached man nodded. "All right, you and her handle it. Remember, find out where the item is before you finish him off. Don't make it too quick." He then began scanning the surroundings. The remaining man and the slender woman stepped forward, simultaneously tossing their pokeballs. With flashes of white light, a Zebstrika and a Scolipede materialized in front of them. Through his soul's eye, Yun Xiao could see that these two Pokemon were both at the high gym leader tier, far surpassing Zhonghong's golem in strength. Zhonghong clearly felt the overwhelming power emanating from the two Pokemon, and his face grew even grimmer. Since becoming a gym leader level trainer, he had never faced two high gym leader tier Pokemon at once. If a battle broke out, he had no chance of winning. But could he really stand by and let these criminals take the minerals he had painstakingly collected over the past 30 years? No, it wasn't just the minerals they wanted. His life. Zhonghong clenched his teeth, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The slender woman suddenly smirked. "How about this? If you cooperate with us, we'll make sure your death is a little less painful." Before she could finish her sentence, her entire body was suddenly enveloped in a glowing blue light. Her eyes widened in shock as if struck by lightning, and she collapsed backward. Not only her, the other two men and their Pokemon were also engulfed in the same brilliant blue light, their bodies falling uncontrollably to the ground, unconscious. One moment, Zhonghong had been overshadowed by the fear of death, gasping for breath. The next, he stood frozen, witnessing this bizarre scene. What just happened? Blue light, is this psychic power? He instinctively turned to Yun Xiao, only to be further astonished. Behind Yun Xiao, a pink, crown-adorned Pokemon had appeared at some point. Yun Xiao was now turning to face the Pokemon, engaging it in conversation. As soon as Yun Xiao finished speaking, the Slowking gave a small nod. It had never intended to take anyone's life, only to render the three unconscious. Yun Xiao pointed downstairs and said, "There are still some of their people below. I'm counting on you." Understanding the request, the Slowking's figure blurred and disappeared in an instant. The exhibition hall fell into a sudden silence. Moments later, Zhonghong turned to Yun Xiao with a mix of disbelief and complexity in his gaze. "That Slowking just now, was it a champion-level Pokemon?" "Yes," Yun Xiao replied with a nod. "My relationship with him is hard to explain. Let's just say we're acquaintances." He pulled out his phone and dialed Officer Junsha's number. "Hello, Officer Junsha? I'd like to report an incident." Members of Team Rocket have attacked the Modu Mineral Museum. The situation is under control now, so there's no need to rush. My name is Yun Xiao, and I'm in the private exhibition hall on the top floor. After hanging up, Yun Xiao turned to Zhong Hong. The grunts downstairs have been taken care of by Sloking. But, Director, you need to be extra cautious moving forward. It seems Team Rocket isn't just after your minerals, they're after your life. Cold sweat dripped down Zhong Hong's forehead, and his earlier composure was nowhere to be found. Team Rocket, why would they target me? I'm not sure either, Yun Xiao admitted, shaking his head as a sense of unease crept over him. Something about the situation didn't sit right. Team Rocket, an organization that had been lying low for years, suddenly launching an attack on the Modu Mineral Museum and aiming to kill was highly unusual. While they often caused financial damage, it was rare for them to resort to assassination. Recalling the words of the three attackers, Yun Xiao's thoughts suddenly clicked. Could it be because of the Deoxys heart? He remembered the mustached man mentioning the need to extract the whereabouts of something. That something was most likely the Deoxys heart displayed in the first-floor hall. Only an artifact as rare as this could justify such an elaborate operation. Their intent to kill Zhong Hong was likely to silence him and prevent the League from learning of their true objective. Yun Xiao reasoned that Team Rocket must have discovered, through some means, that the Deoxys heart was housed here, though they didn't know its exact location or appearance. Otherwise, they could have simply taken it without interrogating Zhong Hong. It seemed his timing was impeccable any later, and the Deoxys heart might have fallen into Team Rocket's hands. While Yun Xiao was deep in thought, the commotion downstairs gradually died down. It was clear that Sloking had dealt with the remaining Team Rocket members. Yun Xiao walked over to Zhong Hong and gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Director, have you thought about what to do next? Zhong Hong, still pale, had calmed down considerably. I don't know what I did to offend them, but I think I'll temporarily close the museum, store the minerals with the League, and change my identity for a while. That's the best I can do. He looked at Yun Xiao with genuine gratitude. Thank you for saving my life today. Zhong Hong knew full well that without Yun Xiao and his Sloking, his golem wouldn't have lasted 30 seconds, and he himself would likely already be a corpse. Rising to his feet, he added, you mentioned earlier that you needed certain minerals. I'll prepare them for you right away, free of charge. Yun Xiao quickly waved his hand. Let's keep things fair. I'll pay for the minerals as usual. No need for special treatment. But aside from those minerals, there's something else I'd like to ask for. What is it? Zhong Hong asked immediately. To him, Yun Xiao was a lifesaver. Forget the mineral, she wouldn't hesitate to hand over the entire museum if Yun Xiao asked. Compared to his life, everything else seemed trivial. I'd like the black meteorite in the first-floor hall, Yun Xiao said. Of course, I'll pay for it as well. Zhong Hong froze for a moment before nodding in agreement. The meteorite? No problem. Honestly, it's more of a commemorative piece, it's not worth much compared to these minerals. Seeing Zhong Hong's puzzled expression, Yun Xiao sighed inwardly. It was clear that Zhong Hong had no idea the meteorite was the source of his troubles. Fortunately, Team Rocket didn't know what the Deoxys heart looked like. Otherwise, Yun Xiao wouldn't dare take it. But since they were in the dark, he saw no reason to hold back. Officer Junsha led a large group of police officers to the entrance of the Ore Museum, all standing ready and alert. Although Yun Xiao had already reported that the situation was under control, no one dared to let their guard down in the face of Team Rocket's threat. However, the scene inside the museum left everyone stunned. Aside from a few damaged display cases, there were no signs of intense combat. The floor was littered with unconscious Team Rocket members and their Pokemon, creating a shocking sight. Even the usually composed Officer Junsha couldn't hide her surprise, silently wondering what on earth had transpired here. On the 5th floor, in the private exhibition hall, Yun Xiao and the museum curator, Zhong Hong, had been waiting for some time. After a brief conversation, Junsha quickly grasped the sequence of events. Her gaze shifted to the Sloking standing behind Yun Xiao, and she blinked in disbelief. A seemingly ordinary college student being accompanied by a champion-level psychic Pokemon? This made her question Yun Xiao's background, though her immediate focus remained on her duties. Junsha bowed to Yun Xiao in gratitude, thanking him on behalf of the Alliance for single-handedly stopping Team Rocket's operation without causing any casualties. She promised that a reward would be issued after further assessment. Yun Xiao modestly credited the victory to Sloking, emphasizing that without its coincidental presence, he wouldn't have been able to handle the situation. While Junsha didn't fully understand the connection between Yun Xiao and Sloking, she still expressed her appreciation to the Pokemon before turning to Zhong Hong, her tone suddenly becoming serious. She asked Zhong Hong if he had ever been in contact with Team Rocket. Upon receiving a negative response, she proposed arranging a new identity for him along with secret protection. Zhong Hong agreed without hesitation and subsequently signed a confidentiality agreement regarding the museum's future operations. It was decided that the police would take over the management of the museum. Zhong Hong also suggested gifting a portion of the ore collection to Yun Xiao as a token of gratitude, a request Jun Xiao approved. 15 minutes later, the unconscious Team Rocket members and their Pokemon were taken away by the police. Zhong Hong left with Jun Xiao, while a few officers brought the requested ores and the Heart of Deoxys to Yun Xiao. An older officer asked if he needed help transporting them, but Yun Xiao politely declined. Soon, the private exhibition hall was empty except for Yun Xiao. He turned to the invisible Slowking, sincerely thanking it for its assistance. Slowking replied that it was the right thing to do but then asked, puzzled, why some humans were capable of such evil. The question caught Yun Xiao off guard. After a moment of thought, he shrugged and said, humans are much more complex than you Pokemon. Some are kind and friendly to those around them, while others treat even the lives of others as worthless. Of course, in most cases, there are still more good people than bad, Yun Xiao added, his tone carrying a hint of contemplation. Dai Dai Wang, hearing this, showed a thoughtful expression and slowly nodded. I think so too. At least, you seem like a good person. Receiving a good person card from Dai Dai Wang, Yun Xiao smiled faintly and looked down at the pile of ores in front of him. He picked out a few pieces, handed them to Yukira beside him, and then swiftly stored the rest into his system inventory. This trip was quite fruitful. I've already gathered half the materials needed to repair the Sword of Decay, Yun Xiao thought with delight. The rest can be collected gradually and soon, the sword will be fully restored. After storing the ores, Yun Xiao's gaze fell on the highlight of the day, the Heart of Deoxys. This black meteorite, roughly half a meter in diameter, was likely the reason Team Rocket attacked the museum today. Now, it was in Yun Xiao's hands. After a moment of thought, Yun Xiao stored the meteorite in his system backpack and issued a command to the system. System, unlock the corresponding legendary Pokemon entry for this item. The Heart of Deoxys vanished before Yun Xiao's eyes. After a brief silence, the system's voice chimed in, ding! Congratulations to the host. You have unlocked legendary Pokemon entry number 23, the Cosmic Virus Deoxys. The legendary Pokemon interface appeared, and a striking red and blue holographic image of Deoxys materialized. Yun Xiao studied the familiar figure, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Back when I played handheld games as a kid, capturing this guy required solving those boulder puzzles on the island. Took ages, but it was worth it. After all, who could resist a Pokemon that can switch between 4 combat forms like a high-tech mecha? His eyes drifted downward, scanning the detailed information about Deoxys. Entry number 023, Deoxys. Description: a legendary Pokemon mutated from a meteorite carrying a cosmic virus. Known for its incredible speed and immense power, it can survive for extended periods in extreme environments such as high temperatures, freezing cold, and low oxygen. Preferences: strength, combat. Dislikes: none. Personality: born for battle. Current affection level: 0 strangers. Note: when affection level reaches 80 or above, a mysterious reward will be granted. Yun Xiao couldn't help but pause for a moment as he read through the details. As expected, my guess was right. Even if I manage to revive this guy, it probably won't be open to negotiation. Better wait until I can take it on in a fight. As was customary, Deoxys's location was displayed at the bottom of the interface. Yun Xiao almost skipped it, assuming it would simply indicate its current position right in front of him, waiting to be revived. But out of habit, he glanced at the map and what he saw left him stunned. The virtual map displayed a section of space beyond Earth. In one corner of this starry expanse, a cluster of over a dozen flashing red dots was visible, tightly packed together. Huh, what's going on here? Yun Xiao's mind raced. Could it be that there are actually this many Deoxys living in space right now? He imagined the scene and couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. In the movie, just one of these things could pin down Rayquaza. If a whole bunch of them suddenly showed up, that'd be terrifying. But then Yun Xiao thought again. Still, that's a problem for space. It doesn't really concern me here on Earth. There's no way they just break through the ozone layer and come to Earth looking for a fight, right? Yeah, that shouldn't happen. Shaking his head, Yun Xiao closed Deoxys's information panel and turned his attention to the treasure chest at the bottom of the legendary Pokemon interface. Current legendary Pokemon unlocked, 5. Number needed for next reward, 1. Without realizing it, I'm already close to unlocking another reward, Yun Xiao thought with anticipation. Last time, I got an advanced modification opportunity and an SS grade system item, the plot traversal ticket. I wonder what this second treasure chest will hold. His gaze fell on the plot traversal ticket stored in his system backpack. This item requires a Pokemon in the team to reach gym leader level strength to unlock. Now that Rayquaza has achieved that level, I can finally use it. He made up his mind. Once this tournament is over and I'm back, I'll give it a try. According to the system, completing a plot mission comes with massive rewards. Plus, it'll be a great chance for Rayquaza to show off its skills. Raising an eyebrow, Yun Xiao mused, I just wonder which movie storyline it'll end up in. That's definitely something to look forward to. With his hands in his pockets, he hummed a tune and walked away from the scene. What Yun Shao didn't realize was that the moment the heart of Deoxys entered his system backpack, its black surface began to glow faintly, pulsating like a heartbeat. At the same time, light years away, within a pitch-black nebula, dozens of crimson eyes lit up in the darkness. These eyes, as if sensing something, all turned in unison toward a single direct Iona small, vibrant blue planet, teeming with life, nestled in the far corner of the universe. When Yun Shao stepped into the dining hall, the other members of the school team were already enjoying their breakfast. Feeling slightly apologetic, he grabbed 2 slices of bread, one for Yukira nestled in his arms, and the other for himself to munch on. No worries, there's still plenty of time before the match, Jia Jiangwo said nonchalantly, biting into a drumstick. Bai Ningxuang put down her bowl of porridge and spoke coolly. I didn't see you at the training ground last night. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Yun Shao answered honestly. I went out for a walk. A hint of disappointment flashed in Bai Ningxuang's eyes, but she didn't press further. She felt that Yun Shao's attitude toward the upcoming competition was far too casual, a stark contrast to the confident promises he had made earlier. The other team members, however, didn't seem to mind. Jia Jiangwo even curiously asked about Yun Shao's outing the previous night. To them, Yun Shao, a freshman, was merely here to experience the atmosphere of a big event. Turning toward Bai Ningxuang and Yun Shao, Wang Changjun began explaining the competition rules. The tournament is divided into 3 rounds over 5 days. The first 2 rounds are point-based, while the third is an elimination-style team match. He elaborated on the mechanics of each round and how points would be calculated. You're both rookies, so you won't compete today. If we face suitable opponents tomorrow, they'll arrange for you to participate, Wang Changjun continued. The final round is a 3v3 team match, but you'll need to be ready to substitute if necessary. Just do your best, don't stress yourselves out. Bai Ningxuang nodded earnestly, treating the competition as a valuable opportunity for growth. In contrast, Yun Shao seemed much more relaxed, even using a slice of bread to playfully tease Yukira. Seeing this, Bai Ningxuang's brows furrowed slightly once more. An hour later, the Magic City's first battle arena was buzzing with excitement. This massive venue, capable of holding 50 to 60,000 spectators, was nearly packed to capacity. The lively chatter, cheers, and stirring background music blended together, creating an electrifying atmosphere. The National Collegiate Battle Championship has captured the attention of the entire nation of Longhua. Dozens of television cameras inside the venue are running simultaneously, broadcasting this grand event live to households across the country. The official Alliance Battle channel is also providing full coverage, ensuring not a single thrilling moment is missed. At the commentary desk, a handsome man in a black suit and tie steps forward gracefully. His warm, magnetic voice soon resonates through the arena via the sound system. Good morning to all the spectators here and those watching from home. I'm Yi Qinghe, and it's my honor to once again serve as the host and commentator for the National Collegiate Championship. Let's enjoy this annual highlight together. As Yi Qinghe finishes his introduction, thousands of elite students from universities nationwide emerge from the tunnels on either side of the arena, stepping into the spotlight of tens of thousands of spectators. These young talents, the best of the best from hundreds of universities, are here to compete and bring glory to their alma maters in the intense battles ahead. Let's give them a big round of applause. Yi Qing's enthusiastic call is met with thunderous clapping, echoing throughout the venue. The students, basking in the applause, were expressions of excitement and pride. And now, Yi Qinghe declares with a commanding voice, I officially announce the opening of the 56th National Collegiate Championship. As his words ring out, the applause intensifies, fireworks bloom in the blue sky, and the ground of the arena begins to tremble. For massive battle platforms slowly rise into place. Yi Qinghe continues his commentary. Today's 2v2 matches will take place simultaneously on these 4 platforms. Spectators can use the screens at their seats or the large displays to follow the teams they're most interested in. Now, let's proceed with the first round of the draw. According to Wang Changjun's arrangements, Yun Shao does not have to participate in the first day's doubles matches. Unlike his usual practice of carefully observing the teams, he heads straight back to his hotel room to revise his thesis. It's not that he's overly confident about victory, he simply understands that in a competition of this scale, analyzing post-match summaries online is far more efficient than gathering intelligence on his own. Moreover, in a tournament format with preliminary rounds leading to knockouts, many strong teams are likely to hold back, avoiding the exposure of too much information. For the entire day, Yun Shao stays in his hotel room, diligently revising his thesis while also supervising his slowpoke as it trains its psychic abilities. Meanwhile, his Slowking ventures out invisibly on its own, continuing its exploration of the human world. As night falls, Yun Shao, Bai Ningxuang, and Lin Qingru gather in Jia Jiangwo's room as planned. When Jia Jiangwo and Wang Changjun enter, Yun Shao immediately asks, how did today's matches go? Jia Jiangwo replies with a grin, 5 wins, 0 losses. The result is unsurprising. With their intermediate elite strength, the two of them easily overwhelmed the average university teams. Wang Qingjun also smiles in satisfaction. If we keep this up, Imo University has a good chance of staying in the top 10 this year. Jia Jiangwo claps him on the shoulder, saying optimistically, "You're being too cautious, old Wang. We might even break into the top 5. However, Lin Qingru, who has been silent up to this point, suddenly speaks, her expression darkening. "I noticed something during today's matches. Qi Heng is on Zhejiang University's team. Also, the two players Zhejiang University sent out today are both at the advanced elite level." This revelation wipes the smiles off Jia Jiangwo and Wang Qingjun's faces. Though Qi Heng had been expelled, their disdain for him remained strong. "Are you sure it's him?" Wang Qingjun asks urgently. "I'm sure," Lin Qingru replies solemnly. Jia Jiangwo grumbles, "Damn it, how did he end up on Zhejiang University's team? And what's more, Zhejiang University didn't have a single advanced elite last year. But now they've got 3. The 3 of them are all painfully aware that Imo University is likely to face Zhejiang University in the upcoming matches. With Zhejiang University boasting 3 advanced elites, victory seems nearly impossible. This means they'll not only have to confront Qi Heng, but also endure the humiliation of losing to him. They can already imagine his smug expression. Wang Qingjun sighs. We'll just have to do our best when the time comes. Let's hope we don't face them too early." Jia Jiangwo frowns in silence. Deep down, they all know that this predicament ultimately stems from their lack of strength, something they can do little about. As the atmosphere grows heavy, there's a sudden knock at the door. Lin Qingru walks over to check through the peephole. Her face immediately darkens and she whispers, "Qi Heng is here. What is he doing here?" Wang Qingjun couldn't help but frown, his usually composed demeanor giving way to a shadow of displeasure as Qi Heng suddenly knocked on the door at this critical moment. His expression darkened. Jia Jiangwo, on the other hand, stormed forward, clenching his fists in anger. "Damn it, just seeing his face pisses me off. I'm gonna teach him a lesson," he growled. Lin Qingru quickly grabbed Jia Jiangwo's arm and whispered urgently, "This is the official competition hotel. If you start a fight here, we'll lose our qualification to compete." Wang Qingjun took a deep breath, steadying himself before slowly opening the door. Qi Heng, dressed in a Zhejiang University uniform, strolled in with an air of arrogance. He glanced around the room, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, everyone's here, huh?" he remarked mockingly. Without invitation, he sank into the sofa, crossing his legs and continued, "I have to admit, I'm surprised you even dared to show up for this competition. SK, tisk." Jia Jiangwo couldn't hold back any longer. He took a few quick strides toward Qi Heng, his voice booming with anger. "Cut the crap. What are you doing here?" Feigning a startled expression, Qi Heng raised his hands in mock surrender. "Whoa, easy there. This is a competitor's hotel. Surely you wouldn't start a fight here, would you? Jia, my friend, you need to calm down. One punch from you, and your team loses its qualification. How are you going to explain that to your school, Amoda?" "You." Jia Jiangwo's clenched fist froze midair, his words caught in his throat. Qi Heng's expression quickly shifted back to his usual smugness. His gaze swept over everyone in the room as he leaned back into the sofa. "I'm not here to cause trouble," he said, though his tone suggested otherwise. "I just thought, since we're all old acquaintances, I'd give you guys a chance. Apologize to me sincerely right now, and maybe just maybe you'll consider going easy on you when we face off. You wouldn't want to embarrass Imoda too badly, would you?" The audacity of his words made even by Ningxuang, who didn't know Qi Heng, frown. It was clear to everyone that this was an outright provocation. Wang Qingjun and Jia Jiangwo's faces darkened further, their anger barely contained. Just as the tension in the room reached a boiling point, Yuan Shao suddenly stood up from the sofa, a calm smile on his face. He walked over to Qi Heng and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Excuse me, Zhejiang University student, but this is Imoda's team room. Are you sure you're in the right place?" Yuan Shao deliberately emphasized the words, Imoda's team, a pointed reminder that struck a nerve with Qi Heng. It was because of Yuan Shao that Qi Heng had lost his enrollment at Imoda and had been forced to start over as a freshman at Zhejiang University. While Zhejiang was a respectable university, its prestige paled in comparison to Imoda. Qi Heng's smirk vanished in an instant. Just as he was about to retort, Yuan Shao continued, cutting him off. "If I recall correctly, the competition rules prohibit visiting other schools' team rooms. Are you sure you want to risk Zhejiang University's qualification? It'd be a shame to lose it over something like this." Qi Heng's face turned ashen. He shot up from the sofa as if he'd been stung and backed toward the door. If he caused Zhejiang University to lose its qualification, his hard-won spot there would be in jeopardy as well. "Yuan Shao, I'll see you at the team match." He spat through gritted teeth, glaring daggers at Yuan Shao before slamming the door behind him. The room fell silent. After a long pause, Jia Jiangwo turned to Yuan Shao, confusion written all over his face. "No visiting other teams' rooms? I don't remember that being a rule for this competition. Yuan Shao shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, that? I just made it up. That guy definitely didn't read the rulebook. Lin Qingru couldn't hold back a laugh. Jia Zhengwo gave Yuan Shao a thumbs up. Smart thinking, Junior. You've got a sharp mind. Wang Qingjun clapped his hands, signaling the end of the commotion. All right, let's focus. As for our match against Zhejiang University, just stick to the strategy we discussed earlier and do your best. It's getting late. Everyone head back to your rooms and rest. We've got an early start tomorrow. The group nodded in agreement and dispersed to their respective rooms. As the night deepened, a shadowy figure sprinted through a dark and eerie forest on the outskirts of Shanghai. Breathless, the cloaked individual finally came to a halt, leaning against a tree to catch his breath. His eyes darted around nervously, scanning the surroundings. With trembling hands, he pulled a black device from his cloak and pressed a button. Immediately, he dropped to one knee. A holographic screen flickered to life before him, displaying a luxurious office. Behind an imposing mahogany desk sat a man in a tailored suit, his back to the screen. Though his face was obscured, the sheer authority and oppressive aura emanating from him left no doubt this was a man of immense power. Member number 168 of Team E urgently contacted his superior, his voice trembling through the communicator. Lord, the mission to the Magic City's Mineral Museum has failed. The man cloaked in black crouched in the forest, not daring to lift his head, waiting for the deep, raspy, yet magnetic voice to respond. Magic City? The person on the other end of the line seemed to pause in brief contemplation. Moments later, he spoke in a cold tone. This mission should not have failed. The cloaked man shuddered and hastily explained. My lord, please listen. The mission was going smoothly at first, but then something unexpected happened. A powerful force struck us, and we were rendered completely powerless. Even the 3 team leaders who made it to the top floor were knocked unconscious without any chance to resist. Thinking back now, it must have been some kind of superpower. The communicator fell silent for a moment before the voice on the other end inquired. Superpower? Yes, the cloaked man replied anxiously. I wouldn't dare deceive you, my lord. I was stationed on the museum's outer perimeter and was barely able to remain conscious. But the others weren't as lucky. They've all been captured by the Alliance. After a long pause, the raspy voice spoke again. Understood. Head to the nearest base and return to headquarters. Thank you, my lord. The cloaked man breathed a sigh of relief and promptly complied. The communication was abruptly cut off. The cloaked man exhaled deeply, quickly picked up his communicator, and darted deeper into the forest, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, on a remote island stood a massive steel fortress. In the innermost chamber of this structure, the man from the other end of the communication sat at a redwood desk. His black buzz cut accentuated his sharp, icy gaze and stern expression. If Yuan Shao were here, he would have immediately recognized him as Giovanni, the founder and leader of Team Rocket, and one of the most infamous villains in the original story. A champion-level psychic Pokemon? How could such a Pokemon be guarding a museum? Giovanni muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. His eyes fell upon a document on the desk, featuring a photograph of a black meteorite with bold red text beside it, detected to contain unique cosmic life signatures. Currently housed in the Magic City's Mineral Museum as part of curator Zhong Hong's private collection. After a moment of contemplation, Giovanni placed the document in a drawer and pressed a button on his desk. A holographic screen lit up before him, displaying the image of a laboratory. At the center of the lab stood 7 or 8 massive incubation tanks, each filled with a translucent greenish liquid and containing grotesque, malformed Pokemon embryos. A chilling sight. Giovanni gazed coldly at the embryos and spoke. Dr. Yinchuan, how is the progress? As his words echoed, a man wearing a plague doctor-style mask and a white lab coat stepped forward, kneeling on one knee before the tanks. He answered respectfully, my lord, despite numerous challenges and obstacles, everything is proceeding smoothly. Within 6 months, we will undoubtedly create what you desire. However, Giovanni's brows furrowed. Speak freely, Dr. Yinchuan. What do you need? Dr. Yinchuan nodded. To create the most powerful artificial Pokemon as you envisioned, we've encountered many technical difficulties, but we've managed to overcome them. However, there remains one issue we cannot resolve. The genetic sequences we currently possess, even the sequence from the Molter sample, cannot withstand the immense power required. To prevent the embryos from collapsing, we need a stronger genetic sequence. Giovanni raised an eyebrow. Stronger? Dr. Yinchuan produced a photograph of a pale gray fossil with a faint black eyelash-like imprint at its center. This is a fossil of a legendary Pokemuse eyelash. It appeared 20 years ago at a tech exhibition in the Polar Bear Nation. If we can extract Mew's genetic sequence from this fossil, the experiment will undoubtedly succeed within 6 months. Giovanni stared at the fossil and nodded. In 3 days, this fossil will be delivered to your lab. Remember your promise, doctor. Don't let me down. The night passed uneventfully, and the next day arrived as scheduled. According to the competition rules, the second day would feature unknown battles in a best-of-3 format, with a minimum of 3 participants required for each match. In the hotel restaurant, Wang Qingjun sat at the table, phone in hand, and announced to the group, the draw for today's 3 rounds is out. In the morning and afternoon, well-faced Xining University and Dongying University, respectively. Neither of them are particularly strong. Xining has only 2 beginner elites, and Dongying has just 1. He turned to Bai Ningxuang and Yuan Xiao, asking, do you two want to give it a try? Although he and Jia Zhangwo could easily secure victories on their own, Wang Qingjun wanted to give the others a chance to gain experience in the spotlight. Yuan Xiao, munching on a piece of bread, shook his head disinterestedly. He figured that, being at most a beginner elite himself, participating would be a waste of time. He'd rather focus on writing his thesis. However, his teammates interpreted his actions differently. Are you sure you don't want to? Opportunities like this don't come often. Wang Qingjun encouraged him kindly. Jia Zhangwo nudged Yuan Xiao with his elbow, adding, yeah, are you really not going to give it a shot? Yuan Xiao remained silent and shook his head again. He thought to himself that even if he wanted to participate, his overactive ape would probably find the opponents too weak. A single match would take at least half an hour, including preparation and wrap-up, and he simply couldn't be bothered. Just then, Bai Ningxuang's cool voice broke the silence. I'll go. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Yuan Xiao, and her disappointment deepened. The person she once saw as a rival seemed to have truly given up on the path of becoming a trainer. All right, then you'll join us for the matches this morning and afternoon. Wang Qingjun agreed immediately. If the opponents are suitable, you'll get a chance to play. As for Yuan Xiao, he was essentially just a backup, so whether he participated or not was up to him. At that moment, Jia Zhangwo noticed something. Wait, aren't there 3 matches in total? What about the evening match? Wang Qingjun sighed. Our evening opponent is Su University, he explained. Su University was a top-tier school with a strong team. Last year, they ranked just below Imo University. This year, with Imo University losing 2 advanced elites, they weren't even a match. Su University had 2 advanced elites on their roster. Wang Qingjun planned to team up with Jia Zhangwo for the evening match. If they managed to win one round, Lin Qingru could step in for a filler match. Unexpectedly, Yuan Xiao suddenly spoke up. Wait a second. If we're facing Su University in the evening, count me in. Everyone turned to look at Yuan Xiao in unison, puzzled as to why he would skip the chance to fight weaker teams, but volunteer to face a powerhouse like Su University. Facing their questioning gazes, Yuan Xiao shrugged and explained. If it comes down to 1 win and 1 loss, we can't rely on Lin Jia, right? Her wind sprite is a support type and not suited for combat. It's better to save its abilities for the team competition. After hearing this, the group found his reasoning sound. Wang Qingjun nodded. All right, then you'll join us for the evening match. He gestured to Bai Ningxuang and Jia Zhangwo. Let's go. The first round is about to start. Jia Zhangwo stuffed the last bite of his fried dough stick into his mouth and hopped off his chair. As Bai Ningxuang followed them out, she glanced back at Yuan Xiao's retreating figure, her mind filled with suspicions about his true intentions. In truth, Yuan Xiao's explanation was just for show. Since the goal of this competition was to win the championship, he couldn't let Imo University lose in the second round. It would cost them valuable points. Time flew by, and evening soon arrived. As expected, the morning and afternoon matches were easy victories. Jia Zhangwo didn't even need to play. Bai Ningxuang and Wang Qingjun each won a round, swiftly concluding both matches. It's worth mentioning that Yuan Xiao took a brief moment to observe Bai Ningxuang's battle. He noticed that her snow spirit seemed to have made significant progress, showing signs of breaking through the elite beginner level and reaching the intermediate level. Though her rate of improvement was still negligible compared to Yuan Xiao's, it was nonetheless remarkable for an average trainer. It further proved Bai Ningxuang's extraordinary talent as a trainer. Let's go, Yuan Xiao. Wang Qingjun nodded at him, signaling for the 3 of them to leave the hotel lobby, leaving Lin Qingru and Bai Ningxuang behind. Lin Qingru had a subtle smile on her face as she suddenly asked, You've been watching Yuan Xiao quite a bit these past 2 days. Do you have feelings for him? Her unexpected question caught Bai Ningxuang off guard. She rarely showed such flustered emotions and quickly denied it. No, that's not it. Oh? Then why do you keep looking at him with that expression? Lin Qingru asked, clearly intrigued. Bai Ningxuang shook her head and softly explained. I just see him as my most important rival, but he doesn't seem to take the path of a trainer seriously. Lin Qingru chuckled. Really? And how can you be so sure he's not serious about being a trainer? I actually think Yuan Xiao is quite exceptional. Did you see how composed he was when facing Qi Hong? He seemed so confident. A person with that kind of confidence is either arrogant and vain or genuinely capable. And Yuan Xiao doesn't strike me as someone who's vain. Bai Ningxuang remained silent, clearly unconvinced. Seeing her reaction, Lin Qingru didn't press the matter further. She stood up and said, Let's go. We should head back to our room to watch the matches. Despite it being the third round of the evening's matches, the audience seats were still packed, and the atmosphere was electric. Yi Qing's voice echoed through the arena as he began his commentary. Thank you for waiting, everyone. Tonight's first match, Modu University versus Suzhou University. Suzhou University, last year's third-place team, is undoubtedly a strong contender. This year, they even have 2 elite advanced level players. On the other hand, Modu University, last year's runner-up, seems to be in a tough spot this year, reportedly without a single elite advanced level player on their team. Even so, this match remains highly anticipated. Now, let's welcome the players from both sides to the stage. As the announcer finished, the audience erupted into a flurry of discussion. What's going on with Modu University this year? Didn't they have 2 elite advanced players last year? Yeah, for a top university, their team is even weaker than Jing University, which focuses more on research. Some informed spectators chimed in with explanations. I heard their captain was in a car accident before the competition, and their vice-captain was expelled for some reason. They didn't have time to recruit new members, so they had to fill the gaps with substitutes. Seriously? Then Modu is in real trouble this year. They probably won't even make the top 5. With no elite advanced players, even making the top 10 seems unlikely. The audience shook their heads and sighed at Modu University's predicament. Such a poor performance would undoubtedly affect next year's enrollment numbers, as higher rankings in this competition meant access to better educational resources. Amid the discussions, the players from both teams had already stepped onto the battlefield, standing under the spotlight. The referee raised a flag and announced loudly, this match will follow a unknown format. Players who have already competed cannot participate again. The first team to win 2 rounds will be declared the winner. Please send out your first players. 15 minutes later, the outcomes of the first 2 matches were clear. Wang Chengjun had secured an initial victory, but Jia Zhangwo had lost the second match. Although the 11 score didn't look too bad, neither of them felt optimistic. It turned out that Suzhou University, aware of Modu's struggles, hadn't taken them seriously. Their captain and vice-captain didn't even participate, sending only 2 elite intermediate players instead. Wang Chengjun and Jia Zhangwo were well aware that Suzhou's strategy was to conserve their strength. However, despite giving it their all, they had only managed a narrow victory in one match, while the other was lost outright due to a type disadvantage. This left the two feeling deeply frustrated. Now, the decisive third round was about to begin. Wang Qingjun reluctantly patted Yun Xiao on the shoulder, saying, "Don't feel pressured if you lose. You're just a substitute, it's normal if you can't win." Yun Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and walked slowly onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Suzhou University players were chatting among themselves. "Hey, Lao Zhao, it looks like they sent out a freshman substitute. That's odd they still have a female player, don't they?" asked a buzz-cut young man wearing sunglasses. The tall young man beside him chuckled. "Maybe they're trying to save their strength. Funny, though, considering their situation this year. Haha, Lao Zhao, you better not lose to a substitute. That'd be embarrassing," the buzz-cut guy teased. The man called Lao Zhao, sporting a mohawk and dressed in a flashy streetwear style, glanced at Yun Xiao, who had stepped onto the field. He sneered dismissively, "A freshman substitute who's still wet behind the ears? There's no way I'd lose to him." Smirking confidently, he added, 10 seconds. They'll finish him in 10 seconds, tops. With that, he stepped onto the battlefield as well. The competitors were ready, and the referee's flag dropped. "I'm counting on you, Electabuzz." The young man in hip-hop attire threw out a Pokeball. With a flash of white light, a muscular Pokemon with yellow fur appeared on the battlefield, roaring with energy. A series of details surfaced in Yun Zhao's mind. Electabuzz, electric type. Strength assessment, LV33, elite beginner tier. Potential, gym leader level. Ability, static can cause paralysis upon physical contact with other Pokemon. Moves, Thunder Wave, Thunderbolt, Shock Wave, Swift, Quick Attack, Thunder Punch, Low Kick, Brick Break. At level 33 with elite beginner tier strength and gym leader level potential, this Electabuzz might only rank in the second tier of Suzhou University's team, but among university trainers, it was already considered top tier. The audience broke into murmurs. "Who's this Yun Xiao? Never heard of such a person in Modu University's team. Probably one of the 2 substitutes Modu brought in to fill the roster this year. What a pity, being young and making the team as a substitute should be a good thing. But now he's in a tough spot. Why isn't Modu sending out one of their main players? Are they giving up on this match?" Amid the chatter, Yun Xiao also threw out a Pokeball. In a flash of white light, a primate brimming with fighting spirit appeared before him. It was clear the Pokemon hadn't battled in a while and was itching for action. The spiky-haired young man froze for a moment. He had assumed Yun Xiao was just an average substitute, but the primate before him was muscular, well-built, and had a shiny coat, indicating excellent training. However, he quickly noticed that its aura was faint, likely not even at the elite level, and dismissed it as an easy opponent. The referee announced, "Both competitors have released their Pokemon. The match ends when one side is knocked out or leaves the battlefield. Begin. As the referee's flag fell, the spiky-haired youth made the first move. Electabuzz, Thunder Punch. Electabuzz sprang into action. Its left fist crackled with dazzling golden electricity as it charged toward Primeape with incredible momentum. Its muscular frame rippled with power as the electric current surged through it, exuding raw strength. The young man smirked at the sight. Despite being an electric type, his Electabuzz had an unusually robust physique, rivaling fighting types. Thunder Punch was its signature move, combining powerful electric shocks with explosive physical force. He was confident the opposing Primeape stood no chance. Yet, despite the ferocity of the attack, Yuan Shao remained calm and unmoving, issuing no commands. As Electabuzz's electrified fist closed in on Primeape, many in the audience began to panic. Why hasn't Yuan Shao given any orders? He should tell Primeape to dodge. Maybe it's his first big match, and he's too nervous to react? This is bad. If that punch lands, Primeape might not be able to take it. The match could end right here. Amid the crowd's gasps, Electabuzz's Thunder Punch landed squarely on Primeape's chest. Boom! A resounding crackle echoed through the arena. However, to everyone's surprise, Primeape stood firm, staring down Electabuzz without a scratch. The spot where it was hit showed no signs of damage whatsoever. This shocking turn of events left the spiky-haired youth dumbfounded. Even Electabuzz seemed bewildered. It could feel the punch had connected. So why did it seem like it had no effect? At that moment, Yuan Zhao's calm voice broke through the tension. Primeape, Brick Break. Chahii. In an instant, Primeape's left hand lit up with a bright white glow, slicing through the air with a sharp strike. Electabuzz barely managed to react, hastily raising its arms to shield its head. But as the brick break came crashing down, its defenses were blown apart. Letting out a pained cry, Electabuzz staggered backwards several steps before finally regaining its footing, clearly suffering significant damage. The appearance of Electabuzz gave Chicken Crest an instant boost of confidence. However, the tide turned dramatically when Vigoroth entered the arena as a substitute. The sheer power displayed by Vigoroth caught Chicken Crest completely off guard, and his confidence began to waver. At this critical moment, Electabuzz's static ability was triggered. Golden-yellow electricity coursed through Vigoroth's body, significantly slowing its movements. Seeing this, Chicken Crest let out a sigh of relief. He knew all too well how debilitating paralysis could be for a Pokemon's sluggish reactions, weakened strength, reduced move effectiveness, and even the chance of being unable to act at all. Reflecting on past battles, he recalled that whenever static was triggered, he had never lost. Seizing the opportunity, Chicken Crest immediately commanded, Electabuzz, Thunder Punch again. Electabuzz understood the directive, and its left fist once again sparked and crackled with electricity. However, Yuan Shao's calm demeanor shattered Chicken Crest's hopes. Paralysis. Just perfect. Time to try out a new move. Vigoroth, use Guts. Yuan Shao's voice carried a hint of anticipation. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vigoroth's body erupted in a dazzling display of blue, purple, and red light. A terrifying surge of power shot toward Electabuzz. Amid the brilliance, no one noticed the faint white glow emanating from the sharp fang around Vigoroth's neck. Paralysis seemed to have no effect on it. Its speed and strength remained astonishing. Stunned, Chicken Crest could only shout, Electabuzz, use all your strength for Thunder Punch. Electabuzz didn't hesitate, channeling all its power into its fist and striking with full force. But at the moment of collision, Electabuzz was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily near the edge of the arena and kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Electabuzz was lying motionless, unable to continue the battle. The arena fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into thunderous cheers and applause. Vigoroth's performance had completely won over the audience, especially its incredible feat of overpowering its opponent despite being paralyzed. The referee raised the flag and announced the result. Electabuzz is unable to battle. The winner is Yuan Shao from Emo University. This round goes to Emo University. Chicken Crest stood frozen, his mind blank. It took him a while to pull himself together, silently recalling Electabuzz and leaving the field. His heart was heavy with bitterness. That wasn't a substitute, that was captain-level strength. Even in a paralyzed state, this Vigoroth was absurdly powerful. Yuan Shao high-fived the returning Vigoroth. Not bad. I can tell it's been a while since you fought, but your battle instincts are still sharp. However, Vigoroth didn't seem satisfied with the brief match. Noticing Vigoroth's reaction, Yuan Shao shrugged with a hint of helplessness. He thought to himself that even with the power limiter still on, Vigoroth's strength far surpassed that of an average mid-tier elite Pokemon. Electabuzz, on the other hand, happened to be on the weaker side of mid-tier elites. Vigoroth's physical durability was so high that Thunder Punch barely caused any damage, not even enough to warrant dodging. Ironically, the paralysis had triggered Vigoroth's rarely used ability, Guts. While not inherently powerful, The move's strength doubled when used under a status condition. Coincidentally, the Sharp Fang accessory around Vigoroth's neck also activated its 5 chance of doubling damage at the same time. With all these factors combined, it was a testament to Electabuzz's resilience that it wasn't knocked out of the arena instantly. Nevertheless, Vigoroth's performance exceeded even Yun Xiao's expectations. After all, Vigoroth was still wearing the all-encompassing power limiter. Yun Xiao couldn't help but wonder if that device were removed. Electabuzz might not even withstand a single ordinary punch from Vigoroth. Yun Xiao's comforting words still echoed in his ears as the hyperactive ape was returned to its pokeball. He turned and walked off the battlefield, only to bump into Jia Zhangwo, who stood there with a look of utter astonishment. Holy crap, Junior. You've been hiding your skills all this time? Jia Zhangwo's eyes were filled with disbelief. Beside him, Wang Qingjun was equally stunned. They had initially assumed that Yun Xiao, as a freshman, would at most be at a high-level professional tier. But the strength displayed by the hyperactive ape was clearly at least mid-tier elite and an exceptional one at that. Both of them silently calculated in their minds. Yun Xiao's abilities might already rival their own. Normally, in such situations, they would simply marvel at how impressive the freshman had become. But this time, they couldn't hide their excitement. After all, with an elite mid-tier fighter added to the team, their chances of achieving a higher ranking had significantly increased. You're too kind, Yun Xiao replied with a modest smile. Our matches for today are over. Let's head back to the hotel and get some rest. The three of them left the arena amidst the applause of the audience. Little did Yun Xiao know that, at that very moment, something else was unfolding back at the hotel. See? I told you Yun Xiao is the type of person who acts only when he's confident, Lin Qingru said with a smile. Beside her, Bai Ningxuang wore a complicated expression. Ever since losing to Yun Xiao last time, she and her Snowy Witch had been training intensely, determined to catch up to the hyperactive ape strength. She had thought Yun Xiao had given up on the path of a trainer, but his performance today completely shattered that assumption. As she watched Yun Xiao's departing figure in the live stream, a question surfaced in Bai Ningxuang's mind. Could he really excel as both a researcher and a trainer at the same time? How was he doing it? While the battle between Morta and Sioux University concluded, other school team matches continued in an orderly fashion. However, in the audience seats, a few members of Zhejiang University's team were clearly distracted, their thoughts consumed by Yun Xiao's earlier performance. Who would have thought that kid actually has some real talent? Qi Heng remarked, raising an eyebrow as he replayed Yun Xiao's battle in his mind. For a freshman to already possess upper mid-tier elite strength was undeniably impressive, a true prodigy. But if that's all you've got to justify kicking me out of Morta, then you're still too naive, Qi Heng said with a sinister smile. The gap between mid-tier and high-tier elite was like a chasm, not something that could be crossed easily. Besides, on their side, including himself, Zhejiang University had 3 high-tier elites. Qi Heng turned to the tall, muscular teammate beside him and said, Big bro, their current score is 430 points. I'll leave the score manipulation to you. No problem, little bro. I'll make sure they face us in the very first round. The tall figure chuckled, slapping his thigh confidently. Qi Heng's plan was simple, control the scores. As long as Zhejiang University matched Morta's points in the first 2 rounds, the two teams would inevitably clash in the 3rd round of the team elimination matches. This way, Mortaho might have had a shot at a higher ranking would be eliminated in the very first match, leaving them no chance to advance further. For a top-tier university's team, such an outcome would be an unbearable humiliation. And that's exactly what Qi Heng aimed for. His lips curled upward, and he could hardly wait to face Yun Xiao. At 8 p.m., Yun Xiao returned to the hotel. He grabbed some fried noodles from the restaurant as a late-night snack. Just as he started eating, the doorbell rang. Who's there? He instinctively used his aura force to sense who was outside and froze for a moment. Standing at the door was none other than Bai Ningxuang. Though puzzled, Yun Xiao opened the door. Bai Ningxuang stepped into the room, closed the door behind her, and lowered her head slightly. With a serious expression, she said, Yun Xiao, I owe you an apology. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Yun Xiao felt like his brain was about to short-circuit. Bai Ningxuang's sudden apology left Yun Xiao completely bewildered. He was in the middle of chewing on some stir-fried noodles when he looked up at the cold and aloof beauty, his confusion evident. Bai Ningxuang's expression was serious, and her tone was sincere as she said, I once doubted that you had given up on the path of a trainer and questioned your actions. It turns out I was wrong. I owe you an apology. Yun Xiao froze, forgetting to swallow his mouthful of noodles. He blinked, his mind racing to recall when Bai Ningxuang had ever doubted him, but he couldn't think of anything. Just as he was about to ask, Bai Ningxuang spoke again. Besides apologizing, I have a question I want to ask you, she said, her gaze steady and unwavering as she looked directly at Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao let out a small sigh of relief, finally hearing something he could make sense of. He nodded, saying, Go ahead. We're classmates, there's nothing we can't talk about. But Bai Ningxuang's question left Yun Xiao speechless once more. How did you make yourself so strong? She asked. For a moment, Yuan Shao didn't know how to respond. He couldn't exactly tell her that he was a transmigrator with a system that granted him double experience bonuses. Could he? Instead, he gave a vague answer. Well, I just battle when I need to and train when I should. How else can anyone get stronger? Binding Shuang, however, wasn't satisfied. She pressed on. I'm serious. How do you manage to balance two paths at once and still help your Vigoroth improve so quickly? This was the first time Yuan Shao had heard Binding Shuang speak at such length. He paused to think before asking her a question in return. Why are you so determined to get stronger? His question seemed to strike a nerve. Binding Shuang fell silent for a long while before finally speaking softly. The truth is, my father didn't go missing. I know where he went. Yuan Shao's eyes widened in shock. Binding Shuang's father, Bai Haitao, the former dean of Mo University, was a legendary figure. Yuan Shao had looked into his background online before and learned that Bai Haitao had not only become a Heavenly King-level trainer at a young age, but had also broken through to champion level while serving as the university's dean. Even more astonishingly, Bai Haitao had successfully explored 3 5-star high-risk secret realms and returned unscathed. You know? Yuan Shao couldn't help but ask. Binding Shuang nodded, her voice tinged with a cold edge. On the morning he disappeared, he sent me a message. He said he had discovered an unknown ruin in the center of the Sahara Desert. He felt it was extremely dangerous and wasn't sure if he'd make it back, but he decided to go in anyway because it was his only chance. Yuan Shao suddenly understood. The Sahara Desert was one of the most perilous wilderness areas in the world, classified as one of the top 10 life-restricted zones. Binding Shuang's intense desire to grow stronger was driven by her determination to one day step into that forbidden zone to search for her father. At that moment, a notification suddenly flashed before Yuan Zhao's eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the S-level side mission. Rescue. The Legend of Mo University. As Yuan Shao was intently examining the system panel, he suddenly realized he had triggered another side quest. He froze for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing across his face as he thought to himself, what a coincidence. I originally joined the competition with Mo University's team to complete a side quest, and now, after chatting with Bai Ningxuang for just a bit, another one pops up. He steadied himself and carefully read through the task details displayed before him. It was an S-level quest titled Rescue. The Legend of Mo University. The mission required him to venture into a special secret realm in the Sahara Desert to rescue Bai Haitao, the former principal of Mo University, who had been missing for years. The rewards were beyond tempting. A random S-level legendary item, a single God-Ear modification opportunity, and a random SS-level character skill. Yuan Shao raised an eyebrow, calculating in his mind. This was undoubtedly the most challenging quest he had ever encountered, but the rewards were also unparalleled in their allure. An S-level legendary item was equivalent to any of the 3 divine beast-level resources in Mo University's Treasury Priceless Treasures. The God-Ear modification opportunity was even rarer. Unlocking this function alone required 10,000 shock points, let alone the cost of using it once. As for the SS-level character skill, that was a reward so rare it could only be dreamed of. However, reality soon brought Yuan Shao back down to earth. With his current strength, rescuing Bai Haitao seemed impossible. He doubted he could even step foot near the borders of the Sahara Desert. I'd better shelve this mission for now, he thought to himself. Bai Haitao has survived in that secret realm for 5 years. Waiting another month or two shouldn't make much of a difference. As Yuan Shao was lost in thought, Bai Ningxuang noticed his prolonged silence. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she softly asked, Yuan Shao, do you believe me? Snapped back to reality, Yuan Shao nodded without hesitation. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? He's a champion trainer, there's no way he'd go down so easily. I've always believed he's still alive. Hearing this, Bai Ningxuang pressed her lips together, a trace of relief flashing in her eyes. In a world where everyone else had long assumed Bai Haitao was dead, she finally found someone who shared her belief. Yuan Shao continued, so, is that why you want to get stronger? To find him? Bai Ningxuang nodded affirmatively, her gaze drifting through the window toward the distant horizon. I have to find him, she said resolutely. Tell me, how did you and your Vigoroth improve so quickly? Please, I'm asking for your guidance. With that, she lowered her head again. Yuan Shao thought for a moment before replying. The first thing you need to do if you want to get stronger is to believe in yourself. And remember, if it helps you grow stronger, it's worth the price whatever it may be. Don't let any opportunity slip by, as long as it's something you can use. He paused briefly before adding. Of course, I'm not saying you should break the law or do anything immoral. That goes without saying, right? Bai Ningxuang fell into a long silence, processing his words. After several seconds, she lifted her head, the confusion in her eyes replaced by a look of determination. I understand now. Thank you, she said, as though she had made an important decision. Yuan Shao smiled in response. No need to thank me. We're classmates after all. Deep down, He knew he couldn't reveal the existence of the system to Bai Ningxuang. It was a unique ability that only he possessed. Instead, he chose to guide her with these words, hoping they might inspire her and give her the motivation to move forward. Bai Ningxuang's performance as a freshman is nothing short of astonishing. Not only does she balance a part-time job while excelling in her studies, but she has also trained her snow demoness to the elite level. Even Yun Xiao, who is practically unbeatable, feels humbled in comparison. Yun Xiao realized that Bai Ningxuang's self-doubt stemmed solely from witnessing his rapid progress and that there was nothing inherently wrong with her abilities. Yun Xiao's words served both to restore her confidence and subtly encourage her to leverage her family's resources. He believed that if Bai Ningxuang chose to utilize her family's connections and resources instead of persevering alone, her improvement would skyrocket. After all, as a descendant of a prominent family in the capital, she had access to an abundance of training resources. As for her promise to her father, it now seemed less significant under the circumstances. When Yun Xiao saw the determined expression on Bai Ningxuang's face, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared she had finally decided to embrace the advantages her family could offer. Just as Yun Xiao was feeling reassured, the doorbell suddenly rang. Using his aura power, he scanned the door and discovered that Jia Zhangwo was standing outside. He opened the door. Jia Zhangwo walked in casually, saying, "Hey Junior, come on, let's head to Brother Wang's room for a meeting." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes landed on Bai Ningxuang, who was standing by the bed. Jia Zhangwo's eyes widened in surprise, darting back and forth between Bai Ningxuang and Yun Xiao. Finally, he gave Yun Xiao a look of admiration and even discreetly gave him a thumbs up behind his back. Yun Xiao instantly understood what Jia Zhangwo had misunderstood, but couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply rolled his eyes. After all, even if he clarified that Bai Ningxuang was visiting to seek advice on how to grow stronger, Jia Zhangwo probably wouldn't believe him. 10 minutes later, the entire Imo University team gathered in Wang Chengjuan's room. Lin Qingru, her face still covered in a white mask, yawned and asked, "Captain, why are we meeting so late? Is it something urgent?" Wang Chengjun nodded. "Yes, the matchups for the third round of the team competition are about to be announced," he said while pulling out his phone and opening a website. "I've called everyone here so we can discuss strategies based on our first opponent." Jia Zhangwo let out a yawn and shrugged. "Relax, old Wang. Based on our points, the worst-case scenario is that we make it to the top 32. The matches won't even start until the day after tomorrow. There's a saying, better safe than sorry," Wang Chengjun retorted, refreshing the page. The matchups for the third round of the team competition were posted at that very moment. He quickly located Imo University's position. "Let's see Imo University, ranked 36th in points. Our first match in the afternoon is against Zhejiang University." Wang Qingjuan's face darkened instantly. Jia Zhangwo immediately leaned over to check. After confirming that their opponent was indeed Zhejiang University, his brows furrowed. "Old Wang, are you sure you read that right? How could we be matched against them in the first round? That doesn't make sense." Imo University, having lost a minor match in the previous rounds and faced relatively weaker opponents, was ranked 36th in points, relatively low among the top-tier universities. Schools like Beijing University, Hangzhou University, and Shanghai University were all ranked higher. Yet, despite their middling position, Imo University was matched against Zhejiang University, a team with formidable strength, boasting 3 elite-level trainers this year. According to the competition rules, teams in the elimination rounds were supposed to be matched with opponents of similar rankings. However, Zhejiang University, with its powerful lineup, should have easily won their earlier matches and accumulated a much higher score. Why were their points now close to Imo University's? Could it be a mistake? Wang Qingjun frowned as he picked up his phone. "Let me contact the organizers to confirm." Before he could make the call, Yun Xiao spoke up. "No, it's not a mistake." He stared at the information on his phone and continued. "Imo University's total score for the first 2 rounds is 158 points. Zhejiang University's score is also 158 points. Jia Zhangwo couldn't help but interject. "How is that not a mistake? Zhejiang University's previous opponents were all highly ranked, and they should have earned way more points. Plus, with their lineup this year, there's no way they could have lost." Yun Xiao shook his head and held up his phone. If they were playing seriously, they wouldn't lose. But what if they lost on purpose? On his screen was Zhejiang University's match record from the first 2 rounds. Contrary to everyone's expectations of an unbroken streak of green indicating victories, the record was a mix of green and red, with more red than anticipated. At that moment, the others finally grasped a shocking truth. Zhejiang University had deliberately manipulated their points. Their goal was to ensure that Imo University would face them in the first round of the team competition. This way, Imo University would be eliminated early, finishing at 36th place. At this moment, the entire room was engulfed in an eerie silence. The expressions on Wang Qingjun and the others' faces were grim and dark, exuding an air of heavy disappointment and frustration. Admittedly, this year's Morta University team was not particularly strong. There wasn't even a single advanced elite trainer among them, making it impossible to compete with the top-tier teams. Yet, given the overall level of the other university teams, they still had a fair shot at making it into the top 10. Especially after discovering that Yunxiao possessed mid-tier elite strength, their expectations for the team's performance had significantly risen. But reality had dealt them a crushing blow. Jada had manipulated the scoring system to ensure Morta faced them in the very first round. This essentially meant that Morta was destined for an early elimination. Ranking 36th might be tolerable for an average university, but for Morta, it was a bitter pill to swallow. After all, the gap in educational resources between 36th place and the top 10 was enormous. Returning to campus with such a result would be utterly humiliating. They wouldn't even have the face to meet others. Damn it. I should have beaten that bastard Qi Hung into the hospital back then. This has to be his doing. Jia Zhangwo fumed, slamming his fist against the wall as his face turned crimson with rage. Lin Qingru could only let out a helpless sigh, her eyes filled with resignation. While it was obvious that Jida had deliberately manipulated the scores, it technically didn't violate any competition rules. Their intentions were crystal clear: to eliminate Morta right away. After all, with 3 advanced elite trainers on Jida's team, starting from the round of 36 posed little challenge to their championship aspirations. At the end of the day, it just shows we're not strong enough, Wang Qingjun finally said bitterly after a long pause. Even so, we need to stick to what we agreed upon, do our best. It's getting late. Everyone should head back to their rooms and rest. As night deepened, even the bustling streets of Modu began to quiet down. Streetlights dimmed, and the city was enveloped in a tranquil darkness. Yet, a faint blue glow seeped through the window of one hotel room. Inside the room, Bai Ningxuang stood silently by the window, dressed in a pale white robe. The soft blue light emanated from a glowing orb in her hand. Its temperature was icy cold, with wisps of white vapor diffusing into the air and a thin layer of frost spreading across the window pane. Staring intently at the orb, Bai Ningxuang's expression was complex, as if she were lost in deep thought or grappling with a significant decision. Suddenly, as though she had made up her mind, she clenched the blue light in her hand, shattering it instantly. Buzz. The blue light extinguished in an instant, only to be replaced by an even more dazzling blue radiance bursting forth from Bai Ningxuang's body, flooding the entire room. A bone-chilling cold emanated from her, spreading rapidly as frost crept up the walls, and thick ice crystals enveloped the windows. Delicate snowflakes began to drift through the air, and the temperature inside the room plunged below freezing. Yet, amidst this extreme cold, Bai Ningxuang seemed entirely unaffected. Her thin robes showed no trace of frost as she stood motionless in the icy scene, her gaze fixed westward out the window, lost in thought. The third day of the National University Tournament arrived on schedule. After 2 days of intense competition, each team had accumulated a certain number of points, which determined their matchups. Matches for teams ranked outside the top 36 were densely packed into today's schedule. Over 50 teams would face off in a series of back-to-back battles until only 4 teams remained. In other words, today's matches had nothing to do with Morta. Ordinarily, the Morta team members, like the other teams in the top 36, should have been using this time to study their opponents, strategize, and conduct targeted training. But Wang Chengjun, Jia Zhangwo, and the others remained in their respective rooms, making no such efforts. The reason was simple. In their eyes, Morta's journey in this tournament had already reached its end. No amount of strategic planning could bridge the overwhelming gap in strength and turn the tide. All they could do was quietly wait for tomorrow's match. Meanwhile, Yunxiao immersed himself in revising his thesis, seemingly disconnected from the outside world. Time flew by, and the 4th day of the competition finally arrived. By 10 a.m., the spectator stands in the battle arena were packed to capacity, buzzing with excitement. Amid the waves of cheers, the voice of the host, Yi Qinghe, boomed across the venue. Good morning, everyone. After 3 days of fierce competition, we've finally arrived at the final stages. Longtime fans of the tournament know that the team battles, specifically the top 36 team battles, are the heart and soul of this event, and undoubtedly the most thrilling part to watch. Yi Qinghe announced that starting from the top 36, each match would take place in an independent, massive battle arena, complete with live commentary from special guest experts. He waved towards the distance, and a towering platform slowly rose from the ground. Standing atop it was a man clad in a dark gray-black robe with spiky crimson Hyra Dragon Nation champion, one of the 4 Dragon Masters, known as the Dragon Tamer, Du. The audience erupted into waves of cheers. Du's hearty laughter echoed through the microphone, filling the entire venue. Good morning, everyone. Like all of you, I'm looking forward to seeing the incredible performances from these students. Let's hope the upcoming battle surprise and amaze us. Lin Qinghe officially announced the start of the competition. The first match will be between the 36th ranked Magic University and the 35th ranked Zhejiang University. The big screen displayed the portraits of the 5 team members from each school. Both teams stepped onto the battlefield simultaneously. The audience buzzed with discussion, while the live stream chat exploded with comments. How did Magic University fall this far? Their main players ran into trouble this year, so they're using substitutes. Zhejiang University has 3 elite-level players, but they lost several rounds earlier because they sent in backups. Zhejiang University is a lock for the championship this year. Starting from the top 36 won't be an issue for them. Magic University is so unlucky to face Zhejiang University in the first round. On the battlefield, Magic University's Jia Zhangwo, Wang Qingjun, and Lin Qingru faced off against Zhejiang University's Qiheng, Qifeng, and Song Qing. Qiheng smirked and said, "I didn't expect us to meet this early. Do you regret kicking me out of Magic University now?" Heh, it's too late for that. The 3 from Magic University remained silent, their eyes fixed on Qiheng with a mix of anger and determination. Lin Qingru furrowed his brows. They could have forfeited the match, but for the sake of Magic University's final shred of dignity, they had chosen to fight. After the referee explained the rules, the 6 contestants released their Pokemon. Magic University sent out Swalot, Dodrio, and Whimsicott, while Zhejiang University unleashed Scolipede, Snorlax, and Gardevoir. The aura of Zhejiang University's Pokemon immediately overwhelmed the battlefield, leaving Magic University's Pokemon visibly struggling to cope. Du observed the Pokemon on the field, his brows slightly knit. He could clearly sense the disparity in power between the two sides. Magic University's 3 mid-level elite Pokemon were decently trained, but stood no chance against Zhejiang University's team. Especially the imposing Snorlax, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the elite level, just a step away from gym leader caliber. Du thought to himself, this match is all but decided. The gap in strength is simply too wide. Before taking on this role, Du had previously dabbled in commentating for other competitions, so he was well aware that matches with a significant disparity in skill levels were the hardest to narrate. When the outcome is all but decided before the match even begins, there's often little to say. Fortunately, as a guest commentator, he didn't have to maintain the constant chatter expected of a host. Silence was perfectly acceptable. On the field, the referee's red flag came down sharply, signaling the official start of the match. Surprisingly, it was MO University that launched the first attack. Jia Zhangwo, Wang Qingjun, and Lin Qingru issued their commands almost simultaneously. Big Mouth Baby, use Reckless Charge on King Centipede. Dodrio, charge forward and use Fury Attack on King Centipede. Whimsicott, use Helping Hand. Their strategy was clear. If they couldn't win, they were determined to make Qiheng pay a price. Big Mouth Baby and Dodrio charged in from opposite sides of the field, while the Whimsicott trailing behind them let out a soft chant. A red light emanated from its body, enveloping the 2 charging Pokemon and instantly boosting their attacks. This was the Helping Hand move, which enhances the next attack of an ally Pokemon. The stronger the user, the greater the effect. In mere seconds, Big Mouth Baby and Dodrio had crossed most of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Zhejiang University's side appeared calm and composed. Qifeng casually waved his hand. Snorlax, block them. Snore. The massive, mountain-like Snorlax sprang into action, each step causing the ground to tremble. At the same time, the young man with sideswept bangs, Song Qing, gave his own command. Gardevoir, light screen, guard. Gardevoir's eyes glowed bright blue as it summoned an invisible, translucent barrier that enveloped Zhejiang University's 3 Pokemon. As Dodrio and Big Mouth Baby passed through the barrier, their movements visibly slowed, and their momentum weakened. This was the power of Light Screen, a Psychic-type defensive move that significantly reduces physical attack damage. Against opponents with a stark power difference, its effect was even more pronounced. Dodrio and Big Mouth Baby's full-force attacks landed on Snorlax, but they didn't even make it budge. Yi Qinghao exclaimed, "Incredible! Snorlax didn't even need to use a move to effortlessly block both attacks." Jia Zhangwo and Wang Qingjun's expressions darkened. Though they had mentally prepared for this, experiencing such an overwhelming difference in power firsthand drove home just how vast the gap was. Snorlax, Mega Punch. Qifeng issued his next command. Snorlax raised its massive arm and swung down with tremendous force, the air rippling with the sheer power of the attack. "Watch out! Dodge quickly!" Jia Zhangwo and Wang Qingjun shouted in alarm, but it was too late. The 2 Pokemon were too close to evade. Snorlax's punch sent Jia Zhangwo's Big Mouth Baby flying across the field, where it landed heavily and was instantly knocked out. Wang Qingjun's Dodrio, though it only suffered a glancing blow, stumbled back several steps in pain, clearly injured. Big Mouth Baby, Dodrio. Their anxious cries rang out as the referee raised his flag again. MO University has lost 1 Pokemon. Please send in a replacement immediately. In less than 10 seconds, MO University had already lost 1 Pokemon, and another was gravely injured. Meanwhile, Zhejiang University remained completely unscathed. Qiheng's King Centipede hadn't even made a move yet. In the stands, many spectators had already lost interest. Matches this one-sided were simply uninspiring. On the field, Chi-hung looked at the three Mo University trainers across from him, his smirk growing more mocking. This is what happens. You dared to kick me out of Mo University, now you'll pay the price. By the rules, Mo University had to send out a replacement immediately. Yun Xiao was about to step forward when Bai Ningxuang beat him to it. She strode confidently onto the field and tossed out a pokeball, releasing her Frostless. Mo University has sent out a new Pokemon. The match resumes. The referee's flag came down once more. In the stands, Bai Ningxuang's appearance sparked a wave of murmurs. That's Bai Ningxuang, right? I think she was this year's top scorer in the college entrance exams for Shanghai. The sudden announcement of Bai Ningxuang joining Mo University's varsity team caught everyone off guard. Many spectators mocked the decision, doubting that a freshman could shoulder such a responsibility, and predicted an inevitable defeat for Mo University this year. However, amidst the chatter and skepticism, something extraordinary occurred on the battlefield. Without warning, Bai Ningxuang's body began to emit a deep blue glow, and the snow spirit beside her was soon enveloped in the same mysterious light. Then, a piercingly cold wind howled across the arena, instantly blanketing the entire field in a layer of glistening frost. Snowflakes began to flutter down, quickly transforming into dense hail and a raging snowstorm. In an instant, the entire arena was consumed by a blinding blizzard. The abrupt change in weather left everyone in stunned silence, even the commentator, Yi Qinghe, who struggled to mask his shock. This is hail? Bai Ningxuang's snow spirit changed the weather the moment it appeared. Yi Qinghe's voice was filled with disbelief. After all, altering the weather was a feat typically achieved only by top-tier, legendary-level spirits. For a freshman spirit to possess such power was nothing short of astonishing. Even Du, the reigning champion seated in the high stands, was visibly shaken by the scene. Yet, what truly shocked him wasn't the snow spirit's strength, but the deep blue glow radiating from Bai Ningxuang herself. That familiar aura compelled him to mutter under his breath, could it really be, just like Lorelei? Who is this girl? In the preparation area, Yun Xiao was equally stunned, but his attention was drawn to an unexpected system notification that suddenly popped up. Ding! Detected. Character possesses S-level rare ability Frostblood of the Extreme North. What followed was a detailed description. SS-level character skill. Frostblood of the Extreme North. Overview. A rare bloodline originating from the far northern regions. Those who possess this bloodline are extraordinarily uncommon, one in tens of thousands. It grants immense power to its bearer, but at a significant cost. Effects. The bloodline is initially dormant. The bearer can actively awaken it, but once activated, the effects and drawbacks become irreversible. Positive effects. 1. Greatly enhances the resistance to cold for both the bearer and designated spirits. 2. Temporarily boosts the attributes of an ice-type spirit by 50 during battle, significantly increasing its control over ice. 3. Duration of enhancement depends on the spirit's strength and the bearer's physical condition. Negative effects. 1. Loss of temperature perception. 2. Periodic cold surges causing intense pain. 3. Significant loss of taste. 4. Body temperature permanently fixed at freezing point. As Yun Xiao read through the information, his mind buzzed with questions. When did Bai Ningxuang gain such an ability? Why didn't this notification appear before? Could it be that she had never activated this bloodline until now? He pondered the pros and cons of the bloodline. While undeniably powerful, the side effects were severe. The idea of having a body temperature locked at freezing point was almost unimaginable. This is just a match, Yun Xiao thought, perplexed. Why would she go to such lengths and pay such a price? Suddenly, a memory from 2 nights ago surfaced in Yun Xiao's mind. He recalled a conversation with Bai Ningxuang during which he had said, if you want to grow stronger, as long as it's not illegal, you can do whatever it takes. She had fallen silent, deep in thought, before finally revealing a resolute expression, as if making an important decision. At the time, Yun Xiao had assumed she was coming to terms with returning to inherit her family's legacy. He never imagined that she would instead choose to awaken her bloodline. No wonder her determination had seemed so unshakable, like someone prepared to face death. The side effects of this bloodline were truly terrifying. Yun Xiao felt his head spinning. Great. I was trying to convince her to let go of her pride and return home to take over the family business. Instead, she completely misunderstood me. And now, she's literally doing whatever it takes to get stronger. Just my luck. Meanwhile, the hailstorm on the battlefield intensified, evolving into a full-blown blizzard. Yet, Lin Qingru and Wang Qingjun were astonished to find that, despite standing in the midst of the storm, they felt no cold at all. Even more astonishingly, they could see the battlefield clearly through the swirling snow, as if the storm had no effect on their vision. Lin Qingru couldn't help but gape slightly. Ningxuang, what is this? Bai Ningxuang simply shook her head and gave a brief explanation. I'll explain later. Right now, only we and our spirits can see through the blizzard. They can't. The storm will last for 1 minute, not enough to win, but enough to take down Qi Heng. Hearing this, Wang Qingjun and Lin Qingru's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, they issued their commands. Whimsicott, use Helping Hand. Dodrio, try attack. At this point, the outcome of the match was irrelevant. They had only one goal in mind. The match could be lost, but Qi Heng must fall. The sudden blizzard on the field turned into a nightmare for the Zhejiang University team. The biting cold relentlessly attacked them, and the white haze formed by hail and snowflakes severely obstructed their vision, making it almost impossible to see the arena clearly. Qi Heng sneered disdainfully, dismissing it as nothing more than a showy trick by the Modu University team. He waved to Song Qing and said, Song Qing, have Gardevoir dispel this fog. Song Qing nodded in agreement, and Gardevoir immediately took action. Its eyes glimmered with a brilliant blue light as an invisible psychic force radiated outward from it, instantly clearing the surrounding fog. However, to everyone's astonishment, the icy mist seemed almost alive, surging back in an instant. As Song Qing stood momentarily stunned, a sharp blue beam pierced through the white haze, heading straight for Qi Heng's Scolipede. Qi Heng quickly commanded, Scolipede, Veno Shock. Scolipede reacted swiftly, spewing out a large amount of corrosive poison to counter the attack. The dark purple venom bubbled and dissolved the beam entirely. Just as Qi Heng breathed a sigh of relief, a brown blur suddenly appeared behind Scolipede. It was Wang Chengjuan's Dodrio, radiating a fiery red glow as it charged ferociously at the unsuspecting Scolipede. Empowered by a boosted takedown, the attack landed with tremendous force, sending Scolipede staggering backward with a pained roar. Qi Feng and Song Qing wanted to assist, but their vision was heavily obstructed by the mist, leaving them helpless and anxious. After its successful strike, Dodrio quickly vanished back into the fog, preparing for another attack. Lin Qinghe's astonished voice echoed in commentary, unbelievable. As soon as Modu University's Bai Ningxuang entered the field, the tide of the battle shifted. Zhejiang University is completely restricted by the blizzard and unable to launch effective attacks, while Modu University seems entirely unaffected. How are they doing this? In the mist, Wang Chengjuan's excited voice rang out. Let's do it again, take out Qi Heng's Scolipede for good. This wasn't just a psychological victory. It would directly impact Zhejiang University's chances in the tournament. If Scolipede sustained serious damage in this match, it would greatly diminish their hopes of winning the championship. Lin Qingru gritted her teeth and commanded, Whimsicott, give it your all to assist. Whimsicott swayed its body, emitting an even brighter red glow that enveloped both Frostless and Dodrio. Frostless's flowing sleeves gathered icy energy at her chest, firing 2 more chilling beams. Meanwhile, Dodrio took advantage of the fog once again, closing in on Scolipede for another strike. Qi Heng noticed Modu University's plan, and the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a grim expression. He shouted to Qi Feng beside him, Damn it, think of something, fast. Qi Feng frowned, realizing helplessly that he and his Snorlax were completely unable to provide effective support in the thick mist. Qi Heng spotted the incoming ice beam and yelled, It's coming. Scolipede, watch out. Scolipede immediately turned and sprayed another torrent of venom, attempting to neutralize the beam. But this time, the beam twisted cleverly in midair, evading the poison and continuing its trajectory toward Scolipede. At the same moment, Dodrio emerged from behind Scolipede, which was momentarily immobilized after using its attack, and delivered another devastating blow. Qi Heng's face turned pale as he watched the scene unfold. Caught in a pincer attack from both sides, he couldn't be sure if the Centipede King could hold on. However, in the very next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A beam of prismatic, illusory light shot out from the white mist on the side, slicing through the 2 freezing beams like a razor-sharp sword. At the same time, Snorlax's massive, mountain-like figure appeared behind the Centipede King, acting as a solid shield that blocked all of Dodrio's attacks. In mere seconds, the Centipede King was pulled out of danger. Lin Qinghe exclaimed in awe, Oh my god! I thought the Centipede King was done for. But Zhejiang University's team found a way to counter the white mist at the critical moment. On the other side, Wang Qingjun from Modu University widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched the Centipede King being rescued. Confusion filled his mind. How did they manage to pinpoint the Centipede King's location through the white mist? The answer soon became clear. Wang Qingjun spotted Gardevoir within the mist, its body radiating blue psychic energy as it continuously shared the positions of Zhejiang University's 3 Pokémon. So that's how they did it. Gardevoir used its psychic powers to pierce through the snowstorm and coordinated the rescue with Snorlax. Snore! Snorlax roared and swung a massive punch, sending Dodrio flying. Already injured, Dodrio could no longer withstand the recoil damage from its reckless charge. It crashed to the ground, completely incapacitated. Meanwhile, things were looking grim for Bai Ningxuang. The blue glow around her flickered and dissipated in an instant. A wave of excruciating pain and bone-chilling cold surged through her body. She frowned deeply. Her expression tensed. The side effects of the frost force had kicked in. As the frost force vanished, the raging blizzard on the battlefield subsided, and the icy crystals on the ground began to melt. Frostless, now gasping for air, seemed utterly drained of energy. Lin Qinghe sighed regretfully. What a pity. Frostless's blizzard strategy was ultimately countered by Gardevoir's psychic abilities. But honestly, with Modu University's performance earlier, they've already earned everyone's respect, haven't they? Many in the audience shared the same sentiment. If the strength gap between the teams had been narrower, Modu University's blizzard strategy could have secured them an easy victory. Unfortunately, they had to face Zhejiang University in the very first match. At this point, with Wang Qingjun stepping off the battlefield, the outcome of the match was already clear to everyone, even though it wasn't officially over yet. Two of Modu University's main players were out, and the third was severely weakened, with a support Pokemon as their last option. Bai Ningxuang had delivered an impressive performance, nearly taking down Qi Heng, but now she was entirely spent. Modu University was down to its final player. The referee's voice rang out, urging, Modu University's last contestant, please step onto the field. Failure to appear within 5 seconds will be considered a forfeit. As Wang Qingjun walked off the battlefield, he let out a sigh, preparing to raise his hand in surrender. He regretted coming so close to taking down Qi Heng, and felt even more disappointed that Modu University's journey would end here this year. But just as he was about to concede, his hand froze midair. Because, under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, Yun Xiao stepped onto the battlefield. Wang Qingjun was puzzled. With no chance of turning things around, why would Yun Xiao bother stepping up? He wasn't the only one confused. Tens of thousands of spectators at the venue and millions watching the live stream shared the same question. Modu University's main players were all out. What was this substitute player, Yun Xiao, trying to accomplish? On the battlefield, Qi Heng looked at Yun Xiao with a disdainful smirk. Lowering his voice, he raised an eyebrow and taunted, coming up now? Are you here to humiliate yourself, Yun Xiao? Modu University's downfall this year is all thanks to you. You could have ranked much higher. Regret it now? It's too late. Join your teammates and become Modu University's disgrace. Meanwhile, the murmurs of the crowd and live stream viewers grew louder. Isn't Yun Xiao just a substitute? I heard he's pretty good, but what's the point of stepping in now? A stand-in taking on a Oniver Susviv? What a joke. They should just surrender and stop wasting time. Well, that's it for Modu University this year. Out at the top 36. Amid the rising clamor, Yun Xiao stood tall on the battlefield. He slowly lifted his head, his cold gaze locking onto Qi Heng as he spoke softly. The one who will become a disgrace is you. From his hand, a pokeball was released, and with a flash of white light, a robust Primeape appeared beside him. Holding a normal-type relic, Yun Xiao turned to Primeape and asked, Primeape, are you ready? Primeape. Primeape let out an excited cry in response. It had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Yun Xiao took a deep breath, pressing the relic against Primeape's head, while silently commanding in his mind, System, remove the forced training device. In the next instant, a faint clicking sound emanated from Primeape's body. Then, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, and a radiant, 7-colored evolutionary light burst forth, enveloping Primeape's entire form. Years of accumulated power and experience exploded in this moment, as Primeape finally reached the pinnacle of its evolution. As Yun Xiao, the last contestant from Mo University, stepped onto the stage, an astonishing scene unfolded almost immediately. Without any prior warning, his Vigoroth began to evolve. Yi Qinghe's voice carried a tone of obvious surprise, though it wasn't long before he seemed to recall something significant. Wait a second, if I remember correctly, Vigoroth's evolved form is... Yi Qinghe's voice held a complex mix of emotions. At that moment, the glow of evolution surrounding Vigoroth dissipated, revealing a Pokemon no one had anticipated. A massive, muscular creature now sat lazily on the ground, a blade of grass dangling from its mouth as it cast a lazy, indifferent gaze toward its surroundings. It was none other than Slaking, the evolved form of Vigoroth. This unexpected evolution sparked an uproar among the live audience and viewers tuning in to the broadcast. Everyone knew that evolution typically signified a boost in strength, but for Vigoroth, evolving into Slaking was a notable exception. Thanks to Slaking's unique ability, it struggled to perform even basic movements, let alone participate effectively in battles. Wow, this is worse than not evolving at all. Who even trains a Vigoroth without giving it an Everstone? Did they forget? Is this evolution or regression? Seriously? The audience in the stands and the live stream chat buzzed with such remarks. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Chi Hung doubled over in laughter at the sight of the freshly evolved Slaking, unable to contain himself. Ahaha, are you serious? Were you so nervous you lost your mind? Chi Hung managed to stifle his laughter enough to speak to Yun Xiao. You actually let your Vigoroth evolve? Even if you're desperate to win this match, it's not worth throwing away your entire future. And honestly, this evolution is more of a downgrade than an upgrade. Not only Chi Hung, but also the other members of MO University's team wore expressions of utter disbelief. To them, it was common knowledge that a competent trainer would equip their Vigoroth with an Everstone to prevent evolution. After all, allowing it to evolve into Slaking meant all of the trainer's prior efforts would likely go to waste. However, not everyone shared the same reaction. In the stands, one person was noticeably different champion due his gaze focused intently on the Slaking on the battlefield, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. As someone familiar with Slaking's potential, Du knew that this Pokemon possessed extraordinary power, even exceeding that of pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Yet, its notorious laziness made it nearly impossible to train into a viable battle partner, even for the most elite trainers. Du observed the Slaking carefully. Though it appeared relaxed and indifferent on the surface, there was no trace of genuine lethargy in its demeanor. On the contrary, Du could sense a faint but unmistakable aura of pressure radiating from it, an extraordinary sensation for even a champion-level trainer to experience. The Slaking's sharp, focused gaze was anything but lazy. It resembled that of a predator, poised to strike at any moment. Could he be mistaken? Du wondered. Could a mere freshman have solved a problem that even champions and elites had failed to overcome? He resolved to keep watching and see how this Slaking would perform. Just then, the referee lowered their flag, signaling the continuation of the match. Without hesitation, Yun Xiao issued his command. Slaking, use Brick Break on Scolipede. Lin Qingru, standing nearby, watched Yun Xiao deliver his order with unwavering seriousness, momentarily forgetting to command her own Whimsicott. She couldn't help but wonder, did Yun Xiao truly not understand Slaking's ability? Meanwhile, Bai Ningxuang remained preoccupied, struggling against the invasive chill of the extreme cold, leaving her little time to focus on the unfolding match. On the opposite side of the arena, Chi Heng's laughter erupted once again. Yun Xiao's command left everyone in the room utterly astonished. Slaking, the famously lethargic Pokemon, had actually sprung into action. With a sudden sharpness in its eyes, Slaking unleashed a speed that seemed impossible for its massive frame. It charged towards Scolipede with thunderous strides, each step leaving deep cracks in the ground, as if a moving mountain had come alive. Chi Hung was the first to react, shouting, "Snorlax, stop him!" The towering Snorlax stepped forward, spreading its arms wide to block Slaking's path. However, to everyone's shock, Slaking effortlessly grabbed Snorlax by the arms and hurled it aside like a sack of cotton, leaving the huge Pokemon sprawling on the ground. Seeing this, Song Qing quickly commanded, "Gardevoir, use Psychic." Gardevoir closed its eyes, focusing its energy as a powerful psychic force enveloped Slaking. Yet in the very next moment, Slaking broke through the invisible barrier with sheer brute strength, sending a shockwave that caused Gardevoir to collapse in pain. As Slaking charged forward, unstoppable and relentless, beads of cold sweat dripped down Chi Heng's face. His voice trembled as he shouted, "Scolipede, use Megahorn now." Scolipede mustered all its strength, its glowing horn radiating an intense white light. But before it could strike, Slaking's massive brown fist came hurtling through the air. With a deafening boom, Scolipede's horn snapped clean off, and its body was sent flying like a broken kite. It tumbled across the ground for several meters before coming to a halt, unconscious. The arena fell into a stunned silence. It was only then that everyone realized this wasn't just any Slaking. This was a relentless workaholic in disguise. The silence was broken by Lin Qingru's excited commentary. "What a stunning reversal! Yun Xiao's Slaking has taken down 3 opponents single-handedly, instantly defeating Chi Hung's Scolipede. This is already mid-level gym leader tier performance." The referee, his voice trembling, announced, "Chi Hung from Zhejiang University has lost the ability to continue. Zhejiang University, please send out your next competitor." Chi Feng scanned the battlefield. He glanced at the fallen Snorlax, the unconscious Scolipede, and then at the still-energized Slaking, whose fighting spirit remained undiminished. With a sigh of resignation, he raised his hand and said, "Referee, we forfeit." After Yun Xiao demonstrated his museum-level strength, Zhejiang University's captain, Chi Feng, wisely chose to surrender. Lin Qinghe announced that the team from MO University had won and advanced to the top 16, prompting the entire arena to erupt in thunderous applause and cheers. Jia Zhengwo and Wang Qingjun excitedly rushed onto the stage to embrace Yun Xiao, as if they had just won the grand finals. Not far away, Bai Ningxuang stood silently, her beautiful eyes revealing a mix of emotions, as she realized Yun Xiao's strength far exceeded her expectations. On Zhejiang University's side, Qi Heng leaned against the wall, utterly dejected, his face pale. Qi Feng approached him with a dark expression, questioning the inaccurate intelligence he had provided about Imo University's strength. Overwhelmed with fury, Qi Feng publicly severed ties with Qi Heng on the spot. As Qi Heng tried to follow after him, he received a text message from Zhejiang University's president, Song Tian, informing him that his academic status had been revoked. Shocked, Qi Heng collapsed to the ground, realizing that everything was over. Meanwhile, Yun Zhao's astonishing performance had sparked a massive wave of attention online. Various news outlets and social media accounts were buzzing about this genius freshman capable of commanding the legendary slaking. Unaware of all the commotion, Yun Zhao was sitting in the lounge, fist-bumping slaking in celebration. With a smile, he asked slaking how it felt after its evolution, learning that it was still eager for more battles. Yun Zhao promised to find even stronger opponents for slaking and reminded it that it had already surpassed Rayquaza, fulfilling their promise. Slaking nodded excitedly, feeling the immense power coursing through its body. Seeing the determination in Slaking's eyes, Yun Zhao let out a sigh of relief, knowing that its resolve to grow stronger had only solidified. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door of the lounge. Yun Zhao opened the door, only to be greeted by an unexpected sight: the special guest commentator for this competition, Du. The sudden visit from this champion left him utterly stunned. "Mr. Du, hello? Is there something I can help you with?" Yun Zhao asked cautiously. Du offered a warm smile and stepped into the room. "No need to be nervous, young man. You're Yun Zhao, right? Come, have a seat. Let's talk." Yun Zhao sat down across from Du, curiosity evident in his expression. "Mr. Du, aren't you supposed to be commentating on the matches? Is it okay for you to be here right now?" Du waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "Your match just ended, and with it, this year's champion has been decided. Whether I'm there to commentate or not hardly matters anymore. Now, let's get to the point. Yun Zhao, I have to ask, how did you manage to get your slaking to overcome its truant ability and fight effectively? I'm dying to know." His eyes sparkled with excitement. Yun Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he couldn't admit it was all thanks to a game modifier. Instead, he blinked innocently and replied, "Well, actually, it wasn't really my doing. My slaking just has really strong willpower and a desire to grow stronger." Du looked slightly skeptical. Willpower? Can a Pokemon's ability really be countered by sheer determination? He paused, realizing that asking such a direct question might have been a bit tactless. If there truly was a secret behind it, it would surely shake the entire trainer community, and it wasn't something one would share so easily. After a moment of thought, Du reached into his pocket and pulled out a card encrusted with a ruby, placing it on the table. "This is my card. It has my contact information. If you ever have questions about training or need any help, don't hesitate to reach out. We're both from Longhua after all." He gave Yun Zhao a knowing wink. "I have high hopes for you, kid. Keep up the good work." With that, Du stood up and left the room. Yun Zhao picked up the card and stored it in his system inventory, lost in thought. This champion was just as approachable and kind-hearted as his depiction in the original story. However, hearing the phrase "we're both from Longhua" felt oddly out of place to Yun Zhao, a reminder that this wasn't the same world he once knew. Still, building a connection with a champion-level trainer was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. Yun Zhao understood the value of relationships, and this was an unexpected but welcome gain. Over the next 2 days, the competition unfolded exactly as Du had predicted. Slaking's gym leader level strength was overwhelming for the other college teams. Some opponents, upon realizing they were up against Yun Zhao's team from Modu University, surrendered outright without even attempting to fight. This trend continued all the way to the finals. Ordinarily, a championship match ending in a forfeit would leave the audience dissatisfied. But when Yun Zhao led the Modu University team to accept the championship trophy, they were met with thunderous cheers and applause. After all, for the spectators, the true championship match had taken place 2 days earlier. And so, the National College Tournament concluded with Modu University crowned as champions. That evening, during the celebratory banquet, Yun Zhao managed to slip away from the enthusiastic attention of his 2 senior teammates and the team's sole senior female member. Quietly, he returned to his room. Now that he had successfully led Modu University to victory, it was time to claim his reward. With anticipation surging, Yun Zhao turned his focus to the system prompt hovering before him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the strength side mission, legendary substitute of the school team. Would you like to claim your rewards now? Yun Zhao took a deep breath. Claim. A stream of light burst in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received Advanced Modification Opportunity X1. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained strength items: Emerald Amulet, Blood of Deep Frost, Crimson Flame Orb, Venomous Scale, and Earth-Shaking Gauntlets. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new feature, Fusion Forge. As a series of rewards popped up, Yuan Zhao's gaze immediately locked onto the newly appeared Panel Fusion Forge. This was the second new feature to emerge since he acquired the modifier system. Recalling the previous edition of the Mythical Beast Codex, Yuan Zhao had a strong hunch that this new function would be anything but simple. As he stared at the panel, an image of a massive metallic machine appeared, emitting clouds of white steam. Alongside it, a series of detailed system prompts were displayed. Welcome to the Fusion Forge. The host can combine items of the same quality level as materials in the forge to create items of the same or higher level. A minimum of 2 materials is required for fusion. The more materials used, the higher the chance of generating a higher level item. A maximum of 5 items can be placed at once, with a chance to trigger a lucky critical, doubling the output. Note: materials must be at least S grade. After carefully reading the system prompts, Yuan Zhao quickly grasped the mechanics and potential of this new feature. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This mechanic, which allowed low-level items to be fused into higher-level ones, reminded him of gameplay systems commonly seen in online games. He then shifted his attention to another reward. He had just received a set of 5 grade carry items. He inspected them one by one, and each item's description made his eyes sparkle. These carry items corresponded to 5 attributes: ice, fire, grass, fighting, and poison. Although their effects were impressive, unfortunately, none of them were compatible with the Pokemon in his team. In the past, Yuan Zhao might have lamented his bad luck. But now, with the Fusion Forge, these seemingly useless items had become the perfect test materials. Without hesitation, Yuan Zhao placed all 5 items into the Fusion Forge. The machine roared to life, vibrating intensely as more white steam poured out. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light burst forth. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Fusion successful. The host has obtained an S-grade carry item. Resolute Heart. With the system notification, a compartment in the machine opened, revealing a yellow, amber-like gemstone lying quietly inside. Yuan Zhao immediately used his soul eye to examine the item's details. SS-grade carry item. Resolute Heart. Description: a normal type carry item. Only by fighting with unwavering determination can one achieve invincibility. Effects: 1. Resolute power. The holder gains additional physical defense, special defense, and HP equal to 50 of their attack power. 2. Steadfast Spirit. When the holder sustains a fatal attack, they are immune to the damage from that attack and gain a 50 attack boost for 1 minute. Cooldown: 7 days. Yuan Zhao's eyes lit up. This item seemed tailor-made for his Slaking. Considering Slaking's already astonishing physical attack stats, combined with its truant ability, this carry item would not only greatly enhance its durability, but also provide a life-saving opportunity in critical moments while further boosting its offensive power. Gripping the item in his hand, Yuan Zhao looked at the Fusion Forge with increasing excitement. With this feature, as long as he could continuously gather S-grade items, he could endlessly synthesize S-grade items. Whether it was ores, materials, or carry items, the possibilities were immense. Although the minimum S-grade requirement prevented him from mass purchasing A-grade items to fuse upward, the potential for other materials remained vast. With this realization, Yuan Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile. He believed this new feature would shine even brighter in the future. He immediately summoned Slaking and replaced the sharp fang around its neck with the Resolute Heart. The yellow gemstone emitted a radiant glow, enveloping Slaking in a brilliant light. Roar! Slaking let out a surprised cry as it felt a surge of newfound power coursing through its body. Yuan Zhao smiled and explained, "This is your new carry item. It's incredibly powerful." He briefly described the effects of the Resolute Heart. After hearing the explanation, Slaking's eyes gleamed with excitement as it realized that focusing on building its strength would now also enhance its other attributes. Without hesitation, it vanished from Yuan Zhao's sight, clearly eager to return to the simulated secret realm for self-training. Yuan Zhao understood Slaking's desire to grow stronger. It was, after all, the most determined Pokemon in his team. He then closed the Fusion Forge panel and turned his attention to another critical piece of information: the massive shock points he had amassed from the recent competition. Finally, the system completed the tally. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your performance has shocked nearly 10 million viewers from the Dragon Nation, numerous competitors, and several key figures. You have earned a substantial amount of shock points. After applying the competition bonus, the host has received 35,462 shock points. Current balance: 41,623 shock points. Seeing the number, Yuan Zhao clenched his fist without hesitation, shouting inwardly, "System, unlock the divine modification." The 10,000 points required to unlock the divine modification were finally within his grasp. This was the moment he'd been eagerly anticipating for so long. Ever since acquiring the system, Yuan Zhao had been frequently using the modification feature, significantly boosting his own abilities. From enhancing his power to altering traits and talents, and even randomly obtaining clues for items, these features provided strong support for his rapid growth. At this moment, Yun Xiao had finally accumulated enough shock points to unlock the final modification God level modification. A surge of anticipation welled up in his heart as his mind raced with possibilities. If the effects of advanced modification were already so powerful, what kind of surprises would the God level modification bring? With the crisp sound of the system's notification ringing out, the final line on the interface, previously shrouded in black, suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. The four glowing characters, God level modification, immediately captured Yun Xiao's full attention. He wasted no time and quickly checked the effects of the God level modification. God level modification consumes 50,000 shock points per use. After activation, choose one of the following effects. 1. God level spirit enhancement. Completely modify a spirit, raising its individual values and potential to the maximum, and adding one additional random positive trait cannot be further modified via advanced modification. Additionally, enhance one of the spirit's currently learned skills and unlock its primal restrictions. 2. God level clue acquisition. Specify a God level item ability or a mythical beast phantom beast, and obtain detailed clues about it. If the target is successfully obtained through the clues, half of the shock points consumed for this modification will be refunded. There is a very small chance of directly obtaining the target, in which case, no points are refunded. 3. God level wish fulfillment. Specify any 2S level or lower items or abilities and acquire them directly. 4. God level ability enhancement. Specify one of your current abilities to be directly upgraded to the maximum level, or fuse 2 max level abilities to create an even more powerful skill. Yun Xiao carefully read through the 4 options, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Additional traits, the ability to choose items or skills, God level clues, and even the fusion of abilities. The effects of the God level modification far exceeded his expectations. Each option was nothing short of extraordinary. However, his excitement was quickly doused by reality. Each use of the God level modification required a staggering 50,000 shock points. Yun Xiao recalled the recently concluded national championship. Even after leading Imo University's team to a miraculous victory, earning widespread acclaim, he had only gained 35,000 shock points. Adding his previously accumulated points, he had a total of just over 41,000, still short of the required amount for a single use. Looking at the remaining points displayed on the interface, Yun Xiao couldn't help but complain to the system. This modification is way too expensive, don't you think? The system responded coldly to the host. As a human, you should be familiar with the saying, you get what you pay for. This single sentence left Yun Xiao speechless. Indeed, the effects of a God-level modification were worth the high price. Quickly regaining his composure, Yun Xiao began to strategize. He realized that the championship had just concluded, and based on past experience, more people would learn about the event through videos and posts shared online in the coming days. This would likely bring him additional shock points. While it wouldn't amount to today's gains, collecting an extra 8,000 points over time seemed feasible. As Yun Xiao pondered how to use his first opportunity for a God-level modification, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. In the side mission, Legendary Substitute, you have completed the task with outstanding performance and earned an additional reward. A new system feature. Ability Extractor. Yun Xiao's spirits lifted immediately. A new feature right after unlocking the Fusion Forge? A brand new interface appeared before him, displaying a large question mark. Below it, the description of the new feature was revealed. Ability Extractor Effect. When the host is near an individual with a special ability, you can consume 10,000 shock points to copy their ability and enhance it by eliminating any negative effects. Note: to use this feature, the target must trust the host and physical contact must be established. Upon successful extraction, the target's ability will also be enhanced. The first use of this feature does not require shock points. Yun Xiao stared at the description in silence for a moment. Then, without hesitation, he stood up, left his room, and headed toward another room in the competition hotel. Though it was only the beginning of autumn, Bai Ningxuang's room had already transformed into a frozen realm of ice and snow. Delicate frost crystals crept along the walls and floor, while white mist and snowflakes drifted in the air. Sitting on the edge of her bed, Bai Ningxuang was the source of it all. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her brows furrowed, and her fists clenched tightly, her pain painfully evident. While the power of ice and snow had numbed her sense of temperature, it could not shield her from the searing agony of the cold's relentless assault. This power was immense, but the cost was equally devastating. Bai Ningxuang knew that from this moment on, this pain would be her constant companion, never leaving her side. Yet, as she turned her head with difficulty to gaze at a television covered in a thin layer of frost in the distance, a resolute light flickered in her icy blue eyes. The screen displayed a battle between Imo University and Anji University, with the dramatic scene of the Leaf King effortlessly defeating the Centipede King standing out. Behind the Leaf King, Yun Xiao stood with arms crossed, exuding a calm and confident demeanor. Bai Ningxuang stared blankly at the scene. momentarily lost in thought. After a long pause, she gently shook her head and lowered her gaze to her palms, faintly glowing with a blue light. Compared to Yun Xiao, she was still too weak. If she could make progress as rapidly as he did, what did this pain even matter? Suddenly, the room was engulfed in a violent surge of mist and snow. The side effects of her icy power intensified abruptly. Waves of excruciating pain swept through her body, and despite her determination, Bai Ningxuang could no longer hold on. She collapsed to the floor beside her bed, her surroundings seemingly fading into the distance amidst the chilling winds. She felt as though her very being was dissolving into the air. Even though she had been mentally prepared for this, a faint sense of despair still crept into her heart. Can I really endure this? She cried out silently. Blinding white consumed her vision, and the bone-chilling cold enveloped her entirely. Just as Bai Ningxuang was on the verge of losing consciousness, a sudden knock at the door jolted her back to reality. Knock, knock, knock. Weakly, Bai Ningxuang raised her head to glance toward the door, her brows furrowing. Who would come looking for her at a time like this? Before she could think further, the urgent knocking came again, accompanied by a familiar voice. Bai Ningxuang, are you there? Yun Xiao? Why was he here? The side effects of her icy power seemed to subside slightly. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ningxuang forced herself to crawl toward the door and opened it. The moment Yun Xiao stepped inside, his sharp eyes immediately took in the abnormal state of the room. Without waiting for Bai Ningxuang to speak, he strode in and shut the door behind him. Leaning weakly against the wall, Bai Ningxuang looked at him with confusion. She didn't know that Yun Xiao was already aware of her frosty power, nor did she have the energy to explain. What brings you here? She asked softly. To her surprise, Yun Xiao didn't answer her question. Instead, he approached her with a serious expression and asked, Bai Ningxuang, do you trust me? Bai Ningxuang froze for a moment. Trust Yun Xiao? Looking at his earnest expression, she hesitated but eventually gave a small nod. Since their last conversation, Yun Xiao's position in her heart had changed significantly. Especially after witnessing his performance on the battlefield, that feeling had only grown stronger. Yun Xiao had proven himself through sheer ability. Satisfied with her response, Yun Xiao took a deep breath and said, I'm going to help you. Just stay still. Before she could respond, he reached out and placed his hand firmly on her shoulder. In an instant, the biting cold surged through his hand and into his body, forming a thin layer of frost over his arm within seconds. Bai Ningxuang noticed this and immediately frowned, trying to stop him. If this continued, his arm would surely suffer frostbite. But then, something astonishing happened. A warm current suddenly flowed from Yun Xiao's palm into her body, dispelling the cold that had tormented her for so long. Not only that, but the icy aura that had been constantly emanating from her disappeared completely. The room's temperature rose rapidly, and the ice and snow melted into water. What did you just do? Bai Ningxuang couldn't help but ask. Yun Xiao smiled faintly and withdrew his hand from her shoulder. Nothing much, just gave you a little help. From now on, your frosty bloodline won't have any side effects. It's getting late, get some rest. See you around. He turned and left the room, gently closing the door behind him. Bai Ningxuang stood frozen in place, lowering her gaze to her hands. The warmth that had just coursed through her body still lingered, and to her astonishment, she realized she could feel temperature once again. Yun Xiao strode over to the bed and collapsed into the soft blankets, letting out a long sigh of relief. Phew! All done, he murmured to himself as his eyes fixed on the system panel that appeared in front of him. A series of notifications popped up. Ding. S-level rare ability detected. Frost blood of extreme cold. Ding. Physical contact established. Target status. Trust. Ability successfully modified and extracted. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SS rare ability. Bloodline of the Frost King. Yun Xiao carefully read through the ability description. It was a powerful, enhanced ice element bloodline, with the original drawbacks now removed. The effects included King of Frost, a temporary combat boost that strengthened an ice element creature by 100 in all attributes, significantly increased control over ice element energy, lasted 3 minutes, and had a 180 cooldown. And Frostbone Blood, immunity to cold weather, increased affinity with ice element creatures, and the ability to sense ice element treasures. Satisfied, he nodded to himself, convinced that using his first free opportunity on Bai Ningxuang had been entirely worth it. Not only did it align perfectly with his plan to cultivate ice element creatures, but it also resolved Bai Ningxuang's predicament in the Processa win-win situation. With this ability in hand, prioritizing the cultivation of ice element creatures became a clear choice. Yun Xiao began pondering suitable candidates. Setting aside the legendary mythical beasts, there weren't many outstanding ice element creatures to choose from. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What about the Alola region's Ninetales? He thought excitedly. The dual ice fairy typing, its formidable combat capabilities, and that elegant demeanor paired with its pristine white fur simply perfect. However, his excitement was quickly tempered as he frowned. This world didn't seem to have encountered Alolan forms of creatures yet. But Yuan Shao soon relaxed, a sly grin forming on his face. Just because they haven't appeared yet doesn't mean they don't exist. If I can discover an Alolan Ninetales, the scientific community is bound to be shaken again. Wait, again? Yuan Shao muttered, scratching his chin in confusion. After a moment of thought, realization dawned on him. Oh, right, probably because the scientific community is already going to explode once this month. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.